Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Emerald with only one Torkoal was slow and brutal. Let's follow that up with a creative one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum without learning any new moves? When I say no new moves, I mean that we can't use any moves in battle except for the starting ones of whatever Pokemon we're using. If Badoo only starts with Absorb, even if we brought it all the way to level 100, that means we get to use all kinds of Pokemon that we'd never normally catch. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win, but that I'll have to do a ton of research. Let's explain the rules. I'm not allowed to use any moves in battle that my Pokemon didn't already have when I caught them. If it has empty move slots, then I can't stop it from learning moves as it levels up, but we won't be allowed to use any of those new moves in battle. I can learn HMs to use outside of combat, but I can't use them in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. No need for the Universal Pokemon Randomizer this time, so let's just jump right in. For the starter, I go with Tortwig, although none of them start with type coverage, so I doubt we're going to use any of them for very long. Let's go get some Pokemon. First, I hunt down a Badoo. It's only got Absorb and Growth, but I think it'll actually be enough for the Rock Gym with a little bit of leveling. I doubt we'll use him much long after that since Absorb is so weak, but at least we're not stuck tackling the first gym with... well, Tackle. Speaking of, Tackle was all we needed to get through the first real rival fight of the game. Even with all grass types, they didn't really do much to us. Let's go get this rock gym out of the way. We did have to grind a bit in the local caves before we were ready to take on the gym, but overall, it really wasn't that bad. We came close to fainting, but thanks to him just using a potion while he could have finished us off, we won. With that done, I go ahead and look for Starlies on the upper part of Route 204, since they're a high enough level there to start with Wing Attack. This is actually a pretty decent flying move to have this early in the game, and might be what we need for the flying gym later. Oh, and did you notice how it said I already caught one? Yeah, I wasted a Pokeball on a level 4 Starly earlier. They don't know any flying moves yet. On our way to the grass gym, we have to deal with Commander Mars. It actually took a few tries because Zubat just kept using Toxic, but after getting a Perugly to waste its Fake Out on Badoo, we managed to just barely squeak out a close victory. The grass gym itself ends up being super easy as you'd probably expect. Early game grass gym, we have flying types. Staravia is the only Pokemon on our team right now that I'm planning on keeping for any serious amount of time, so I make sure to get in lots of battles with it so that we have something usable in between gyms. I know you guys don't see those parts of the runs very much since there isn't really much to say about the travel, but having a reasonably fast Pokemon with lots of power points is great for speeding up trainer battles during the travel. When you do these challenges every single week, you start to appreciate the small things like that. Against Commander Jupiter, I had to pull out an old trick for the win. Skuntank was too tough and often lowered our accuracy, so I intentionally switched out to a Pokemon who didn't stand a chance, just so that I could keep switching back to Staravia, a Pokemon who has the ability Intimidate, so every time I send it out, Skuntank loses more attack. Thanks to that, and getting our accuracy back during the switch, we win. On my way through Mount Cornet, I went ahead and caught a Zubat. This is the first place that we can catch one that already has some good moves. We've got Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, and Wing Attack. Supersonic and Astonish are both pretty lame, but Bite and Wing Attack are decent. If I slap a Soothe Bell on this, we could probably get a Crobat this run. We had to grind our Zubat all the way up to level 30 before we could finally beat the Ghost Gym, but honestly, I expected a bit worse. Psybeam and Confusion was the end of us on many attempts, but once we finally got one where Mismagius went down, it only took one bite to finish off the rest of the team. On our way out of town, we have another rival fight, but this one's a breeze. I think that for the next little while, I'm gonna try and fight every single trainer battle that I can with our Golbat. The sooner we can make this thing evolve, the sooner we've got a really fantastic Pokemon. Thanks to that, we had a very easy time with the fighting gym. The only Pokemon that we want to keep right now are our flying types, so of course we'll have an easy time with this. So with that done, we go back to where we can catch a level 19 or 20 Roselia. The reason we want one of this level is so that it has Stun Spore instead of Grass Whistle. We got Stun Spore, Mega Drain, Leech Seed, and Magical Leaf. None of these moves are incredibly strong, but this is going to be a much needed upgrade to our grass moves for the water gym. Let's slap a big root on Roselia, train it up a bit, and see what we can do. On the way to the water gym, we had our rival fight again. This one wasn't that hard either though. We just spammed Wing Attack on the whole team until we won. In the gym though, it's a different story. I tried grinding Roselia all the way up to level 40, but he's only really any good against the Quagsire at the end, and we can't get that far. There's nothing that I want to catch around here right now to deal with it, since none of the electric types we actually have access to will know any electric moves. I decided to try it again, this time opening with Roselia and using Stun Spore, Leech Seed, and Mega Drain on Water Onix, and it goes pretty well. So well, in fact, that against Floatzel we sacrificed Grottle so that Staraptor could come out, applying Intimidate to him. I mean, I could have just used Staraptor right away, and it would still apply, but I forgot that at the time. We got a few hits in, and Golbat did a ton of damage, but Floatzel is a beast with Ice Fang. If it wasn't for Intimidate, there's no way we would have held on and taken him down. Last was Quagsire, and it's a good thing Roselia was faster because we scored a one-shot. Next up is the first Cyrus fight, but I took a bit of extra time to grind up Golbat. Not really to level him up, but because I think he's super close to becoming Crobat, and it would be nice to have for Cyrus. Thanks to that, we easily beat Cyrus on the first try without having to switch away from Crobat once. Next up is the rival fight again. This one is usually much harder, but it actually ended up being really easy again, mostly with Wing Attack spam. I'm just thankful that his Floatzel here doesn't have Ice Fang, because without it, he's pretty toothless. Thank you, I'm here every week. Once we get access to Iron Island, we catch a Graveler that's level 33. That's the level that they learn Earthquake at, so we finally have a great ground move. It's also got Self-Destruct, Rollout, and Rock Blast. It's not the best Pokemon in the world, but these moves are solid, especially considering we've got rock moves to deal with Cyrus's ocean of flying types. Oh, and we get a shiny stone while we're on the island and use it to evolve Roselia into Roserade, a really solid Pokemon. Once we take a shot at the Steel Gem though, I quickly thought we were doomed. This Magneton is an absolute beast who wiped out every useful member of our team but Roserade before going down. Believe it or not, it actually wasn't that bad after that. His other Pokemon are all weak enough to Mega Drain that we were able to stay healthy against them pretty easily. Although Leech Seed and Stun Spore helped against Bastiodon, and I was very lucky with his move choice too. Hey, it's about time to catch more Pokemon. So outside of the Ironworks, we go ahead and catch Magmar so that we have something to answer for the Ice Gym. It's not that far off. This gives us Fire Punch, Confuse Ray, Fire Spin, and Feint Attack. Magmar with Fire Punch is pretty solid, so that's a nice catch. Alright, it's time for the Ice Gym. Sneasel's first, so we tried to build up a rollout with Graveler. We got hit by an Ice Shard, but we took it down. We had to switch to Magmar though, since Snowbomb was next, so it'll hail for the rest of the fight now. One Fire Punch took it down. We stayed out for Piloswine and did good damage, but it one-shot us with Stone Edge in return. So I sent out Crobat to finish it off, just for it to hang on and hit Crobat with Stone Edge. Thanks to our full restores, we went down before we could finish it off, so Roserade had to come in to take it out. Last was Frostlast, so right away we paralyzed it, held on from Blizzard, and hit it with Mega Drain to get some health back. It's hailing though, so Blizzard can't miss and we go down. Out to Graveler, and thanks to Paralysis making her miss a chance to attack, we took her down with a Rock Blast for the win. Now that it's nighttime, we go to Lake Acuity and catch a Snorunt. They only show up here at night, so we had to wait a little bit. It's level 40, so that gives us Hail, Ice Shard, Crunch, and Ice Fang. Plus, it's only 2 levels away from evolving, so that's pretty convenient. We're probably going to need this for Cynthia at the end of the game. Okay, it's time for the rough part of this run. No, not this Cyrus fight. This one's actually pretty easy. It's the next major fight after this, another Cyrus fight, but one where he's got 5 Pokemon, and they're all pretty strong, and it's at the end of a literal maze, so if we fail, it wastes an insane amount of my time having to go back and train more. I make sure to grind plenty here, especially since we need HM Pokemon to get to Cyrus, so that means we can only bring 5 Pokemon for the fight. The best places to grind in this place that I could find were the snowy cabin up north with the quick free healing and the grass next to it, as well as in Mount Cornet. Neither place is exactly fast, and there's annoying Pokemon in both, but I've definitely done worse grinds. Let's go try for Cyrus. First is Houndoom, so I got in an Earthquake for a one-shot. It's a good thing he didn't burn us. For Water Onix, I sent out Roserade. Ice Fang hurts, but between Paralysis, Leech Seed, and us using Mega Drain with a Big Root, we're stealing tons of health. To the point that, even with his full restore, we got to paralyze him again and finish him off. Honchkrow came out, so I went for Rollout with Graveler. We actually almost went down to Psychic, but 2 hits from Rollout was all it took. Weavile's next, and I accidentally kept Graveler out, so he went down instantly. Next, I sent out Magmar, who nearly one-shot it with Fire Punch, burned it, he used a full restore, we punched it again, and it was burned again, then we finished it off. That's 2 burns in a row. Last was Crobat, and he instantly confused and poisoned us, but 2 Ice Fangs took him down, winning us the fight. With that big battle done, all that's left before the Elite Four is the Electric Gym, but it was pretty easy. Just Graveler for everything but Raichu, who we needed to use Magmar for because of Focus Blast. Earthquake did a great job. With that done, let's go back and pick up our new 6th Pokemon. At Mount Cornet, you can catch level 39 Machoke, so we go ahead and pick one up. It's got Wake Up Slap, Revenge, Submission, and Vital Throw. I don't know for sure if we'll need this, but there's no harm in filling out the team. Alright, last before the Elite Four is the final rival fight. We started the fight against Staraptor with Graveler because of our rock moves, but ended up going down in a few hits of close combat. Crobat was able to finish it off quickly, and next was Floatzel, so I sent out Roserade. We actually nearly one-shot it with Mega Drain before taking less damage than I expected from Ice Fang. One more hit took it out. For Infernape, we sent out Crobat to quickly take it out in 2 hits. Next was Snorlax, so I sent out our underleveled Machoke to use Revenge. We hardly hung on, landed a huge hit with Revenge, then fainted right after. More useful than I thought he'd be at this level. Magmar was next because I was hoping for a burn, but I confused him and lucked out with him hitting himself. He ended up landing a huge Earthquake on us for a one-shot next turn though, but Crobat finished it in 1 hit. Next was Heracross, who's double weak to flying, so it was a one-shot. And last was Roserade, but we one-shot him with Wing Attack. With that done and some grinding to top up our levels, here's how we're looking going into the Elite Four. It's not a great moveset, but for just using moves that we had when we caught them, it really isn't that bad. I'm not sure if we can do it at this level, but I'm pretty confident that we can win with this team. Make your final guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Not much to say about this battle. We have tons of moves that are great against bug types, so it wasn't much of an issue. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha, and this was a mostly easy fight where we swept through her until somehow her Hippowdon took out half of our team. It still went down, we really couldn't have lost this, but man did it ever tank a lot of hits. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Houndoom was first, so we one-shot with Submission, but not before losing nearly all of our health. For Rapidash, we one-shot it with Earthquake, and for Infernape, we sent out Crobat so that they wouldn't use their fighting moves. We actually ended up getting burned and ended up going down at the same time as Infernape. I sent out Graveler, and they sent out Magmortar, so we just one-shot it with Earthquake. Flareon was last, and it did burn us, but we still easily finished it with a couple of Earthquakes. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. This is where we finally got completely shut down. We're pretty weak to Psychic moves, a lot of our Pokemon don't have a speed advantage, and we only have a few mediocre Dark moves. We're gonna have to level up enough that we at least get the speed advantage if we're gonna win this. At least we can grind on the rest of the Elite Four. After grinding everyone to level 60, we try again a few more times. Crobat takes down Mr. Mime with a few bites, but not before Mr. Mime put up a light screen, so special moves won't work on them as well for a little bit. Espeon is next, and it's a beast, so I have Roserade paralyze it right away. Synchronize makes us get paralyzed too, but it's a small price to pay. We almost went down to Psychic and managed to get a few Mega Drains in, and even a Leech Seed, because Espeon missed so many turns in a row. They did manage to hit us again near the end, just for us to hang on and actually take it down. That was insanely lucky. For Alakazam, we just bite with Crobat, hang on with only 6 health from Psychic, then bite it again for the win. Bronzong is next, so I have Magmar start Fire Punching it for an easy knockout, and last was Gallade. We hit a strong Fire Punch before being one-shot by Stone Edge, so I sent out Crobat. One Wing Attack finished it off, winning us the fight. Finally, the Pokemon champion, Cynthia. Let's cut to the chase and say that we didn't stand a chance. We're roughly the same level as her team, but they've got far better moves and often just flat-out better Pokemon. We're gonna have to be a higher level than her, but that's pretty much what I expected. Let's just hope that we don't have to grind too much. Grinding in single Pokemon runs is bad enough, but having to grind a whole team is extremely time-consuming. After getting the team up to level 65, we try again. Spiritomb is first, and we don't have a great answer for it, so we just Earthquake with Graveler a couple times and try to get past it with half of our health left. For her Roserade, we send out Crobat since it double resists grass. We ended up just one-shotting it with Wing Attack though, so that was nice. Next is Togekiss, and this thing has wild type coverage. He's literally super effective against our entire team, so I went with Magmar and just confused it and laid in some Fire Punches. She ended up using a full restore on it when his health got too low, but we managed to brute force our way through it. I lost many failed attempts to this Togekiss, it's just a monster. Next is Melodic, so I sent out Roserade and naturally went right for Stun Spore and Leech Seed, getting in both. We hit a big Magical Leaf after that, but she used Mirror Coat, dealing double the damage in return and thus knocking us out. We have no great answer, so I sent out Crobat to hit Wing Attack. We took some huge damage off Ice Beam, but the Leech Seed finished it off. Lucario was next, and Megamar is already down, so we just stayed out and used Wing Attack. We hardly hung on from Stone Edge, but went down to extreme speed. I sent out Machoke to tank an Aura Sphere and respond with a Revenge, easily finishing it off. Last was Garchomp, the pseudo-legendary. Glalie takes a big flamethrower for half her health, but one Ice Fang in return brought Garchomp into red health, then up to yellow with a berry. That's just enough that she wouldn't use a full restore, so I could take priority with Ice Shard and get the finishing blow, winning the run. That was a fun run. I don't often get to do these full team runs because they take quite a lot longer to make, so I want to give special thanks to my friend Leela for helping me so much with the research for this run. If it wasn't for her helping me figure out where I could catch some of this stuff with the moves that we wanted, this wouldn't have gotten done in a week for sure. I really hope you guys like that run. For next Saturday's challenge, it's back over to Elder Scrolls Skyrim with only conjured equipment. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, as well as on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, What a Geek, and Goosit playing Pokemon here on my channel. We've done Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon X, and now we're doing my first time ever playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. You guys love the last baby run in Gen 2, so let's do another one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only baby Pokemon? Gen 4 is the other main generation that added a ton of new baby Pokemon. We can actually get a really wide variety of types for once. But like you saw in the Gen 2 run, baby Pokemon themselves are very weak. We're gonna need some creative strategies and smart move choice to craft a great team out of them. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm pretty sure I can beat Cynthia, but I think there's going to be a lot of areas in the early to mid game that are going to be absolutely brutal. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use baby Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Bidoof so that we can do the entire run with it as a baby Pokemon. I picked Bidoof specifically because you can catch it before the first gym anyway, so it wouldn't give me an unfair advantage as the Pokemon is far from rare. Probably the least rare baby Pokemon in the entire franchise, in fact. I named mine Starks, see if you can guess the theme. Ours is hasty nature, more speed, less defense. That's a pretty terrible nature for us. Our ability is Poison Point, so sometimes when we get hit by a physical move, we poison the opponent. Not bad, but we have low defense, so it might not be all that useful. So Bidoof is pretty awful and can't even beat the first trainer without leveling up. It's a pretty similar Pokemon to Sunkern, so expect some difficulties. The first gym is Rock type though, so I should be good there, but we need to plan out when we get our next Pokemon. So while I grind up a few levels, check out this map I made in Photoshop. This is the in-game map with a bunch of layers of dots for the locations that I plan to catch a bunch of Pokemon that are either baby Pokemon or can be bred to make baby Pokemon. There are tons with this game, so that's why I thought a Photoshop map might be pretty useful. It seems like we can't get most of them until after the third gym, so the team might be small for a while. Anyway, before we can get to the Rock Gym, we have a rival fight, and both of his Pokemon resist grass, so we have no right to win this fight, but the AI was clearly taking it incredibly easy on me, because they almost only used Leer and Growl. I ended up building up 6 growths, learning Stun Spore, and taking them out easily. The Orberg Mine is a really great place to level up to lead up to the Rock Gym, since it's loaded with Geodudes that give decent experience and are double weak to grass moves. By the time we make it to the Rock Gym, we already have Mega Drain, so the battle is no problem at all. After how brutal this was back in the Pikachu and Abra challenges, it feels great to blast our way through with no problem. Breezing through doesn't last long though, because before we can get our next Pokemon, we have to beat Commander Mars, and she starts with Zubat, a Pokemon that double resists grass moves, so not only are we weak, but we're dealing 4 times less damage. Then she's got a Purugly after that. We're for sure going to need to grind a little bit. Worst part, the next Pokemon that we're getting is a Psychic type. If we could only have him before this fight, it'd be a lot easier. Finally, at level 25, with just a bit of paralysis luck, we managed to get our 6 growths and Mega Drain our way through the fight without too many issues. With that done, we can finally catch our second baby Pokemon, Chingling. It's a pretty weak Psychic type with a bit lower base stats than Pikachu, but it has Confusion and can learn Psychic by TM if we need to, so it's some type coverage. A bit of grinding on Josephus and we can try the Grass Gym. This is a weird fight. First is Josephus versus Turtwig, and my plan was to have Josephus use all his moves once, so that he can use his super powerful Last Resort move to sweep through. But since Uproar lasts for so many turns, he ended up eventually fainting, and I had to bring Starks out. Being a weak grass type, I thought I stood no chance, but I attempted anyway and took out Turtwig. Second was Cherim, but it only has Magic Leaf, a really weak move. So I built up my 6 growths and took it down with Mega Drain and Absorb. Last was Roserade, a poison and grass type, so it double resists our moves. We paralyze each other fast, but that ended up completely saving me, since she just kept using Poison Sting, but I can't get poisoned. So I keep healing back up off of Mega Drains. It takes a long time, but we actually won. After that, we break into the Galactic Hideout to fight Commander Jupiter, but it's not close. Zubat is no problem, but Skuntank is dark and poison, so it makes very short work of both Starks and Josephus. We've got to grind. A few levels later and I changed my strategy. By using Starks to paralyze Skuntank first and a little bit of paralysis luck, I was able to take her to half health before Starks went down. Josephus was then able to take it out with a critical outrage for the win. On our way to the bike shop, Cynthia stopped us to give us an egg. I am shocked to my very core and simply have no idea as to what could possibly be within this egg. Everyone make your guesses in the description. I think I meant comments there. Guys, do you see why I've been doing Let's Play every day for the past 9 years straight? I'm better at improv comedy than this whole scripting crap. This is why I ad-lib all the time when I'm doing these voiceovers. My script sucks. The trainers in the Ghost Gym gave us a great opportunity to get a few more levels on Josephus before fighting Fantina herself. Since we can't get any more baby Pokemon until after we pass this city, I really don't want to get delayed here. Finally, it's Ghost Gym time. Josephus is quickly able to take care of Duskull in 2 hits. I'm happy I didn't get burnt. Miss Magius confuses us instantly though, and our confusions aren't doing much. We bring her to half health, but she eats a berry and finishes us off. Starks also gets instantly confused, and being part poison type, doesn't last that long against Psybeams. I did get some really great hits in, and almost took her down at one point, but of course, she can use super potions in battle, and I can't. Grinding here isn't awful, but it's far from fast. We really need this grind because even if we're going to get crazy luck with paralysis and critical hits, we have a rival fight right after, so it's a lot more reliable for us to just get stronger and work from there. During the grind, the egg starts to hatch. Make your last guesses on what it'll be. It's still Togepi! Like in the Platinum Pikachu run, remember? What, did you think I'd do a gag or something? Togepi is pretty bad. Its ability is Hustle, so more attack and less accuracy. It's just not a great Pokemon though, so we're using it just to fill a slot on the team for now more than anything. I named it Anderson though, so just another hint towards that naming scheme. After a bit of solid luck, I take another shot at Fantina, but honestly, it doesn't really go much better. Sometimes Duskull burns us, so that's pretty much the end of the fight right there, and Miss Magius confuses us, so it's pretty easy to lose the fight thanks to that. Considering I haven't even been able to get to Haunter, I really need more grinding. Ages later, and we get this run. Duskull nearly gets one shot, but it only hits a weak Pursuit before we let her use a potion and finish her off. Miss Magius is next, so I have Stark's Paralyzer fast, and we use Growth to power up. We hit ourselves in Confusion from her Confuse Ray twice in a row, but finally hit Mega Drain to heal a bit of health. Thanks to fantastic paralysis luck, we actually take her out. Last is Haunter, so I paralyze her right away. Mega Drain is doing decent damage considering Haunter is part poison. We actually end up finishing her off without ever switching back to Josephus. With that done, we just have to beat our rival to get more Pokemon. It's not as hard as I anticipated though. We completely mopped the floor with his team. Time to catch something new. You can find Chansey in Route 209. It's not a baby Pokemon, but we can breed it to get one. It's not a very good one, but we might need it. After failing to catch one for ages though, due to the horrible catch rate, I decided to just come back when I have Ultra Balls if I really need it. On Route 215 though, I managed to catch a hilariously unenthused looking Marill. I can't easily catch a Ditto in Platinum, so I just catch a male and a female Marill and put them in the daycare. Azurill is a terrible Pokemon, but at least I can learn some water moves. Wilbube for that, I go and grab the Big Root, a held item that makes health-stealing moves like Mega Drain heal us for 30% more health. It's probably not a huge bonus considering we don't hit that hard, but I'm sure Starks can make decent use of it. The fighting gym went way smoother than expected. I figured one of them would just outspeed and one-shot Josephus, but I easily took out the whole gym leader's team with just confusion without going below half health. Can I just say that I extra hate that I can't just go to the east side of Sunny Shore due to the blackout in this run? There's an Electabuzz right past this guy, and if I could get it, I could easily breed it for a really solid baby Pokemon. Instead, I have to wait until just after the last Cyrus fight to get it. Right now I'm just chomping at the bit to finally get the Surf HM. Once we get that, we open up the ability to get tons of new baby Pokemon, with both Mime Jr. and Megby being ones that I desperately need since they have a fair bit better stats and way better moves than what we're using right now. I also wouldn't mind getting Fly just so I can check up on the Pokemon daycare without taking a bike ride through a bunch of grass to get there. I make my way to the Trophy Garden since that's where our next Pokemon will be. There are tons of babies here, but most of them only show up once you have the National Dex. Pichu is here though, so we add one to the team. Pichu is terrible, even by baby standards, but it gives us some much needed type coverage if he ever lands a hit. Considering Cyrus uses a lot of flying types, getting Pichu is pretty important. Amazingly though, I'll have to take it to the move reminder just to get Thunder Shock, since wild Pokemon only have the four most recent moves that they can learn by level up. Great, time to go get that. On our way though, I took the Helix Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. I also hit up the daycare and get our Azurill egg. It's not water type as a baby, but it learns a few moves. After all that, we have another rival fight. Staravia took out Isaacs in one hit, although he's still very low level. Josephus does much better, mostly thanks to Staravia just using Double Team. I switched to Starks to deal with Buizel in one hit, and back to Josephus for Monferno with another one-shot. Last is Roselia and is part poison, so yet again it was a one-shot. Finally, an easy fight. Crusher Wake time. Gyarados is double weak to electricity, but Isaacs hardly does anything with Thundershock in spite of that, and goes down quickly. Starks is out now, and I managed to paralyze Gyarados and start hitting Mega Drains to stay healthy. We're getting hit hard though. It takes forever, but thanks to some incredible paralysis luck, we take it out. Then we get finished in one Ice Fang from Floatzel. It also has Crunch, so there goes Josephus. That sucks, but we can always grind, so at least we'll make progress. Grinding here is a lot slower thanks to the game announcing every turn that it's raining, but at least it's not showing it. During the grind, the egg hatches and... oh, right. I forgot that the parents need to be holding sea incense for Azurill. Well, Marill looks more disappointed than me. Finally, after all that grinding, I try Crasher Wake again. This time, I pretty much just sweep through his team with Mega Drain after using Growth a few times. That took way longer than I was expecting. I thought this would be one of the easy gyms. Finally, I have to fight Cyrus before I can get Surf. Sneasel's first, and there isn't much I can use to deal with Ice and Dark types right now, so I just have Josephus cause an uproar. We do decent damage but go down. Starks manages to finish it with a Mega Drain, and next is Golbat, so I use Isaacs. Poison Fang instantly takes us to 11 health as we paralyze him from static and Thundershock him twice before going down. He's not even at half health yet though, and Starks is out. I use Growth since Golbat double resists grass, but he has Air Cutter. We don't last long. A few levels later, and I lose even harder. Murkrow comes out that time and Drill Peck one-shots Starks, even with him being nearly level 50. This is really bad. I decide to go to the Solaceon ruins to get the odd incense ahead of time since I'll need it for later, and I need a break from grinding. It boosts psychic moves by 20% when held, so this will be good for Josephus for now. Finally, it's time for another try. I start by paralyzing Sneasel with Stun Spore first, although it drops our defense. We got a critical Mega Drain for a one-shot though, so that was lucky. This time we use Josephus to deal with Golbat. Bite hits us hard, but Confusion was a one-shot. Last is Murkrow, so I send out Isaacs, but we almost get taken out in one hit, before only doing half of its health and damage, then going down. Josephus gets hit incredibly hard, but Uproar finishes the fight. Now that the torture is over, we can finally get tons of way better quality baby Pokemon. Surf lets us get to tons of new places like Route 218, where I catch a male and female Mr. Mime. After giving one odd incense, I put them in the daycare. They actually need the incense to make a baby Pokemon. While we wait for an egg, we have more things to grab. Next I go to the Fuego Ironworks and... wow, that was fast, they have an egg already. Seriously, it's been 5 minutes. Now I go to the Fuego Ironworks to catch a female Magmar, and also grab the rock incense since I'll need that for another baby. After that I surfed to Route 221 to catch a couple of Pseudo-Wudo. They can be given the rock incense and bred for another solid baby Pokemon. We should soon have a proper team. Right after that, the Magmars laid an egg. Man, they lay eggs fast in this game. I slap the rock incense on Sudowoodo and put them in the daycare. With that done, we can fight our rival. Staraptor instantly takes out Isaacs with Takedown, so I try for Josephus. We take massive damage from Takedown and Feint, but at least the recoil damage took out Staraptor. Heracross is next, but all we have is Starks and we're doing almost nothing, and he has Aerial Ace. Yeah, this is over. With that failure under our belt, I decide to just grind. We have 2 eggs and a third one on the way, and I need to hatch some of these things and level them up if we're going to want to progress. Partway into the grind, we finally get the last egg that we're going to need for a long while. Now to hatch him. A few minutes later and we get Mime Jr. He'll be replacing Josephus, so I name him Question Mark. Not only does he start with decent moves, but his move list of what he learns in the future has tons of high quality stuff. I start leveling him with experience share right away. A couple hours later and Magby hatches. I name him Murdoch. This is going to be the powerhouse for sure. Not only does he have some great moves like Confuse Ray and Fire Punch, but his ability is one of my favorites. Flame Body. Sometimes when he gets hit by a physical attack, the opponent gets burnt. Very shortly after is when Bonsley hatches. I name him Storm. Although his speed will always be bad, he's gonna hit pretty hard and Rock type is pretty useful offensively. I figure it's rival time now that Question Mark is at a decent level, but to cut to the chase, it's still not time. Staraptor goes down, but we still can't beat Heracross. At least Question Mark is strong enough to grind with an experience share now, so I can save that for Murdoch and Storm. One eternity later and it's rival time. Question Mark one-shot Staraptor and Heracross. I switch to Starks for Floatzel and nearly one-shot it, but we hardly get hurt from Pursuit, and Poison Point's poison finishes him, so his last sliver of health is gone. That was lucky. Back to Question Mark for Infernape, and we lose half our health to Flame Wheel, but we still get a one-shot thanks to a lucky crit. Last is Roserade, but is part poison, so I one-shot it with Psychic. Question Mark is exactly what we needed. With that finally done, I make my way to Iron Island where we can get our next Pokemon. After helping Riley with some double battles, he gives us an egg for a Pokemon that should help us a ton through the rest of the run. See if you can guess it. Let's make some progress. Steel Gym time. Magneton is a one-shot with Flamethrower, Steelix hangs on with a Sliver and hits a massive Earthquake for a one-shot. Byron heals Steelix with a full restore, so my Mega Drain can't finish it off, and I missed 2 Stun Spores in a row. This is bad. 3rd time's the charm though, and I was able to just hardly take it down without fainting. Bastiodon was last, and I hardly did any damage with Mega Drain, but at least I paralyzed him before I fainted. Question Mark wasn't hitting hard with Psychic, but at least I got lucky and dropped his special defense enough to get the knockout. Since we need strength to progress much farther, I just spent some time riding back and forth to get the egg to hatch faster. We're gonna need to start leveling it early, and there are trainers coming up to level on. After a while it hatches. This is Aldous, our new fighting type. It's going to probably be our heaviest hitter for physical attacks, so it's a great addition to the party. Now we just have to fight a bunch of Team Galactic commanders, but honestly none of them are hard, so I'll just skip ahead. Next is the Ice Gym, but now that Murdoch has Fire Blast, we absolutely demolish it in no time flat. Next challenge is the second from last Cyrus fight. Sneasel dropped our defense with Screech, but was a one-shot with Fire Blast. Crobat is second, so I had Question Mark try for Psychic. It did great damage, although we got messed up badly from a bite. Thanks to Crobat being faster, he was able to take the advantage after healing and finishing us off. I sent out Isaacs to finish him off, and thanks to Crobat missing Supersonic, Isaacs actually made something faint. Honchkrow is next though, and Thundershock did almost nothing. We took him to half health in a few hits, but Drill Peck made short work of us. I have Murdoch come out last and finish it with a Fire Blast. Unfortunately, I have to grind. To get to the top of Mount Coronet to fight Cyrus one last time, we need Surf and Rock Climb. That means we've got to replace a baby Pokemon with an HM Pokemon, so I won't have a full team for the fight. We need extra levels to make up for that for sure. I decide after a short grind that I'm just going to take my chances. This is a big gamble because if I can't beat Cyrus, it means that not only will I have to run all the way back to the top of Mount Cornet again, but I also need to do the entire Distortion World again. That would take forever. Let's hope for the best. I finally reach Cyrus, but I get demolished. Our Pokemon are roughly the same level as his, but his are fully evolved, so their stats are way higher. Plus, our type coverage isn't amazing. I'm gonna need to power level. I just spend a great deal of this grind in the northern routes of the game, mostly due to the types of Pokemon that hang out there being easier for my team to deal with. They're worth less experience, but at least there's a house to heal at nearby, so there isn't much downtime. Finally, after half a day of grinding, it's Cyrus time again. Houndoom goes down in one big Force Palm from Aldous, and I switch to Question Mark for Crobat. Psychic got us a much needed one-shot, and it's back to Aldous for Haunch Crow. I taught him Rock Slide specifically for this fight, and it worked great, getting him to red health. Drill Peck did one-shot us though. Isaacs came out to finish it, but Cyrus used a full restore. We're actually faster now though, and I taught Isaacs Thunderbolt from a TM, so we took him out. Gyarados hung on with a Sliver though, and took Isaacs out with a Waterfall, so that was frustrating. I had Question Mark try and finish it, but yet again, a full restore was used. He ended up switching to Weavile mid-attack, so Psychic did nothing. I tried to Reflect, but got one shot first. Murdoch hits with a Flamethrower to take Weavile to a Sliver, and it ate a Berry to get into yellow health as it critically hit us, bringing us to 15 health. Our next Flamethrower finished it, and all he had left is Gyarados, so I kept Murdoch out and used Confuse Ray for safety. I didn't last long, but we did some damage. Last baby we have is Starks, and Mega Drain brings Gyarados down to a Sliver as we nearly get taken out by Ice Fang, but through sheer luck, our Poison Point activates and finishes him off. With that done, we can finally get another Pokemon. I catch 2 Electabuzz and put them in the daycare. Isaacs is really falling behind, and we need a new electric type badly. Thankfully, they lay an egg almost immediately. Now, there aren't really many trainers left in the game, so I just ride back and forth to hatch the egg early, since I don't have many chances to level up outside of grinding on wild Pokemon, and I want to avoid that as much as possible. Eventually it hatches and we get Elekid. I'm sure you guys remember from my Gen 2 Babies run, Elekid is much stronger than Pichu. Instead, it's about as strong as a Magby. Finally, it's time for the last gym. Jolteon couldn't have possibly gone better, with it missing 2 Iron Tails in a row, while Question Mark easily took it out. Raichu is second, and although it did some big damage with Signal Beam, 2 Psychics took it out. Luxray is third, so I just keep trying to outmuscle it, but the damage caught up, and Crunch took us out. Murdoch finished it off with Flamethrower. Electivire is last, so I go straight for the Fire Blast, and miss. We lose half our health to Thunder Punch and hit Fire Blast, but he eats a berry and ends up with half health as we get knocked out. I send a Starks knowing that it'll resist his attacks, so I can paralyze him with Stun Spore, hang on with almost no health from Giga Impact, and just use Mega Drain to try and do a little damage. I bring him to red, but he uses a full restore, is healthy again, and I miss Stun Spore and get KO'd by Fire Punch. This is really bad. Last of our proper leveled babies is Aldous, so I use Force Palm, get insanely lucky, fully paralyze him, and then finish him off. That was incredible. With that done, we just have to make our way through Victory Road and have one last rival fight before the Elite Four. We have to grind yet again, though. I need a strong electric type, and Pichu just isn't cutting it. First is Staraptor, so I one-shot it with Thunderbolt from Rosa. I decide to keep her out for Snorlax so I can hit a low kick. Even with it being super effective and weight-based, it did less damage than I had hoped, and I got one shot by Earthquake. Aldous ended up getting a lucky critical hit with Force Palm to finish it, and I switched to Question Mark for Infernape. Psychic was able to one-shot it as well as Heracross. I switched to Starks for Floatzel and get hit hard with Ice Fang, but Mega Drain does massive damage as well, and it heals us almost back to full health. Second Ice Fang leaves us with a quarter left as we take him out. Last is Roserade, so it's back to Question Mark for a one-shot with Psychic in the last rival fight. After that, though, I need to grind just a bit more. Let's take one last look at the team before we get to the Elite Four. I'm not really feeling confident. I think we're going to need to grind the team to around level 75 before I can beat the game, and even then, it's iffy. But at least it's worth a shot now since I'm low on time. Let me know in the comments if you think we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Yanmega is a one-shot with Rosa's Thunderbolt, as is Heracross with Question Mark Psychic, and Scizor with Murdoch's Flamethrower. It wasn't quite strong enough to one-shot Vespiquen, though, who hurt us a bit with Power Gem, although it's not too bad and we finish her off quickly after. Last is Drapion, and I always forget the type of this guy. It's Poison and Dark. Aldous hits a Force Palm for almost half of his health, and it paralyzes him. Then I follow up with a weak rock slide to try and keep him from landing in red, although he ends up eating a berry. A second rock slide drops him to the perfect amount as we faint, so I have Rosa easily finish it off with a Thunderbolt. Between fights, I heal up with revives and hyper potions since they're allowed outside of battle. Second is ground trainer Bertha. She was pretty much just a sweep with Grass Knot though, not much to recap here. Third is fire trainer Flint. Houndoom is a much needed one-shot with Force Palm. Rapidash ended up going down to Psychic and Psybeam no problem since it only set up a sunny day, but Infernape is a beast. I tried for Psychic, but Infernape was faster and one-shot us with Flare Blitz. Aldous is out and Rock Slide did decent damage, but yet again we're one-shot with Flare Blitz. Rosa is out and uses a full restore on Infernape to deal with his recoil damage as we miss our first Thunder. Rosa's second Thunder hits though, and brings Infernape to a sliver, as we hardly hang on from Earthquake but go down to Mach Punch. We're getting messed up. Murdoch is somehow faster than Infernape though, and is able to finish it with Feint Attack, so next is Flareon. We hit Confuse Ray right off the bat, and its high attack means that it's hurting itself badly. Between that and Feint Attack, Flint had to use a full restore early. It hit us with a somewhat weak quick attack, but a couple more Feint Attacks and him hitting himself in confusion ended it. Last is Meg Mortar, so I use Confuse Ray again, and luck out. Feint Attack isn't doing much though, and we get nailed and paralyzed by Thunderbolt. A second one takes us down. Just Storm and Stark's left, so I have Storm hit the Rock Slide for the win while Meg Morta was charging for a Solar Beam that would have ended us. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Mr. Mime goes down to one Feint Attack and we send out Rosa for Gallade. Rosa hits Thunder to take him to half health as we hardly hang on from Psycho Cut and land a second Thunder for the knockout. Bronzong is next and one Fire Blast is all it takes. Espeon is next, so I hit Confuse Ray and Feint Attack, but Psychics overtake us. I should have just used Feint Attack twice. Rosa finishes it with Thunderbolt. Last is Alakazam, so I have Rosa Thunder, but she misses and gets taken out. I send out Aldous hoping to paralyze him, but he's faster and critically hits us for a one-shot. Storm is next and we hang on from Energy Ball with only 6 health and hit a massive Feint Attack, but he uses full restore. We land another one though and critically hit for the win. Finally, it's Pokemon Champion Cynthia. We get destroyed though, mostly thanks to Garchomp. None of our team is able to learn ice moves, and we just can't overpower the thing. A little peek behind the curtain. This is actually my moving day right now, and I'm desperately trying to win this challenge right now. As in this day that I'm doing this part of the challenge, that I'm writing this, and even recording this voiceover. That's how much of a rush I'm in. Because I want the voiceover to sound good, and I won't have sound foam to remove the echo in the new place yet. If I had more time, I'd power level even higher. But I don't have the time, so I'm just aiming for level 80. It took me almost 6 hours, but we finally got up to level 80. Time to try again. First is Murdoch versus Spiritomb, so I hit Fire Blast and Flamethrower to take it out without getting too hurt. Second is Melodic, so I have Rosa try for Thunder, miss, lose half her health to Surf, then one-shot her with another Thunder. Finally is Garchomp though, so Aldous is out and we Force Palm it for a bit of damage and hardly hang on from Earthquake. A second Force Palm makes her eat a berry as she takes us out. Question Mark hits Psychic and leaves Garchomp with a sliver as we dropped only 19 health off one hit, and she uses a full restore. We're faster though, so 2 Psychics take it out mostly thanks to it dropping her special defense. Lucario is next and I send out Murdoch and it's a one-shot with a Fire Blast. Togekiss is next, so Rosa hits Thunder for a one-shot. Last is Roserade and Question Mark manages to one-shot it with Psychic, winning us the entire run. Man, that challenge was a lot harder than I was expecting. I thought the wide variety of Pokemon I could use would make this easier, but so many battles required ungodly grinds, and I was on a real-time crisis. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, but as always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, and stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all of the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I are doing a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel, linked in the description. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Regice was a fun Christmas run. Let's follow that up with one that you guys picked on Patreon. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only Bug-type Pokemon? I have to say, I really don't know how this is gonna go. I'm pumped for it, I really like the bug types in this game, and I feel like Gen 4 is the first game where we have quite a few decent bug-type Pokemon to pick from. It's just not an easy type to work with, though. We're not going to have very much type variety, and a lot of our Pokemon are caught based on the luck of what we find on honey trees. This is probably going to be a pretty hard one by team run standards. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. Well, I don't even know what our team is going to be, since it's really dependent on what the honey trees give us. I think we're going to win, but it might be really difficult. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use bug-type Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Heracross so that we could do the whole run with it. There's a lot of Pokemon that I could have started with, but I decided on a Heracross. I wanted Burmy, but it doesn't start with any attacking moves, wouldn't be a good decision. So while we travel, I can pick up Kricketot really early on, and I'm gonna do that, but it's a pretty terrible Pokemon, so it's probably not gonna stay on the team. I don't know if I'm ever gonna use it. I'm just hoping that Heracross has an easy time at the Rock Gym, but I'm pretty sure I'll have to get to level 19 for Brick Break no matter what. I decided to start with Heracross because it's pretty rare to get out of the honey trees, and thanks to these videos being made on a pretty strict time limit, the chances of me naturally finding one in time for it to be useful are pretty low. Whereas stuff like Burmy or Combee, they're more common, and we're more likely to actually get enough of those naturally. Now I'm gonna go get some levels real quick, catch a bunch of Wurmple until I have one that can become a Dustox, then I'm gonna try and get past some of these early fights. The faster we do that, the earlier we can get honey and start slathering it on some trees. I'm not really interested in Beautyfly since we're already gonna have a lot of that type combo, and if it were night or early morning, then I could catch Kricketot right now, but that Pokemon's awful. Maybe I'll go back and catch one when I can? I don't know. Naturally, our rival was really easy. Heracross is just a really high attack Pokemon for this early in the run. I'm gonna need to grind a little bit more to get a fighting move for the Rock Gym, though. Well, there we go. As soon as we got Brick Break, we can easily one-shot sweep the entire Rock Gym. Now let's go get some honey. Okay, so a lot of the better Pokemon we can get this run are from honey trees, but what we get from them is totally random, and we have to wait real-life hours before we can see what they've caught. Not only that, but there's a lot of travel involved, so realistically, I'm not going to be able to check them very often. All I can do is try and stay on top of putting honey on the trees, and then checking them when I need to while I'm trying to run around and make progress. We have a decent bunch of Commander and Gym fights coming up, and I'm really holding out hope that I can get a decent Pokemon from the trees before I get to the Ghost Gym, but even if we do get something really good like a female Combee or Burmy, we still don't have any great answer for the Ghost Gym. I think that one might be hard no matter what, but who knows, maybe we'll end up brute forcing it with Heracross with something like Aerial Ace. I hope that it doesn't come down to that because I do worry about the burn at the start of the fight, but we'll see when we get there. I do think that most of the fighting on the way there will be easy though, and once we're past Hearthome, then we can catch a new Pokemon that does not require honey trees, and it's a good one. Let's go make some progress. So first is Mars. Our underleveled Dustox took out our Zubat just fine thanks to it getting confused, and Purugly was just a one-shot with Brick Break. This is a good start. After that is the Grass Gym, but we can sweep it with Aerial Ace. I wonder why it is that Heracross even learns this move. Like, game balance-wise I can understand it, but I don't see why a Steg Beetle has a flying move. After that is Jupiter, and this one was a bit harder. The Zubat could take out our Dustox thanks to us being too low of a level, but it was Skuntank with the accuracy drops that was more of a problem. Still, it was a first try. Now the Ghost Gym took a few tries because we got burned the first time, but it actually wasn't too bad. I thought that it might go badly because of Confuse Ray, but we lucked out. Can I just say that these damage ranges are wild? I really didn't think Mismagius was going to be a two-shot. Maybe the first hit was near the bottom of the range and the second was near the top, because it looked like a pretty big difference in damage to me. And last for this little boss rush is our rival, who hardly does any damage to us. His flying type used Double Team instead of using a flying move, and his fire type used Leer instead of a fire move. I mean, with decisions like that, how could I have lost? Hey, it's time for 2 new Pokemon. First up, I got Scyther. Ours has a jolly nature for more speed and less special attack, so a pretty solid nature. Now in retrospect, I really wish I enabled the impossible evolutions in the randomizer so that I could turn Scyther into Scizor, but I forgot. You know what else I forgot though? Fast Distortion World, so I actually have to do that whole thing. It's way too late to go back and remake the ROM now though, so I'm just gonna have to put up with it. I also went ahead to the Great Marsh to pick up Yanma. It's the Safari Zone for this game, so I just caught like 6 of them and picked the best one. None of them looked amazing, but this one had really high attack compared to the rest, and its stats are otherwise pretty good, so I figured that it's probably got some decent IVs. Yanma's more of a special attacker, but the attack and special attack isn't super far apart anyway, so I figure this should be fine. Now I'm gonna go try and level them up a bit, fighting trainers, and then get to the fighting gym. Well, the fighting gym was really easy. Aerial Ace for the first couple Pokemon, and Brick Break for the Lucario. It really is crazy just how good Heracross is. I swear, any challenge run where I get to use a Heracross, it ends up being the star of the episode. We're not even over-leveled or anything. We're about the same level as them, and we still hit so hard. Hey, check it out! On our way to the first rival fight, it was finally time to check the honey trees. I went around and checked a bunch of them just for a lot of duds, but on one of them, I got a female Combee. Docile is neutral stat gains, and at this low of a level I can't really know if the IVs are any good, but I'm just happy that I got one. It's gonna be a really great Pokemon whenever it evolves, so I'll slap an experience share on it right away. It really is a shame that our bugs can hardly learn any HMs though, because I think we're gonna have to be playing without a full team for a lot of fights in this run. Thankfully, this was the last bit of work for the night, so I went to sleep, got up in the morning, checked the trees again, and we got 3 Burmy. 2 were female, so I just picked the one with the better nature, and the male one had a decent enough nature to be worth using. Now the male one is gonna turn into a Mothim, that's just how it works, but the female one will turn into a Wormadam that's either part grass, steel, or ground, depending on where I evolve it. I'm gonna go with ground because we don't have a ground type on the team, and I think teaching an Earthquake might be pretty strong. After a bit of leveling up our new Pokemon, we had an easy time with our rival, although I don't think that we could have won with just Heracross this time. Being double weak to flying types is finally starting to matter, and that's why Scyther had to start the fight. I could see flying types being a much more serious issue later in the run. Next is the Water Gym though, and this is where our free ride we've been getting ends. We're a little under-leveled on our whole team at this point, and Heracross can't handle them alone. We can take out Water Onix with a well-timed counter, but Floatzel is just too much for the rest of our team to handle. The real problem is that we have a level 36 Heracross that's about their level, but the Scyther is level 29 without nearly as strong of moves. Everyone else on the team is so new that they're a way lower level, so I think I'm gonna have to go grind against wild Pokemon for a little while. Maybe once most of the team is level 30, then we can win this. Alright, so after a while, I made the new minimum level of the team 30, and that involves evolving a few Pokemon. It's really not that bad now, though. Close combat on Heracross does crazy damage, and Vespiquen has Toxic and Heal Order, so I can stall while waiting for Poison to do damage against Quagsire at the end. After that is Cyrus, and although his flying types are still pretty hard-hitting, the first Cyrus fight is rarely too much of a problem. Yanmega has ancient power and pretty high special attack, so we're able to hit pretty hard against him. Rock is actually good against most of his team, so I'm hoping that Yanmega will be our answer for him as the game goes on. I'm hoping that Wormadam will be able to help more as it levels up too, since it's got ground moves. Let's try and level it up on the way to the Steel Gym. Before that though was our rival, but he's still pretty easy. He's got his Infernape fully evolved now, so it hits super hard, but as long as I'm careful with softening him up and then finishing him off with Heracross, then it's a really easy fight. His Heracross didn't even last a single round against us thanks to Aerial Ace hitting so hard, and that double type advantage is just brutal. Man, sorry, I feel like my voiceover sounds weird right now. Sorry if I sound weird right now. I've been having some neck issues and it's causing some crazy tightness in my jaw. I hope that doesn't sound too annoying on the recording. And naturally, the Steel Gym right after was crazy easy. Earthquake destroys Magneton, the Steelix can get whittled down with Earthquake and Brick Break, and the Bastiodon at the end ended up being a one-shot thanks to a crit. Way too easy. I gotta say, despite our team not being a very high level, we're doing a pretty good job. We got a few good moves, some decent variety in our different kinds of Pokemon, and of course, a Heracross to do the heavy lifting. I figure the upcoming Ice Gym won't be too hard thanks to having some good fighting and rock moves, but I think that our low levels are really gonna bite us going into the Cyrus fights. Maybe the next one won't be so bad, but you know the Distortion World one will be. Okay, this is what I was worried might happen. The Ice Gym was easy until we hit Frostlass, who has Blizzard and it hits incredibly hard. Because it's already hailing from Abomasnow, that Blizzard can't miss, and she has a boost to dodging moves. Most of our team is an entire 10 levels lower than her, so I think it's safe to say that I really need to boost up the levels on my team before I can make any progress here. Alright, so I candy the team up to around where they're at. Sneasel goes down to Yanmega, but we nearly fainted in the process. But thanks to having a flying type out, she sent out Frostlass before Abomasnow, meaning that the never-ending hail hasn't started yet. We still faint, but Heracross came out, she missed a Blizzard, and we hit Aerial Ace, critting to take her out. This is already so much better. Piloswine was a one-shot with Brick Break, and so was the Abomasnow right after. It's crazy how much better the fight went as soon as the Frostlass got sent out early. Next is the second Cyrus fight, but as soon as the Crobat comes out, we easily faint one by one. It's crazy how dangerous one strong flying type can be. Then again, this is basically his Heracross, so it makes sense that it's pretty much the brick wall for us. I think I'm gonna have to keep leveling up the team and trying until we get somewhere. I don't even have my full team on me right now because I keep having to deposit stuff for HM Pokemon, so I haven't even gotten to use our Mothim in any major fight. Not that it would really help us in this fight very much. Alright, well this was a weird next try. I leveled him up a tiny bit and ended up doing way better just thanks to Yanmega being able to land some hits on Crobat, but right at the end we beat Honchkrow when we crit a wing attack twice in a row. I mean, it wasn't necessary. I'm sure the rest of our team could have handled it just fine, but it's always still pretty cool when stuff like that happens. Hey, you know what was weird? The double battle at the top of Mount Cornet was actually really close. Normally this is an easy fight in solo runs, but I guess just because of my team being around the same level as theirs, and with a lot of bad type matchups, a lot of our team fainted. Our rival did extra awful in this fight too, so we probably could have lost this. It was a first try, but I really don't like how it went. I can't possibly see us winning this upcoming Cyrus fight until we level up quite a bit more, thanks to the Crobat. But I gotta go wander through the Distortion World for like 10 minutes first. Alright, so this Cyrus fight is a pretty annoying one. Really, his Water Onix and Crobat are the only difficult Pokemon on his team, but the Water Onix isn't too bad if we use counter from Heracross. The real problem is that our best answer to Crobat is to have Yanmega use Detect on the first turn, so that we get a turn of our Speed Boost ability, and then we use Ancient Power twice. Sometimes it leaves him with a tiny sliver, but he always heals, then does crazy damage to the rest of our team until we can finally brute force him down. I'm not really convinced that he's within a reasonable damage range that we could two-shot him with Ancient Power, but I still think that we could win. We just need to try until we get Omni Boost from Ancient Power so that he's a two-shot, or until we just get a crit. The Omni Boost is more likely, but considering that either one would save us, and likely make the rest of the fight easy, I don't think it'll be too bad. I've already tried 3 or 4 times. I'm sure I could win this within another dozen tries. Because this fight is just miserable, and it's not necessarily because it took a million tries. I think it was about 10. But it's because of how long every run that looks like it could be a win ends up taking. Like, on one of the runs, we ended up landing a crit and getting an Omni Boost on the first Ancient Power, so I played out the entire run, just to end up losing the whole fight right at the very end when I was a turn away from winning. Then 4 tries later, I got another one where we got the Omni Boost on the first turn, so we had our early knockout, but the rest of the fight went so poorly that in the end we only won while our last Pokemon was in red health. It was insanely close, and a single freeze off those Ice Punches would have made us lose the fight for sure. I'm pretty happy that we didn't need to level up more to win, but every failed try where I make it to the end takes about 5 minutes, so I was here for a while. Now by contrast, the Electric Gym was pretty easy. Between Wormadam using Earthquake and Heracross with close combat, he didn't really stand a chance. I'm a bit worried about the last rival fight though, I'm not sure how that's gonna go. Alright, this last rival fight was crazy. It starts off with Staraptor, so naturally I have Yanmega use Ancient Power. We take a ton of damage, but we get the 2-shot. Second is Infernape though, and although we do decent damage with Scyther, we get 1-shot. Then it outspeeds and nearly 1-shots Heracross as we take him out with Aerial Ace. Not a good start at all. Snorlax is a 1-shot with Close Combat, and next is Heracross, who's a 1-shot like usual. Roserade is obviously a 1-shot as well, but next is his last Pokemon, Floatzel. Well, thanks to it having Aqua Jet, our Heracross gets finished off, so I sent in Vespiquen to use Toxic, just to miss 3 times in a row to faint without landing a hit. That's an 85 accuracy move that we just missed 3 times in a row. That's awful. I tried sending in Mothim, and it just got frozen on the first Ice Fang, so we never landed a hit either. Wormadam took huge damage off Ice Fang, we hit hard with Earthquake, then we got absolutely saved when Quick Claw kicked in and let us go first and finish him off. That was really close considering most of his team are 1-shots. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, I'm loving our held items, and a few of our stats are pretty good, but I really don't know how I feel about this overall. Maybe Aaron won't be so bad, but I don't really have any answers for a lot of these fights. I figure Lucian might be pretty easy because we have a few good bug moves now, but Flint is probably going to be pretty brutal. I can't really see us winning this run until most of our team is in the 60s, but it's worth trying at this level just to see how far we make it. I'll grab a few quick TMs like Shadow Ball, just on the off chance that it helps us, but I don't think that there's much move fixing to be done here. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. This one's so much more horrible than I thought it would. The Yanmega at the start just swept our entire team. The only reason we even landed a hit is because he switched to using Double Team for seemingly no reason, but we still couldn't take it out. You know what's the worst part? That Yanmega has an illegal move! He's got Air Slash at level 49, and you don't learn that until 54. It's easily Yanmega's best move in this game since it's part Flying type, and it's a special attacker. Not only that, but his Yanmega also has Speed Boost, so it's pretty much set in stone that none of my team can outspeed him. If I could, then I bet Ancient Power could take him out. I think I'm gonna have to get the team up to level 54 and then get my own Air Slash. Then I could probably just use Ancient Power to take him out and Air Slash for most of the rest of his team. Alright, well, leveling the team to level 54 did help, but it didn't exactly make it easy. Despite the double type advantage, Ancient Power couldn't one-shot Vespiquen, so we took some damage. Air Slash did a really good job against most of his team though, so between Yanmega and Heracross, we managed to get a win. How rough that went though makes me think that the rest of the Elite Four probably is not going to go much better. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. Now this one took a ton of tries to figure out. Right away we can one-shot Whiscash if we use Close Combat with the Fist Plate, and that means that she always sends out a Gliscor next. I did try this a ton of times to figure out what Pokemon to send in because Gliscor is a monster. I ended up going with Yanmega to hit Air Slash, and we landed a flinch. Knowing a second one would make her use a full restore, I used Shadow Ball instead. We got burned off Fire Fang, but we took it out on the next turn. Golem is next, so I had Heracross land a one-shot with another Close Combat, then I switched back to Yanmega as Rhyperior came out so that I could Shadow Ball to soften it up a bit. Once we fainted, I just used Close Combat again for the knockout. As Hippowdon came out, I sent in Vespiquen to hit Toxic before we fainted, then I just sent in most of my team one by one to get one shot as Hippowdon's health kept draining. Once it was low, I had Heracross finish it off with Close Combat. I know that didn't look too crazy, but it took me quite a few tries to figure out how I could deal with Gliscor while still having enough of my team left over to handle the Hippowdon later in the fight. Stone Edge is just such a good move at sweeping us. Third is Fire Trainer Flint, and this one was pretty nuts. So Houndoom is obviously a one-shot with Brick Break, but then Flareon came out and Wormadam went first to one-shot it with Earthquake. I figure that had to be Quick Claw considering that we're a pretty slow Pokemon, but then after that is Rapidash and we outsped and one-shot it too. Okay, that absolutely had to be Quick Claw, so I think I just got it to activate twice in a row. Megmortar is next, but we don't pull the triple and we get one shot, so I had to send in Heracross to one-shot it with Close Combat. We crit to take it out, although I don't know if the crit was really necessary, and we got burned off Flame Body, so we can't rely on it as much for the last Pokemon. Thankfully, it's Infernape and I had a plan. Vespiquen survived a Flare Blitz with only 4 health, and hit Toxic, then we fainted as I sent in Yanmega. I used Detect to waste a turn and get my speed boost while he took more damage, then hit Air Slash to finish him off. That was a first try on the first Elite Four member. Really, I think it was just me getting lucky with Quick Claw though. I'm sure this could have gone way worse if not for that. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. So right away, X-Scissor just one-shots Mr. Mime, so Gallade came out. Now this Gallade is super dangerous because of its Stone Edge, but here we are on the second try, and we crit an Aerial Ace right away to knock it out, so we actually stand a chance. Next is Espeon, but I stay in and just get one-shot because I wasn't thinking. I switch to Scyther after to easily one-shot it with X-Scissor. I really should have done that in the first place. Bronzong is next though, and it uses some Calm Minds, and starts pretty easily taking us out with Psychic after it full restored. I figured it was going to take out the whole team like that, but after losing both Mothim and Yanmega, Vespiquen was able to finish it off. Last is Alakazam, and we took big damage, but Attack Order was a one-shot. Hey, if it wasn't for that one-shot on Gallade, we probably would have lost at this level. No way we're ready for Cynthia, but I gotta give it a try. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. Well, first is Spiritomb, and without any great counter for it, I decided to have Vespiquen go back and forth with it, hitting Attack Order. We took a lot of damage, but took it out. As Togekiss came out, though, everything went downhill. I tried starting with Detect and Ancient Power, but it didn't do much, and Togekiss very quickly swept our whole team. This is a Crobat situation all over again, where there's a really strong flying type, and we don't have any good way of stopping it. In fairness though, it's a much higher level than most of our team. I'm gonna get up to level 60, that's still lower than some of them, but it should be enough to stay competitive. So I got up to level 60 and gave it a few more tries. Now, I opened by taking out Spiritomb with Scyther by using Swords Dance and X-Scissor. We still took just about as much damage though, so I'm not really sure if we're any better off than the old strategy. The nice part though is that Scyther can do a decent amount of damage to Togekiss before fainting because of the Swords Dance. Yanmega still can't do much damage, but we just hardly survived with 7 health in the end and took it out. After that is Melodic, so I had Heracross overpower it with Megahorn after Yanmega softened up a little bit. Melodic survived with a Sliver to heal back up, but 2 Brick Breaks finished it off as we got hurt a little bit by Surf. Roserade was a one-shot, but next is Garchomp, and there was nothing we could do. It was faster than us, hit incredibly hard, and Flamethrower was destroying us. Sometimes she uses Dragon Rage for seemingly no reason though, so I at least have hope that her bad AI might bite her in the long run. I have to get to a higher level, but I think that I could possibly win this soon. Okay, level 65. Now Swords Dance is enough that Spiritomb is consistently a one-shot, and Togekiss right after not only gets crit, but flinches too. She heals back up and we can't get a 2-shot though, since she has an Air Slash to make us faint. I had to have Yanmega finish it off, but I made sure to use Detect first to waste an extra turn so I could get more speed. Back out to Heracross for Melodic, and it not only used Mirror Coat so we didn't get hit once while taking it out, but Roserade is obviously still a one-shot. Now it's Garchomp time, and I start with Yanmega, although we were hardly doing any damage. We managed to take a bit of health away before we fainted, and had to send in Vespiquen to use Attack Order. That's when we lucked out big time. She missed Dragon Rage, then followed up by missing Giga Impact, and we got the knockout. I bet only one of those 2 moves had to miss, but if her AI was better, she'd have just been using Flamethrower and taken us out just fine. Last is Lucario, but it's a one-shot with Brick Break, giving us the win. Well, it wasn't easy, and Honey Trees can be a pain, but it was still a really fun run. I love using bug types, and the team runs in general are pretty fun. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Red with only one Horsey. I'm actually really excited for that because, believe it or not, I've never done a Horsey run. I don't think I've used it a single time in any challenge video, and I really like that Pokemon, so it's gonna be fun to use. I mean, I hope it's gonna be fun to use. It's Gen 1, so I'm assuming the moveset is gonna be terrible. Maybe it'll be a horrible run, who knows. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge quest section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. outro time, and I really don't want to go long. I'm having some really nasty neck issues today, and I'll talk about that in a second, but first, the $50 supporters over on both the YouTube members page and the Patreon. Thank you so much, Jacob Busby, Javid Kusro, Grayson Fitz, Tara Louise, Alessandra Hedgeblog, Joel Mann, Dark Soul, and Young Smoky VP, who are probably through these pledges gonna be paying for my next physio appointment. Much appreciated. All right, people who've been here for a while know that I had some pretty bad issues with my neck back in 2022, and that I've had to do a lot of at-home physiotherapy ever since. You know, I went to a physiotherapist for a while. They sent me home with a whole bunch of things I do at home, and I've just, done it. Sometimes I've gotten a little bit lazy about it, and believe me, there's regrets there, because it gets pretty nasty when I get lazy about it, but I've been quite good about it lately. Unfortunately, back then, one thing the physiotherapist had a very hard time with me is that I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and because of that, I'm really flexible, and my body is prone to overstretching. And I can't know that I'm overstretching while I'm doing it. There's no way of knowing in the moment, because it doesn't hurt while you're overstretching. It hurts really bad like 20 or 30 minutes after and for a long time. Everything gets all really tight and compressed, and you get these burning sensations in your shoulders, and it feels all knotted up, and you start getting like painful nerves firing in your ribs and stuff. For me, it happens on my right side, and then my left hand gets really tingly and awful, and sometimes I get like some tightness. It feels a little hard to breathe. It's brutal. Last night, though, I had a workout. It felt really good. My neck popped on the right side in a spot where it doesn't normally, and it relieved a bunch of pressure I've been having, and I felt so much better that I made a bad decision. I stretched a little bit more after that because I was like, oh, that felt so good. And then like I had a good workout and everything, and I did my neck stretch routine, and I think I overdid it on the right side because I felt all great. And then, I just kind of like go to the bathroom, I do my night routine, brush my teeth. I'm starting to feel a little bit worse, and like some tension is creeping on in my head, especially on the right side. Then I sit down in bed, and I'm gonna pull out my Steam Deck and play a game a little bit, and I realize pretty quickly, I feel really rough. And then I lay down in a very neutral position, and I have this tension creep over the right side of my face, like really hard, and my smelling goes really weird, especially on the right side. And I get kind of like a hot flash over part of my body, and my feet start sweating like crazy all of a sudden. And I just turned to my girlfriend, and I'm like, I feel really rough right now, keep an eye on me. And thankfully, she was like a nursing student, so she knows what to look up with these things. I pretty quickly figured out, hey, this feels a lot like when I would accidentally overstretch a few years ago. It's in my face, not just in my body. I am getting it in my body, but I was also getting it in my face. And she started looking some stuff up, and yeah, that's almost definitely what I did, is I overstretched. It's just, the thing is, when I had my MRI back in 2022, they said that there was like a little bit of degradation between, I don't remember if it was like C5 and C6. It was kind of in the bottom-ish part of my neck. And that explains why I have these shoulder problems, and it goes down into my left hand because it's on my right side, and all of this stuff. But that doesn't explain getting it in your face. To get it in the right side of your face, it has to be like the top vertebrae, which is around where the pop was, and then after the pop, which was probably a good thing, because every time I had ever gotten a little pop there before, which is unfortunately rare, I would always feel much better, and I did feel much better when that happened. Just my neck mobility got way better. I think it was the stretching right after that my body was not ready for. That was too much. Because, that was brutal. That makes me think, because like even just standing and doing this voiceover, I've done this over the course of 3 sessions now. Because I keep having to go lay down in between a few pages because it's so rough. But I keep having tension creeping on the right side. It's not like Bell's palsy. Like, I'm not having facial paralysis. There's some numbness, there's a lot of tightness, it's kind of like a tight, tense pain, but like I can control my face fine. I can still like smile wide, and it's on both sides. I'm blinking in unison. It's not like a stroke, and it's not like Bell's palsy, but clearly there's some nerves getting clamped or compressed or irritated or something there. And considering I didn't have any problems there when I got the MRI a few years ago, Maybe my neck has gotten worse. I don't know. I figure it has to have at this point. I mean, why else would this be happening, right? Unfortunately, in Canada, the wait time for an MRI is like a minimum of 3 months unless it's considered really urgent. Then allegedly it's a month. But even then, they can't even order an MRI until I see my family doctor, and who knows how long that's going to take. Every time in the past I've tried to get an appointment with my family doctor, it took ages. So... I don't know, man. It's not even 24 hours from when all this happened. I feel like garbage today, but thankfully, I've already started on the horsey thing and things have gone really well, so at least it's on a light work week, I would say. I'm gonna try my absolute best to get this edited today. Sorry, you guys don't hear it because I edit it out. I've been stumbling over my words so bad this whole voiceover because my jaw feels clenched and tight and I can't enunciate. And listen, you've listened to a lot of my voice. You've heard my show for a long time. You know I'm not good at enunciating on the best of days. It's much worse today. Oh man, I was stumbling over my words so much this one. So I'm gonna have to be editing for a while. Normally, when I have these overstretch problems, sitting down is really hard for me. It makes it a lot worse. I usually feel better if I'm either walking slowly in a really good posture, or if I'm just laying down totally flat. Those are like my optimal states. But you know what? Today, the walking went pretty well, and when I was sitting, it wasn't too bad as long as I only sit in like short bursts. So maybe I can get this edited today. It's a Tuesday right now. It is the 16th of December when I'm doing this voiceover. If I have it my way, you guys will have it up on the YouTube Early Access thing and the Patreon thing today, because that's even earlier than I usually get it up, and I like to get it up as early as I reasonably can, just because, I mean, you guys are paying $3 a month for it. I'd feel like I really should be doing my due diligence to get it up as early as possible for you, without compromising the quality of the show, obviously. Anyway, I shouldn't ramble anymore because I should probably go lay down, give my body a little rest, and then, you know, get into editing. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everybody, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Fallout 4 while trying to lose was insane, as I'm sure it sounds to you right now. Let's follow that up with a challenge that I'm even more likely to lose. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Chingling. Man, what is there to say about Chingling? Well, 285 base stats is lower than that of first form starters, and I really don't like how low our attack is, but at least our special attack is kind of passable. We're a psychic type with levitate, so we won't take any ground damage. By level up, we're kind of useless. We start with Wrap and just about no attack, so that isn't going to do anything. We get Astonish at level 9, and that also sucks. Then we get our first move that uses Special at level 14 with Confusion. I think it's safe to say that we're going to need to heavily change our moveset with TMs. Speaking of TMs, the list isn't too bad. I'm seeing Psychic, Shadow Ball, and Charge Beam. All of those could be good. How weird is it that the only moves with the same type attack bonus that we can learn are Psychic, Confusion, and Dream Eater? Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. My prediction is I'm gonna lose, really badly. I'm probably gonna be max level before the Steel Gym and not even make it to the Elite Four. I think I'm gonna lose where I usually do, at the final rival fight. We'll see though. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Chingling. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of battle are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chimchar with Chingling so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Chimchar so that our rival would have Empoleon, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Mike Bell. Yes, the only reason I'm doing this challenge is to make a Mike Bell reference. And yes, I've been sitting on that joke for like 4 years, even though less than 1% of you would ever understand it. And it was worth it. Alright, so early game travel completely sucks. Basically, we have no choice but to level up against really weak start of the game wild Pokemon, until level 9 when we can learn Astonish, but really that isn't gonna help us too much, since it doesn't work on normal types. We simply aren't even close to strong enough to take out trainers right now. I think we're genuinely gonna have to hit level 14 to learn Confusion before we can even beat the start of the game rival fight, but I guess we'll have to find out when we get there. I'm holding out hope that our special attack will be enough that we can beat the rock gym at a reasonably low level, although I could still see Craniados messing us up with Headbutt. Alright, at level 11 we took a few tries on our rival, but we got squashed. The Starly at the start growls until we can hardly do any damage, then the Chimchar right after uses Leer until it can 3-shot us. That's actually a pretty smart strategy considering it's the first rival fight of the game. Alright, well, I'll come back with 3 more levels so I can use Confusion. That way I don't have to worry about Growl anymore. Oh yeah, I didn't mean for him to have Chimchar, so I guess I messed up the ROM when I randomized it. I'm assuming what happened is I accidentally picked to replace Turtwig. It's alright. I don't think it would have made the run any easier, to be honest. Sure, Infernape is weak to Psychic, but we could have just as easily taken out Empoleon by using something like Shockwave. I don't think that's really gonna substantially change the run. Alright, once we had Confusion, we squashed our rival. Super easy. First try at the Rock Gym, and right away we crit for a one-shot on Geodude. That's awesome. Cranidos had me really worried though, since he's faster than us and using Pursuit. We're weak to that, so although we did manage to knock him out, we only had 10 health left. Last was Onix, so we hit Confusion, he hit Rock Throw to drop us to only 4 health, then on the next round we lost the speed tie, so he attacked first, but Rock Throw missed, so he managed to land Confusion for an incredibly narrow first try victory. That was awesome. I am so happy that Rock Throw sucks. We're back on the road again, and I'm gonna tell you now that I'm worried. You know why? I'm sure some of you have already seen this coming, but we have some dark types that we have to fight coming up, and psychic moves aren't gonna work on them. I really have no idea how I'm gonna beat stuff like Skuntank until we have enough friendship that return does decent damage, but our base attack is only 30, so it's never really gonna be that good of a move. It's pretty much just a last resort. But at least it's a decent last resort, I guess? Well, we'll see if it helps at all at Commander Mars. Nope! Level 21 and we hit Perugly only once, and we hardly did anything. Well, it's not like I can learn any good moves right now, so I guess I'll just have to come back at a higher level. Man, even at level 26, with a crit, we can't win. I really do think that as soon as we're faster than her, we could pull off a win. I just don't know how many levels that's gonna take. Well, I didn't expect this. At level 30, we were still slower, but just became so tanky due to being double their level that they just couldn't make us faint anymore, even though they were faster and had a super effective fake out. I guess that's one way to win. Alright, so we're in the Forest of Free Heals. I'm sure you hear me say that every time, but I took some time to level up a little bit. It's because the Grass Gym is next, and although they do have a poison type that I might be able to take out quickly, I remember her team having pretty decent special defense, so I'm not really sure if I can actually win this yet. Maybe if I get lucky and Razor Leaf doesn't crit us very much? We'll have to wait and see. Oh wow, it was really easy. The only hit we took the whole fight was from Stun Spore. No damage. Now, for as easy as that was, I'm sure Jupiter is going to be a nightmare. This fight is always rough in Psychic runs since we can't use Confusion on Skuntank, and it's just going to go for Night Slash to totally destroy us. I'm kind of holding out hope that maybe we'll be faster and win with Critical Return or something like that, but I get the feeling that I might be stuck grinding again, so I made sure to clean out the building of trainers. Okay, so Zubat was a one-shot, of course, and next was Skuntank. We hit return right away for awesome damage, just to realize it was a crit! Also, she ate a berry for some health back. I was hoping Night Slash wouldn't crit, but I quickly realized it wouldn't matter. We were going down pretty fast anyway. We hit return a couple of times and did some damage, but we were doomed. When we landed another critical hit to win the fight on the first try! Whatever, I'll take it. No, just because we lucked our way through that fight doesn't mean that it's smooth sailing. We have the Ghost Gym next, and I'm worried that that's going to be a nightmare. It's often a brick wall in Platinum runs, but this time I'm extra worried since she has Ghost and Dark moves that are going to be super effective against us. The only Pokemon we're super effective against is Haunter, and if it survives Confusion, then it's just going to take us out with Sucker Punch. I'll go get the Shell Bell and then give it a try, but I'm not really that confident. Ghost Gym! Duskull ended up going down super easy right at the start thanks to Pursuit doing just about nothing to us, and we even got her to use the Super Potion early. Miss Magius was much tougher and was able to hit us really hard with Shadow Ball. We couldn't take her out, but honestly, we're probably 3 levels or less away from getting a 2-shot here. If we could get a 2-shot on Mismagius, then we could probably just 1-shot Haunter at the end. This might be pretty quick. Okay, so it actually took 5 more levels and many tries, but at level 45 we can officially 2-shot Mismagius, and that makes the whole fight pretty simple. Is the rival on the way out of town gonna be simple though? I guess not, but only because it was even more simple. We didn't take a single hit. I figure it's gotta be because of our nature, but man, it seems like we're doing a lot of damage here. I wasn't expecting to be hitting this hard, especially with Confusion. We're back on the road, and there's some new TMs we can get. There's the Shockwave TM that I can just pick up on a route. It won't be as strong as Confusion thanks to the lack of the same type attack bonus, but I could see it being useful just for coverage. Maybe I could use it whenever I get to the water gym. Also, if I had enough money to convert into coins, then I could get the TM for Psychic, but I doubt that I have the money right now, and I don't exactly want to spend forever at the slot machine, so I'm thinking Psychic can wait. There is a free Psychic TM, but you can't get it until you can use Rock Climb outside of battle, so not until after the 7th gym. I figure we're gonna need to buy a Psychic before then. Anyway, the next gym is the Fighting Gym, so I'm actually feeling pretty good about our chances. Hey, the Fighting Gym was almost a sweep! Like, the entire gym, that is, even the trainers. Sure, Lucario at the end was a little bit tougher since his part's Steel type, but we still took it out before it had any chance of beating us. I don't think she could have won even if she crit twice. Hey, our rival outside of the water gym was super easy. I guess in fairness, we're super effective against most of his team now that we have Shockwave. This is all looking up. I think the water gym is gonna go fine. Yeah, the water gym was pretty great. I mean, it very much could have gone the other way if we were slower than Floatzel, since his crunch did so much damage. But either than that, the fight went pretty great. As awesome as it is to get a few first tries like that, I think it's about to slow down. Cyrus shouldn't be too hard since we have an electric move, although Sneasel could be a problem. But after that is the notoriously hard rival fight and the usually brutal Steel Gym. Maybe we finally have the money for Psychic and we could get past our rival, but I don't think we're getting past the Steel Gym. The TM for Shadow Ball is nearby. I'll grab that. I figure we're gonna need it eventually anyway. It's not really a great answer for Steel-type Pokemon, but you know what? I'm more likely to use it than Astonish. Alright, so Cyrus starts with Sneasel. It's faster than us and did quite a bit of damage, but thankfully it's pretty frail. Murkrow was second, and it actually brought us to really low health before we one-shot it. Last was Golbat, and we were faster this time, but it survived with the tiniest of slivers to hit us with a bite. He used a Hyper Potion, we landed another Shockwave, but this time it crits for the one-shot. Alright, next up is the rival fight on the bridge. This one is usually hard. Staraptor at the start was easy with Shockwave, but second was Heracross, who does decent damage before we take him out with Confusion. Floatzel is faster than us, but hardly does any damage, so we take it out easily. And Roserade was just a one-shot with Confusion. Last was Infernape, who does alright damage with Flame Wheel, but we just one-shot it. No, that wasn't that bad at all. Alright, so it looks like our awesome momentum has finally been halted. We couldn't even beat the first Pokemon at the Steel Gym thanks to his Hyper Potions. Well, the good news is that we're doing more damage than I expected, so Psychic should do the trick. The bad news is I converted all of our money into coins and have a little bit more than half of what we need for Psychic. So I'm gonna have to clear out some routes and probably refight those really rich trainers by the mansion a whole bunch just to get the money. Although, honestly, it's probably gonna take less than an hour. It's not that bad. Okay, at level 64 we take a few hits from Magneton, but it doesn't do too much before it goes down. Against Bastiodon, I got really worried when Metal Sound was doing a lot of damage. As soon as we hit red health and Bastiodon healed, I thought we were doomed, but 2 hits later, we crit to take it out early. Last is Steelix, who took a hit, took us down to red health with Flash Cannon, then went down to Psychic. It was close, but it's a win. Wow, with that stunning victory, we have a lot of travel to do. Now, there's some commanders that we have to fight, but it's not like in the early game where we don't have anything to handle them. They're pretty easy now. The Ice Gym, though, I think that's going to be a serious problem. Sneasel might be hard, but Frostlass is probably going to just vaporize us with Shadow Ball. I think this is the point where we have to do a serious grind. Okay, this is kind of what I thought would happen. Our high special attack was able to carry us through a lot of the game, but we're finally at a point where we are fighting more evolved Pokemon with decent moves. Sneasel always takes out most of our health, and Frostlass is always faster than us and is able to finish us off with Shadow Ball. This is one of those fights where we might need to either hit really hard to take out the scary Pokemon early, or become fast enough to just hit them first. It might even take both? I'm not sure. I'll go grind a little and come back. 5 levels later, and we are not having any luck. It goes the same way. Sometimes Sneasel does a little bit less damage, but we just never survived a Frostlass Shadow Ball. I'm kind of worried about how much I'll have to level up before I can win this, considering Frostlass is a really fast Pokemon. So another few levels later, and we're at level 77. I figured I'd still lose, but I guess Frostlass knew that Shadow Ball wouldn't finish me off this time, so she just used Double Team, letting me get a free hit in on her to one-shot her. The entire rest of her team was super easy with Psychic. At least I didn't have to get faster than her, I guess. That said, it's time for another really hard part. We have a usually reasonably easy Cyrus fight, although Honchkrow might be a problem, followed by a much harder Cyrus fight where he's got multiple dark types that are absolutely gonna mess us up. Now, I'm not too worried, since we're far enough in the game that all of our effort values are all maxed out, so there's no harm in just using rare candies to figure out what level I need to be at to beat Cyrus in the Distortion world, but it's still gonna be a brutal fight. There was a really long chunk of this run where the fights were much easier than I expected, but I think the rest of the run is gonna be pretty hard. Our level is high, our special attack is high, and that's about it. We're still very frail, and it's catching up with us. Alright, well, the first Cyrus fight went great, but I already see the points that are gonna be a nightmare in the next Cyrus fight. Crobat is obviously faster than us, so flinches are a threat, and although we were faster than Honchkrow this time, it wouldn't surprise me if next time we aren't. Just gotta hope that we're ready when we get there. Now, believe it or not, but the double battle on Mount Coronet that you have to do alongside your rival was really hard. This took 6 tries, and it's all thanks to 2 things. One is that they like to set up Reflect and Light Screen on the first turn, so I need to wait until they're about to wear off before I actually take them out, or the following Pokemon just squash us. The second thing that makes it difficult is just how many good dark moves they have. We're level 80, and the only reason that I won this fight is because we ended up getting a crit that saved us. Somehow, this double battle was harder than like half the gyms we've been to. Now for the first try against Cyrus in the Distortion world, that was a disaster, as I'm sure you'd guess. Dark Pulse from Houndoom took out about half of our health, so although we could take him down, Weavile just outspeeds us and can finish us off with no problem. I'm gonna be honest, we might need to be above level 90 to outspeed Weavile if we even can, so I'm just hoping that we can tank a hit soon. So here we are, 5 levels and many tries later, and this fight is so bad. We crit, so we never got hit by Houndoom, letting us fight Weavile with full health, and we still just lost. He's got healing items and berries, and he hits incredibly hard. I'm genuinely starting to worry that we'll have to max out our level to beat Cyrus. Another 5 levels later, and many tries of course, we're still just losing, even worse most of the time. How could we not? The only time we made any progress on Weavile was when we crit Houndoom for a one-shot, and that's pretty rare. Our special attack is almost 200, but because we can't use Psychic, we just brute force them. Level 95. This took so many tries you don't even know. Eventually, though, we were just able to hardly take out Weavile in 2 hits thanks to very favorable damage ranges. Let me tell you, there was a lot of luck there. After that is a Crobat who's faster than us and easily could have finished us off, but he used Toxic instead for seemingly no reason? So we one-shot him. Last was Water Onix, so I just hit Shockwave for the win. Well, I'm happy that Cyrus threw the fight, because otherwise I think I'd have to hit level 100 and hope for crits anyway. And the entire Electric Gym was just a sweep. I guess that goes to show how much a few dark types can shut us down. As long as we go first and can use Psychic and they don't have a dark type to stop us, nothing can survive. Alright, this is what I've been dreading. We have the entire pre-Elite Four rival fight coming up, and this is usually where I lose Platinum runs, but I think I've just kind of misjudged what parts would be difficult. On paper, this looked way harder, and yeah, the Cyrus fight was awful, but our special attack is also a lot higher than I was expecting, even with this good nature. Maybe we have like really good IVs or something. I didn't think we'd be hitting this hard, so our rival is probably gonna go fine. Honestly, at this point, I think we're most likely to lose due to getting outsped too often, rather than from any specific Pokemon. We've got over 200 special attack. Let's just bulldoze this guy. So our rival was nearly a sweep other than his Snorlax, who critically crunched us for crazy damage, but then we finished him off. It's funny how the fight went from being super easy to suddenly worrying I was going to get one-shot, to being very easy again. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. I topped up to 100 since I was part of the way through 99 anyway. Well, 213 special attack has to be some of the highest special attack I've ever had in a run, so that's cool. Honestly, our stats are a lot better than I thought they'd be, although I'm still pretty worried about any dark types we run into. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Now this one took a bunch of tries because of them critting with X-Scissor all the time, but on the 4th try, we crit Scizor for a one-shot, leaving us with plenty of health to survive Drapian's critical X-Scissor. Scizor is the only real threatening Pokemon on this team. It's not too bad. Also, Scizor using X-Scissor is so confusing to say. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. The entire fight was a sweep other than Rhyperior, who survived with a Sliver, then hit a Mega Horn so strong that it nearly one-shot us. We took it out on the follow-up, but that would have been crazy to get Brickwalled at level 100 by not having enough health for that one move. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Right away, Houndoom hits us with Dark Pulse for massive damage, but we're faster and can take it out in a couple of hits. Flareon survived with a Sliver and thankfully missed Will-O-Wisp. I lost my first couple of attempts due to getting burned. He used items to heal back up, but we just crit on the next try for an unnecessary one-shot. Rapidash was a one-shot with a much luckier crit, and Infernape hit us really hard with Flare Blitz before going down to Psychic. The last was Magmortar, who got super lucky, burning me off a flamethrower to nearly take us out, before we finished him off with Psychic. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Right away, Shadow Ball scores a one-shot on Mr. Mime, but the Espeon right after wasn't as easy. It's faster, hits us with Shadow Ball that lowers our special defense, then we took it out. Really not a good start. Alakazam hits Energy Ball to take us down to yellow health before we one-shot him. Bronzong is super tanky and we couldn't get a one-shot, but it just used Calm Mind, so it didn't actually hit us. Last was Gallade, who was nearly a one-shot, and it did some alright damage, but we took it out on the follow-up. Hey, not bad for a first try, especially one where we took a special defense drop. Finally, the Pokemon champion Cynthia. First is Spiritomb, who we lucked out, critting it with a Shadow Ball for a one-shot, great start. Lucario was a one-shot with Psychic, and third is Garchomp, who of course is faster than us. Its Dragon Rush took out about 100 health, and it hit us with it twice, but at least we gained a little bit of our health back because of Shell Bell. Next was Melodic, who's got tons of special defense, so Shockwave couldn't one-shot it. Surf got us all the way down to 20 health, and we only got back up to 29 by making Melodic faint. This isn't good. Next is Togekiss, and I thought we were doomed when we didn't get a one-shot, just to get hit by Water Pulse and survive with only 2 health. That was so close. Last is Roserade, and we're faster, so we land the one-shot with Psychic. That was perfect. The biggest win of Mike Bell's career. Well, that was about 1 billion times easier than I thought it would be. I can only assume that I had a special attack IV that was completely awesome, because I didn't expect to have that much special attack for the bulk of the game. I was genuinely thinking that I would not beat all the gyms, just to end up really bulldozing things after the Ghost Gym for a pretty long time. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Heart Gold with only one Regigigas. The previous Regigigas run was so fun, I am pumped to do another one. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Now, as much as I would love to hang out and talk to you guys for the rest of time, I do need to get working on some other stuff today pretty urgently, because I'm recording this voiceover much later in the week than I normally would, due to having a sore throat. I don't know if you can hear it in this voiceover, but I've been just a little bit hoarse the whole time. Either than page 1 of the script, which I recorded yesterday and got all tongue-tied, so I had to do the rest today. So I hope I sound okay. But the only fun outro-y thing I have to say is that by complete coincidence, this was after I had already recorded this whole playthrough, this whole challenge you're watching right now, and I had already written the whole script and everything. I ended up, I got a comment on some old video where I guess I must have made a Mike Bell reference or something, but someone was talking about Mike Bell. They were talking about how their association with wrestling. No, that's what it was. It was on a Wrestling Empire video. Someone said that they don't watch wrestling, but they're friends or were friends with or something of the brother of Mike Bell. And they talked a little bit about that, and I thought that was just such a funny coincidence, because by sheer coincidence, I have this Mike Bell reference and stuff. Like, it's not like Mike Bell was some kind of big famous wrestler. For those of you who don't watch wrestling, it's not like he was a big famous TV wrestler signed to the WWE or anything, you know? This was more of a journeyman wrestler who worked at the independent circuit and stuff. And the Mike Bell incident, which is what people know him from, if they know him at all, was just a time that he got booked to do a one-off appearance to lose a match and make a guy look good on, I believe it was Sunday Night Heat? Back in like the year 2000, maybe 2001, 2002, around then. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to get back to working on some other stuff. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Emerald with only Solrock and Lunatone was fairly fast thanks to decent stats. Let's follow that up with a highly requested one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Eevee? I'm sure you already know plenty about Eevee with all the challenges I've done with it, but for the uninitiated, Eevee is a pretty underwhelming normal type Pokemon that typically has pretty bad type coverage. Our stats are all fairly low and even, and by level up, our only attacking moves are normal and dark, leaving us to mostly just use strong normal moves to brute force our way through. By TM, we can learn a few more attacking types, but not much. However, we can learn Return, and because this is Gen 4, the ability Adaptability exists. We might have an easy time because of that. I'll get more into that later, though. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. If the Munchlax run was anything to go by, there will be a ton of fighting types. I should be able to win, but I might have to be level 100. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Eevee. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoy the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Eevee so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Turtwig so that our rival would have Monferno, probably the hardest for us to fight. I named him Eevee because that's hilarious. Our nature is serious, so no stat changes. I would have liked more attack, but I'll survive. Our ability is Adaptability. It raises our same type attack bonus from 1.5 times to 2 times, a massive jump that could carry us through the entire challenge. Adaptability mixed with Max Friendship Return could be a run-winning combo. Speaking of Return, I decide to learn it right away. This will be our best move, but since we start with low Friendship, it'll probably take a few battles before this is actually stronger than Tackle. At level 9, we get into the first real rival fight, and it went about as well as usual. Again, the AI doesn't seem to really want to win this fight, so I suspect that he would have just spammed stuff like Growl and Leer if I had low health. Now, the first gym is a rock one, so I'm sure you remember from the Munchlax run just how rough this can be. I can hardly beat a single Geodude, let alone the gym, so I started grinding early. I try to mostly just fight lots of Shinx because they give attack effort values, and I may as well start getting that early. This is incredibly slow because I'm not only grinding on much weaker Pokemon, but on very specific Pokemon, but it's gonna pay off in the long run. I tried the Rock Gym at level 16, but it wasn't even close. I was kinda lucky to even beat Geodude, to be honest, as we did next to nothing against Onix. All I can do is continue to grind until I can overpower these guys, seeing as we can't get Iron Tail or Dig yet. At level 18 I try again, and we got so much closer this time. We can even manage to take out Onix on this attempt, but it's still not a victory. Okay, at level 20 I think I can do this. Finally, at level 20, we got this run where I got lucky enough where Onix missed Screech, and because of that, we had enough health by the end to win. I had to try this fight quite a few times because Screech was just ruining us. At the Valley Windworks, we managed to take down Commander Mars on the first try, but our Purugly nearly took us down. It was a lot closer than I thought it would be, which makes me worry about how the next commander fight will go. The grass gym after that, on the other hand, was completely one-sided. They probably could have taken us down if they just attacked every turn instead of setting up things they didn't need, but they wasted so much time that we got an easy victory. Commander Jupiter was rough, much like Mars. We won, but it was only because Scun Tank used poison gas. If she just used Night Slash every turn, we would have easily lost. So next is the Ghost Gym, and because Return doesn't hit ghosts, we have to rely on Bite, a move that's much weaker than using Adaptability Return. Because of that, I decided to just fight every single trainer between here and there to get as strong as I can so that I don't waste a ton of time. By the time we get to the Ghost Gym, we actually ended up having a really easy first try. Mind you, this is only because Duskull flinched and thus couldn't burn us with Will-O-Wisp, but I'm not going to complain. That fight was one I was pretty worried about. Right after that, there was a rival, but much to my surprise, it was a no-damage sweep. I really didn't see that coming. I kinda thought the attack drop from Intimidate would have been a bigger problem. The Fighting Gym, on the other hand, actually stalled our momentum. We can't one-shot Machoke, so even if Karate Chop doesn't crit, we end up going down to Lucario's Drain Punch. Because of that, I have to grind. Considering just how strong Adaptability Return is, learning a move like Dig for the type advantage will actually do less damage than Return, so just leveling up a bit should solve this. At level 44, I try a few more times, but Lucario is actually able to take us out on his own, even with him being 12 levels lower than us. We're in Veilstone though, so what if I came back with a Silk Scarf? Confusingly enough though, when I try a few more times with the Silk Scarf, it doesn't seem to be doing any extra damage. It should be boosting the power of normal moves by 20% in this gen, so I'm not really sure why we aren't getting him to at least red health. Unfortunately, this means I have to level up a bit though, at least until we're faster than Lucario. I tried this fight again every single level up to see if I would be faster, and of course, on the one run where I was finally faster than Lucario, I got a critical hit. If I would have gotten that critical hit sooner, I would have won this fight before all of the grinding. It's like the game is just playing a prank on me. After that is another rival fight, but they only got one hit on us with Mach Punch. Outside of that minor damage, we swept through the whole team with Return. The Water Gym after that, on the other hand, was a quick loss. Floatzel is faster than us, and considering that we're a glass cannon, being outsped is a death sentence. I have to level up again. A few levels later, and we're still slower than Floatzel, but we ended up being strong enough to tank a few hits and take him down as well as the rest of his team. Honestly, I'm just surprised that I was still slower than Floatzel. His speed must be crazy. Thankfully, after that was the first Cyrus fight, and it was a no-damage sweep, so at least we don't have to grind for that. But next will be another rival fight, and this one is usually a pretty big leap in difficulty. At the first fight, we nearly got taken out fast when Heracross survived with a sliver of health and almost took us out in one hit. But we still hung on, and Return still pushed through the rest of his team just fine. Next is the Steel Gym though, so I hope we're all looking forward to running into that brick wall. Once we get there, we actually do much better than expected. Steelix even almost went down, but it still wasn't even close to a victory. I have an idea that might help us though. I go grab the TM for Dig. Normally this wouldn't really help in a lot of cases because Adaptability Return is still so strong, but this will be double super effective against both Megneton and Bastiodon, and there's no way we could brute force Bastiodon with Return alone. It's picking between a super powered up Return that he double resists, or Dig, which he's double weak against. We'd actually do more with Dig for once. I try again, this time with Dig, and a Shell Bell to heal. Megneton went down easily, and we were able to take down Steelix with Tail Whip and 3 returns, but we had abysmal health by the time he went down. Last was Bastiodon, and Dig dropped his health into red before he ate a berry. I thought I was doomed, but he missed Stone Edge, giving us the chance we needed to finish him off. That stunning victory transitions us into the part of the game where we have to travel all over and get into a whole lot of fights with Team Galactic, but they don't really stand a chance against us at this point. The Ice Gym is next though, and that's usually a hard one. First try at the Ice Gym, and it goes decently though, but we didn't end up winning because we take ridiculous damage from Snowbomba's Avalanche. We came close to one-shotting him though, so maybe if we just use a Silk Scarf instead of a Shell Bell, we could win. Second try, and it does one-shot Snowbomba, so we go into the Frostlass fight with much more health, but we still can't win. Thanks to her berry, we can't take her down in 2 bites, so we just easily go down to Blizzard. Maybe I should just level up a few times and stick with the Shell Bell? I level up a few times and try again. This time we outsped Sneasel and didn't take any opening damage, but we still got messed up by Snowbomba's avalanche. I thought that I'd be able to one-shot it without the Silk Scarf, but no dice. For Frostlass, we were actually able to hang on and finish her off this time thanks to just being a little bit healthier, and last was Pillisline, who we were able to one-shot with Return. Last before the Distortion World is the second Cyrus fight. It was an easy battle, but we all know that the next Cyrus fight is going to be much harder, and we still took a massive damage from Crobat's Poison Fang. I'm gonna need to do a serious grind to prepare for that fight. So it's back to the usual grinding spot. As I'm sure you can see from the footage, this isn't as smooth of a point to level in as usual. The experience is pretty good, but the travel time isn't great, and some of the Pokemon are pretty slow for us to take down. I don't even bother with the Gravelers half the time because they have Earthquake and I don't want to get knocked out while I'm underground using Dig. I don't have much of a choice though. It's just far too punishing to lose to Cyrus at the end of the Distortion World and be forced to grind and go all the way back through it again. It's best that I bite the bullet and grind early. Finally, I get to Cyrus after many level ups and we have an awful problem. If we use the Shell Bell, then we keep leaving Pokemon alive with red health and taking extra hits. Too many to survive. But if we use the Silk Scarf, we can one-shot more of them, but we'll always run out of health on Crobat that's faster than us. That means we have to feint, go to a Poke Center, grind, and climb all the way back up next time we want to try this. This part is always a pain. At level 79, I try again with a Shell Bell, but even with a lucky crit taking Gyarados down before he could hit us, we still don't have enough health by the time we got to Crobat. I try it with the Silk Scarf next, and it was looking the whole way through like it was going to have the exact same ending, but we ended up hanging on from Crobat's attack with only 6 health, then one-shot him with Return. Finally, we can make some progress. Last for the gyms is the Electric Gym, and believe it or not, we actually beat it first try in spite of being paralyzed and attacking second. This is one of those 50-50 fights where anyone could have won, but it was only going to take a few tries anyway. And last for the pre-Elite Four fights, we have the final rival fight, but we totally swept him with Return on our first try, and that's with us being paralyzed by Snorlax. We've become a bit of a beast in the last few hours of this run. I'm feeling kinda good about our chances. Let's take one last look at our stats here. I don't like how low our defense is, but our attack and speed are pretty solid, and when you mix that with the Silk Scarf held item, adaptability ability, and our maxed out Friendship Return, that's pretty unstoppable. Someone in the comments is going to have to do the math on that one and share it with us, because I really want to know how much power would be on that. Make your final guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Return was strong enough to just about take out his whole team in one hit, so we hardly got hurt. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha, and this is where we hit a wall again. Even with our insanely powered up Return, we just can't deal enough damage to her team to blast through our usual way. Our defense is so low that anyone we can't one-shot will take a pretty big chunk out of our health. If we're taking this much damage from Bertha, I have no idea how we'd survive Cynthia's Garchomp. I should probably just level up more. Even after coming back all the way at level 90 though, we still get destroyed on every single attempt. I wish there was a move we could use to deal with this, but because of all of our bonuses, it doesn't really matter that Return is resisted, it's still our strongest move. Even if Dig were stronger, they can cut us off with Earthquake while underground. I'm starting to think that I'm gonna have to be max level. Eventually, we finally get our first successful attempt at taking down Hippowdon before he could use Yawn, and it might have been only because of a crit, just for the last Pokemon to be Rhyperior, who completely crushes us with Earthquake. Okay, max level it is! Finally, at level 100, I try the fight over and over, but we just can't take enough hits. Every single time I end up getting to Rhyperior, I can't quite finish it off. It's hardly a sliver away on some attempts, and this is with the Silk Scarf. I have an idea though. We only need him to waste one turn. I should come back with the TM Swagger. After just about a dozen more tries, we finally get this run where we get to Rhyperior at half health, hit Swagger, she hurts herself, and I go for Dig. She snaps out of confusion, but we were underground for Mega Horn, so she missed. We almost finished her with Dig, but then she missed with a Mega Horn while we were up, something that would have easily taken us down. Thanks to that, we were able to finish it off with Return. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Thankfully, this was just a no damage sweep. I needed a break after that Bertha battle. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian, who was also a sweep, although we took just a little damage towards the end. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. Spiritomb is first, and normally this is the weak link in her team, but in many of my attempts, we lost most of our health to her. Thankfully, this time she flinched on the first bite, so she only hit us once. Second is Lucario, who almost went down in one hit, then nearly one-shot us with Aura Sphere. She healed though, and we're faster, so we got in our 2 hits in a row to take her down. Third is Togekiss, who was thankfully a one-shot, since another Aura Sphere would have finished us easily. Fourth is Garchomp, who thankfully we outsped and nearly one-shot, but she missed her Dragon Rush that would have ended us, so we took her down. Melodic is mostly a special defense tank, so we took her out in return just fine, and last was Roserade, who was also a one-shot with return, winning us the run. Well, that was brutal. I came into this run thinking that it would be one of the easier Eevee challenges, just for it to be that hard. I can't believe that I didn't have to use Double Team for that at the end. I really hope you guys like that run. For next Saturday's challenge, and I can't believe I'm actually doing this one, my friend Truth and I are going to be doing Elder Scrolls Oblivion with 2 people controlling 1 character. I'm going to be controlling the mouse, he's going to be controlling the keyboard, and it's a first-person game. This is going to be completely ridiculous, and I have no idea how awful it's going to be. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, Whatageek, and Goosit playing Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon X here on my channel. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black with only 1 Vanillite was a brutal solo run. Let's follow that up with a team run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only fighting types. You've probably seen some of my team runs where every Pokemon has to be 1 type, so I probably don't need to explain the run too much, but every Pokemon we use has to at least be part fighting type. I think this is going to be really interesting, just like the fire type only run, because there aren't really that many fighting types in the game until post-game. Everyone knows that there aren't many fire types in the game, but there really aren't that many fighting types either. Still, we can get some decent type variety, so we can make an interesting team, so I think this is going to be a fun one. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure that I'll win, but there's going to be a lot of parts of the run that I know are going to be pretty brutal. I'm excited to see how the last 2 fights go especially. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use fighting-type Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chimchar with Heracross so that we can do the whole run with it. I need a fighting type to start with, after all. Our nature is Careful for more special defense at the cost of less special attack. Well, that actually makes us pretty tanky against special moves, and our special attack is useless anyway, so this seems like a solid nature. Heracross is such a crazy Pokemon. Our attack is almost as high as our health at the start. So while we travel to the first rival fight, let me explain my thinking on starting with Heracross. Yeah, I could just go with the Fire starter and evolve it into a fighting type over time, but we already used it in the Fire type only run, so I thought it might be more interesting if I used something else. As for why I picked Heracross, it's because it's the only fighting type Pokemon that you can get before beating the Pokemon champion that's actually really hard to catch. It has a 5% chance of appearing on 2 different types of honey tree, and we don't even know what ones they are, so we don't know which ones to slather the honey on. The chances of me actually catching one within the time it requires to play one of these runs is probably not that far off of me catching a shiny, so it makes sense to start with it for the sake of an interesting run. Speaking of, we get a lot of Pokemon pretty early in the run, so hopefully that means that we'll actually get some use out of most of them. We make our first catch right after the rival fight, so let's get that done and over with. Yeah, as I thought, it was pretty easy, although all the growls really did weaken our attack stat. It's really awesome that we start with Horn Attack, because a 65 power move is pretty fantastic for the early game. Hey, it's time for our first new Pokemon already, Machop. I'm actually really pumped about this because I've never gotten to use the ability No Guard before. It makes it so both my attacks and my opponent's attacks against us will always hit. This even applies if they're using stuff like Fly. Apparently, it also doubles the encounter rate when at the front of the party, so it could be good for grinding, but I really think that this is just a fun-looking ability, so I'm excited to use it. Plus, our ability is naughty for less special defense and more attack. I'm loving the extra attack, but less special defense might make us get one-shot by a lot of strong psychic moves. I'd rather something like Adamant, but I'm not going to spend hours trying to get the absolute best Machop. That's not really what my challenge runs are about. Now let's go beat that rock gym. I'm iffy on how it's going to go since Heracross doesn't get any fighting moves until level 19, but who knows, maybe Machop has this handled all by himself after I gain a few levels. Wow, so I thought the rock gym might be easy, but I didn't think it'd be a no damage sweep. Thanks to the doubled encounter rate, I ended up leveling up Machop incredibly quickly, so after only about 20 minutes of grinding, I walked into the gym and mopped the floor with everyone. I think Cranidos could probably have done some damage, but we crit our Karate Chop for a one-shot, so it just wasn't that bad. Alright, so we've got a few major fights before we get to our next Pokemon. There's Commander Mars and the Grass Gym. Now I remember Mars always opens with a Zubat that somehow already has Toxic, so I figure I'm not going to get a one-shot on that one, and I might get poisoned as a result. But with two Pokemon on my team, I feel confident that I can win regardless. As for the Grass Gym, I'm just not sure. I could see it being easy with Aerial Ace since Heracross learns that at such a low level, but if something like Paralysis happens, then I could see it not going great. It's not like we learn any bug moves for a very long time, so hopefully we just aren't going to need the same type attack bonus. By the way, as I'm sure you guys know, the show is mostly fan-funded at this point. I don't really get many sponsorships. Canada's got insanely expensive over the last... Okay, well, over the last decade, but especially over the last 5-ish years, and changes to the YouTube mid-roll system as well as the algorithm pretty much nuked my income despite the viewer engagement on these videos being fantastic. If you want to see these videos early, then either pledging on Patreon or even joining the YouTube members thingy will get you an early viewing link the moment the video is done, so usually about a week ahead of time. I also have donation links in the description of my streams and videos. The show is always going to be free, so never feel obligated, but if you would like to donate, it would make a big difference for me and my family. The big streamathon I've been doing has been going very well so far. I've been having a very fun time with it. I've been able to make a lot of fun stuff for you guys, and it seems like everyone's really happy about it. So that means a lot to me. Thanks. Alright, so Mars was pretty easy because Zubat wasn't a problem, but we really took way more damage than I was expecting against Perugly. I know that Machop is still pretty frail at this level, but man, I thought it would have gone better. It's not like we could have lost, though. I mean, even if we got crit and fainted, I'm sure Heracross could have finished the fight. So the Grass Gym wasn't too bad. We have both Brick Break and Aerial Ace, and they came in really handy. Brick Break is able to shatter the Reflect that she likes to start with, and of course Aerial Ace hit hard. Roserade at the end took a few hits and landed some Grass Knots on us, but it didn't do much, so we won. I'm loving how this is going so far. Think Commander Jupiter could be difficult? So Jupiter was interesting. Right away, we took huge damage from Zubat just because we're double weak to its wing attack, but we still take it out. As Skuntank came out, we hit hard and I thought we would be fine, but then Smokescreen hit us and we started missing left and right. Despite us taking very little damage per hit, we actually eventually fainted and had to send Machop in, and even then we had a close call due to us getting crit by Night Slash. That was weirdly dangerous. Hey, you ready for another Pokemon with a really cool ability? It's Meditite. This is one of those Pokemon where you look at the stats and it looks really weak, until you notice the ability. The description of Pure Power isn't really all that descriptive. Shocker, I know, that's like half of abilities in Pokemon. But Bulbapedia tells me that it's literally doubling the attack stat. That is unreal, and I figure it's going to end up making Medicham one of our best Pokemon. Oh yeah, and I totally could have gotten this before the grass gym, by the way. I just didn't realize at first that you could catch a Meditite on this route east of town, not just in Mount Coronet. Now I'm gonna go grab the TM for Earthquake and then take a crack at the Ghost Gym. On our way though, I took Ralts. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Okay, dumb joke aside, I caught a Ralts. I can't use it since it's not fighting type, but if I slap an experience share on it, then eventually I could turn it into Gallade and that'll be a fighting type. Will it be worth it, or is it just gonna slow down the leveling of the rest of my team for ages? Who knows? So I ended up losing the first try at the Ghost Gym pretty badly and going back to grind a little bit to catch up the lower leveled members of the team. When I suddenly remembered, I picked up the TM for Thief earlier. So I slapped on Heracross and then took them out pretty easily. I probably still needed that grinding session though. I doubt Heracross would have won with Thief at that level that I got there at the first time. And some of those weaker members of the team really need the levels. We also got the TM for Shadow Claw, so that'll be an even better move for fighting ghosts and psychic types in the future. I'm not sure how our rival on the way out of town is going to go though. He does start with a pretty strong flying type. Alright, so Staravia is first, and our attack will go down, so I had Machoke use Revenge. Even with the attack drop, it was strong enough for a one-shot. Then I switched to Heracross as Prin Pulp came out so I could shake off the attack drop. 2 Brick Breaks took it out, as it did a bit of damage with Peck. Ponyta was just a one-shot with Brick Break, and last was Roserade, but we got an Aerial Ace so it's no problem. I didn't think we would have such good type coverage so early in the run. Like, there's only 4 types right now that we aren't super effective against. Water, Dragon, Flying, and Ground. That's fantastic for a monotype run, although I'm sure there's still type combinations that we're not super effective against. There is so much to do now. Right away I catch Krogunk, easily one of my favorite all-time Pokemon designs. Not as big of a fan of its evolution, but it's still cool. This is our fighting and poison type. It's not an amazing Pokemon in this game, but I still really like it. I also went and grabbed all kinds of TMs and Hell items since there's a lot around here. Dig, Aerial Ace, there's a Razor Claw, there's all kinds of good stuff to help at the fighting gym. Man, I can't wait for that fight. I want that TM for Drain Punch so bad. Oh, plus I can get the big root so that we can heal more off Drain Punch, so that's kinda cool. I also get my hands on the Dawnstone from the swamp, so I was able to get our Gallade. For some reason, I had it in my head that we wouldn't get a Dawnstone until later in the run. Guess I really will get to use Gallade for a while, so that's pretty cool. Oh, and I finally got around to testing Meditite's hidden power. It's water type, so that's a little more coverage. Don't really know if it's any good, since if I remember right, the power of this move is a bit random as well, but who knows. At least it adds ground to the list of types that we're good against. Alright, so I'm at the fighting gym, and right away, Heracross just one-shots their Meditite, no problem. Second is her Machoke, so I kept Heracross in. We didn't get a one-shot, but we didn't get hurt too much from a Rock Tomb either. Because it dropped our speed though, I had to switch to Machoke when Lucario came out. I probably should have gone for Revenge, but I tried Earthquake instead, and it almost got a knockout. I stuck with it, nearly fainting to a Force Palm, but easily finishing the fight. Well, we've actually got a decent little team put together now, so I'm feeling good. We have another rival fight coming up. Then there's the water gym that's often pretty hard. I know that there's a Cyrus fight after, but he likes dark types, so I think I should have a pretty easy time. Then there's only one more rival fight before our last Pokemon. I'm sure you guys already know what it is, I don't even have to say. I'm really loving how this run is going, I've got to say. These are fun Pokemon, things have been interesting and not too grindy. We have a decent move selection. It's fun doing some team runs again. I feel like I was doing too many solo runs for a while there. So the rival fight actually starts off really badly, since Staravia is a higher level than our whole team other than Heracross. We did good damage with Revenge from Machoke, but we went down easily in 2 hits, and Meditite ended up just getting one shot. I was worried I'd get swept when Heracross was faster and finished us off. Next is Ponyta, who's just a one-shot, but after that is Prin Pulp, and it survived a hit and crit us with Peck for massive damage. We took it out, and last is Roserade, who of course went down in 1 Aerial Ace. I think we're starting to fall behind in levels, and it's about to make the next chunk of the game a lot harder. So here I am, grinding in this awful spot in the marsh. It's pretty awesome that we've done so well that I can make this much progress at such a low level, but even the highest leveled members of our team were a lower level than random trainers in the water gym, so I couldn't even make it to the gym leader. Some of our team are way under-leveled, so I decided that it's time I do a really big grind session. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the big streamathon, by the way, because I know that by the time that this goes up, I'll be into the streamathon proper. I've been streaming Pokemon stuff like crazy here on YouTube to help raise funds to keep the business going. At the time that I'm typing this, I just finished the first stream, and it went awesome. Thanks again for all the support, guys. It means the world to me. I went ahead and added all kinds of new rewards and tiers to both YouTube memberships and Patreon, so if you've been a member for a long time, then make sure to double check and see what new rewards you might have. Editing MDB here, I'm actually 5 streams into the streamathon now, and a lot of people have been gifted memberships. So if you comment on the show a lot, there's a chance you got one of these random membership gifts. You should probably check that, because if you got it, then yeah, you might have access to early videos and stuff, depending on what tier you are gifted. And I think the gifts are usually the $5 tier, so yeah, you've got early access to the videos. Alright, first try at the water gym, and I opened with Krogunk since it's still a little under-leveled, and I just need to sacrifice something to get around Water Onix having Intimidate. Naturally, we instantly faint, and I had to send in Heracross, but we're doing decent damage. Waterfall is hurting them a lot, and I thought I was about to leave him with a Sliver, when we actually ended up taking him out. Second is Floatzel, so I had Machoku's Revenge. We lost half of our health to Brine, but Revenge crit, so we got a one-shot. Last is Quagsire, so I had Heracross just Karate Chop a few times, but we got put to sleep off Yawn and taken out. I had to finish it off with Heracross right after. That grind was absolutely necessary. Hey, so check it out, on my way to Cyrus, our Machoke hit level 37 and evolved into Machamp. I'm using that randomizer option that makes it so that trait evolutions instead evolve with a level up, since you guys always want me to use it. I love it because it means I get to use Machamp, and it's a cool Pokemon. But can we take a moment to appreciate how weird Machamp looks in Platinum? It almost looks as if the head and arms are just like a Geodude dressed up like the head and arms of a Machamp, and it's on a cardboard cutout of a jacked body. I feel like the head and top arms could just float away and the body would still be flexing. It's just insane looking. I don't remember it looking this weird in any other game. Alright, well, the Cyrus fight wasn't what I was expecting at all. Normally, Cyrus isn't that hard to beat in the first fight. Well, his first 2 Pokemon were pretty easy, but somehow his Murkrow absolutely destroyed us. He outsped and swept most of our team. Look, I know we're weak to Flying type, but that was insane. I can't believe that I have to go grind just to beat one Murkrow. What a weird run. So after another grind session, the fight went almost the exact same, but this time we have Cross Chop on Machamp. Normally it's so inaccurate that I don't really like it, but we have no guard so we can't miss, so it's an easy knockout when it crits. I kinda doubt I needed it to crit though. I'm worried about the upcoming rival fight, just because the last one was pretty hard. Alright, this seems to be a bit of a trend. As long as the Staravia fight goes fine, we can pretty much mop the floor with his team. Well, thanks to him using Double Team and no guard letting us hit him anyway, Staravia wasn't too bad and the rest of his team was really easy. That means it's finally time for our last Pokemon. I went ahead and got the egg for Riolu from Iron Island. It'll take a while before it hatches, and even once it does, I'll still need a lot of levels before it's good, but it's a really high potential Pokemon. I just hope that we get a good nature, since it's not like I can just go catch a new one. Now we need to go take out the Steel and Ice gyms. Steel should be really easy, but I'm not sure how the Ice gym is gonna go. Frostlass is probably gonna cause some issues. Hey, also, while I was in the PC depositing my HM Pokemon, I noticed that one of the Krogunks that I caught while looking for one with a good nature had Black Sludge, so I'm gonna give that to the one that we actually have so that it's recovering some health. It's kinda cool. It's basically like leftovers for a poison type. Krogunk isn't the best Pokemon in the world to be using leftovers, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, as expected, the Steel Gym was incredibly easy. Kinda worried about that Ice Gym, though. We may be good against Ice, but she's got that Frostlass with Snow Cloak, and it's always hailing because of Obama Snow, so I expect that fight could become a real mess. Alright, third try at the Ice Gym because I made some bad switch choices the first few times. Right away, Sneasel goes down to a Cross Chop and we don't get hurt too much, then she sends out Frostlass second. Well, I just used Thief as she was using Double Team, and we got reasonably lucky, not missing too much. We took her out in 3 hits, but we lost 2/3 of our health in the process. Pillow Swine is next, so I sent in Machamp to try and overpower it. Cross Chop ended up getting a one-shot, so last was Abomasnow. He hit Woodhammer to bring us to 10 health, but our Cross Chop took him down. Hey, that wasn't too bad. Alright, I have to admit, I'm really worried about this next chunk of the game. We got a Cyrus fight, then we climb the mountain, and we fight him again. Well, the last time we fought him, he easily beat us with a Murkrow, and that's usually an easy fight. He's got a Honchkrow now, and I expect it to be a mess. Plus, in the final fight with him, we won't have our full team. I need to have HM Pokemon to climb the mountain, so I'll at least need my B-Barrel to cover the surfing and rock climbing. I'm pretty sure it's the only major fight of the game remaining where we aren't going to have our full team, so it's not that bad, but the fight itself is probably going to be pretty brutal. I just have to hope that we can get fast and strong enough to take out Honchkrow before he takes out most of our team. I doubt that we can one-shot him, but I'm hoping that if I throw 2 heavy hitters at it, then the second one can take it out after the first one faints. I guess we'll find out. Okay, a couple tries into the Cyrus fight. Sneasel often hurts us at the start, but this time he just used Screech, so we one-shot him with Cross Chop, then switched to Gallade as Crobat came out. Now this thing is always a nightmare to deal with, but this time we were doing great damage with Psycho Cut, and we had enough health to tank 2 hits, so we knocked him out. Last is Honchkrow, and I was basically just throwing my whole team at it, losing until Heracross ended up being faster. We got a knockout, but it is crazy how much of a beast that Honchkrow is. Next is a double battle, and like usual, it takes ages. I ended up just slowly picking down one whole trainer's team so that we could gang up on the other one, and you know what? This may have actually been the best I've ever seen our rival do in this fight. At least with his Munchlax it is. He didn't use Stockpile and Swallow the whole time like usual. He actually bothered to use Body Slam and did some really great damage. We could have actually lost if he played worse or if we got unlucky, because a lot of these Pokemon in this fight can do some pretty serious damage to us. We won, of course, but I'm really worried about the final Cyrus fight. Next is the final Cyrus fight, and right away we just outspeed and one-shot Houndoom with a Brick Break, but second is Crobat. This one is always terrifying, but I sent in Machamp, hoping to Rock Slide it. Right away we got confused and hit ourselves, then we got badly poisoned off Toxic, but we crit a Rock Slide for a one-shot. I stayed in as Honchkrow came out, hoping to hit a Cross Chop. We actually got hit by Psychic, survived with a Sliver, hit Cross Chop, then fainted to poison damage. He used a full restore as we sent Heracross in, but Brick Break crit for a one-shot. That was lucky. Water Onix is next, so I sent in Toxicroak to tank Intimidate and get one-shot by Earthquake, then I sent Gallade back in to spam Psycho Cut. It wasn't doing amazing damage though, so we went down fast. All we have left is Heracross, so I finished it with Close Combat, taking it out but also dropping our defense and special defense. Last is his Weavile, who gets us with Fake Out to flinch us, then hits Ice Punch for big damage. When we survived though, I knew we would win. One Close Combat took it out. What a close fight. After that is Electric Gym time. First time I was using Machamp with Earthquake, and it was hardly a knockout after we took a ton of damage, but this time, I just used Heracross, who crit Close Combat for an instant knockout. Way better start. Luxray is second, so I use Earthquake against this one instead. We lose the exchange because of being slower, but we land a big hit. Thanks to that, Heracross could come out and finish it off. For Electivire, I hit Close Combat for massive damage, but it dropped our defense, so Fire Punch hit us really hard. He was healthy enough to not use a full restore though, so we took him out and then switched to Toxicroak as Raichu came out. This is just so that I could do a little damage and get the defense back on Heracross. We didn't do much damage with Toxicroak itself. Or at least, that was the plan, but we poisoned it at the perfect time and it actually ended up taking him out. I think this is the first time the whole run that Toxicroak has actually really helped us. It's been kind of a dud. Alright, we're on our way to the rival fight and the Elite Four. I'm not really sure how to feel. On paper, this looks like it might not be too bad. Most of Aaron's team is probably a sweep with Aerial Ace. Bertha might be a little bit tough. Flint is usually pretty easy. Then we have Lucian, who simply has to be difficult. I have some TMs and I can learn some good moves specifically for that fight, but I still assume that we're going to need a lot of levels before I could actually win. And of course, Cynthia is always a pretty tough champion. Her team is just really solid and Garchomp is a beast. Let's get the last rival fight out of the way and find out. Rival time. Right away for Staraptor, I just sacrificed Machamp to do a little damage and tank Intimidate, then I switched to Heracross to outspeed it and finish it off with close combat. Next is Rapidash, so I tried to fight it with Medicham, but I missed a high jump kick, then used Bounce, so I missed again. We never hit it before we fainted, but Gallade did a much better job. We got burned, so we had to hit it extra, and it made it sunny, but we still took it out pretty well. Roserade is next, but it was an easy one-shot with Aerial Ace, and Snorlax is of course a one-shot with close combat. Empoleon is a one-shot, so last is his own Heracross. I switched to Toxicroak so that we can land a Poison Jab and faint, then go back to our Heracross and hit Aerial Ace for the win. Not too bad. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. I grinded just a little after the rival fight, but I think I'm still gonna have to grind more. Also, the Riolu egg literally just hatched as I was walking to the PC to get my Surf Pokemon back so I could grind, so I don't really think that the level 1 Riolu is gonna help us much, but hey, it'll be fun to get it in the Hall of Fame. I don't think there's any chance that we can beat Lucian at this level, so I'm gonna grind the team up to a minimum of 50, either than Riolu. Then I'm gonna start making tries at the Elite Four. Make your final guess on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Right away, Yanmega nearly one-shots Machamp as we hit a Rock Slide to one-shot it in return. That was super close. Second was Drapion though, and I was hoping that Quick Claw would let us go first, but it didn't. We went down and sent in Medicham, but we only did half his health and damage before going down. And I had to send Gallade in, who did pretty awful. We hardly did any damage at all before going down. Finally, though, we had whittled him down enough that Heracross could jump in and finish him off, but only after we lost over 100 health to Aerial Ace. That Drapion is brutal. As his Heracross came out, we just got a one-shot, and his Vespiquen wasn't too much of an issue thanks to it hardly being able to hurt us. Last is Scizor, so I hit close combat to leave it with a Sliver as it finished us off. I had hoped that Toxicroak could finish it, but he used a full restore and that doomed us. We were so incredibly close. I think it's time to crack out the rare candies and level up the team by 5 at a time. I mean, again, either than Riolu. So I try more at level 55, but this goes completely differently. Yanmega wastes his chance to hit us by using Double Team, a move that doesn't work when we have no guard. And that means we actually get to Earthquake Drapion to take it out. Because of that, the whole rest of his team was pretty easy. I guess Vespiquen was harder this time just due to it using Defense Order, but it was still really easy. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. Right away, I just used our new Mega Horn to one-shot Whiscash with a crit, then Gliscor came out as we switched to Machamp. Now this thing was the totally tanky monster of this fight, and we were throwing Pokemon after Pokemon at it. Gliscor pretty much took out half of our team before we finally took it out with Heracross, and we still lost more than half of our health to it. Golem was thankfully a one-shot with close combat, and I switched to Toxicroak as Rhyperior came out just to get my defense back. We got one shot, and I sent Heracross in to one-shot it as well. I really didn't think that I would since she has an ability to weaken super effective moves. Last is Hippowdon, so I sent in Riolu to hit Quick Attack and Faint, then sent Heracross back in. Close combat didn't get the knockout, Stone Edge missed, and we hit another one to win. If that Stone Edge had hit, then we'd have lost right at the end. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. First is Houndoom, who's a one-shot like with Cyrus, and second is Flareon, so I sent in Machamp. We tanked a huge overheat, then one-shot it with Earthquake. Next is Rapidash, so I switched to Heracross, but right away, Rapidash used Bounce. Knowing we'd faint, I switched to Riolu, let it faint, then sent in Toxicroak to hit Poison Jab while Rapidash used Sunny Day. It worked great because then Rapidash made us faint with Flare Blitz. The recoil damage was so bad that he fainted. For Infernape, I sent in Machamp, and our Quick Claw let us go first and crit a Cross Chop for a knockout. And last was Magmortar, but our Quick Claw kicked in again and Earthquake got the knockout. That was awesome. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. So after an insane 16 straight attempts where either Mr. Mime used Reflect right away, or we missed Mega Horn on Mr. Mime or Espeon, we finally got this run where we simply hit each one of them each time and knocked them out. Psychic hurt us a ton, but we survived. Alakazam could have finished us off, but he missed Focus Blast, so we took him out too. Bronzong survived close combat to finish us off, finally, but Machamp was able to come in. He may have used a full restore, but we knocked him out with 2 cross chops. As his Gallade came out, I tried Machamp's Earthquake. We hit once before we fainted, but his berry kept him healthy. I then sent in our Gallade to spam Drain Punch just to whittle him down. We still fainted, but we did some damage. Last, I sent in Medicham to finish it off with a high jump kick. I failed a million times right at the start and needed the luck of Alakazam missing. I was sure I was going to need more levels for this one. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. First is Spiritomb, who hits kinda hard with Psychic, but we take it out with 2 Mega Horns, and second is Togekiss. This thing can take out most of our team in one hit, so I just hit 2 Psycho Cuts to whittle it down, then had Heracross use Close Combat to finish it off. I doubt I needed both Psycho Cuts, though. For Melodic, I used Medicham and hit some high jump kicks for the knockout after losing most of our health to Surf, and Lucario ended up going down in 1 Cross Chop. I figured that is the Quick Claw letting me go first there. Second from last is Roserade, so I used Aerial Ace and we actually got outsped and nearly fainted to Extrasensory. And we didn't get a one-shot, somehow. She used a full restore and we hit twice to finish it off. Guess we had to speed tie. And last is Garchomp, who literally swept the entire rest of our team. Yeah, this is obviously not happening yet. I'm gonna go get more levels. Well, I was, kinda hoping to have a really interesting level 60 fight, but here we are. Things went almost the exact same for the whole fight, other than taking a bit less damage here and there. None of that would save us, though, as we still clearly didn't stand a chance against Garchomp, and yet, he used Dragon Rush for no reason and ended up missing. Twice. So we took it out. In the end, we won at this level through a very lucky break. Well, that got a bit difficult near the end, but overall I had a really fun time. Crazy that the Lucario egg took so insanely long to hatch that I never even got to level it up, but it's also kind of funny that we got a level 1 into the Hall of Fame. Really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next Saturday like usual with Pokemon Fire Red with only 1 Megcargo. I thought the run was really fun and hard in Emerald, so let's try it in Fire Red. I kind of think I might just not win. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time, but I guess new addition to the outros because of Patreon and memberships and stuff on YouTube getting new benefits. I have a $50 supporter shout out tier, so I have a few names to shout out here. We have James Bisonet, Kelly Moneymaker, Skyship. Oh, hold on. No. Wrong list. We actually have Jacob Busby, Javid Kusro, George Chaos, Sonlin, and Andy Mylegzin. Thanks so much for the support, guys. I very much appreciate it. At the time I'm doing this voiceover, those are the only names in that tier right now, but it's entirely possible that by the time this airs, there might be more people. So bear with me. If you're in that tier and you haven't heard your name yet, you will hear it in the coming weeks, I promise. You also might be seeing your name in a credits scroll on screen right now, and you might not. Everybody who's pledged on Patreon or YouTube memberships at any amount of money gets their name in the credits for the rest of time. But I have hundreds of names that I need to look up. Like, I think I have over 100 patrons. I think I have over 100 members. So, I'm pretty sure that there is an option for me to download like a text list, and I might be able to copy paste it from there to put it into my text scroll effect thingy, which I actually need to relearn how to do that because I haven't had to do a text scroll in more than 7 years, and Premiere Pro, Adobe Premiere Pro, my editing software has changed so much since then that the old text editor doesn't exist anymore. So it's a new one, so I'm gonna have to figure this out. If there is no text scroll on screen of your Patreon and YouTube membership names, I apologize. I'm probably just still figuring it out, and I just wanted to render this out early to make sure that you guys all get it on time. Because, you know, at the end of the day, I'm sure you care less about the credits and more about getting the video as early as possible, but if I can figure it out this week, that's great. It might take a couple weeks for me to actually get it all, because if I can't just copy and paste it all into a thing and I need to make a new text thing, a new, like, text document where I put it all in, then Oh man, that might actually take me like a month just to write all that down. Who knows though? Who knows? Maybe I'm rambling about nothing. I'm 5 days into the streamathon right now, and things have been going a million times better than I could have ever predicted. It's unbelievable. Like, if you don't know what my financial situation is with this whole streamathon, you don't know about the streamathon, I put up a vlog recently on the channel. Go watch the vlog. You'll get all the details on that, on the weird business fees and the vet fees and the medical bills, just all the stuff. That video has you covered with the actual details if you want to know in detail. But like, I talked about it a little on some of my pre-streams. That's the beginning part of the stream where I'm just talking to the chat and it doesn't get uploaded on YouTube. I mean, those streams have been on YouTube recently, but the pre-stream part doesn't stay up on YouTube. Anyway, I said it before, but I was talking to my buddy Tom Campbell from Cultaholic, a YouTube channel. He also does like BBC Newscastle in the morning or something. And we were talking a little bit, and he told me that he thinks that over the course of this streamathon, that I'm going to realize that a lot of people care about me a lot more than I thought. Now, I mean, I already knew that people care about me a lot. People are very vocal to me about that, and I very much appreciate that. You know, I like to describe myself as magnetic, in that magnets both push and pull. Well, some people get very attached to me very easily and very quickly, and they really like me and they stick with me for a long time. And then there's other people who find me intensely annoying, and they hate me and just nonstop trash talk about me anytime you see them on the internet. They cannot stand my videos. They find me really annoying because I'm loud and I'm opinionated and I talk a lot, never shut up. It's just a whole lot of things. I just rub them the wrong way. Something about my personality type, I guess. Completely understandable. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. That's totally okay. But, you know, I knew I meant a lot to a lot of people. People are vocal about it. There's a lot of people who tell me that they grew up watching my videos. I had a guy the other week on one of the streams telling me that he started watching my channel when he's a sophomore, which, we don't use that term in Canada. I think that's grade 10, I think. And then now he's 27. I think sophomores are, what, like 15 years old? So he's been watching for like 12 years or something. That's crazy. That's insane. But there's a lot of people who have. I've been doing YouTube full-time for 15 years now. There are people from those olden days who are still around, and I'm eternally grateful for that because I'm very proud of a lot of my work in those days. I think a lot of that I would be very embarrassed and cringe myself to death rewatching because, you know, as much as I can see tidbits of what was good in there, you can't help but get into your creator brain of like looking at it and being, oh, I would do that so much better now. Oh, I do this so different. Oh, why did I do it that way? That was so dumb. Why did I say that? That joke sucks. I would do it so different now. Just, you can't help but criticize yourself a whole lot because, you know, it's, you're trying to be the best you can be, and that's natural. Means a lot to me that a lot of people still enjoy a lot of that old stuff, both the older Let's Plays and the newer Let's Plays and all the other random things I've done over the years. Yeah, I just want to let you know that the streamathon has been going very, very well so far, and even though it's been going very financially well so far and has been really, really helping me keep the business running, that doesn't mean that just because some people have been very generous and donated a whole lot of money, that doesn't mean that because I'm reaching my goals quicker, that the streamathon is not going to continue. That would not be fair. I think it's completely counterintuitive and weird that if people were to donate a whole lot of money and were extra generous, that I would then do less because I don't need the money as badly. Nuh-uh, it doesn't work like that. It's like I've been saying this whole time, I don't really like accepting money, so if I'm going to accept money, at least let it be some kind of fundraiser so that I can give you guys something back. I can give you guys fun videos and streams and stuff in games that you guys have been asking for years. Lots of Pokemon games, lots of Pokemon ROM hacks, fun stuff like that. So I want to keep doing that stuff regardless, even if I have the money to be okay for a little while. I would like to keep it going and continue to give you guys this stuff that I have promised you, because I think that's really important, and at the end of the day, the show is supposed to be about fun, and what is more fun than me bringing you more stuff that you guys ask for? I think this is the best thing that I can do. Now I gotta see if I can figure out this credits thing. I'll figure it out. If not today, I'll figure it out soonish. Bear with me, everybody. I'm gonna figure it out. This is a one-man job. I'm sure I can handle it. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Oh, hi, Rocky. I don't even know if you heard that or not. Yeah, he's... Rocky, do you want to say hi to the people? Hi. Say hi to the people. Oh, he's so quiet now that he's in front of the microphone. Come on, say hi. Oh, he doesn't want to now. He's so shy when he has an audience. All right, Rocky, here you go. Until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only Teddy Ursa was a pretty brutal solo run by the end. Let's follow that up with a team run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only Fire-type Pokemon. So Gen 4 is an interesting gen when it comes to Fire types because there's almost none of them before the post-game. Pearl and Diamond were actually worse about this, so we're in Platinum to give us a little bit more variety. Before the post-game, there are 5 evolution lines of Pokemon that we can get our hands on, so not enough for a full team, and with very little type variety. But that's part of what makes this interesting. I could see fights near the end of the game being really brutal. Like, how are we even going to beat Cynthia's Garchomp? Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through the challenge, so all this is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I figure that I can win, but I'm gonna need to be shockingly close to max level considering I have a full team of evolved Pokemon. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Fire-type Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. No need to randomize our starter this time since we're just going with Chimchar, although I did use the randomizer to enable impossible evolutions, since Magmar normally needs to be traded to evolve. I like Chimchar, so I'm happy with the starter. I know people complain that there's a lot of fire and fighting starters, and I do agree, but I still like this one. So while I do some early travel, I want to go over why this gets requested so much. I think it's because there's a running joke from back in the day about how there are almost no fire types in Gen 4. Platinum adds a few more, with plenty in the post-game, but in Diamond and Pearl, it was kind of crazy how few there were. Just counting the game before you get into the Hall of Fame, as far as I can tell, there's only 2, Chimchar and Ponyta. I hunted through Bulbapedia to figure out if there were any others, but it seems like the only other ones were in post-game. Platinum added Magmar in the Ironworks, Houndour's south of Veilstone, and they made it so you could get Eevee before the Hall of Fame, so you can evolve that into a Flareon. Isn't that crazy? I always thought of fire as a somewhat common type, but when I was researching for this on Bulbapedia, I realized there really aren't a ton of fire-type Pokemon in these older games. So our rival goes probably as perfectly as it could. Starly was just a 2-shot with Ember, and although Piplup resisted us, we burn him on the first Ember, and he just uses Growl literally the entire fight, so we just chipped him down until he fainted. Now I'm gonna have to go get to level 14 and evolve before the Rock Gym for sure. We may be weak to Rock, but once we're part fighting type, we'll be neutral, and Mach Punch will be super effective against them, so I figure that might get us a win. It's hard to say though, just because they're still pretty tanky, and Cranidos hits really hard. Rock Gym time. I got there at level 16, and first is Geodude, who was no problem at all with Mach Punch. Second was Onix though, and it being super tanky was causing issues. Rock Throw wasn't exactly doing a ton to us, but taking hit after hit thanks to him being tanky and using a potion to hang on was whittling us down a lot more than I expected. I went down, but last was Cranidos, who hardly held on from a Mach Punch, nearly took us out with a Headbutt, then went down to another Mach Punch. I really thought Headbutt was gonna make us faint there. Alright, we're on the road now, and we've got 3 boss fights between us and the first Pokemon that we get to catch. There's Commander Mars, the Grass Gym, and Commander Jupiter. I don't think any of them will be too horrible, although Mars could be a problem if we get hit by Toxic. Jupiter could be kind of annoying too, although I really don't think it'll be the end of the world, since they have dark types and we have fighting moves. The Grass Gym should be pretty easy though, especially if they use Sunny Day like they often do. That'll just make it even easier for us. Let's just try and breeze through those fights so that we can catch something new. Alright, so Zubat ended up being easy at the Mars fight because it just used Bite instead of Toxic, but Purugly actually hit us pretty hard. We won, of course, but we nearly ran out of health in the process. Maybe things are going to be a bit harder than I expected once we get to Jupiter. We have the Grass Gym first, though. I figure that'll be pretty easy. I'm sure it won't shock you to see that we didn't take any damage in the grass gym. It was pretty easy with Flame Wheel. We've got Jupiter coming up though, and if any one of these pre-Ghost Gym fights are gonna stall me out, it could be that one. So first up is Zubat, who survives with a Sliver and hits us with a Wing attack, so we lost a good third of our health taking it down. And second is Skuntank. Right away, Mach Punch didn't do much, and we got poisoned. Really not a good start. I switched to using Flame Wheel instead, but it wasn't looking good. This fight was extremely close back and forth, and she was using Night Slash, so I was kind of worried about crits. In the end, we won, but we only had 5 health left. It was way too close for comfort. With that done, we can get our hands on Ponyta, the first Pokemon that we can catch in the wild. It's a really solid Pokemon, and I love Rapidash, although it's not instantly amazing. I'm gonna have to start leveling it up pretty fast though, because I think that it'll be vital to winning the Ghost Gym. Ours is Careful, so less special attack and more special defense. That should be pretty good, we're not much of a special attacker anyway. So we kind of get our next Pokemon right after, although we're not allowed to use it yet. In Heart Home, we're given an Eevee, and although it's great, it's not Fire type, and we don't get our hands on a Firestone until after the upcoming gym and rival battles, so we have to do those first. Our Eevee is Impish, so less special attack, more defense. That could be pretty good. We're not using our special attack anyway, and more defense will make us slightly less weak against ground moves. So this could save us near the end of the run. I'm really not sure how those upcoming fights are gonna go though. I'm pretty sure that Will-O-Wisp can't burn fire types in this game, although I guess I could be wrong. So I'm just really hoping that we can overpower them. I'm pretty sure they have psychic moves too, so we might have to rely more on Ponyta. It could be a hard fight. The rival after might be a problem too. I'm a little bit worried. First try at the Ghost Gym starts great with Duskull just using Future Sight, so we take it out without getting hurt. Haunter right after is pretty easy too, although we take some damage in between the Future Sight and Shadow Claw. Last is Mismagius though, so I sent in Ponyta, and I'm able to hit one Flame Wheel before going down. Monferno then burns her really early as we trade shots, but she confuses us with Confuse Ray early, and because of us hitting ourselves, she manages to survive with just a sliver of health left. Oh, that was really close. I bet I could win this in a few tries though. Okay, literally the next try, and I thought we were doomed because we hit ourselves the instant we got confused, and we didn't burn her this time, but somehow, we landed with 1 health off an attack and then took her out. There must have been a wild damage range on our attacks in this fight. Let's go take out the rival and then get some new Pokemon. Okay, so first is Staravia, who uses Double Team on the first turn, as we took him to half health. We hit him again to take him to a Sliver, and I was worried he'd use Endeavor, but he used Wing Attack instead. Because of that, we only took a bit of damage before taking him down. Second is Prinpulp, so I sent in Ponyta. The first stomp didn't do too much, and we nearly fainted to Bubble Beam, but then we flinched him 3 whole turns in a row with Stomp after. We eventually went down, but we could easily just Mach Punch to finish him off. That was amazing. Second from last is his own Ponyta, who goes down in 2 hits and misses his tackle, and last is Rosalia, who is just a one-shot with Flame Wheel. What an awesome fight. Alright, now we've got the fighting gym coming up, but we get 2 new Pokemon first. I went ahead and got myself a Firestone from the ruins with all the unknown in it to evolve our Eevee into a Flareon. I love this Pokemon, although it's not exactly amazing in this game. Yeah, its stats are super high, but it's more of a physical attacker than a special attacker. But the strongest physical fire move we can get is only 65 power, so it's not exactly perfect. Still, it's a good Pokemon. Then I went south of Veilstone to catch myself a Houndour. I love this one too. It's pretty frail, but it becomes a super heavy hitter with special moves later on. I doubt either one of these are going to be too amazing in the upcoming fighting gym, but we'll see what happens. Time for the fighting gym. First is Meditite, who ends up going down really fast thanks to getting burned pretty much instantly with Flame Wheel, but we lost some speed to Rock Tomb. Lucario is next, and I didn't want to be slower, so I switched to Houndoom to sacrifice it so that I could send Infernape back in to hit close combat for the one-shot. Last was Machoke, but it was also just a one-shot with close combat. It's a pretty easy win. Alright, it's time for things to get a lot harder. Yeah, we have some really solid evolved Pokemon now, but we're coming up on the first really hard part of the run. We have a probably easy rival fight, and then a probably very hard water gym. Let's not waste any time and just get into it. So the rival fight opens with Staravia, and thanks to Intimidate, close combat left him with a sliver of health. If he had used Endeavor, then that would have been really bad, but he just used Double Team, so we took him out just fine right after. Next is Prin Pulp, so I had our Flareon spam Quick Attack, and we nearly took it out. I thought I'd just soften it up a little bit, not take it that close to fainting. We actually finished it off easily once we switched back to Infernape. Next is Ponyta, who we just took out in a couple of Mach Punches. We lost attack to Growl, but our second one crit, so it went down easy, and last is Roselia, so of course we're just gonna one-shot it with Flame Wheel. That went great. I figure we're doomed in that water gym, though. We could learn Rock Tomb for the Water Onix, although I doubt it'll work very well. And we could learn Solar Beam for Quagsire, although it probably won't go great either since they'll hit us first. And there's nothing we can learn for Floatzel. I think Close Combat is probably how I'm gonna do most of the fight, just because it does the most damage. So I start the water gym by sacrificing Houndoom so that Intimidate doesn't hit Infernape, but it really doesn't pay off. Even with 2 Rock Tombs, we can't take it out. We can throw our whole team at Water Onix, but he just ends up using a Hyper Potion. You know what's bad when we can't even take down a single member of his team? We're gonna have to grind. Okay, so after way too much grinding and a rainy route followed by me missing Water Onix with Rock Tomb a few times, we got this try where we simply hit it twice with Rock Tomb to make it faint. We lost a lot of health, but Water Onix is finally down. Quagsire is second, so we just one-shot it with a close combat thanks to a crit. Although, I'm not sure the crit was required, to be honest. Last is Floatzel, so I went and played it safe, and sent in Flareon to hit Sand Attack and Quick Attack before fainting. Then I sent Infernape back in to take it out with close combat. It wasn't an easy fight, but it wasn't too hard either. As much as it kinda sucks to have to grind up a few levels on the whole team around here, it was only a few levels each. It could have been worse. Now we have a ton of fighting coming up. Cyrus, our rival, and a Steel Gym are the big ones, although we get one new Pokemon after that Cyrus fight. I'm not sure how the Steel Gym will go, since we're strong against Steel, but not against their Rock and Ground types. The first Cyrus fight tends to be easy, but we also have a rival fight, and that one tends to be harder. Hey, at least we'll be neutral against Empoleon. Still, he has water moves, so it could be a hard time. I'm not really sure. Let's just hope that having a full team will get us a few wins in these upcoming fights. So first is the Cyrus fight, and although Sneasel at the start goes down instantly to a Mach Punch, things go way downhill when Golbat comes out and keeps poisoning our whole team with Poison Fang. Most of our moves aren't really that good either, so I ended up throwing almost the entire team at it to try and do any damage, just to end up with a bunch of poisoned and fainted Pokemon. Infernape took it out, but then Murkrow easily took out the rest of our team. We nearly made it faint, but he has Hyper Potions, so it just didn't work. Well, fighting moves are neutral to Murkrow. I'm gonna keep trying. I think I need to catch it with close combat next time. Okay, so I tried again, and this time Golbat ended up going much better thanks to a burn and better poison luck, and one Fire Wheel in close combat took out the Murkrow right after just fine. I mean, I'm happy I didn't have to grind, but now it's really obvious that we're gonna have serious issues with Cyrus later in the run. Hey, at least it's time to catch our last Pokemon. Right away, I went to the Fuego Ironwork to catch Magmar. Now this thing is a beast. Ours is Calm too, that's extra special attack. Not only is it a great special attacker, but it'll evolve into an even better one, and it can learn Thunderbolt after evolving, so it's gonna give us some great coverage. Cyrus loves his flying types, so I think this is gonna be what saves us on later on in the Cyrus fights, assuming that it's evolved by then. I'm not really sure what level it evolves into Magmortar at, since that's normally a trait evolution, but I figure it won't be for a while since Magby doesn't become Magmar until level 30 anyway. I'll try and get some levels on it, then I'll get to the rival fight. First at the rival fight is Staraptor, so I sacrificed Magmar, who got one-shot by Takedown, so that I could send in Infernape and take him down with close combat. Second is Empoleon though, so I had to send in and sacrifice Ponyta to get my defense back, just in case. We fainted fast, and I sent Infernape back in to take him down with close combat. Heracross is next, so I stayed in and hit Flame Wheel for big damage, although he did a ton to us with Aerial Ace due to our lowered defense. We took him out though. Second from last is Rapidash, so I sent in Flareon to use Fire Spin and Quick Attack. I didn't think we'd win the exchange, but we actually did, eventually making him faint. Last is Roserade, so I just had Infernape one-shot it with Flame Wheel. Steel Gym time. First is Magneton, who's just a one-shot with close combat, but that lowers our defense, so I switched to Magmar as Steelix came out. We crit a Fire Punch right away for solid damage, but went down to a single Earthquake, so I sent Infernape back in right away to hit close combat to finish him off. Last is Bastiodon, so I played it safe and sent in Flareon to use Sand Attack and lower its accuracy. We went down fast to a Stone Edge after 2 Sand Attacks, so I sent Ponyta in to try and soften him up until we faint, with the idea that we'd send in Infernape after. But he ended up missing so many Stone Edges that he ran out and couldn't take out Ponyta, even with him using a full restore. That was not at all how I thought that would go. Alright, we're getting into the part of the game where I think it's gonna really quickly get brutal. The Ice Gym and 2 Cyrus fights, followed by the Electric Gym. Now, the Ice Gym might not be hard because of us having the type advantage, although it tends to be hard in general between the non-stop hail and the Frostlass having Snow Cloak to have built-in dodge chance during the hail, plus Blizzard. On top of that, our team is really falling behind in levels compared to major trainers, so that could be a problem. But then it's 2 Cyrus fights, and the second one is probably going to be one we get stuck on for quite a while. I can get Rock Slide on my way up the mountain, but that alone probably won't save us. It's not a huge deal, but it's kind of annoying that I'll have to waste my time with it and probably get a loss in the process. I'm just hoping that our Magmar will evolve by then and we can teach it Thunderbolt, because I know that's going to help a lot. First is the Ice Gym, and it starts great with us critting a Mach Punch to one-shot Sneasel. I doubt it was dangerous, but it's still nice. Second is Piloswine, so I go for close combat to one-shot it. Now luckily enough, next is Frostlass, so I sent in Flareon to use a single Sand Attack and then spam Fire Fang. I'm happy she was sent in now and not after Abomasnow, or there would be non-stop hail making her Blizzard perfectly accurate. Now we did end up missing a ton of Fire Fangs because of her spamming Double Team, but we eventually ended up hanging on with a Sliver to take her out. Last is Abomasnow, but it's double weak to fire, so we easily Fire Wheel it down with Infernape. That went perfectly. Next is Cyrus. Right away, Sneasel uses Screech, we hit Fire Punch, then we get taken out in one slash. In fairness, he has a massive level lead. We take him out right away with Mach Punch. Out to his super dangerous Crobat, and right away Flareon gets confused and hits itself. Poison Fang hits us hard, Fire Fang hits him hard, we survive another Poison Fang and bring him to a Sliver, but he full restores, so we just hit 2 quick attacks before we went down and had to send in Houndoom to try and do more damage. He actually missed 3 Supersonics in a row, so we got to land quite a few hits, but then we finally got confused and hit ourselves twice while he was using Poison Fang, so we had to send in Ponyta to actually finish it off. Last is his Haunch Crow, so I had Ponyta stay in to whittle it down a little bit before we fainted, so that Infernape could finish it off with close combat. If the fight was this close, then how badly are we going to do in the Distortion World fight? So the double battle on the top of the mountain wasn't too bad, although I thought it was funny that our rival quickly lost some Pokemon and switched to Rapidash, matching the whole Fire types only thing we've got going on. Actually, it was really nice having Fire type since it meant that the Bronzers at the start were much quicker to take out, and they couldn't just use Reflect and Light Screen to grind the fight to a halt like they usually do. So the Cyrus fight starts with us one-shotting his Houndoom with close combat, of course, and second is Water Onix, so I stay in to take Intimidate, switch to Houndoom to sacrifice him to an Earthquake, and send Infernape back in to spam Rock Slide. It actually works great. We flinched him twice, so he has to use a full restore, then on his only opening he used Giga Impact instead of a water move, so although we took a big hit, we took him out. Problem is, after that is Crobat, and he one by one takes out our whole team pretty easily. Flareon did great damage, but outside of that, we were just getting swept because he's so fast and strong. You know what? We have rare candies, and there's no reason to have to redo the entire Distortion World. We're a way lower level than them. I'm gonna start by getting the team up to level 40. That's still below their level, and maybe we'll stand a chance. So with the team leveled up a little bit, we still have to throw tons of them at Crobat to do any real damage. He came super close to fainting, and had to heal back up at one point, but through throwing enough of them at it, we finally made him faint. After that was Haunch Crow though, and although we hit hard, he can one-shot our Infernape with Drill Peck. Okay, I'm gonna have to bring the level 40s up to 45, and top up Infernape at level 50, just in case. I really do think I can win this soon. Okay, this time when we get to Crobat, we burned it right away with a Fire Fang from Flareon. We still got crit and poisoned with Cross Poison, but it actually fainted extremely early thanks to the burn damage. That left us with most of our team as Honchkrow came out. I sent in Magmar to hit Flamethrower for great damage, got one shot by a Drill Peck, but it burned him in the process so we could easily finish him off with Rapidash. Weavile outsped us and hit Night Slash for huge damage, and we missed a Fire Blast, so we ended up fainting without landing a hit. I had to send in our poisoned Flareon, but it got outsped and finished off too. I don't like how this is going. I sent in our last Pokemon, Infernape, and we were still slower, but Ice Punch hardly hurts us, and of course we one-shot him with close combat. I was getting worried for a minute there. I guess even if we froze, it wouldn't have been a big deal. We could have always just thawed ourselves with Flame Wheel if we had to. Last before Victory Road is the Electric Gym. Jolteon is first, and we can take it out with 2 Flamethrowers or Magmar, but we lost a ton of health in the process. I tried to stay in and fight Electivire, but it was faster and finished us off with a Thunder Punch, so I had to send in Flareon to hit some Fire Fangs. Problem is, he was faster, so we only got 1 hit in before we fainted. I sent in Infernape to outspeed him and take him out with close combat. Next is Raichu, so I switched to Houndoom, hoping to soften him up, and although we did okay damage, we went down fast from Focus Blast and Quick Attack. Infernape was able to finish it off, but we got paralyzed off Static, so that could ruin our strategy. Last is Luxray, so I had Rapidash keep using Flame Wheel. We did a bit of damage, but he did way more. We crit our second hit, but we didn't really need to. We just had Infernape use close combat after Rapidash fainted. We got pretty hurt, but we weren't fully paralyzed, so we took it out. It wasn't easy, but at least it was a first try. We're nearing the end of the game, but I'm really not liking our odds of winning at this level. Our team is still a pretty low level compared to a lot of what we're going to be fighting. The last rival fight in this game is often pretty hard, and even if Aaron is easy, Bertha is going to be a brick wall for quite a while. I think I'm going to have to double check the TM move list after our rival fight, and just see if there's any major reworkings of our moveset. I got a lot of money now too, so I'll go buy some vitamins so that the newest couple members of the team can get their effort values maxed out. That way we can just rare candy up between attempts instead of having to leave and grind. I could see us having to be a super high level before we could beat Bertha, then an even higher level before we could beat Cynthia's Garchomp. Let's just try the rival fight first though and see what happens. Alright, time for the rival fight. It starts great with Staraptor being a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and second is Empoleon, who's just a one-shot with close combat. So is the Snorlax right after, so this is going perfectly. Next is Heracross, who goes down in 1 Flamethrower, and after that is his Rapidash, so I just stay in and Thunderbolt him down. He used Sunny Day and crit a Fire Blast, but we survived it thanks to resisting it, so we won that exchange. Last is his Roserade, but of course it goes down in 1 Flamethrower. Yeah, that was pretty easy. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, I'm loving our items, and I managed to get my hands on quite a few good moves. We have Grass Knot, so that might save us in the Bertha fight. Dark Pulse with Black Glasses should be super strong against Lucian. And all these King's Rocks, Razor Claws, and Razor Fangs are just awesome items. Plus a Fist Plate to get even more out of our close combat. Really, the only problem I'm seeing is that some of our team are far too low of a level, and of course we have very little answer for ground types. I'm gonna buy the TMs for Solar Beam and Sunny Day since I figure I might need them to win the Bertha fight. I think I'll give Solar Beam to Houndoom just because he has some moves I'll never end up using, like Bite. Make your final guesses on if I can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. I'm sure this won't shock you, but his entire team was a sweep either than Drapion, who ended up actually being really easy thanks to Earthquake being strong, and him getting burned off of our Flame Body ability. We all knew that would be easy though, right? The real challenge is Bertha. Alright, second is Ground Trainer Bertha. I'm sure this won't shock you to your core, but we took out the Whiscash at the start with a couple of Grass Knots, then Gliscor, outsped and one-shot our entire team other than Infernape, who was faster, but still did almost no damage before fainting. Yeah, this isn't even remotely close. Most of our team is massively underleveled. I'm gonna rare candy the entire team, all the way up to level 60, then we can start making real attempts. To be honest though, I don't think we could possibly win this below level 70. Alright, back at level 60. Things start basically the same, then Gliscor sweeps our entire team other than Magmortar. Now that some of our team are faster, we can whittle him down and eventually get a knockout, but then Hippowdon just easily finishes us off with a single Earthquake. You should probably start making guesses on what level the team will need to be before I can win this. I'm gonna guess a flat 70, but you never know. Level 65. Okay, so this time I sacrifice Houndoom to use Dark Pulse for good damage, then have Magmortar finish Gliscor off with a Flamethrower. I'm just happy that we have the speed advantage finally. I stayed in as Hippowdon came out so that I could use Sunny Day to replace Sandstorm. We got one shot, but then I switched in to Infernape and one-shot it with Grass Knot. Golem was next, and it's double weak to Grass, so I used Grass Knot again for a one-shot. And last is Rhyperior, who I figured wouldn't be a one-shot thanks to his ability that weakens super effective moves, but no, it was still a one-shot. Well, that went better than I expected. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. First up is his Houndoom, who we one-shot with close combat, and second was his only real threat, Infernape. I had to send in Rapidash because it's one of our only Pokemon that's faster than him, and he used Bounce for big damage. His Earthquake does tons back to us, but we can just stomp him after that to take him out. Flareon is a one-shot with Earthquake, as is Rapidash right after, and last is his Magmortar, who's also just a one-shot with Earthquake. I figured this would be an easy one. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. First is Mr. Mime, who's a one-shot with Dark Pulse, and second is Gallade, the main thing I was worried about. Right away, we have Rapidash hit Bounce for great damage. He actually misses his Stone Edge. Then we hit another Bounce to take him out. Bronzong is just a one-shot with Flamethrower, and next is Espeon, who's a one-shot with Dark Pulse. Last is Alakazam, who's faster than us and nearly one-shot us with Focus Blast, but we hung on and one-shot him with Dark Pulse. That's another easy win. How's Cynthia gonna go, though? Honestly, I could see us getting pretty stuck on Garchomp. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. First is Spiritomb, who hardly does any damage at all to Houndoom, so we easily get the two-shot. Second is Melodic, who's pretty dangerous. I ended up going with close combat with Infernape to nearly one-shot it, as it was one-shotting us with Surf. I sent in Magmortar to Thunderbolt, and although she full restored, we crit for a one-shot. Problem is, next is Garchomp, who just swept our entire team with Earthquake no issue. Maybe if Bounce had hit and paralyzed him, then we could have won through insane luck, but I'm not banking on it. Let's get to level 70. Maybe one of our team will be faster by then, although I kind of doubt it. Level 70, and you're not ready for this. I had a hard time on the first couple of tries until I realized something. Houndoom is faster than Garchomp now. Well, because she starts with Spiritomb and it does almost nothing to Houndoom, I just used 3 Nasty Plots to max out our special attack, and then used it to sweep her entire team. Yes, seriously. Houndoom just went from probably the least used member of our team to the one who one-shot swept the Pokemon Champion. That was an amazing ending. Well, that was a fun one. I'm really happy I decided to do this in Platinum. Originally, I was going to do it in Diamond or Pearl, but only having Infernape and Rapidash probably would have been pretty boring. Having a nearly full team was way more interesting. I hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Black 2, with only version exclusives. There's going to be a lot more choices in what our team will look like in that one, so I'm excited. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Oh man, it's finally starting to warm up a little bit over here. It has been so cold lately, and snowing. The worst part has been it's snowing a lot, and the plows in my area just suck. Oh my god, the snowbanks are so bad, and they don't plow anywhere in front of the community mailbox, so you have to like go into the middle of the road and climb a snowbank and trudge through knee-deep snow to get to the community mailbox, and then climb a snowbank again out to the road to get back to your place. It's miserable. But finally, it's warmed up a bit. I think it's going to get cold again later, but it warmed up enough that a lot of the snow has melted, so it's mostly just like the snowbanks on the side and stuff. You know, the sidewalks are actually shoveled again. The road is plowed more properly. Oh man, the plows here suck. Even on the road, they'll plow like 2/3 of the road, not the whole length of the road. So like, there's no room for cars to pass each other. It's a nightmare. Oh man. Okay, so it's a little better now, finally. And of course, the sun is up for a little bit longer in the day. I'm getting a little bit more energy, which is nice. I've been having a little bit more free time, so I can get back to streaming some more. You know how I am with streaming, though. It comes and goes in waves of when I'm free enough for it. So it's difficult. I'm playing a lot of Civ 7 when I do just have a little bit of downtime, and although the game's got a lot of problems, that looks like they're fixing it in patches, they're talking about how they're gonna fix things like the user interface is awful, and balance is all over the place, but strategy games usually have balance issues when they come out. It is really fun though, I gotta say. The gameplay loop is very satisfying once you learn how all the new stuff works, because like, look, I've been playing Civ since like Civ 2, I love Civ. I did play Civ 1, although I didn't play Civ 1 when it was new. I love Civ games, and every Civ game has a lot of new stuff. I don't know if there's ever been one that's as big of a change as going from 6 to 7. It's very, very new with a lot of things, but I'm having a really fun time with it, so I guess that's what matters. I will probably play some on the show at some point, but I got so many other things I want to stream first. I want to continue a lot of playthroughs that I was doing a lot in like October, November, that I haven't been able to ever since I got really busy in December. So it's been a few months on those. I want to get back to, Harvest Moon and more Poke Rogue and stuff, because those are really fun. A bunch of stuff I want to get back to. And I swear that Deus Ex stuff is happening at some point. I have like 7 hours of it that is already recorded that you haven't seen yet. I just have not had time to edit it. Speaking of, I need to edit this so fast because then I gotta record a whole bunch of challenge today and tomorrow if I want to get things done on time. So, I should probably get on top of that. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Heart Gold with only Drowsy was a fun solo run. Let's follow that up with a really weird team run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only future fairy types. This is a weird one, isn't it? I put this idea on the Patreon poll after a few people suggested it, and it won in a landslide, and I can see why. It's a pretty fun idea. There's a whole bunch of Pokemon from the first few generations that become Fairy type after it was introduced in Gen 6, so we're only using them today. Obviously, Fairy type doesn't exist yet, so none of them actually are Fairy type in this game, so will the team be any good? Who knows? Let's find out. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment out below and guess if I can win or not. Yeah, I figure victory is inevitable. This is mostly about using a weird team and seeing what happens. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Pokemon that become Fairy type. I'll need other Pokemon to use HM, so I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. Also, if I sound a little bit rough, I'm sick, and my throat is very scratchy right now, and I'm staring at an 8.5-page script. I'm probably going to sound pretty rough by the end of this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Jigglypuff so that we can do the whole run with it. I went with Jigglypuff because I'm pretty sure it's the only Fairy type that you can normally only get in the post-game, and I replaced Turtwig for a rival to have a fighting type that would be super effective against it. We're Impish for more defense and less special attack. I think that'll be fine. Now, you'll notice that we have literally no attacking moves. That would be a big issue, but thankfully, there's no fights that are required to win between here and getting Return from the Pokemon Lab, so I guess we just have to slap Return on our Jigglypuff. I would have loved to saved it for something more useful later, but it is what it is. Alright, so this whole first part of the run is probably going to be horrible, I'm telling you now. First of all, we only start with Return and no Friendship, so we're going to be doing almost no damage at all. And although Jigglypuff learns an amazing amount of move variety in this game, it's all by TMs that we don't have access to yet. I think that our only way through the Rock Gym will be hitting level 17 and using Rollout, although we might need to be a higher level than 17 before we can actually win. We don't get our next Pokemon until shortly after the Grass Gym at the earliest, and even then, it's just an egg, so it might not hatch until after we catch more Pokemon. Then I'll need to level it up, too. Until then, we have only one Pokemon with terrible speed, terrible defense, and special defense, mediocre attacking stats, and a whole lot of health. Hey, at least we have Defense Curl to power up the Rollout. It's a small silver lining. Now I need to go run back and forth from the early routes to the Poke Center for ages to get our initial first few level ups before I can actually fight our rival. Let's hope for the best. Before we get there though, now's a great time to tell you about this video's sponsor, Factor Meals. Factor Meals is a service where you can get awesome meals delivered right to your door. These are fresh, never frozen, chef-prepared meals that were made fresh that week. You can pick from several meal plans to cater to your personal tastes and needs. Chef's choice, vegan, keto, protein plus, and calorie smart. I always go with protein plus personally. It's really filling and it makes it easy to hit my protein goals. Plus, they recently doubled their menu size and added all kinds of new seafood and protein options. What you get in the box is 6 to 18 chef-prepared packaged meals that have never been frozen. How many you get is up to you when you sign up. Preparing your meal is about as fast as it can be. Each package has both microwave and oven instructions on them, with it taking about 2 to 3 minutes in the microwave and 10 to 15 in the oven. It literally could not be more convenient. No prep time, no cleanup, just great food. Just the other day, I heated up a couple of meals for my girlfriend and I. I had the bavette steak and loaded bacon mashed potatoes with garlic green beans and grape tomatoes, and she had the honey mustard chicken with roasted rosemary potatoes and garlic green beans. I'm not normally a big steak guy, but I guess they seasoned this with magic because it was delicious, and obviously you can't go wrong with bacon mashed potatoes. I've also had that honey mustard chicken before, so you've probably heard me talk about how tender it is. Also, the rosemary potatoes are the best smelling potatoes I've ever had in my life, so the meal was all around a winner. Both meals were over 40 grams of protein, so it fit into our macro goals perfectly. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use the code MDBFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box, plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code MDBFB50 at factor75.com to get 50% off, plus free breakfast for 1 year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Thanks to Factor Meals for sponsoring this video. Go show them some love at the link at the top of the video description. Now I've got a run to go do. After quite a bit of grinding to get to the point where Return would actually do more damage than Pound, we beat our rival just because he spammed Leer nearly the whole fight. If he had fought back, then I'm sure we could have lost, but he didn't, so I'm not going to complain. Now I need to get to level 17 before the Rock Gym for sure. So I was actually at level 18 when I got to the Rock Gym, and this one was insanely close. First, we built up our defense curl and used Rollout on Geodude. We took a few hits, but it wasn't so bad and it went down fast. Onix was second, and we ended up hitting it with the last hit of our first Rollout for a one-shot, but not until after it hit a weak Rock Throw. Because of that though, we had to start a fresh Rollout for Craniados, and although we were doing pretty good damage, so was he with his headbutts. Q-Charm infatuated him, but he never lost a turn, so we ended up just hardly taking him down when we had only 5 health left. If Rollout had missed, or a slightly different damage range had happened, we would have lost that fight for sure, yet we ended up winning on the first try. Wow, the next fight really surprised me. This Commander Mars fight is usually pretty easy as long as you don't get hit by Toxic, but the Purugly straight up wrecks us. It hits harder than us, is faster than us, and is tankier than us. I actually have to grind for this fight. Can't remember the last time I had to do that. So I grind up to level 26 and we're taking a bit less damage now. It's still a bit close, and we probably could have lost if they crit us, but we ended up winning the Strike Exchange and just hardly got by. Only one gym and commander fight left until we get our new Pokemon. Next is the Grass Gym, and thanks to Turtwig using Reflect early, I decided that I would Defense Curl and use Rollout to buy time for Reflect to wear off. And it ended up working perfectly, because we made really short work of our team and ended up against Roserade during the last hit of Rollout, giving us a really easy one-shot on her team's most threatening Pokemon. It was a really clean fight. Next is Jupiter, and this was another crazy fight like the Mars one. Zubat was just a one-shot, but Skuntank is super dangerous. Right away, we lost accuracy to Smokescreen and missed Return as a result, then lost defense to Screech. Our Return didn't do a ton of damage, and then we got poisoned by Poison Gas. Skuntank is faster and does amazing damage with a Night Slash, so it looked like we were going to lose, but our Quick Claw kicked in on the last turn to let us land the winning blow. This is another first try, and now it's finally time to get some new Pokemon. First, on our way out of town, we're given the egg for Togepi. This probably won't hatch until we're past the Ghost Gym unless we have to grind though, which we might have to, so we'll check the stats on this later when that happens. I have other Pokemon to catch on the way. Well, I wanted to catch both Clefairy and Ralts, but Clefairy didn't show up in the caves for a few hours, so I just caught 4 Ralts, and this is the best one. Yeah, the nature is just special defense up and defense down, but that's not so bad, and the special attack is by far the highest of any Ralts that I caught, so I figured that its IVs might not be too bad. I'm gonna slap an experience share on it right away and try and level it up a bit so that it can help with Haunter the Ghost Gym, but I still expect the gym to be a mess. By the way, you'll notice that there's a chat on screen for some of this. That's because I finally got around to doing what I kept saying I would do in the outros of these challenges, and I've started streaming some of the play sessions of these challenges here on this very YouTube channel. You can find the recordings on the live tab of the channel, but I'll warn you now, it's a total mess. Oh yeah, and on our way to Grindmore, Togepi hatched and it's got a terrible nature, impish, more defense, less special attack. We had a poll on the stream on if Togepi's nature would suck, and 77% of people watching said it would. Well, they were right. At least we got Serene Grace, that ability's fantastic, but man, I'm really not happy about having less special attack. Well, that's an emulator glitch. Oh man, I just don't know what shape to pick. It's so hard. Maybe it's triangle. Oh. Maybe it's triangle. Oh. Maybe it's triangle. Ah. Maybe it's triangle. Ah. Maybe it's triangle. Move. Move! Oh my god. Ah, come on. Ah. Maybe it's triangle. Hey, first try! Alright, first try at the Ghost Gym, and the Duskull takes quite a while because we keep getting burned. Amazingly enough though, when we woke up from our rest, we missed rollout twice in a row and got burned again, so I had to rest again and then finally wake up to rollout to get the knockout before they could burn me again. The problem is second is Miss Magius, and we had some pretty bad confusion luck. The first time it was from Confuse Ray, but we were about to get knocked out when we got confused off a Psybeam, and then hit ourselves to totally ruin the fight. The rest of our team just instantly fainted. That was just unlucky. Thankfully, 2 tries later and Will-O-Wisp just misses, and we get a rollout really early that just sweeps the whole team with no issue. Not bad, all things considered. Next is our rival, and right away we fail a few times in a row thanks to Staravia using Double Team and Endeavor to absolutely wreck us. But on this one, Quick Claw kicked in to let us bypass Endeavor and win the fight really easily just by spamming Return. No problem. Alright, now before the fighting gym, I went ahead and caught a bunch of Meryl. Of the 6, I caught only 2 that had huge power, and this naughty one seems like the better of the 2. It's got less defense and special defense than the other one, but is better both on attack and special attack. Plus, huge power doubles the attack stat in battle, so it should help a ton in the long run. I'm looking forward to using this one. Now, I might need to evolve Gardevoir before I get to the fighting gym if we want to win this one. Alright, fighting gym time, and it really wasn't that bad. We swept our way to Lucario, who is faster than us and hit pretty hard, but we still just overpowered it with a few hits of Psychic no problem. I don't think that the water gym fight will go that well, but maybe the rival won't be too bad. After that is the rival, but Gardevoir is just such an amazing Pokemon. Despite being about the same level as them, I just used Calm Mind twice and then swept his team with Psychic. We got burned partway through and took a lot of damage, but I'm sure we could have finished the fight with Jigglypuff if we really had to. I think this water gym might be pretty hard though. Now the water gym right after was actually fantastic. On the first try, we just lost really badly to Water Onix being a monster, so on the second try I had our newly evolved Togetic come in first. I said that like 6 times, I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right. We hardly survived a hit, used Yawn, and got knocked out, then had Jigglypuff Defense Curl and hit a rollout that built up and swept his whole team. To be honest, I probably only needed Water Onix to faint from it since I knew that Gardevoir could handle the rest of the team, but it still went great. Okay, only one major fight between us and another Pokemon. Let's go. Next is the first Cyrus fight. It starts off alright with Jigglypuff losing tons of defense to multiple Screeches, but thanks to Quick Claw, our rollout ended up taking out Sneasel before we could get hit. Golbat was a one-shot thanks to Supersonic not causing us to hit ourselves, but Murkrow at the end was a problem. We had just about no defense left, so we couldn't last long, and the entire rest of our team got totally destroyed. Only Jigglypuff and Gardevoir are decent levels, so I think it's time I help Meryl and Togetic catch up. Togetic, Togetic, I don't know, man. That is absolutely one of those Pokemon where no matter what I say, people will say that I'm wrong. And before you say it, don't tell me to go look up what the anime says, because you know for a fact it's wrong half the time, too. So I grinded for what really wasn't all that long in the cave where you pick up the Dig TM for a bunch of levels on Azumarill and a little bit on Togetic. Using Rollout with Azumarill took out most of his team just fine, but a miss on Murkrow at the end ruined our strategy. Instead, I ended up having Togetic use 3 charms to ruin his attack, Sweet Kiss to confuse him, then I started using Metronome. Unfortunately, it didn't do anything particularly strong, so we ended up fainting and having Jigglypuff easily finish the fight. Still, Charm really saved us there. Now I'm gonna go grab that free Moonstone from Eterna City, then catch a new Pokemon. Alright, after catching 7 Mr. Mimes, I think this is the one I'm gonna stick with. It's a little slower and has a little less defense than some of them, but its special attack is high, and its special defense is really high, and it's got Filter for an ability, so super effective moves do 25% more damage rather than 50% more. It's gonna be an amazing tank against special moves, and I could see it really helping us stall out some hard-hitting Pokemon. Let's go fight our rival and then the Steel Gym. Alright, next is another rival fight, and I had to try this a few times to figure it out. First, I used Gardevoir to use Calm Mind and Psychic to take out Staraptor without getting hurt, but second is Heracross, and this thing party-wiped me so many times. This time I had Togetic spam Charm on it to ruin its attack, then sent in Gardevoir once we fainted to finish it off. We still took a good chunk of damage, but this is progress. Floatzel is next, so I stay in to use Magical Leaf, then we nearly ended up fainting because of Pursuit. We only had 4 health left when he fainted, 7 after the Shell Bell healed us. Out to Mr. Mime for Infernape, but we really didn't last long. We got 2 hits in to bring him to red health though, and that's a lot more than I was expecting. Azumarill is thankfully tanky enough to not get hurt much, and easily finish it off. Last is Roserade, but Jigglypuff took it out no problem. Now I'm going to go use that Moonstone on Jigglypuff to make it a little stronger. I'll grab the Shiny Stone from Iron Island to evolve Togetic, then we can go give the Steel Gym a try. I can literally feel how much worse my voice has gotten. I can hear my voice, I can feel my voice. It is awful compared to the start of the recording. I'm drinking some tea, don't worry, it helps a little bit. Next is the Steel Gym, and this is another hard one. I had to try this fight tons just to get past Magneton, what's wrong with me? I had to try this fight tons just to get past Magneton because he can wreck most of our team with Metal Sound and Thunderbolt. But on this try, our Wigglytuff was actually doing pretty well. We fainted and had to finish it with Gardevoir, but it still went well all things considered. Second is Bastiodon, and I was really hoping that Azumarill could just brute force it with Surf, but we brought it to a sliver, then it full restored. I kept using Surf, and it looked like we were gonna faint when Stone Edge missed, so we got the knockout. That meant that we got to hit Surf on Steelix for big damage before we fainted to Flash Cannon. I decided to play it safe and have Togekiss put it to sleep and wreck its attack with Yawn and Charm before slowly chipping it down with Ancient Power. We had other Pokemon that I'm sure could have finished it off, but you never know what crazy stuff's gonna happen, so I figured Yawn and Charm was just a safer idea. We're heading north soon, and I gotta say, the team's doing pretty well so far. I have to try most major fights a few times to figure out what tactic I have to use to win, but I do often win with minimal grinding. I just wish I had a full team. I still don't have a Clefairy because it only comes out in the early morning and late at night, and I just haven't been recording during those times recently. I'll catch a Clefairy tonight for sure though, but I know that I'll need to have an HM Pokemon for Mount Cornet soon, so I think that Clefairy will be the Pokemon I leave off my team for that whole section. First though, I have an Ice Gym and a Cyrus fight, and I'm not sure how they're gonna go. Maybe the Ice Gym won't be too bad since we have 2 Pokemon with Rollout, I'm not sure, but both of the last Cyrus fights I think are gonna be pretty hard. Finally, it's nighttime, so I went ahead and caught a handful of Clefairies. This one was the lowest special defense of the group, but it's got the highest special attack by a lot, so I figure that it's worth using. Again, it's such a low level that I don't think I'm bringing it up the mountain to the last Cyrus fight since I need an HM Pokemon to get up there, but I could see it being good before the end of the game. You never know. Now this Ice Gym was a hard one. Right away, Azumarill is great at taking out Sneasel fast with Rollout, but on some tries we take a lot of damage like this one. I have to switch though, because second is Abomasnow, and that means that it's snowing for the rest of the fight. I decided to send in Gardevoir just to overpower it with Psychic. We made it faint, but we took a ton of damage. Frostlass is next, so I sent in Wigglytuff to try Defense Curl and Rollout, but the hail makes it so Blizzard always hits, so we landed with 1 health on the second turn, and thus only hit Rollout once. It did solid damage, we fainted, then I sent in Togekiss. We just hardly survived a Blizzard, then crit an Ancient Power for the knockout. I really doubt I needed that crit, but I'm happy that Snowcloak didn't save her. Last is Piloswine, so I hit one more Ancient Power, fainted, then finished it off with Magical Leaf from Gardevoir. That wasn't easy, but we won. Alright, this is a rough one. It's the next Cyrus fight. So after 5 tries in a row where we just got the worst possible luck with getting crit over and over, we had this one where not only did Rollout do well, but the Quick Claw let us take out Crobat before it could do anything to us. And it didn't matter because the Haunch Crow at the end can take out our entire team like it's nothing. Look, I know our levels are really falling behind, but I really thought that we'd at least win this fight once we got to Haunch Crow with a full team. I'm gonna grind a little bit more, then use rare candies to get the new minimum level of the team up to maybe 40. It's still quite a bit lower than theirs, but we need to help the lower leveled members of the team catch up if we're ever gonna stand a chance here. So I leveled up the whole team a bit, and although it's still a disaster, we ended up beating Haunch Crow literally just because Ancient Power's Omni Boost kicked in, and dropped him to a perfect amount of health that we could bypass the full restore, and just make him faint. Well, alright, I'll take it. A win's a win. Naturally, the double battle on the top of the mountain is pretty easy when you have a full team. But like usual, it took forever. At least in the solo runs, you can just one-shot a lot of their team, but instead, we just slowly chipped our way through. Now, I think there's about a 100% chance that we get totally destroyed at the Cyrus fight in a moment, but we should at least try before resorting to leveling up more. Okay, went and had a lozenge, and it's been 30 minutes. Let's hope I sound better now. Well, at the first try at the last Cyrus fight, we literally only got past Houndoom because of a lucky crit. Yes, despite having a water type, we got completely annihilated. Like, it wasn't even remotely close. We got past Houndoom thanks to a crit, then the Weavile destroyed us. I'm gonna have to get the entire team up to level 50 at this point, because we are borderline useless against Cyrus's team. Alright, here we are at level 50. We have Aqua Tail on Azumarill now, and as long as Houndoom doesn't use Will-O-Wisp at the start, we get a solid one-shot on it thanks to huge power. Second is Water Onix, so of course I have Togekiss move in with Shockwave doing fantastic damage. We get hurt a bit with Ice Fang before we take it out. Next is Weavile though, and I know this one is tough. I sent in Wigglytuff knowing I might have to just overpower it. We flinched a Fake Out on the first turn, but the Ice Punch on the second doesn't quite do as much damage as I was expecting. It was looking like 2 returns would take it out, but it ended up being left with a sliver and eating a berry. We got taken out with X-Scissor, but Azumarill was able to finish it off with Strength after taking a hit. Next is Haunch Crow, so I knew this might still be a loss, so I sent in Mr. Mime to use Reflect. I also used Light Screen just to buy time until we fainted, so that we could get the free switch to Togekiss. Ancient Power did awesome damage and we hardly got hurt with Drill Peck, so we took it out in 2 hits. Last is Crobat, so I yawned right away, spammed some charms as toxic damage was taking us out, and got 1 Ancient Power in before we fainted, then sent in Gardevoir to easily finish it. Crobat never ended up waking up, so we finally got our win. Last for the gyms is the Electric Gym. Jolteon starts the fight, so I thought I'd use Wigglytuff with Rollout. We ended up getting paralyzed really fast, but thanks to Charge Beam missing, we survived long enough to actually win the exchange. We got fully paralyzed against Raichu though and fainted to a Focus Blast right after, so I sent in Gardevoir to overpower it. It turns out Raichu has Signal Beam though, so we got hit and confused, but we didn't get hurt much, and we didn't hit ourselves, so we got a 2-shot. Out to Mr. Mime as Luxray came out, and right away we set up a light screen, although it didn't help us much right away because of Crunch. I set up Reflect right after, we hardly held on, and I hit Psychic for solid damage. We fainted, but I felt safe sending Azumarill in to finish it off thanks to the Reflect. Not that it mattered much, since he missed Thunderfang. We dropped into a Sliver though, so he healed back up with a full restore. The next Thunderfang hit, but the Reflect was still up, so we didn't take too much damage, then we finished him off with an Aqua Tail. As Reflect wore off, Electivire came out. I went for another Aqua Tail, but he was faster with Thunder Punch and took us out. Out to Togekiss, and although we fainted fast, we got a Yawn in first, so he fell asleep as he finished us off. I sent in Gardevoir to use Psychic while he was asleep, and thanks to him staying asleep for 2 turns, we landed a 2-shot and got the win. Last before the Elite Four is our rival, so I hunted down some TMs to rework our moveset, then gave the fight a try. Right away, we take out Staraptor pretty easily with a few Ancient Powers from Togekiss, but lost a lot of health in the process. Floatzel's next, and I have Gardevoir one-shot it with Thunderbolt, but its Crunch takes out 2/3 of our health. Not sure if I should have used something else or not. Heracross is third, so I had Mr. Mime set up Reflect and take it out with a few hits of Psychic. We took a ton of damage, but it worked. Roserade was just a one-shot, and next is Snorlax, so I sent in Azumarill thinking that I could use Waterfall and maybe flinch him. We ended up getting paralyzed off the first body slam, though. We still won just by trading hits back and forth, but we had just 7 health by the end. Now, despite not having a single member of our team faint yet, he sent out his Infernape and literally just swept our entire team. He was faster than us, we don't have any great answers to him, and the few hits that we got in did almost nothing. He's got Shadow Claw to take out our Psychic types, and our only Water type was paralyzed and had 7 health. I'm gonna try a few more times. Maybe if Azumarill is healthy by the time that Infernape comes in, then we could win. So I try the fight again, and it goes about the same until Snorlax, but this time I sent Clefable in. I just used Minimize once, then Meteor Mash a few times to raise our attack. We got unlucky and got paralyzed early off a Body Slam, but the Drain Punches did great damage and kept us healthy. It took a while, but we knocked him out. Last is Infernape, and this time I sent in Azumarill. We nearly got one shot on the first round, but our Waterfall took him out in one hit. I'm happy that I didn't have to level for that. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. I have to say, we actually have really wide type coverage. Our stats aren't half bad either, although our team is weirdly lopsided. We've got super effective moves against basically everything but electric types, and we obviously have issues with very fast physical attackers. That said, Mr. Mime and Togekiss are both pretty tanky and can still do something to weaken them. I'm sure I can win this, but I think that our team is going to have to level up quite a bit before we can actually make it to Cynthia. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. So you know how I was saying that we have a hard time with physical attackers? Well, we got through the first 2 Pokemon pretty easily, then got borderline swept by Heracross. Even after putting up a Reflect, he was one-shotting us through it. In the end, we only knocked him out because of a lucky Quick Claw activating to save us, but we only had about 30 health and 1 Pokemon left after that, so it didn't matter. Yeah, I need to seriously level up if I'm gonna win this one. So I come back with the team at level 55. Right away we crit Yanmega with Ancient Power for a one-shot, and second is Drapion, so I have Wigglytuff spam return. We ended up getting poisoned fast, but we also got Drapion with Cute Charm. I wasn't sure who would win in the end, but we both ended up fainting at the same time. I was forced to pick my Pokemon first, so I picked Togekiss since it's really tanky, and he picked Heracross. Right away we yawned, then started ruining his attack in his sleep, letting us safely switch to Gardevoir to finish him off with Psychic in one hit. Next is Scizor, so I had Azumarill tag in to use Waterfall. We took a lot of damage, but we did a lot more, so we won in 2 hits. The last is Vespiquen, so I sent in Togekiss right away to use the double effective Ancient Power. She got us with Power Gem, but somehow we hung on with only 5 health, so we got to keep attacking. We were faster, so we got the 2-shot and won. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. Right away, Whiscash is a one-shot with a Magical Leaf, obviously, and second is Hippowdon, so I have Azumarill use Waterfall. It's not quite a one-shot, but we actually didn't take much damage from Stone Edge, so we take it out in 2 hits. That Sandstorm is going to last the rest of the fight though, so I'm expecting that I'll get chipped down a bit. Gliscor is next, so I stay in. It's faster, so we only got 1 hit with Waterfall, but the damage was great. We fainted, so I had to send in Mr. Mime, who lost most of his health before getting the knockout. Rhyperior's next, so I stayed in and put up a Reflect so that we could feint and switch to Gardevoir. Magical Leaf did amazing damage, she held on and hit a Mega Horn, and thanks to the Reflect we hardly survived to get the knockout. Last is Golem, and we left her with a sliver of Magical Leaf. We hardly survived the Fire Punch and Sandstorm damage as she used a full restore. I thought we would faint to the Sandstorm, but the Shell Bell healed us just enough that we survived, so we got the win. Not a bad first try. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Right away I have Togekiss take out Houndoom by spamming Ancient Power. I figured that Togekiss is the right choice since we need something tanky to survive, and we might get an Omni Boost in the process. Well, we actually ended up getting 2 of them. I love Serene Grace, that ability is amazing. I stayed in thanks to the boosts to fight Infernape. We yawned to make him drowsy, then got some charms in to survive, and Shockwave ended up critting to one-shot him. I love how this is starting. As Magmortar came out, we hit Yawn, but we also fainted to Thunderbolt. I knew we couldn't last forever with Togekiss, it's okay. Out to Wigglytuff, and I used Defense Curl and then Rollout once he falls asleep. We lost half our health and got burned, but we got the knockout. Flareon is next, but it missed Overheat, and our Rollout almost one-shotted. He used a full restore, and our next Rollout hit for a one-shot. Last is Rapidash, and we have nearly no health left. but the Quick Claw let us go first, and we landed a one-shot. I'm sure that we could have just won fine with the rest of our team, but that rollout worked great considering we got burned. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. So I tried this fight 8 different times to see what I could send in that wouldn't result in us getting easily party wiped by Gallade, and I wasn't finding any solutions until I realized that the Mr. Mime at the start can hardly hurt Gardevoir, and despite it realizing that and switching out if I sent in Wigglytuff, it wouldn't switch out if I sent in Gardevoir for some reason. So I just built up 6 Calm Minds and then swept his entire team. We had some close calls, but the Shell Bell kept us just healthy enough to get the win on the 9th try. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. I love this first try. I instantly have the amazing luck of double flinching Spiritomb with Waterfall so we didn't get hit once, and we took out Roserade in one hit with Psychic. Then our entire team got easily swept by Lucario even after I yawned and used 3 charms. Didn't matter, he had Aura Sphere so he could still do great damage even with the attack drops. It's kind of crazy that fighting types are so consistently an issue in the second half of this run, when we have 2 great psychic types on the team. I know I'm underleveled, but I thought that I was just gonna get brickwalled by Garchomp, not Lucario. I mean, at this rate, Garchomp would probably sweep us with Earthquake. Alright, so I got up to level 60 and kept trying. Spiritomb is crazy close to being a 2-shot with Waterfall now, but it isn't quite, so I ended up taking a ton of damage and actually fainting. But we could at least outspeed and finish it off with Gardevoir. Second is Lucario, and I still yawn at it, but this time we faint fast, and I have Gardevoir take it out while it's asleep. Next is Garchomp though, and it's faster and hits incredibly hard. It ended up sweeping a ton of our team before we whittled it down enough that Clefable was able to take it and finish it off with Ice Beam. But it left us so decimated that her Togekiss pretty easily finished us off with stuff like Aura Sphere. Okay, I'm gonna get 5 more levels on the team, but I'm pretty confident that I can win as long as Clefable either one-shots Garchomp, or if we can just safely get its health down a little bit before we use Ice Beam. Okay, level 65, and it really looked like Spiritomb was gonna be a 2-shot, but it wasn't, so it healed back up. It ended up being a 2-shot right after though, so we only got hit once. Roserade is still a 1-shot, and after that is Lucario, but this time I used Azumarill. We took huge damage, hit a Waterfall to do a lot of damage in return, then we fainted. Gardevoir was able to finish it off, and thanks to him going for Stone Edge and missing, we didn't even take damage in the process. This time I sent Clefable in against Garchomp right away, and I was heartbroken when Ice Beam dropped Garchomp from full health to only a sliver. That's when something amazing happened. Instead of using Earthquake to finish us off, she used Dragon Rush and missed, so we got the knockout. Next is the Togekiss Mirror Match, so I yawned right away, and then spammed Ancient Power while he was using Shockwave. Pretty quickly we got an Omni Boost and got the knockout. Last is Melodic, so I yawned, then hit Shockwave, then switched to Gardevoir as we fainted, so that I could hit Thunderbolt for the win while Melodic was still asleep. We got the win! I have to say, I really like silly runs like this, ones where the restrictions is really just arbitrary so that we end up with a strange team. It's really fun seeing what random Pokemon end up being difficult to fight when you're forced to use such a strange team, kinda like in my No New Moves runs. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Black 2, with only 1 slacking. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. I know you guys really like when I have the longer outros. You like catching up with me. I like doing them too. But oh my god, I've had to take so many breaks during this voiceover. It's been so brutal. And also, I just have this horrible clump of tense muscle in my right shoulder right now. My body is having such a rough time today. And it's 4 o'clock and I have barely even walked, so I really need to go for a walk. Just everything is rough right now. So I'm just gonna real quick shout out the $50 supporters over on Patreon and the YouTube members. Jacob Busby, Javid Kusro, Grayson Fitz, Tara Louise, Alexander Hedgeblog, Joel Mann, Dark Soul, Young Smoky VP, Cal Anderson, and Crystal Sunrise. Thank you so much for your continued support. I love that I'm getting comments now from people saying that they like have the supporters memorized like they do the fossil gag now. And like, I get it, because there's a channel I watch called History Matters who has that same type of like shout out thing at the end of every one of their videos. And like, even though it changes a little bit over the years, you really do memorize the long-standing names. It's so repetitive, it just worms its way into your brain, you know? Anyway, I should definitely get going, because that lozenge, it already feels like it's wearing off. I am wrecking my throat. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only one Mr. Vis was reasonably quick and easy, so let's do one that I doubt I can even beat. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Gible. You might not think of Gible as that bad of a Pokemon off the top of your head. This isn't an amazing moveset, but it's for sure usable. Getting Dragon Rage at a low level is super useful, and he can learn enough good moves by TM that will always be able to do some decent damage, probably. The problems are his stats. He has a base stat total of 300, lower than any first form starter. In fact, there are baby Pokemon with higher base stats than this. He also gains experience much slower than most Pokemon do. Not only that, but because he's Dragon and Ground, he'll probably get knocked out in one shot anytime he comes into contact with an Ice move for most of the game, and considering there's an Ice Gym in this game, it's not looking good. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I just flat out think I can't win. I think that even at level 100, there's going to be someone in the Elite Four that I flat out won't be able to get past without insane luck. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Gible. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chimchar with Gible so that we can do the whole run with it. I replaced Chimchar so my rival would have Piplup. I figured it probably would be the hardest for us to fight. I name him Spud. I know I've already used that name, but come on, look at him. His name is absolutely Spud. Our nature is quiet, so more special attack and less speed. That's really bad, honestly. I don't think I'm ever going to use a special attack, and the low speed will definitely cause problems, but hey, you guys know I'm good at making things harder on myself. Our ability is Sand Veil, so we dodge more in sandstorms. It could be useful, but it's only equivalent of using Double Team once, so it's really not that good. So right away I fought some wild Pokemon for a few minutes to get to level 7 to learn Dragon Rage. This is a move that always hits exactly 40 damage, and that's a lot this early in the game. I predict that we're going to have a few easy early game sweeps with this. Our first real rival fight went exactly how you'd expect, and neither of his Pokemon had more than 40 health, so we just win. Low speed does mean this strategy isn't exactly perfect, but it's still really absurdly strong for this early in the game, and I appreciate that. Rock Gym time, and it's actually a little bit less clean than I thought it would be. Geodude was a one-shot, but Craniados is faster than us, did quite a bit of damage with Pursuit, and actually survived a Dragon Rage. He just used a potion, so we took him out right after, but I'm impressed he survived. Onyx also outsped me, but didn't do nearly as much damage, so we won without any real problem. We also hit level 13 and learned Sandstorm, so we can use our ability now. The very next major battle, though, is the Valley Windworks, and we actually lose. Would you look at how much damage we're taking from weak moves like Fake Out? This is with us being almost the same level as them too. Our stats are just terrible. I try a few more times, this time opening with Sandstorm. It took quite a few attempts to not get flinched into oblivion by Zubat's bites, but after a few tries we got this run where Purugly missed Fake Out because of our Sand Veil ability mixed with Sandstorm, so we managed to get the win. It always feels good when a change in tactics gets you the victory. The Eterna Forest is a fantastic place to get a few levels before the next gym, since after every battle, Cheryl will heal us automatically, so we don't have to be constantly running back to a Poke Center for more power points on Dragon Rage. I will say though, Dragon Rage is losing a bit of its appeal already. I can still two-shot most things, but with my low speed, that's giving the opponent quite a few chances to shut us down. I gave the Grass Gym a try, and we instantly ran into a snag. A non-critical Razor Leaf from her very first Pokemon takes out over half of our health. We managed to take down Turtwig partially from his bad move choice, and Charm goes down in 2 hits, but Magical Leaf can't miss, so we only have 10 health by the time Roserade comes out. We don't stand a chance yet. I decide to just grind in the forest west of town and get just a bit more health and special defense. It's pretty slow, and I honestly regret not leveling more in the forest back when I'd get fast healing, but at the same time, I didn't want to overlevel just in case Dragon Rage would carry me through the fight where I was. At level 25, I try again. This time I have Slash, so I open with that, but after failing to get a crit, Turtwig sets up a Sunny Day and I finish him with Dragon Rage. Cherrim changed form because of the sun, but 2 rounds of Dragon Rage did the job, and we're down 20 health from Magic Leaf. Last is Roserade, and I open with Dragon Rage, but she paralyzed us so we could miss turns. Magical Leaf brings us down to almost red, but our next Slash crit and got us a very narrow victory. Next is the Galactic Hideout, and I'm happy that it is because it gives me a bunch of trainers to fight, and I'm getting pretty concerned about our low level. Considering the next gym is a ghost gym and we really don't have that much to deal with them other than our rapidly aging Dragon Rage, we need whatever levels we can get. At the top of the hideout is Commander Jupiter. Her Zubat was a one-shot, but Skuntank took a few tries. She opened by missing Screech, and I did about half of its health and damage to Dragon Rage. I couldn't tell if another Dragon Rage would leave it with a sliver or not, so I went for it, but it hung on, ate a berry, then Night Slashed us for just under half of our health and damage. Skuntank hits one last Night Slash on me. I drop to only 5 health, and we finish it with a third Dragon Rage. I think Dragon Claw is going to replace the role of Dragon Rage pretty soon. It's time for the Ghost Gym. First was Dust Skull, so I hit Dragon Claw to get it into red health. It let off a Future Sight. She healed with a potion. I hit her twice for the knockout, while taking a bit of damage from the Future Sight finally hitting us. Haunter is next, and right away we get hit by Confuse Ray, and we hit ourselves. Not good. On the second round of the fight, she hit us with Shadow Claw to drop our health more as we one-shot it with Dragon Claw. Last is Miss Magius, but we instantly get taken out in one Shadow Ball. It was close. We could win this. I come back, and this time with a Shell Bell from town. Duskull still goes the same way, but Haunter just used Shadow Claw and never tried to confuse us this time, so we one-shot her, healed a little, and Miss Magius hit a huge Shadow Ball on us. We would have been doomed, but our Dragon Claw crit for a one-shot. That was a beautiful fluke of a gym battle. Speaking of flukes, right after this is an incredible rival fight. Would you look at this footage? Even with Intimidate cutting our attack, we shut down the double team spam with an instant crit, dug for Ponyta, got another lucky crit, this time with Dragon Claw to take down Prinpulp. It's not Prinpulp, it's Plup? Sorry, it's the most awkward sounding Pokemon name to me, it sounds wrong. And Roselia didn't get an attacking move in before going down. With that done, we have to deal with the fighting gym. Meditite instantly cheap shot us with Fake Out, so we flinched, but we caused a Sandstorm next, and lucked out as Drain Punch missed. Then we took her out with Dragon Claw. Lucario resisted Dragon Claw because I totally forgot its typing, but it missed both its Drain Punch and Force Palm, so I just used Dig and take it out. I want to remind you that Sandvale is only as good as one double team, so we're getting pretty lucky here. Last is Machoke, so I start the Sandstorm back up. It misses Strength. I hit Dragon Claw, he uses Focus Energy, and I take him out. Every single attack used against me missed due to Sandvale. Someone in the comments is going to have to do the math on how unlikely that is, because that's insane. After that is another rival fight, but this time I didn't luck out on Staravia. I ended up taking tons of damage from most of his attacks, and I could hardly land a hit. Considering Crash or Wake is right after this, I should probably grind a bit. There's a ton of trainers out west that I haven't fought yet, so it's actually pretty easy to find people in this area to fight. I figure that I'm going to need to be at least level 45 to stand a chance in the next gym, so that's kind of what I'm aiming for. Usually I like to promote things when I'm grinding, but I have nothing to promote. So follow me on Twitter, link in the description. Finally, at level 45, I get to a run where my Slash crit and one-shot Staravia. I know it sounds like that should have happened sooner, since it's a high crit chance move, but I tried this fight so many times with no crit that I genuinely just assumed it was a glitch. Ponyta was a one-shot with Dig, and although it did tail whip us, Prinplup was next, so I set up a Sandstorm, got hit by a Bubble Beam for almost 40 damage, but I'm lucky, my speed didn't drop, so I still go first. We traded shots for a few turns before my Dragon Claws were able to take him down. Last was Roselia, but I was able to one-shot it with Dragon Claw. I don't think I've ever gotten stuck at this rival fight before. At Crash or Wake, I can cut clean to the chase and just say, I got crushed. Our attack power is down the whole fight because he opens with a Pokemon with Intimidate, and we're part ground type, so our Dragon typing doesn't help us resist his moves. Gible learns no electric or grass moves, so we can't rely on that. On top of that, our held item is already really good. As far as I can tell, literally our only choice is to level up until we can simply overpower Gyarados, then just hope that the rest of his team can't take me out. 3 levels later, and we managed to take out Gyarados thanks to a critical slash after a Dragon Claw, but we had to take tons of damage from Waterfall in the process, going all the way down to only 30 health after my Shell Bell. Floatzel's next though, and it quickly one-shot us with an Aqua Jet. Considering we're slower than him, that was inevitable. Luck can't carry me through this. At level 55, I try again, and it's even worse because Floatzel used Ice Fang. We're double weak to ice, so we take 4 times damage from it. That would have been a one-shot on me even at full health. I'm starting to think I won't be able to win this fight below level 65, let alone 55. Grinding at this point has become absolutely awful. There's only 1 or 2 trainers left that I didn't fight yet, but for the most part, I'm just fighting wild Pokemon that are below half my level. I spend hours and hours on this grind, and honestly, it's pretty frustrating. Normally, these grinds have at least a light at the end of the tunnel because I think that I'll have smooth sailing for a little bit after my victory. But honestly, I don't think I will in this case. I'll just have to grind again soon after when I have my next rival fight. It's worth it though. You guys have been asking for a Gen 4 Gible run absolutely non-stop in my Premier chats for like 2 months or more now, so I finally got around to doing it. All I ask is that you follow me on Twitter. The next day, I'm at level 60. I crit Gyarados, so he goes down in 1 hit, and Floatzel is out. He hits his Ice Fang, I drop all the way down to 30 health, then I flinch and he finishes me off. You haven't felt true disappointment until you've lived through that moment. So it's right back to the grind. I'm in a really awkward part of the video from a video making perspective. I don't want to just jump ahead as I gain a bunch of levels because that makes the pacing of the video really weird. But I literally don't have words to describe why this is bad beyond what I've already said. I mean, you're looking at the screen, right? Actually, you might not be. I have so much footage of my grinding that I'm probably playing at hyperspeed right now, and you want to vomit from the flashing lights and the rain effects flickering across the screen. Rest assured, this took forever and was exactly as awful as you think it is. Finally, at level 65, we one-shot Gyarados with a crit. Still get outsped by Floatzel and hit hard with Ice Fang. I deal big damage with a Dragon Claw on Floatzel, and it finishes me off. Maybe this is possible if I get a crit with Slash? Even after another 20 tries, though, I crit Gyarados once, and then Floatzel froze us with Ice Fang. Those odds don't even seem possible. I got fed up and just grinded for a few more hours once again. At level 70, we get 2-shot by Ice Fang. Floatzel is still faster than us. We are level 70, and we are slower than this random Pokemon in the 5th gym. Here's our stats. Since I can at least take a hit, I decide that I'm going to try it over and over with Sandstorm, and just hope that Ice Fang misses a bunch from Sandvale. Sandvale is terrible though, again the same dodge as one double team, and since it only lasts for the length of a Sandstorm, it wears off. Not only that, but the damage it does is pretty much nothing. This is a borderline useless strategy in a single Pokemon run, but it's literally the best one I can do. Also, I ended up getting Pokerus for the 2nd time in one of these runs. I honestly had no idea until I double-checked my stats. After 62 attempts, we finally got this run where we crit Floatzel with Slash and took it out. Even after the Shell Bell heal, we managed to dodge Quagsire's Mudshot and take him out in a Slash and a Dragon Claw. This horrible fight is finally over. I've been talking about this fight for more than 1 page of this script. Oh, did I say it was over? Because the next fight is Cyrus, and on the first try, his opening Pokemon, a level 34 Sneasel, hit an Ice Punch for 124 damage and froze us, so we lost. I'd throw my controller out the window, but it's raining pretty hard, and I don't want to ruin my nice controller, so I kept playing the video game instead. Also on my next attempt, Sneasel used Screech instead of Ice Punch because I guess he hates winning fights? Anyway, thanks to that, I swept his team. Man, it would have been great if Crasher Wake just decided to stop using good moves like Cyrus did. It turns out that the smartest man in the whole game is the pro wrestler, a fact that I love, by the way. If you want to do a favor for me because of all that grinding, and one that's even more important than following me on Twitter, it's go tune into a pro wrestling show and leave your preconceptions at the door. I bet you'll have a great time. Doesn't matter what you think pro wrestling is, just tune in and see what it actually is. Anyway, the next rival fight. Staraptor first, so naturally our attack is down the whole fight from Intimidate. Rapidash hit Takedown for solid damage due to a crit, but we just took him out with Dig. Heracross hung on with red health from Dragon Claw and did decent damage with Brick Break, but we took him out with the follow-up, so Empoleon is next. Dragon Claw does almost nothing because I yet again forgot it's a steel type, but Bubble Beam didn't do much to us and Dig did take him out. Last is Resurrect and we're at half health, but one Dragon Claw finished it off. At Byron Sexton's Steel Gym, I ended up sweeping the place. I mean, I almost didn't because of Steelix's Ice Fang, but I lucked out and it missed on the very first try. A luxury that I would have loved back in the Water Gym. Because of that, and us having Dig, the battle is pretty easy. We're made to globetrot a bit at this point in the game, but most of it is just taking out pretty easy Team Galactic commanders, so let's skip ahead to what you're probably far more interested in, the snowy area of the game. Considering we take 4 times damage from ice, I'm a little bit concerned. Ice Gym time. First is Sneasel, and even with us being 36 levels higher than it, it's faster than us, and hits us with Ice Shards for about half of our health before we one-shot it with Dragon Claw. Second was Piloswine, but it survived Dragon Claw with a sliver and finished us off with Avalanche. 1 or 2 more levels, and that shouldn't be a problem. At level 78, I try again. I still take big damage from Sneasel's Ice Shard, but not quite as much, and we can take Piloswine out in one shot before it can get to us. Next is Abomasnow, who hangs on with low health and takes us out with Avalanche. Considering Avalanche does double damage when used after a damaging move, Sandstorm could actually save us here. I try a couple more times and get this round where Sneasel tried Slash instead, so thanks to the Shell Bell, I was at full health for Abomasnow. As a result, he used Woodhammer instead, took recoil damage, and I was able to finish him off with Dragon Claw. Last is Frostlass though, and she just one-shot us with Blizzard. That was painfully close, but if we can one-shot Frostlass, then this is possible since Blizzard combined with Sandstorm and Sandveil has a pretty good chance of missing. It's still difficult though, as my next attempt she used Psychic instead and has got much higher accuracy. I need to give this a few more tries. Finally, after 6 more tries, Abomasnow missed his Avalanche, so Frostlass was forced to use her lower accuracy Blizzard, and thanks to me starting a Sandstorm, she couldn't get the accuracy boost from Abomasnow's Hail and missed as a result, letting us one-shot her with Dragon Claw. I gotta say, it feels real good to figure out a winning strategy on a fight that hard. With that done, we have to do the second Cyrus fight, but his opening level 44 Sneasel was faster than us at level 79, and Ice Punched us for nearly 200 damage. We took it out with Dragon Claw, but this is rough. Naturally, Crobat is faster than us too, and nearly takes us out with Air Cutter as we one-shot it. Last is Honchkrow, and even though we're faster, we can't quite take it down, and we go down. For me, that was the final straw and something that I've been considering for a while. Just biting the bullet and leveling to level 100. I didn't want to do it before because it's so slow, but if Cyrus is messing us up this badly at the Galactic HQ, then I stand absolutely no chance against him in the Distortion world. And if I can't beat him there, then I waste even more time by having to level up more, then climb the whole mountain and go through the whole Distortion world again to get back to him. Instead, I just grind. What you're watching right now is me leveling up once. It took almost exactly 20 minutes, and it requires that I be paying reasonably close attention, since I have to deal with most of the Pokemon in different ways. Not only that, but it's a bit of a trek just to get to this part of Mount Cornet. If you notice that the footage is all playing at one completely even pace, it's because I'm not playing with any kind of emulator speed up. I don't bring it up much, but I stopped using any kind of speed up while playing the game like 8 months ago, about when I started turning off battle animations. Since I cleaned up my workflow to the point that I could get a challenge out every week without speed up, and because people said they actually prefer the battle animations being turned off because of the flashing lights, it actually became fast enough that I could just stop using speed up. I have mixed opinions on it. On one hand, I could get you these videos easier with speed up, but on the other hand, it does take away a little bit of the incentive not to grind. Personally, I have no issue with anyone using speed up. I don't think it makes the challenge illegitimate, like some people say it does, since it has no impact on the difficulty of the fights. I just personally feel kind of weird about using it. I'll let you guys in the comments decide if I should use it or not, though. For this challenge, just like my last 30 or 40, though, no speed up, just patience. At level 88, I fight Cyrus, and his Sneasel is still faster than us and does almost 200 damage with an Ice Punch. We are 9 levels higher than last time, and this is still a fight that I can absolutely lose. I ended up winning on this attempt, but there is absolutely no way that I can beat the next Cyrus fight without being level 100. I also go to Wayward Cave and pick up the TM for Earthquake and use it to replace Dig. Earthquake is both stronger and much safer to use. Some of the Pokemon on the Elite Four use Earthquake, so we wouldn't want to get caught underground during a dig because of that. At level 99, I finally get sick of grinding and go through the Distortional World to find Cyrus. I'm just hoping that I can actually win this fight. First is Houndoom, so our attack is down the whole fight. Earthquake is still a one-shot though, so at least there's that. Second is Weavile, and it outspeeds us and deals 204 damage with an Ice Punch before going down to Earthquake. We only heal by 17 health with Shell Bell, so this might not go well. Onix is next, so our attack is down even more, so Dragon Claw only brought it to red health. Then we go down to Ice Fang. This is really bad. Not gonna lie, this might not be possible. I'm not willing to give up yet though, so I just keep trying, but this time we're using Sandstorm on the start with Houndoom to try and get Weavile to miss its Ice Punch. On the very next attempt, not only does it miss its Ice Punch, but the Gyarados right after missed its Ice Fang as well. And oh man, am I ever lucky that it did. Next was Haunch Crow, and we couldn't take it out in one hit, and it returned with a critical Drill Peck that took out over half of my health. If I had been hit by Ice Punch or Ice Fang, I'd have fainted by now. He used a full restore, and we followed up with a Dragon Claw that took him out this time. He might have been in a damage range, that might have been luck. Last is Crobat, and right away he's faster and uses Toxic on us, so we have to win fast. Dragon Claw brings him to red health, and he starts the next round with a Confuse Ray, a terrifying move to see right now. We get lucky and attack though, finishing him off, and just hardly making it past Cyrus. With that done, we can finally get the last badge at the Electric Gym. We're part ground type though, so naturally we just Earthquake our way through with no real issues. With that done, we have one last fight before the Elite Four, our rival. Staraptor somehow hangs on with a sliver from Dragon Claw and hits U-turn, so he gets to switch out to Rapidash for free. But we're faster and just Earthquake it down, so it wasn't that bad. What was bad though was Staraptor coming back out, so we got hit by Intimidate again. That was actually kind of a genius play for Gen 4 AI. We slash it down instantly, and next is Snorlax, not a fun opponent to fight when your attack power is down 2 stages, as I'm sure you all remember from fighting Red in Gen 2. He likes to open with a Pikachu, a Charm, and follow up with a Snorlax. I start up my Sandstorm, tank a Body Slam, and hit a big Earthquake. The second Body Slam brings us to half health as we take him out with Dragon Claw, and we're halfway through the fight. Heracross resists the Earthquake that I shouldn't have used, but I'm saved by him missing close combat, so we took him out on the follow-up. Next is Empoleon, but he couldn't handle an Earthquake. Last is Roserade, but is just too frail, and we one-shot it with Dragon Claw. All that's left is the Elite Four and the Pokemon Champion, so let's take a look at our stats. Our health is fantastic, but our speed and defense are just awful. I'm skeptical about my chances of winning this. Maybe if I end up switching... Oh, I just realized I forgot to put this in the script. Hey everybody, new audio stuff yet again. Let me know how I sound. Sorry, that probably derailed everything. Maybe if I end up switching out some of my moves, I could win, but right now, this is gonna be really, really hard. Make your final guesses on if I can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Yanmega was almost a one-shot, but hung on, double-teamed, full restored, then U-turned to switch for Drapion. We hit it pretty hard, but it ate a berry to heal, then messed us up with Ice Fang. We got frozen, we thawed the same turn, then we took him out with Earthquake. That was an emotional roller coaster. This run is the worst thing ever, and yet it's just fantastic. I hope this video turns out. Heracross was a one-shot with Dragon Claw, as was Vespiquen. I went for Dragon Claw on Scizor, since I forgot that it was no longer part flying type. I took big damage off X-Scissor, but I finished him off with Earthquake. Last is the still hanging on Yanmega that U-turned earlier, but we took him out. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. Whiscash was a one-shot, and Gliscor is second, but he's another fast opponent with Ice Fang, so we're already below half health. We hit hard, healed a bit, he missed his next Ice Fang, and we took him out. That was incredibly lucky. Rhyperior was a one-shot with Earthquake, and Hippowdon, I think I spelled that wrong. I don't remember it being like that, but I don't remember the real name. His ability started a Sandstorm, so even though our Earthquake didn't knock him out, his Earthquake flat out missed, so we finished him off next turn. Thanks for the setup, jerk. Last is Golem, but one Earthquake is all it takes to end him. After the battle, I use an Ether on Earthquake, since items outside of the battle are allowed, and I really need Earthquake. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. He actually ended up being a sweep with Earthquake. I was pretty surprised. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian, and this one took a ton of tries because each attempt went so differently. Mr. Mime goes down in one Earthquake, but he put up a Reflect, so our attacks might be a little bit weaker for the next few rounds. Second is Espeon, who outsped us and did decent damage with Psychic before hanging on with red health, using a full restore, and then going down to Earthquake and Dragon Claw. We got hit with Psychic to go down to half health before we took him out though, so we're in rough shape as Bronzong comes out. We got incredibly lucky hitting a critical Dragon Claw right away as he used Calm Mind, then I took him out next turn. Considering he has Levitate so Earthquake wouldn't work, we really needed that. Gallade is next, and Earthquake just hardly takes it out in one hit since Reflect isn't up anymore. And last is Alakazam, who's faster, hits Psychic for solid damage, but goes down in one Earthquake. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. Spiritomb is first, so we just take it out in one Earthquake, but second is Garchomp, and this is where it gets scary. He outspeeds us and hits us with Dragon Rush for 258 damage, leaving us with only 9 health. Then we one-shot him in return with Dragon Claw, and healed back up to 37 health with the Shell Bell. Oh my god. Melodica's next, and we one-shot it with Earthquake, but fourth is Togekiss and is part flying, so I have to use Dragon Claw. But first, it hits his Aura Sphere to drop us to only 3 health. Our Dragon Claw isn't enough for a one-shot though, so it finishes us off. I'm gonna have to try this a few more times, at least until Dragon Rush misses since it's not very accurate. A few tries later and we get this run where Garchomp misses Dragon Rush, so we take him out in just one shot with Dragon Claw, and we're still at full health. Melodic is still a one-shot, and it's Togekiss time. Right away, we're hit with an Air Slash for about a quarter of our health, and Dragon Claw takes out about 2/3 of his. Next turn, he missed his Air Slash, a move that I could have sworn had 100 accuracy, but I guess it actually has 95, so I got incredibly lucky, then we take him out. Fifth is Lucario, and right away he crits us with a massive Aura Spear, so we're just below 100 health, and we one-shot him with Earthquake in return. Last is Roserade, and she hits Energy Ball, bringing us all the way down to only 13 health, as our Earthquake crits, taking her out, and getting us into the Hall of Fame. If that 95 accuracy move didn't miss, we would have lost. That run was unbelievably brutal at so many points. You just don't realize just how many Pokemon in Gen 4 have ice moves until you're forced to use a dragon the whole game. I really hope you guys liked that run, because as much as it was horrible to do, I'm having a blast doing the voiceover on this one. I hope you can tell. I'm not sure what I'm doing for next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge. I'm thinking I'm gonna do a Pidgey-only Gen 1 run. I can only imagine how bad that's gonna be. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments and on Twitter, though. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments section or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all of the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I just finished a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, Whatageek, and Goosa playing Pokemon Stadium here on my channel. Also, come to the Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Heart Gold with only one Ladybug was such a brutal solo Pokemon run that I couldn't even beat it. Let's follow that up with a fun full team run for a change of pace. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only gift Pokemon. Now, you probably already know what a gift Pokemon is, since we've gone over it in the other gift Pokemon runs, but real quick, it's Pokemon where they're given to you with nothing in exchange, so trades don't count, just gifts. That means that for this game, we'll get our starter Pokemon, a Togepi egg, Eevee, a Porygon, and lastly, Riolu. So it's not even a full team of 6. Still, not the worst Pokemon I've used. I can do something with this. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I'll win in the end, but I'm not really sure how hard the mid-game is gonna be. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use gift Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. No need for the randomizer this time, I just went ahead and picked up Piplup, the water starter. It'll be good for the first gym, and it's generally a pretty good Pokemon, although I worry that the grass gym could be a problem. Still, I think it'll pay off in the long run. Oh yeah, and like in the other gift Pokemon runs, I'm gonna name all my Pokemon after viewers of the show who make their own stuff online. I didn't tell them that I was gonna do that, I just tweeted out asking for people to link what they do. Some people don't like that I do this, they complain in the comments section, because it means that I'm like taking up part of the video's runtime to promote small YouTubers and streamers. To that I say, I don't care, I'm gonna promote them anyway. No one big promoted me when I was small, I'm happy to break the trend and make the change I wanna see. Could you imagine actually not watching a video because you didn't like that they promoted small YouTubers? I actually get those comments, unbelievable. So our first Pokemon is named after Perline. I don't know how to say any of these names I'm going to be saying out loud, by the way, so I hope I'm pronouncing that right. She says she's been streaming some Genshin Impact on Twitch, and that she's got some YouTube stuff on the go as well. Now, I tried to do my due diligence and come to the stream to see what it was like, but I'm useless and missed every single time that it was live, so I had to catch one of the VODs instead. I want to point out that I have no clue what Genshin Impact is other than hearing the name, but it looks like a cool game. If that's your thing, then maybe give Perline's stream a go. I'll link all of this stuff in the description. Naturally, in the early game, it goes pretty normally, considering, you know, the game assumes I'm using a starter for this part anyway. I predict things will go pretty smoothly until Commander Mars at the Valley Windworks. I could see that being a problem. The grass gym is also going to be awful, I'm sure. Personally, I'm just pumped for when I get to Hearthome and Veilstone to get some other Pokemon. The first rival fight is kind of funny. Starly was easy, but Turtwig pretty much threw the fight. We were dealing almost no damage, and we were forced to keep using Bubble since he was raising his defense. Thing is, he probably could have tackled us down, but instead he just maxed out his defense and lost in the process. I don't know why he would even do that. So this is the first real obstacle of the run, the rock gym, but for once I'm not really that worried thanks to having a water type. That said, I know Craniados is only rock type, not rock and ground, so he might still take a few hits. We'll see how it goes. So, it was a close one. On the first try we went in at level 15 and leveled up to 16 while taking out the easy Geodude and Onix. Craniados hit really hard with Headbutt though and was able to two-shot us. I decided to reload and hit level 16 outside of the gym battle so I could evolve, then come back. This time it only took 2 hits to take down Craniados, and he did less damage so it went fine. Good, I don't want to roadblock this early. Oh, and I've been told I say that Pokemon's name wrong, and yeah, that doesn't surprise me, I'm probably saying it wrong. So it's still a while before we get any new Pokemon. We're rolling with just starters for 3 more major fights. Commander Mars at the Valley Windworks, the Grass Gym Leader, and Commander Jupiter at the Galactic Hideout. Once we win those fights, we can get our hands on our next 2 Pokemon. Let's not waste any time. Mars is sometimes pretty rough, but she wasn't too bad this time. We have Bubble Beam now, so it's not too bad, 65 power. Purugly is pretty tanky and is faster than us, but we never got hit that hard, so we won. Next is this forest where we have to do double battles alongside someone with a Chansey. I love this part because we get to heal fully for free after every single battle, so I use this as one last chance to get a few more levels. We have a grass gym coming up, and right now Peck is our best move for it. We're not part flying type though, so no same type attack bonus. We have to get strong enough that this carries us through the fight. Alright, so this went worse than I expected. I thought that I'd at least make it a bit of the way into the fight, but nope. Turtwig was just hardly a 3-shot, and she has super potions, so she could never take him out. With even just a level or 2, I could probably 2-shot him. 2 levels later, and we run into a new problem. Turtwig keeps using Reflect to hang on way longer and deal more damage. We can take her out, and get to Cherim, but she obviously takes us out quite easily. Let's reassess our situation. While I grind, let's go over what we can do. At level 33, we get Brine, a water move that's as strong as a Bubble Beam, but its power doubles if the opponent has less than half health. That's actually great for finishing off really tanky targets, but not super useful against stuff that we could have already beaten in 2 or 3 hits, since all of those would have fainted at less than half health in 1 hit anyway. Still, it's a good move, and I'll gladly use it, especially since this isn't a solo run, so it's entirely likely that switching to Purrline mid-battle to finish something off with Brine would end up being a great strategy. It could even win us the Grass Gym, but that might be pushing it. Let's do a little bit of quick math here. Brine is 65 power, so 135 power when they have less than half health. The same type attack bonus is 50%, so add 65 making Brine 200 power. Against Grass type, that cuts in half to 100 power. Peck is 35 power, double that to 70 power because it's super effective. So Brine at less than half health would be 20 more power than Peck. Plus we have better special attack than regular attack. I think I did that math right. If I'm wrong, then yell at me in the comments for the rest of time. I could say to check to see if someone's answered first, but let's be real, anytime I've ever said that doesn't happen. Everybody just comments it anyway. Dude, I still get told about mistakes I made in videos that are a decade old and that I've been told about the mistakes a million times in the comment section. The whole comment section will just be the mistake made, and people will still comment saying it, somehow missing 100% of the other comments. YouTube is crazy. Okay, so I tried again. This time the fight pretty much went great until Roserade at the end, who paralyzed us right away. It was all downhill from there. She's got Magical Leaf, it never misses, and she hits pretty hard with it. You know what? We evolve in 3 levels. Let's just do that. So you'd think the next attempt would go amazingly, but it actually was really rough. Turtwig was a one-shot, but Cherim hit Leech Seed before going down. Because of that, Roserade at the end kept healing. We got paralyzed early, and between losing turns and the speed advantage, I thought we were doomed, but on the last turn, we managed to just hardly get her below half health, so I could finish the fight with Brine. With that down, we just have to go do the Galactic Base before we leave town. Nothing here is hard until Jupiter, who brick walls us in quite a few runs. I think I should be able to handle the fight just fine this time though, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm more worried about the Ghost Gym after that. Okay, Jupiter was super easy. Bubble Beam did a great job of taking out her team with no real issues. With Jupiter beaten, Cynthia is here to give us our Togepi egg. Now, Togepi is a really awful Pokemon, and it's not even hatched yet, so we can't even level it up for a little while. But once we evolve this thing a couple of times, it'll be pretty useful. I think it's going to take a lot of investment though, so for now we just have to keep moving. Last bit of travel before we get our second Pokemon, then try the Ghost Gym. Problem is, the Pokemon probably won't be any good in the gym, so really it's up to Purrline to win us the fight. I'm getting as much experience as I can on the way because I don't think it's gonna go well. While we travel, this is a great time to talk about this video's sponsor, Chimera. In the previous ad, I was mostly talking about the hoodies, and I didn't want to overload your brain with knowledge of their sweatshirts. I figure you're probably ready by now, so here they are, starting with the quarter zip sweatshirt. It comes in black, gray, and dark blue. If you're like me, and you're the kind of person who looks better in a collared shirt, then this might be the way to go for you. But maybe you're more into the layered kangaroo pocket sweatshirt. These come in black, green, and oat. I don't think I've ever seen a color described as oat before, but yeah, kinda looks oat-colored. This is great for if you want the pockets of a hoodie, but, you know, not the hood part. Both of these sweatshirts are half ring-spun cotton and half fleece, so they're nice and soft. The kind of comfy shirts you can wear for years. This isn't fast fashion stuff, it's built to last. So if you want to support the channel and look good while doing it, hit up the link in the description to go to Chimera and pick up something warm to wear this winter. If you're going to go pick something up, then make sure to use the promo code Mah-Dry-Bread at checkout for 10% off of your order, and to let them know that I sent you. Now let's go get some new Pokemon. Before entering the Ghost Gym, we can grab an Eevee from Hardhome. It's a great Pokemon, but we won't really be able to make full use of it for a pretty long time. I plan to make this into a Glaceon, and as awesome as those are, the only way to get one in Platinum is to level it up near an Ice Rock, so the only place is right before the 7th gym of the game. It's gonna be a little while. For this one, we got the name Lin Sneakers. Now, sometime between when I picked the names and between when I actually went to screenshot the tweets, they protected their Twitter account, so I can't actually see the tweet anymore. That's not gonna stop me from finding a way to promote their channel though, because I already had their YouTube channel link open from before the tweet disappeared, and I refused to not promote the YouTuber. So on YouTube, they got loads of Metal Gear stuff, both new and old. I love that series, so I think all of this is super cool. I love the thumbnails too, probably better than my Let's Play thumbnails to be honest. If you want to check out some Metal Gear stuff, then check out Lin Sneakers on YouTube. Again, link in the description. Well, the Ghost Gym was super easy. They just couldn't handle Bubble Beam. That makes me feel a lot better. The Ghost Gym is usually a rough one. The rival fight right after was a total squash. I think it's time that I slap an experience share onto Eevee and get some levels on it to balance out the team. So it's time to head east to Veilstone so that I can get new Pokemon. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do with Porygon once I get it, but I'm not exactly gonna complain about getting a new Pokemon, even if it's not a great one. I wonder if maybe I should do a Porygon only run sometime. Hey look, Togepi is hatching. Let's grab another name. For real? Alright. I scrolled a bunch and the person I landed on was Austin John Plays, who decided to link his SoundCloud where he makes music. I kind of feel like I don't have to explain who Austin John is, but for anyone who doesn't know, it's that guy. That guy right there. Once we get to Veilstone, I go ahead and get Porygon, our second from last Pokemon. This is always a fun one, lots of weird moves we don't usually get to use, and that I don't know any strategies with now that I think about it. Its stats aren't awesome, and it's not really amazing at any one thing, but we surely must be able to do something with this. For its name, we've got Slipmaker. He says he makes really long retrospectives on shows from the 2000s and 2010s, and he means it. Now, I don't watch any TV other than like some pro wrestling shows that are on TV, so I have no idea what any of these shows are other than hearing a few of the names before, but I watched that Breaking Bad video and it was really good. If you're into these kinds of TV shows, then go check it out. Now let's go do the fighting gym. First is Meditite, so I used it to switch train Togepi. It meant Perline took an unnecessary hit though, that could bite us. Meditite was a one-shot, and second was Machoke, who went down in one hit. Last was Lucario, who right away we got outsped and hit pretty hard by with Drain Punch, but our Bubble Beam hit harder. Next round, he crit to bring us to only 4 health, as our Bubble Beam was just strong enough to take him down. Well, that was closer than it should have been. Okay, so the fighting gym is done, and there's nothing much we can do but walk to the water gym, but while we're traveling, it's Q&A time. Now, these questions are actually from the Snowrunt Emerald video still, since at the time that I'm writing this, the Heart Gold Ladybug video just isn't aired yet, since that one took forever and I'm late getting it up. But that's just how challenges go sometimes. The first question is from Zachaloid, who wants to know what emulators I use, and if I play DS games vertical, like on a real DS, or horizontal. Well, back in the day, and by that I mean both growing up and even like into the early Pokemon challenges, I would use VBA for Game Boy games, but like that's mostly just because it's an ancient emulator that I used to use when Game Boy Advanced emulation was new. Even when the Game Boy Advanced was new, I remember those days, which probably makes me absolutely ancient to some of you, but I'm only 30. Anyway, nowadays I use MGBA because that lets me hold auto-fire buttons rather than mashing constantly. I already ruined my first controller just by mashing in Pokemon runs, so for the sake of my hands and controller, I switched to an emulator that would make it easier on my hands and controller. For DS games, I use Desmume. I don't know if that's how that's pronounced, that's just always how I've heard it. And I like playing with the screens horizontal personally. It just looks natural to me at this point. I've been doing it since high school, you know? Question number 2, and this is one that I get a lot, so I really want to answer it. Levi asks if I think I'll do a full Nuzlocke and also what my favorite Pokemon game is. Now, I've answered this Nuzlocke question like 100 times, but that's kind of the whole point of this Q&A section, for me to answer these questions in places where more people will hear the answer. I, unfortunately, do not like playing Nuzlocke. I've done it a few times over the years, I just don't find it fun. I like permadeath in games, just not in Pokemon. It's fun in stuff that's balanced for it, like RimWorld or like old Fire Emblem games. If you can call the SNES Fire Emblem games balanced, but I still love them. I don't want to play with permadeath in a game as random as Pokemon, especially when it means I just have to throw out my work every time I got mildly unlucky. Thankfully, there's about a million other YouTubers who do Nuzlocke, so you can just watch them. As for what my favorite Pokemon game is, I've actually got no idea. I'm terrible at picking favorites for anything. I like them all in their own way. That actually might be something to keep in mind for if you're going to ask me questions in the future. If you ask me what my one favorite thing is, or like a list of my top 5 or whatever, I can't answer you. If you just ask me to list a few of my favorites of something, then I can probably answer. Anyway, that was another fun Q&A session. Oh, by the way, I think I finally have a name for the Q&A thing that I'm happy with. I was gonna do MDB Q&A, but that's got an ampersand in it, and I want to make it as easy as possible to not mess up. So I'm thinking MDB AMA, all one word. MDB AMA, or for short, MDBMA. I'll put that on screen so that you can see how it looks. That way, I can just search that in the comments section to easily get all the questions you guys answered me, because there's no way people are going to be writing MDBAMA all one word if they aren't specifically trying to ask me something, you know? No one's going to accidentally write that in an unrelated comment and muck up the feed when I'm trying to find questions. Now, if you want to see your questions answered on the show, leave a comment with MDBAMA in it. Again, all one word. Now let's go do a rifle fight. Okay, this fight was crazy. I thought it was gonna be at least a little bit competitive, but we didn't even take a hit until the very end. Grotto probably could have been a problem, but I used Lin Sneakers to sand attack him until his accuracy was ruined, then had Praline finish it. Water Gym's next. First up is Water Onyx, so our attack is down from Intimidate, although I didn't use it. I just had to brute force Water Onyx with Bubble Beam. It sounds rough, but it wasn't really too bad because he could hardly hurt us back. Plus, a crit took him down early. Quagsire was naturally pretty easy since he's part ground type, so he doesn't resist Bubble Beam. It hit us with Mud Shot to hurt us and slow us down though, so we didn't get through completely unscathed. Last was Floatzel, so I tried switching into the rest of my team to see if literally any of them could do anything, you know, just to test. But nope. In the end, I switched back to Perline, who easily took them down. With the Water Gym done, we have to get through some new routes to get to the first Cyrus fight. Now, the first Cyrus fight is usually pretty easy, so I'm not really worried about it, but right after that is a rival fight that's sometimes hard, so I'm not really sure how that's gonna go. Only one way to find out. Okay, Cyrus was pretty easy. I mean, to the point that I used the whole fight to switch train weaker members of the team. We took some damage, but only really because of the switch training. We have a usually harder rival fight coming up, so let's hope that goes well. First was Staraptor, who was easy as usual, but second was Heracross. Peck does awesome damage for such a weak move, but his Brick Break nearly takes us down. Not a good start. Next is Torterra, and it could take down Perline with Earthquake. So instead, I have Lin Sneakers spam Sand Attack to ruin his accuracy. We got Leech Seeded though, so we didn't last super long. In the end, it didn't matter though, since Perline came back in and one-shot it with Surf. I really didn't think that was going to be a one-shot. Rapidash was one-shot as well, and last was Floatzel, who was useless against Perline. I guess I was wrong to worry. Right after the fight, Austin John evolves. Maybe I can actually start using him soon. Before going into the Steel Gym, I made sure to go to Iron Island to get our last Pokemon, Riolu. This little guy is pretty weak, but he becomes Lucario, and that's a really strong Pokemon. He's gonna cover our Steel and Fighting damage needs for the rest of the run. I'd love to use him at the next gym, but unfortunately, Riolu is in an egg and it hasn't hatched, so we're gonna have to wait for that. Oh, and while I'm here on Iron Island, I also got a Shiny Stone so that I can evolve Austin John again. I might hold off till I learn more moves though. Anyway, let's go do the Steel Gym. Magneton was a one-shot with Surf, Steelix was a one-shot with Surf, and last was Bastiodon, who was a one-shot with Surf. Man, hard fight. Didn't think I was gonna make it. So we've got a big travel-heavy part of the game now, where I visit the lakes, fight some commanders, and then travel up north to the ice gym. I think the gym will go fine, but mostly I'm just excited to finally get close to evolving this Eevee. I've been trying to keep its level up to date with what's around us, so as soon as we evolve it, we should be good. I'm gonna skip showing you the commanders since they're super easy. Let's just get up north. Okay, we're north of Mount Cornet. Okay, now there's an Ice Beam TM around here somewhere that I actually want to grab. See, I want Glaceon as my ice type, but it doesn't actually learn the best ice moves for a special attacker, so I'm gonna have to teach it Ice Beam so that we can hit the ground running with a good move. I'm sure that it'll be super helpful with the upcoming Cyrus fight. Problem is, we can't get the TM without Rock Climb, and we can't use that outside of battle until after the upcoming Ice Gym. So we gotta do that first. As soon as I get to the section with the ice rock, I grind Eevee near it until it evolves. We finally got our Glaceon. I think this thing is going to save us quite a bit in the final few fights of the game. For now though, let's go do the ice gym. Well, the whole thing was super easy with Purrline. We could have taken a lot of damage if Focused Blast actually hit us, but very first try and it missed, so it was super smooth. So next we have to go through a whole lot of Team Galactic grunts, fight Cyrus, then we climb a mountain and fight him again. If I remember right, Ice is pretty good here against a lot of the Pokemon Cyrus uses, so I think Ice Beam will help carry us there. That means we finally get to use someone other than Purrline for a major fight. Oh, and while I was traveling through, I used the Shiny Stone on Austin John, and I also gave him Shockwave. I'm actually thinking of buying him a Hyper Beam. It's 150 power, special, and normal type. This is before Fairy, so Togekiss is actually normal in flying and a special attacker, so Hyper Beam would be really strong. Not totally sure if I'm going to go that route though. Either than that though, I'm probably going to give him random moves for type coverage. So the Cyrus fight went great with Sneasel not hitting hard and both Honchkrow and Crobat going down in one Ice Beam each. Even with how well it's going though, I think I might want to level up in the mountain. See, we're in a weird situation. Purrline is strong, but isn't going to be able to carry us through the entire Elite Four alone, and our next best member is Lynn Sneakers, who hits super hard with Ice Beam, especially with the Never Melt Ice I gave her, but is pretty much useless if they resist Ice. That means I need Austin John to catch up a little bit to help out the team, and then there's Slipmaker, who I've hardly used and is just slowly catching up with an experience share. Porygon is unfortunately the weakest Pokemon we have access to, so this is kind of to be expected. Hey look, the Riolu egg is hatching. That means it's time for me to go get another random name. For the name of the last Pokemon, we landed on Evil Zero. I don't know if it's pronounced like Evil O or Evil Zero, but I'm gonna guess Evil Zero. Anyway, he does insane Kaizo Mario World stuff. If you don't know what that is, I'll show you a little bit of it here on screen. It's these ROM hacks for Super Mario World that are loaded with insanely hard levels that only like the best players in the world can master. I grew up playing a lot of Mario, but I'm nowhere near this good. This takes some pretty dedicated long-term practice. I'll have a link to his Twitch in the description if you want to go check his streams out. Actually, now that I think about it, half you guys probably know what Kaizo is. You probably know Kaizo Pokemon stuff. As far as I'm aware, the Kaizo Pokemon stuff was kind of an offshoot of the Mario Kaizo stuff. Unless my history is completely wrong, which it could be, and if it is, someone will yell at me in the comments. The double battle at the top of the mountain was actually pretty funny. Normally the problem here is that our partner has his useless Munchlax spamming Stockpile and Swallow just to waste time, so I used Surf. Surf hits both enemies and your partner in double battles, so I forced his Munchlax to faint so that he'd send out something better to help me. It worked and we won easily. Hey look, the Distortion World! I feel like this place is a big deal, so I shouldn't skip over it, but at the same time, there's literally no fights here other than Cyrus, so guess we're fighting Cyrus. First is his Houndoom, and we miss Will-O-Wisp right away, so we one-shot it with Surf. Awesome start to the first try. Water Onyx is next, so I have Austin John come out. I tried fighting it for a little bit, but he got destroyed. Oh well. Back to Purrline. See, the reason why I didn't want Purrline to fight it from the start is because of Earthquake. At least this way, we only get hit by it once before taking him down. Next is Honchkrow, who I one-shot with Ice Beam, but not before Lynn Sneakers got crit from full health to only 2 health. That was terrifying. Weavile's next, so I just had Purrline do the fight since I knew she'd be too tanky for Weavile to do anything, and I was right. We won no problem. Last was Crobat. I tried having Lynn Sneakers finish it off, but obviously she was too slow, so Perline just did it with a few hits of Surf. Crobat tried to heal and outlast us, but could hardly hurt us, so we were fine. Let's go do that Electric Gym. So first try at the Electric Gym was weirdly awful, where I pretty much knew I was doomed from the very start of the run when we got paralyzed, but I managed to struggle my way through most of his team just by throwing everything we had at him and getting some decent luck in the process. We got to his last Pokemon, but there was no chance we could take him down. I think it's time that we have a serious grind session, then come back. I also went ahead and got the TM for Earthquake from the Wayward Cave. We have a few choices on who can learn it, but I gave it to Evil Zero. He's a high attack Pokemon with an attack nature. It really seems like the best choice. Right, Electric Gym time. First is Jolteon, who went down in 2 hits of Surf, but managed to paralyze us and deal a great deal of damage with Charge Beam twice, thanks to us being fully paralyzed. So Perline is almost down. Bad start. I sent an Evil Zero to handle Raichu, and we lucked out with his Focus Blast missing, so we can just one-shot him with Earthquake. Luxray was almost a one-shot from Ice Beam, but held on, hitting a shockingly weak Fire Fang on us. Lynn Sneakers did a pretty good job of taking him down. Last was Electivire, and this one was pretty tough. I tried finishing it with Lynn Sneakers, and she did good damage, but he did more. We ended up having to finish the fight with Evil Zero. Still, could have been worse. Okay, only 6 major fights left in the whole run. Our last rival fight, the Elite Four, then the Pokemon Champion. I'm feeling good about my chances against most of the Elite Four, but I could see Lucian being a real problem. I could also for sure see Cynthia being an issue, although I think a bit of leveling up would fix that. I'm pretty sure our rival won't be too bad, and that's first, so let's get that over with. Staraptor is first, so I one-shotted with Ice Beam, but not before it nearly one-shot Lynn Sneakers with close combat. I should have planned that out better. Second was Rapidash, so I just started having Perline one-shot it with Surf, although we got burned in the process. Torterra was next, so I used Surf just like last time, we crit and got a one-shot again. Wonder if I needed that crit. Heracross is next, so I had Austin John use Fly. Heracross was faster and nearly one-shot us with close combat, but that lowered his defense, so our Fly easily one-shot him in return. Second from last was Floatzel, so I just stayed in to try and hit something, but got taken out by Ice Fang. That's fine. I sent in Evil Zero. Although he did awesome damage and one-shot him, we took tons of damage from his close combat first. He really loves that move. And I can see why, it's great! As an example of how great it is, I used it to one-shot his final Pokemon, Snorlax. That was pretty awesome. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, I still don't really feel like using Porygon for anything, but Lynn Sneakers and Perline are both pretty good. Evil Zero still has some potential, although I'm sure he needs more levels. I'm not feeling confident yet. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Yanmega is first, so we just land a one-shot with Ice Beam, and second is Scizor. He wasn't too bad, just 2 hits of Surf, as he hit a reasonably high damage crit. For Heracross, we lucked out as he missed Stone Edge, so we nailed a one-shot with Fly. Next is Drapion, the Pokemon whose type I never remember. Dark and Poison? Maybe Ground? I don't know. He was easy with Perline, who I just realized I think I've been calling Purloin half the time. I'm sorry. It's Pokemon names. I just used Surf a bunch. I knew he could poison us, so that's why I went with a Steel type, forcing him to use pretty weak moves instead. Once he went down, Aaron sent out his last Pokemon, Vespiquen. This was the whole second half of the fight. I tried using Austin John for a while until I realized she can out-heal us, and she keeps increasing her defense, so I ended up putting her to sleep and switching to Lynn Sneakers. It took a while, but between careful use of Ice Beam and Ice Fang, I managed to take her down. And by careful use, I mean I landed a crit eventually, and that did the trick. Hurrah for crits! Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. There's pretty much nothing to say about this one. The only one who would deal any real damage to us was Gliscor, and it was still just a one-shot with Surf, so, you know, Water moves are just too good for this fight. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Honestly, I thought it would be really easy, and it went awful every time. We don't really have a level lead anymore, so we don't have the speed advantage, and that means that Perline takes a ton of unnecessary hits. We have Evil Zero with Earthquake, and they would be great if not for how he's too slow and is also weak to fire, so they can all one-shot him. They've actually got a lot of moves that are specifically good against Steel, so that's a real issue. In fact, they have a lot of moves that are super effective against the entire team. I should really just run through the Elite Four for more levels and then keep trying. Okay, after tons of run-throughs of the Elite Four for levels, Lynn Sneakers is finally fast enough to do some damage. Houndoom and Flareon were both one-shots, so the first threatening one was Infernape, who I had Austin John fight with Fly. We did some great damage, but thanks to his healing, he didn't go down. In fact, he ended up healing again right after he took us down, but it wasted his turn so I could have Perline use Surf for a much-needed one-shot. Megmortar was faster than us and did great damage with Thunderbolt, but we landed a one-shot in response. Last was Rapidash, who wasn't quite a one-shot but could hardly hurt us with Solar Beam, so it went fine. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. First is Mr. Mime, who used Reflect, so I just used Surf twice to take him down. We took a big Thunderbolt though, that wasn't fun. Gallade was second, and this thing is a beast, easily taking down most of our Pokemon in most runs. I had to throw Linsneakers at it just to end up dealing some damage while fainting, then I had to do the same with Perline. The only reason we knocked it out was because of a lucky crit. By the time we got to Alakazam, it was obvious we couldn't win the fight. I was throwing what I had at him and dealing decent damage, but we were pretty much just using the scraps of our team. This isn't good. Maybe I could put Shadow Ball on Lynn Sneakers and get some levels on her so she has the speed advantage? That might work, her special attack is pretty good. A few run-throughs of the Elite Four later, and honestly, it doesn't help much. We're still slower than most of his team, so no matter what, Lynn Sneakers only gets to land one hit before going down. We don't really have any great options for dealing with Psychic types that are faster than us, we just have to level more. Okay, more levels later and another 8 tries. Trust me, I lost this so many times just trying to experiment with how to do this fight. So this time, we open against Mr. Mime. Sometimes he ruins it with Light Screen, but this time he used Reflect so we could one-shot him. For Bronzong, we use Perline, and although we do great damage, he has Earthquake. Thankfully, his attack stat sucks, so we didn't take too much. Out to Austin John for Gallade, and right away I went for Sweet Kiss to confuse him, but missed. I kept trying just to get nearly taken out by Stone Edge, but at least we confuse him. I went for Fly as he hit himself, and Reflect wore off, and we actually took him down. This is great. Alakazam is next, and he missed Focus Blast on Lynn Sneakers, so we nailed a one-shot. We're dodging bullets left and right here. Last was Espeon, and I tried fighting it with Lynn Sneakers. He did great damage, but he couldn't quite get the knockout, so in the end, Perline had to come in and save it. Hey, a win's a win, I'm just happy to finally make progress again. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. First is Spiritomb, so I just used a couple of Surfs, it hardly hurt us. Second is Garchomp, so I sent in Lynn Sneakers. Garchomp may be her strongest Pokemon, but it's super weak to Ice. It brings us from full health to just below half with Earthquake, and we one-shot it with Ice Beam in return. Out to Evil Zero to deal with Lucario, it's a Lucario mirror match. Ours was faster, so I just landed a one-shot with Close Combat. Out to Lynn Sneakers to Ice Beam her Togekiss, and it actually went down in one hit. Next is what I was worried about, Melodic. All it used was Mirror Coat though, so I just had Evil Zero use Close Combat to beat it. Last was Roserade, and I went for Ice Beam to one-shot it, but it outsped us and took us out with Sludge Bomb. That's fine. I just sent in Evil Zero to overpower it with Close Combat, and it did a great job. She was able to do a good chunk of damage with Extra Sensory, but we finished it off with another hit of Close Combat, winning us the fight shockingly easily, and getting us into the Hall of Fame. That was a fun run. We weren't too limited on Pokemon, but we were forced to use some weird type combos. I always love Eevee in these gift Pokemon runs. It's fun to have one Pokemon where we get to pick the type, customize the team a little, you know? I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Black with only one Deerling. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Normally I ad-lib a whole bunch here, but I want to try and keep it a little bit short today, mostly because I still have a lot to do. Normally, I'm sure a lot of you have seen that series I did like years ago where I show you all the steps of how I make these Pokemon challenge videos so that you can make them yourselves. I did a whole series on that. It might be linked in the description. I don't remember if I linked those in the description, but you can find it in my playlist section. Anyway, normally I do like 2 gyms 5 days a week. Well, 4 days a week I do 2 gyms, and the last day I beat like the Elite Four and stuff. And then every day I also do a certain amount of steps of my editing process where I have the editing broke down to like 5 days worth of work. But this week I'm doing a little different where I like doubled up on Pokemon playing for the first half of the week, and I'm doubling up on editing for the second half. And the voiceover is essentially the first step of editing, because I need the voiceover done to be able to edit the video. But because I'm doing it a little bit differently, the schedule is a little bit different this week, and my work schedule is different, and I gotta rush to get some stuff done, because there was that late video a while back, and that's just how the cookie crumbles sometime. At the time that I'm voicing this over, though, health is doing pretty well. I have 1 more physio appointment that is booked, and they will assess from there to see if I need any more, at least in the short term. It's entirely possible that I'm only getting 1 more physio appointment, which would be really nice. My recovery got hampered a little bit because I injured my arm a little bit a few days ago. I was carrying stuff down the stairs, and my cats decided it would be a real fun time to run in front of my feet. So I fell. I was fine. I didn't really fall down the stairs. I just slipped on one stair and slammed my arm so hard into the ground. Oh, it disgusting bruise. But it's been a few days and it's getting a lot better. But that actually hampered my ability to stretch my neck and fix up my neck, because some of the neck stretches require you to have your hand like on the top of your head for it. And I couldn't get that muscle in my arm to engage properly. It was so messed up the first day. But it's been a few days now, and it's moving way better, and it's way less sore, and I'm moving properly, and I can stretch again. So it probably only set me back a couple days. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm rambling too long anyway. I should get editing this voiceover. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only fighting types was a fun type run. Let's follow that up with another one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only ground types. You know the drill, we can only use Pokemon that are at least part ground type in this run. Ground is a pretty useful type overall, but considering there's a lot of strong grass and water types to contend with, we might run into a lot of problems. The nice part is that we have a lot of ground-type Pokemon to pick from in this gen, so I can get a bit creative with our team. I'm pumped to see just how much of a nightmare the grass and water gyms will be. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure I can win, but these type-exclusive runs are all about seeing what parts are harder than expected. Like, how much of a nightmare will the grass gym be? Only one way to find out. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use ground types. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Hippopotas so that we can do the whole run with it. I hope I'm saying that Pokemon's name right. I've never heard it out loud. Yeah, we could start with Turtwig, and it would become a ground type eventually, but it's not one at the start, so I don't really know how I feel about that, you know? It'd feel weird if it was just grass for ages. I decided to start with Hippopotas because the fairest alternative I could think of would be Rhyhorn or Geodude, but they're both double weak to grass, so it seems like the most sensible middle ground would be Hippopotas. Anyway, the nature is naughty, so more attack and less special defense. It might make some of the water and grass types pretty tough, but I like the extra attack, so I'm gonna roll with it. Alright, so for early game travel, things are pretty smooth, although we're a bit slow. Actually, speaking of slow, our ability is Sandstream, so we start a never-ending sandstorm every time we show up on the battlefield. It's a pretty cool ability for this run, but all the extra text boxes are gonna slow down every fight, so that might add up. I'm actually using a randomizer option to make it so that the experience bar and health bar animations play at the same speed as Gen 3, so they're slightly faster to try and minimize the impact. Anyway, if this was Heart Gold, then we'd just be able to get to level 19 to learn Dig for the first gym, but weirdly enough, in Platinum, it doesn't learn that, so I'm not really sure how we're gonna beat the first gym. We might have to just brute force it when we get there. Let's see how the rival fight goes first. The first rival fight ended up being pretty easy in spite of all the growls, thanks to Sandstorm damage and Bite being an alright move. You know, I replaced Turtwig at the start since that's the ground type, but in retrospect, maybe it would have made more sense if I made it so that my rival had Turtwig. That would probably be the hardest for ground types to fight since Torterra is grass and ground. Well, whatever, it's probably not going to be a big deal in the long run, it's not like he's the final boss of the game. Hey, we already have access to our first new Pokemon, Geodude. We got an Adamant one too, so more attack and less special attack, which is perfect. Now, I don't know if we're going to keep it the whole game because Rhyhorn is going to be better by the end, and it's also rock and ground type, but I'm sure that it's going to at least be useful in the short run. I'm going to try and level it up a little bit before we get to the rock gym. No idea how helpful it'll be, but I want to at least level it up a little bit. As much as it feels like it should, rock doesn't resist rock. That makes me think that Rock Throw with Geodude might be one of the better ways to win this. Then again, we could learn Rock Smash. We don't really have a great Pokemon for it, but it's better than nothing. We could even get defense drops with it. Maybe I'll put Rock Smash on Hippopotas. It doesn't learn any good moves by level up anyway. Let's give this a try. Oh, well, never mind. I kinda thought that this whole fight might be close, but the moment that Geodude hit level 15, we just totally squashed the whole gym with Magnitude like it was nothing. That was so much easier than I was expecting. Well, that means we're traveling, and I can grab the TM for Rock Tomb. I'm not sure if I'm gonna learn it right away. Maybe I'll wait until I actually need it for something, because it's not exactly a great move. We have that Commander Mars fight coming up, and I'm not really sure how that'll go. Zubat has Toxic, but it's otherwise easy, and then there's the Purugly that I'm absolutely convinced is Dark-type in just about every run, and yet it isn't. Maybe it's some kind of false memory created by some commanders using Skuntank, and that being Dark-type, mixed with Liepard also being Dark-type. I don't really have any other explanation, but I know some of you keep making that same mistake too. I've seen plenty of comments from people who also thought it was Dark-type, so I feel at least slightly less stupid. Then after that is the Forest before the Grass Gym. Man, I'm not looking forward to the Grass Gym, that's gonna be rough. I guess we'll see how it is when we get there. So the Zubat goes about how you'd expect. It didn't do tons of damage, but we got hit by Toxic, so Hippopotas is doomed. I switched to Geodude to deal with Purugly, and it went pretty great. We lucked out with a high power Magnitude early, so she didn't last all that long. Alright, so we're traveling to the Grass Gym now, and I made sure to clear out every single trainer that I could find before I actually got there, plus a little bit of grinding in the grass. They're going to be super effective against our entire team, so I could easily see this going very poorly. We're not going to have access to any super effective moves to deal with them, so we're going to have to just win this through raw power and probably a bit of luck. Stuff like Razor Leaf could easily take us down, but maybe if we get lucky with Magnitude hitting hard, and maybe some flinches with Bite, then we could win. That said, we're slow, so who says we're even going to get a chance to make them flinch? This could be a brutal one. Well, I guess that's what I expected. Things went very badly early on against Turtwig as he used Reflect early to weaken our bites. Thanks to him using stuff like Sunny Day, a super potion, and getting a few flinches, we managed to not take a whole lot of damage and eventually actually made him faint, but next is Cherim, who instantly swept us with Grass Knot. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a win on this for a little while. Well, I'm grinding. That's all I really can do. I don't have access to any great moves for this fight until long after it's done. Geodude can learn Flamethrower for whatever reason, but that TM isn't for quite a while. I think it's just a holdover from it being a Gen 1 Pokemon. A lot of Gen 1 Pokemon can learn really weird moves. Like, can anyone explain why Rhyhorn can learn Thunderbolt? I'll give you a minute. Just a little bit longer. Okay, I'm sure someone has paused and written an entire essay worth of headcanon on why it makes perfect sense based entirely on stuff not explained in the games, manga, or TV show. Now explain why it can also learn Ice Beam and Flamethrower. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just Gen 1 insanity. I kinda love it though, I'm not complaining. If anything, it's gonna help us later on when we catch a Rhyhorn. Anyway, what level do you think we're gonna need to be before we can actually win this gym? I'm thinking high 20s or even maybe level 30. Hey, fun fact, for the first time in over 4 years of doing these runs, I accidentally replaced a move I wanted to keep. I replaced Magnitude with Rollout. It's alright, it's really not the end of the world. I learn Earthquake really soon anyway. It's not like I need Magnitude for the Grass Gym. Well, I got the team to level 27, evolved Geodude, and even with the 50% special defense bonus going on from the Sandstorm that it gives to rock types, Graveler just went down in one Magical Leaf. Oh, this is gonna be one of those fights. Okay, I'm leveling to 33 to get Earthquake, and hoping for the best. Alright, so after grinding for the better part of 2 hours, I finally got Hippopotas to evolve into Hippowdon, and you'd think that would give us an easy victory, but although we were able to sweep the first 2 members of her team, Roserade outsped and one-shot Graveler, and the only reason we were able to beat the gym was because we crit our Crunch with Hippowdon. If we didn't, it would have just been faster and two-shot us with Grass Knot. I would like to take a moment and say that Hippowdon is in the slow leveling category, and that makes this grinding absolutely brutal. Alright, well, after an insane amount of leveling I just had to do so that I could beat the Grass Gym, I figured that we're gonna have an easy time on the next few fights. Okay, well, maybe the next one fight. We have Commander Jupiter, and I can't imagine that's going to be too hard, but after that is the Ghost Gym, where they can burn us, and one of them has Levitate, so that could be its own nightmare. But there's no way it's going to be as difficult as the Grass Gym was. Let's just rush up there and fight Jupiter. Yeah, that's what I thought. Crunch doesn't work great on Skuntank for obvious reasons, but it's still no match for us after we leveled that much. Let's keep moving. We have new Pokemon to catch. Alright, so first I go around in the grass outside of the Wayward Cave to get our hands on a Gligar. Now, unlike in Gen 2 where this really wasn't a great Pokemon, it's pretty strong in this one. Flying and Ground is a real fun type combo, and it can evolve into an absolute beast, so I'm pretty pumped to use it. And no, it's not Poison type. I know, purple Pokemon pretty much always look like they're Poison type to me too. Ours is Docile, so neutral stat gains. Like before, it learns no moves with the same type attack bonus by level up, but at least we can teach it a few by TM, so I probably will. I figure this might be our best candidate for the Earthquake TM, I'm not totally sure on that. Plus, its ability is Sand Veil, so it's got higher evasion in Sandstorms. That's gonna combo really well with Hippowdon's ability. After that, I went in the cave to pick up Gibble, the pseudo-legendary for this game. Now that does mean that, while it levels up slowly, it's also got awesome potential, so I'm not complaining. It might take a while to get it to a high enough level, but it's gonna be worth it. Ours is Jolly, so more speed and less special attack. It's not really the best nature, it's already a really fast Pokemon, so I do doubt that I'm gonna need the extra speed, but at the same time, I don't think we're teaching it any serious special moves, so I guess I don't really care if we have less special attack. I'll roll with this. Plus, it also has Sand Veil, so that's 2 Pokemon on our team who will get an evasion bonus from our Sandstorms. That could be a real lifesaver in difficult fights. I don't think it's very much evasion, but it's enough that moves that already aren't 100% accurate will probably be really inaccurate. So I figure I'm just gonna slap an experience share on it early, get it some early progress, you know? Now I'm gonna grab the TM for Earthquake from the cave, then go straight after that Ghost Gym. Let's make some progress. Alright. The Ghost Gym actually ended up being really easy thanks to Hippowdon knowing Crunch. I kinda thought it would go worse because I figured we'd just get burned at the start, but we took out Duskull before that could happen, so that's actually pretty good. Honestly, if we get taken out, Gligar has Feint Attack, and that could probably have finished off the fight, so it probably wasn't that much of a problem in the first place. After that is the rival fight. Stravia went down in one rock throw, and second was Roselia, so I sent in Gligar. We got paralyzed early, but she couldn't hurt us very much, and Feint Attack was doing pretty good damage, so we took it out fast. I switched out to Hippowdon as Buizel came out, just to brute force it real quick with Crunch. And last was Monferno, who could hardly hurt us, so I just tackled it down no problem in a few hits. I figure that our level lead from the Grass Gym isn't gonna keep us going for much longer, though. Hey, it's time to really improve the team. First, I go ahead and catch Rhyhorn, and the first one we caught is Adamant, so more attack and less special attack, just like the Geodude was. Now, for as weird as it is that we can teach it stuff like Ice Beam and whatever, it's got awful special attack in the first place, so I'm okay with this nature. I was kind of thinking I'll replace Graveler with this eventually since Rhyperior is just better than Golem, and they've got the same type combo, so I think that's what I'll do. Maybe not right away, but soon. Well in the area, I also picked up Razorfang to give to Gligar so it can become Gliscor the moment that it levels up at night. That'll make him a lot stronger. Then I went ahead and fished up a Barboach, so we finally have a water type. His nature is serious, so neutral stat gains. This is the thing that evolves into Whiscash, and that's a pretty solid Pokemon. I figured it'd either be this or Gastrodon. I decided to go with Whiscash because it's got more speed and an overall better moveset. I'll try and get it to level 30 pretty early to evolve it. Now let's go try that fighting gym. Well, the fighting gym went great. I just picked up the TM for Aerial Ace to give to Gligar so that we had super effective moves to sweep our way through the first two Pokemon. Then Lucario just couldn't handle Rock Smash from Hippowdon. I think that things are about to get a lot more difficult though. So we're on the road and the next fight is going to be a brutal one. Well, I guess not the next fight, but the one after that. The next fight is our rival, and I don't think that's going to be so bad. But after that is the water gym, and if it's anything like the grass gym, then we're in trouble. At least this time we have more Pokemon on the team, but we don't really have any great moves to deal with them. No grass moves, and although Rock is good against the flying-type Water Onix, it'll probably outspeed us and just mess us up with Waterfall. I'm hoping that maybe between our Sandstorm and Sandveil, we might make it through with some luck for misses? It's hard to say for sure, though. Maybe I need to level up Barboach and Gabite more since water is neutral to them. I really do need to catch Rhyhorn up in levels too. This is the problem with having 6 Pokemon. Some tend to fall behind. That's just the nature of the run though. I want to keep moving, and older Pokemon games are kind of paced out for that, but they also expect you to be building a balanced team, and we obviously aren't in these challenges. So I guess it makes sense if I have to grind extra. Let's just see how things go when we get there. So this time at the rival fight, Staravia does a lot better as it uses Endeavor to take out most of Graveler's health after Rock Throw wasn't enough to finish it off. That's a pretty good use of Staravia. We took it out and Roselia came out, so I just had Hippowdon crunch it down easily and start the Sandstorm. But Weasel easily went down in a couple of slashes from Gabite, and last was Monferno, so I tried using Gabite to finish it off for the experience, just to go down at the last moment, so I had to send in Gligar to finish it off. First try at the water gym, and I start the fight with Hippowdon so that we have a Sandstorm going the whole fight. We got a few decent hits in before fainting, then sending in Golem to finish off Water Onix with a Rock Throw, but we nearly got one-shot by Waterfall in the process. Waterfall is a physical move, so the Sandstorm can't really protect him. Second is Quagsire, and I plan to just use Explosion to take it out, but it turns out it's got the ability Damp to prevent us from blowing up, so we just fainted to his attack. That's really not good, because our whole team is doing just about no damage. Gligar did a bit of damage, so I just had him spam Sand Attack until he fainted, and then I sent in Gabite to finish him off with some hits of Dragon Rage. We were doomed as Floatzel came out, though, as he totally demolished the rest of the team with Aqua Jet, Brine, and Ice Fang. He's a much higher level than most of our team, so there wasn't really anything that we could do. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to level up the team a bit and try to get Water Onix to faint without Rock Throw. That way I could possibly save Golem till the end to use Explosion on Floatzel. Assuming the special defense buff from Sandstorm keeps him from being a one-shot, that is. I'll have to wait until nighttime so that I can evolve Gligar. Maybe that'll help. One very long grind later, and we're back! This time, I have Hippowdon start against Water Onix, and we did pretty great damage, but just ended up fainting near the end. But Gligar was able to finish it off with Aerial Ace before we could get hit. That made Crasher Wake send Floatzel out second instead of Quagsire, so I sent in Golem to tank Brine and use Explosion to one-shot it. Last is his Quagsire, and it didn't seem to have any moves that could do any serious damage to Gliscor, so I just built up some Swords Dance and took it out easily with Aerial Ace. He did put us to sleep with Yawn, but it didn't matter, he never used any water moves, so we won easily. It's funny, I googled it after the fight, and it turns out Quagsire has Water Pulse. I'm baffled as to why he didn't just use that. Maybe he was trying to spam Rock Tomb to try and become faster than us, but why? If he was just using a Water Pulse, then we would have actually lost. That was really weird. Feels good to be moving again. Look, I know it probably seems quick since I only really had 2 interesting water gym fights to show you, but that grind took forever. Just awful Pokemon to grind against, especially because a lot of them had water moves and it was raining. Anyway, there's only one major fight between us and some new moves. We can pick up Water Pulse, Thunderbolt, and Flamethrower after we beat Cyrus. I don't know if I'm gonna bother learning any of them since we don't really have any good special attackers, but there's no harm in just getting the moves in case we really end up needing them. We're also getting Surf soon, so I'll finally have a solid move for Whiscash to use. We've also got a rival fight and then the Steel Gym coming up, but I think both of those are probably going to be pretty easy. The rival was easy the last couple times, and the Steel Gym shouldn't be too bad considering we have Earthquake. I can also get the item I need for Rhydon to become Rhyperior soon, but who knows how that'll even work. Normally you trade it with an item for that evolution, but I guess it'll be a level up evolution instead? Considering Rhyhorn doesn't even become Rhydon until level 42, it might be a long while. Let's see how this little boss rush goes. First is Cyrus, and he wasn't too bad. Earthquake made short work of Sneasel, although it was just shy of a one-shot. Rock Throw with Golem did a pretty good job at taking out Golbat, although that wasn't a one-shot either. But it actually was a one-shot against Murkrow at the end. I guess in fairness, we weren't a crazy high level for this part of the game anymore, but I'm still kind of surprised that Sneasel held on for being kind of a frail Pokemon. Makes me worried about how the last Cyrus fight could end up being. After that is our rival. I sent in Hippowdon early against Staraptor to start the Sandstorm early. We lost some attack to Intimidate, but he never used Endeavor this time, so we just hardly ended up taking damage before he went down. Out to Gliscor for Floatzel. He was just using Pursuit for some reason, so I took my chance to build up 2 Swords Dances. He quickly switched to Aqua Jet, a much smarter move, so we took a little bit of damage, but the Sandstorm let us dodge the second one, so we took him out. Roserade was of course just a one-shot with Aerial Ace right after, and so was Heracross after that, although we did get crit by a Night Slash, so we're on low health. I really didn't know that Heracross was that fast. Last was Infernape, but it's also weak to flying, so although we got hit by Flame Wheel and got burned, we still just overpowered it in one hit. I forgot so much of our rival's team is weak to flying, of all things. And last for this little boss rush is the Steel Gym, but as expected, it wasn't too bad. Hippowdon was able to Earthquake her way through the whole fight no problem. I'm actually kind of surprised with how easy it was. I figured we'd at least have to use 2 or 3 members of the team since it's not like the Sandstorm was going to hurt them at all, and we're fighting Pokemon that are about our level, but we hung on with a decent amount of health left. That means we're back to traveling. We have the Ice Gym next, and it tends to be a hard one, so I could see it going pretty badly. They'll have plenty of moves that are super effective against our team, plus they have Abomasnow who can make it hail to override our Sandstorm. I figure maybe sending Hippowdon into the fight later rather than sooner might be a good idea to counteract it. Abomasnow's Woodhammer might be a real nightmare though. I'm thinking I might want to put some serious levels into Golem and Rhyhorn, that way we can hit some decent rock moves. Hey, that reminds me. It's time to get our last Pokemon, Swinub. So here's our Swinub. Swinub? Probably Swinub. It's not strong yet, but it evolves pretty fast, and we can use a Heart Scale to teach it Ancient Power and level it up once more to make it into Mamoswine. I'm still not 100% sure what Pokemon I want to ditch for this. It might depend on the individual battle. This means that ice moves are on the menu though, so I figure that this will help a lot by the end of the game. We absolutely will want a good ice attacker for dealing with Cynthia's Garchomp by the end of the game. Now excuse me as I tried to grind up some of the weaker members of the team because man, we're really falling behind in levels like crazy. Some of our team is hardly level 30. Time for the ever-brutal Ice Gym. I started with our Rhyhorn against Sneasel, and it went great with Rock Blast hitting really hard. We're weak against Ice Shard, but it's a physical move, so at least our high defense helped us hold on. We fainted in the end, just thanks to missing a Rock Blast, but it's okay. Gliscor finished it off. It did get hit first to lose about half of its health though. Next up is Mamoswine to go down in one hit from Abomasnow's Grass Hammer. That was intentional though. I knew it would faint to anything that I sent out, so I sent it in just to give Abomasnow a lot of recoil damage. Next I sent in Hippowdon to replace her Hail with my Sandstorm. Now we traded shots for a while and nearly took it out, but what actually ended the fight was her Grass Hammer's recoil damage making her faint at the same time she took us out. Not what I expected, but it works. As Piloswine came out, I had Gliscor hit U-turn into Whiscash, who hit a Surf for decent damage before going down. It's okay, Whiscash is underleveled anyway. Gliscor was easily able to come in and finish it off. Last is Frostlass, and I was feeling good since she didn't have the hail she normally would by now, so Blizzard actually missed. Night Slash did good damage, but she healed back up with a berry, then took us out with a second Blizzard. All I had left was Golem, but she froze us right away. It's okay, I don't think we would have won anyway. I'm gonna get some levels on the team, mostly Rhyhorn. I really want to evolve it already and see how big of a difference that makes. I think we could win if Rhyhorn is just a little stronger. Next try an hour later, and it turns out Rhydon can become Rhyperior after just one level up while holding its evolution item, so that's great. Thanks to the massive boost in stats, we one-shot Sneasel with Rock Blast and hardly took any damage in the process. I decided to stay in against Abomasnow, and although we took pretty great damage from Avalanche, we nearly one-shot it with Rock Blast as well. If it was a 3-hit one, then maybe we would have actually one-shot it. Piloswine took decent damage, but crit to knock us out, so I had to send in Hippowdon to replace Hail with Sandstorm and finish it off with Earthquake. Last was Frostlass, so I stayed in to crunch it, and we lucked out as her first Blizzard missed us. We nearly one-shot her with Crunch, but thanks to her berry, she held on. We dropped her defense, although next round she hit Blizzard. We held on with only 9 health, then we finished her off with one last Crunch. It was a bit of a long grind, but it wasn't that bad of an Ice Gym. We don't have much travel until the end of the game now. We've got the somewhat easy Cyrus fight, the double battle on the mountain, the usually really hard Cyrus fight, and then finally the Electric Gym. I figure that is smooth sailing until the last Cyrus fight. Yeah, we have a type advantage against some of his team, but I could see Weavile hitting us really hard and fast with Ice Punch. It's just a fight that tends to be brutal, and we're hardly keeping up on levels, so I wouldn't be shocked if something unexpected happens, and the fight is a lot harder than the last few. At least it's the Electric Gym after that, and we should have a pretty easy time there. Well, with it being a ground run and all. I can't remember them having any water or grass moves, so I think that one will probably go perfectly fine. Let's go take out some bosses. Second from last Cyrus fight starts pretty great as he gets a Screech-in on Rhyperior, but we easily Rock Blast Sneasel down. Second is Crobat though, and I was a little bit worried, but our underleveled Mamoswine did a pretty great job using Ice Shard. It wasn't enough for a 2-shot, but that's okay. He used Supersonic and we never hit ourselves, so even with him healing himself back up with a full restore, he couldn't get enough Air Cutters in to actually finish us off. If he just used Air Cutter every turn, then he could have knocked us out. Last was Honchkrow, and we weren't doing a ton of damage with Rock Blast, but it's okay. His best move against us was Nightshade. It did alright damage, but we still have a whole team left, so I'm sure even if we went down, we could have sent them in and still won. I'm a little bit worried though about how the last Cyrus fight is gonna go. He's much stronger in that one. The double battle on the mountain was reasonably easy, but like usual it took forever because our rival's Munchlax is totally useless. He wastes all of his time using Stockpile and Swallow instead of actually helping us in the fight. Well, we've got 2 Bronzors just stalling for ages with Light Screen and Reflect. It wasn't really a hard fight, but even with a full team, it took forever. Let's just hope that the Distortion World fight against Cyrus isn't a disaster. The last Cyrus fight starts with us just one-shotting Houndoom with an Earthquake from Hippowdon before we switch out to Gabite as his Water Onix comes out. We get one-shot by Ice Fang, but that's okay. That was just to get him to waste Intimidate on something that was underleveled. I sent Hippowdon back in to start using Crunch, but we got taken out pretty quickly, so we didn't even get him to half health. Next I sent in Gliscor to try and take him out. We got lucky early on as Ice Fang missed thanks to the Sandstorm, but then used a full restore. We managed to take him back down to yellow health, we got frozen, then instantly thawed to hit him again, but then even Gliscor got taken out. This is rough. Out to Whiscash, who finally finishes him off, but only after we lost half of our health to Waterfall. Out to Rhyperior to easily take out Honchkrow with a single Rock Slide after taking a little bit of damage, and second from last was his Weavile. He hits us with Fake Out to flinch us and did decent damage with an Ice Punch after, but we one-shot him in return. Last is Crobat, but it was doing almost nothing, so we just used Rock Slide a little bit to take it down. I just can't get over how insane that Water Onix fight was. Last was the Electric Gym, and it turns out that I actually forgot that they do have Ice Fang. The fight was still super easy though. They weren't able to take out Hippowdon the entire fight. It was actually crazy seeing how close we came to another one-shot on Luxray with Earthquake. I think the Sandstorm was leaving him with less than 10 health. Overall, easy fight. Alright, well, we're in the last bit of travel before the end of the game. We have a rival fight that tends to be pretty hard, then the Elite Four. Well, the rival fights this run have gone pretty well, so I figure that this next one will too, and I'm not that worried about Bug Trainer Aaron. Gliscor with Aerial Ace has been really awesome, so I think he'll do a good job there. I really don't know how the ground trainer Bertha is gonna go, but maybe Whiscash and Mamoswine will help give us the advantage. Flint should be pretty easy, but I figure that the Psychic Trainer Lucian and the Pokemon Champion Cynthius, I spelled that very, very wrong. The Pokemon Champion Cynthius are both going to be pretty hard. They're just both pretty tough, and although we have Crunch and Night Slash for Lucian, I think that alone is not going to be enough to get us the win. Let's just take out our rival, and then take a look at our stats, and just see how likely a win is. I'm still not even 100% sure what our final team is going to be. I was thinking we'd ditch Golem, but at the same time, Explosion could be pretty useful. I'm really not sure yet. Time for the rival. Right away, Staraptor ruins his own defense with close combat, letting Rhyperior one-shot it with a Rock Slide. I switched to Gliscor to hit Roserade with Aerial Ace, and it did great damage, but we ended up getting put to sleep and almost taken out with a couple of Giga Drains before we could actually finish it off. We have no great answer for Floatzel, so I sent in Whiscash and actually did quite well with a couple of Earthquakes as it kept crunching us. We lost a good amount of health, but we took it out pretty fast. Heracross was of course a one-shot with Gliscor's Aerial Ace, and second from last was Snorlax, so I just had Rhyperior use Hammer Arm. It wasn't a one-shot, but his Earthquake didn't do much to us. Then he put himself to sleep with Rest, so we just took him out before he could wake up. Last was his Infernape, but of course it couldn't handle Earthquake, so we just got another win at the rival. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, I'm pretty happy with our team overall, but our levels are really low on some of these guys. I mean, Cynthia's team is high level 50s and low 60s, but our team is just 40s across the board. I figure our team is going to have to be at least in the mid 50s before we stand a chance, but there's no harm in at least trying the Elite Four before then. I might be overconfident, but I think that the first 3 members of the Elite Four could go pretty well. I did a pretty big grind before the rival fight to help catch up our levels, but we're still behind. Aaron and Flint are probably going to be easy though, maybe even Bertha? Let's see how far we can get out of Curiosity before I have to grind more. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. First was Yanmega, who just keeps using Double Team, but thankfully Aerial Ace doesn't miss, so we could easily take it out in 2 hits with Gliscor. Second is Drapion, and I literally had to Google its type weakness during the fight because I always forget what type it is, just to find out that it's weak to ground, so I easily Earthquaked it down with Hippowdon. Back out to Gliscor, as Heracross came out, we obviously just one-shot it with Aerial Ace after taking a weak Night Slash. Vespiquen was next, and it kept healing and buffing defense, so I switched to maxing out our attack and totally overpowering it. It took a while, but it was probably our only shot at knocking this thing out with Gliscor after how much it buffed its defense. That left us with crazy high attack, so we could just one-shot Scizor right after for the win. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. First was a Whiscash mirror match, so I just kept spamming Earthquake. She wasted her first turn with Sandstorm though, so we easily took it out after it only did about a third of our health and damage. Out to Mamoswine to deal with her Gliscor, and although we took a huge Earthquake, we one-shot it with a critical Ice Beam. Honestly, that probably did not need to be a crit. Golem was next, so I sent Whiscash back in. We got unlucky, and the first Surf wasn't a one-shot, so we got dropped to really low health. But as she healed back up with a full restore, we just one-shot her with the next Surf. Second from last was her Hippowdon, and she used Yawn on Rhyperior, so I switched Pokemon just for her to use Yawn. That's when I remembered that the AI sometimes cheats in Gen 4 and can read what you're gonna do before you do it, because she magically knew to use Yawn every single time I switched. And I switched a lot, waiting for her to do something different. Eventually, I settled on Whiscash just to use Rest, but we still went down before we got to wake up. I had to send in my own Hippowdon just to trade Earthquakes. We won, but we fell asleep in the process. Last is her Rhyperior, and this thing is an absolute beast. Over the course of an entire 2 minutes, it just one by one totally demolished our team. The worst part is that it has an ability where super effective moves are weaker than normal, so despite having the type advantage on plenty of our Pokemon, we weren't doing all that much. I wish that Whiscash was still alive because at least Surf's double type advantage would be pretty strong, but it had already fainted earlier. What a brutal loss. That means I'm grinding more. As much as I'd love to use rare candies to speed things up, some of the team still doesn't have full effort values. I actually have a lot of money, so I can just use vitamins to check, but obviously we don't have enough money to totally replace grinding with vitamins. I think what I'll do is grind the team to level 50 each. They'll still be quite a bit stronger than us, but just getting to 50 will help our lower leveled Pokemon catch up and be more useful. I'm pretty confident that by level 50, we'd at least be able to beat Bertha and Flint. Who knows, maybe even Lucian. I doubt it's enough for Cynthia, but it never hurts to try. Let's at least try and max out our effort values. Okay, many levels and many tries later. This time Rhyperior does a pretty solid job of two-shotting Whiscash as we lose about half of our health in the process. Their Hippowdon still makes us sleep, but we've got some damage in with Rhyperior first. We still fell asleep and just got finished off, but at least we got her to use her healing item early. Mamoswine hit for massive damage with Ice Beam, lost half of its health to Earthquake, then finished it off. I stayed in with Gliscor, nearly fainted, but of course scored a one-shot with Ice Beam. For his Golem, we just switched straight to Whiscash for that double-type advantage to get a one-shot with Surf, and last was her Rhyperior, who we actually also one-shot with Surf. That went much better. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. As expected, he was super easy. We literally just swept his entire team with Earthquake between Hippowdon and Garchomp. No issues at all. Feels good to have an easy fight. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Right away, we got a one-shot on Mr. Mime with Garchomp's Crunch, but second was Espeon, and we couldn't quite one-shot it, so we took a big hit from Psychic before we could take it out. I sent in Gliscor next to deal with Bronzong. I started with Swords Dance as he was buffing himself with Calm Mind, and although we did hit a pretty hard Night Slash, we got two-shot. I tried to finish him off with Whiscash, but we actually ended up only dropping him into red health before he took us out, so naturally, it used a full restore the second we sent in Hippowdon. We really weren't hitting hard at all with Crunch, and it started using Calm Mind even more, so its Psychic nearly one-shot us. We got him back to red health, but he took out Hippowdon. We had to send in Garchomp to finish it off, but it wasn't looking good. As Alakazam came out, it outsped Garchomp to finish us off, so I had to send in Rhyperior. We tanked an Energy Ball, then used Earthquake to one-shot it. Last was Gallade, but of course we couldn't finish it off. It was too fast and strong, so Rhyperior got finished off, and Mamoswine just got taken out fast with a couple of hits. You know what? I think we stand a chance. I just have to switch things up and keep trying. A few tries later, Mr. Mime is still just a one-shot, and this time Espeon takes slightly longer just because of a full restore, but that's fine. I'd rather Lucian use those early rather than on stuff like Bronzong. Speaking of, I switched straight to Hippowdon for Bronzong and go straight for Crunch, but this time, we kept getting defense drops. He also used Psychic early, then switched to Calm Mind, so we saved a little bit on health. Thanks to the defense drops and him using full restore early, we just hardly held on and finished him off. This is already going much better. Out to Rhyperior to Earthquake down Alakazam, same as before, and last is Gallade. I tried Whiscash, but it turns out he's got Leaf Blade, so we just got one shot. So next up is Garchomp. We outsped him, hit a huge Earthquake, but he healed with a Berry. Leaf Blade wasn't doing a ton to us, so we got another Earthquake in. We nearly fainted to the next Leaf Blade, but the Sandstorm actually finished him off. Awesome ending. Finally, the Pokemon champion Cynthia. Right away, Spiritomb has no weakness, so we just have to overpower it with a few Stone Edges from Rhyperior, as it gets us with a Dark Pulse for about half of our health. Out to Gliscor to deal with Roserade, and although we take big damage early, we crit to one-shot it in return. That's when everything goes downhill. One by one over the course of almost 3 minutes, we throw our entire team at Melodic just to get totally destroyed. None of our moves do much damage, and her Surfs are just brutal. The worst part is, we got it incredibly close to fainting by the time that we ran out of Pokemon. One more turn and the Sandstorm would have taken her out. It's obvious we're way too weak. Let's get the team up to 55 and try some more. Level 55 and many tries later. This time for Spiritomb, I take it out with Garchomp instead, and actually end up with a good amount of our health left. That made her send out her Garchomp, so we sent in Mamoswine to tank a Flamethrower and one-shot her with Ice Beam. That's great. This is exactly why we need an Ice type. Next is her Lucario, so I sent in Hippowdon to start Sandstorm and nearly one-shot her with Earthquake, as we lost a ton of health to Aurasphere. She healed up, we nearly took her out with another Earthquake, but then she switched to Togekiss, so we missed that Earthquake. We got a Crunch in on Togekiss, as it took us to 1 health, then we got a Sand Attack in right before we fainted. I sent in Rhyperior to survive a Water Pulse and finish it off with Stone Edge, but we lost a lot of health in the process. Next is Roserade, so I sent in Gliscor, and we actually only brought it to a sliver. I'm happy that Sandstorm finished it off, because we would have fainted if we took another hit. I still have no great answer from Melodic, so I sent in Whiscash to hit some pretty weak Earthquakes before going down. I got it to lowish health, but she just used a full restore, so we had to Earthquake one last time before obviously being finished off. Thankfully, the Sandstorm damage really built up, so Garchomp was able to finish her off with an Earthquake. Last was her already nearly dead Lucario, so we just Earthquaked it once to finish it off and win this super long run. Man, that one was back and forth. The easy parts were really easy, and the hard parts were really hard. I had a fun time, though. It was cool getting to use loads of Pokemon that I never really get to normally use, and it's crazy that we had 2 different trait evolutions, and we still had to be such a high level to win. It's a shame that we didn't have more type variety, but, you know, that's the nature of the beast with type-exclusive runs. I hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge will be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Fire Red with 1 Wingull. I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Now, I wish I could give you guys a bunch of medical updates, but I don't really have much. I don't think I had my other little bit of dental surgery the last time we talked, so I'll tell you that real quick. I went in for a checkup at the dental surgeon's office, because checkups are free after dental surgery, at least with the clinic I go to. So I went for a checkup because my sockets for my wisdom teeth being removed back in July, I think it was? June, July? God, it's a blur. They were still getting pretty sore. He said that they look like they're healing well, but that I had a piece of bone on the right side that was really close to the surface and kind of poking through the gums a little. And he explained that that can cause nerve pains up through my mouth as well as in the front of my throat. So he thought that could be the cause of how I've had non-stop throat pain ever since I got the wisdom teeth out. So he started shaving that down a little bit. The way they do that is crazy, by the way. They just use like a metal stick. So he started hacking away at it a little bit, no anesthetic or anything. And he's like, it's probably kind of tender, isn't it? And I was like, a little bit. He's like, do you want some topical cream or some freezing? And I was like, freezing, is that like the needle? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, just do the needle. He laughs and he's like, I wish all my patients were like this. You barely feel the needle, especially if it's just like, you know, for like a socket kind of thing. Like that's so surface level. At least when you get the teeth taken out, they got to give you 4 needles and they go all the way up into the roof of the mouth so you feel it hit bone. That's more uncomfortable, but it's still not really painful, you know? It's the few times where they say it'll feel like a little pinch and it literally does just feel like a tiny little pinch. It's nothing. So he did that, he shaved away at my mouth a little bit, and he said, I'm 80% happy with this. And I said, what does that mean? And he said, well, I'm 80% sure that this is going to heal up fine and your pains are going to go away, but I'm 20% sure that we need to cut you open a little bit more and remove more bone to actually fix the problem. So what do you want to do? And I said, well, if you're 80% sure, then how about, like, we leave it, we do the checkup in another 2 weeks. If it heals up, it heals up. If it doesn't heal up, then we, you know, do a more serious surgery for this. He said that sounds good, because he said that the recovery for if he needs to cut me open is going to be more or less the exact same as the recovery from actually having the wisdom teeth out, which was not bad at all. It's just top row wisdom teeth. The recovery's pretty good for that, but I work with my voice for a living, so I said, you know, I don't want to do the whole incision thing on the fly right now. I want to make sure I've got food prepared for that, because like I talk for a living. I don't want my mouth all messed up, and you know, I still need to do a voiceover that week and everything. And he said, you're the second guy this week who works doing voiceovers. I can go years without talking to 2 people with the same profession, and I get 2 people who do voiceovers for a living. So that was kind of funny. Other than that, no real updates for health stuff. I've been streaming a lot more frequently over on Twitch and just a little bit here on YouTube. But even when I stream on Twitch, I put all the recordings on YouTube. You can even watch them early in the playlist section before they're officially public. They're just there and viewable. So yeah, I'm going to be streaming a lot more. I've got Rogue loaded up. I want to try that game. I'm going to try that on stream. Someone took the name Mah-Dry-Bread on Rogue, so I had to be, what did I name myself? I think it's Big League MDB. Like in one of the Let's Plays. Was it Was it Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, or was it Pokemon X and Y, where I was Big League MDB? I think it was Pokemon X. Or Pokemon Y? I think I did Pokemon Y. I forget which one now. It was a while ago. And yes, we are going back to Mystery Dungeon at some point. I don't know when. Never ask when. Never ever ask when, because I will never know the answer to when on literally any video idea, trust me. You can ask if, but if the last time I said if was yes, then the answer has not changed, trust me. That means if you were just about to ask when I'm doing Pokemon Stadium 2, or if I was going to do Pokemon Stadium 2, don't ask, because you know the answer. Because the only reason you'd be asking is if you watched the Let's Play of Pokemon Stadium 1. And in that Let's Play, I said I'm doing Pokemon Stadium 2, so you know it will happen. That's an MDB promise right there. That's as good as set in stone, except for stone erodes. I was gonna say I don't erode. My throat's actually in awful shape right now, and the health problems. Okay, I erode a little bit, but the Let's Play is still on. It'll happen when it happens. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everybody, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only one Slowpoke was hard at the start and very easy by the end. Let's follow up with a more unique challenge. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only Honey Tree Pokemon. I'll go into exactly how Honey Trees work in a minute or two, but more importantly, on screen should be a bunch of Pokemon that we can catch in Honey Trees. This isn't exactly a list of all the Pokemon I'll have though, since some of these are very luck-based. As much as I'd love to have a Munchlax, for instance, he's very, very rare. Honey Trees can only get us a maximum of one Pokemon every 6 real-life hours, so we're gonna have a slow start. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win, but the bad type variety and large team will probably result in a lot of very slow but necessary grinding sessions. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Pokemon that I caught at a Honey Tree, plus my starting Combee. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Lastly, lots of people requested this, but I'll shout out it's me, Mr. Austria, for it since he was the most recent to ask. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Combee so that we can start with a Honey Tree Pokemon. I picked to replace Turtwig so our rival would have a Fire type, probably the hardest for us to fight since we're starting with a Bug type. I name her MDB because that is absolutely hilarious. I made sure to restart until we got a female one since male Combees never evolve and thus are basically useless. Considering I don't want this video to be late is just a smart move. Our nature is naughty, so less special defense and more attack. I'm actually okay with that, although you just know that Thunderbolt is gonna crush us at some point. Now, Combee is pretty useless, even this early in the game, but because it's a female one, it can become Vespiquen, a pretty solid Pokemon. It's slower than Combee, strangely enough, but it's also much, much stronger and has much better moves. Right away, I start fighting everything I can to level up early. Before we can get a good supply of honey and start catching more Pokemon, I have to beat the Rock Gym, and chances are that's not happening until we hit level 21 and evolve, seeing as we are double weak to rock types. While I train though, let's explain how Honey Trees work. Sinnoh has honey trees placed around the map, and as we cover them in honey, Pokemon will get attracted to them. Problem is, this takes 6 real-life hours, and I make these videos on a time limit so that they aren't late. This means that how many chances I get to catch Pokemon depends on if I can find time to go back and recheck these honey trees, then we need to be lucky enough to get good Pokemon. There's a lot of luck for some of these Pokemon, like Munchlax, one of the hardest Pokemon to catch in the game. Probably the hardest Pokemon to catch in this game, actually. 4 random trees in the game are set as Munchlax trees, and each one of them only has a 1% chance of actually having a Munchlax. Now, if I do run into a Munchlax, then I'm gonna have to catch it, because it evolves into Snorlax, and that's pretty incredible. But I'm not gonna sit around for weeks trying to catch one, because you guys know I make one of these videos every week. I can't just take 3 weeks to catch a Munchlax. If I can get an Ambipom and a Heracross, though, I'll be pretty happy. Anyway, with us using only a level 9 Combee, we managed to beat the first real fight with our rival completely because he just spammed Growl and Leer for most of the fight. I get the feeling that he's programmed to fight badly intentionally here, just so that the player doesn't get discouraged. Shortly after this, and we hit level 13 and learn Bug Bite. Interestingly enough, in Diamond and Pearl, Combi doesn't learn this level by level up, making it even more useless. This is going to be the best move until we evolve though, so let's hope that we can one-shot this stuff while grinding. I tried the Rock Gym again at level 17 just to see how good it would go, but we just got one-shot by Geodude, so that's just not happening. Anyway, at level 21 we evolve, and that gets us Power Gem, a pretty cool rock move that's got 100 accuracy, and it's special. But because we're not rock type, I'm not sure how useful this will be in the short term. On our first attempt back, we easily take out Geodude and Onix thanks to Gust, mostly because of their bad special defense. Then Gust and Bug Bite take out Cranidos. I'm kinda surprised that Geodude's Rock Throw did so little damage. Now that we can get to the next area of the game, we get a bit of honey from a very strange old man. I buy lots. We're gonna be needing this stuff the entire game, most likely. I guess there's no point in using the honey right now though, since I won't be awake in 6 hours anyway. We have to fight Team Galactic in the Valley Windworks next. This fight is normally one that we'd lose a bunch in Gen 4 runs, but we totally crushed it. Vespiquen is a very powerful Pokemon for this early in the game, so we're probably going to have some smooth sailing for a little bit. The Grass Gym goes exactly how you'd expect, with us completely brutalizing them. We're Flying and Bug type, both good against Grass. After that, though, it was getting late, so I decided to slather honey on the 3 trees that I know that I can reach, and then shut off the game for the night. The next day, I rushed back to check the trees. At the first tree, we found Cherubi. I don't really know a ton about this Pokemon, but I know that once it evolves, it should be passable. The stats on Bulbapedia seem usable enough, and the move list seems good enough, so this might work out in the long run, especially because we do need some kind of grass type. At the second tree, it weirdly just asks me to slather honey, even though I am absolutely convinced I did that last night. At the final tree, though, is just a male Combi, so pretty much useless. I didn't bother catching him. With that done, I head to clear out the nearby Galactic hideout, so I give the new Cherim the experience share so I can get it a few more levels. Vespiquen is great so far, but I'm gonna regret it if I don't start investing in more of my team soon. Once I get to the commander, we take her out pretty easily, as you might expect, but we do take over half of our health and damage in the process. It's a good thing that I've been training Cherim with the experience share, since we might need him a little bit sooner than I expected. Also, just by the way, I haven't heard like half of Gen 4 Pokemon said out loud because I stopped watching the anime long before then, so if I'm saying some of these things wrong, at least we all know who I'm talking about. In the next town over, I pick up the Shell Bell from some random lady in an apartment. It's a held item that heals us just a little bit every time we deal damage, so although I'm not sure that I'll need it now, I'll need it later. For now, I have Vespiquen holding Bright Powder for more damage on her Bug Bite instead. Next is the Ghost Gym. Duskull's first, and we got super lucky with it missing Will-O-Wisp, so we took it down without getting hit. Mismagius was a lot stronger though, and we're in a losing fight just trading shots. I tried to use Heal Order to keep up, but eventually we went down to a crit. I sent in Cherubi, but naturally just went down in one hit as well. Did I call that Cherim earlier? Why did I write that in the script? It wasn't even one of those yet. I probably just had the page open on Bulbapedia. With that easy loss, it's clear that we need to get a bit stronger. Let's try evolving Cherubi. It's only a few levels away, and although I don't think it'll save the battle for us, maybe it'll give me an idea of how realistic it is for me to grind a little and win this fight, rather than just waiting and catching more Honey Tree Pokemon. First, let's talk about Cherim for a little bit now that it's evolved. This is a weird Pokemon. So its ability is Flower Gift. It makes it so that when there's harsh sunlight, its attack and special defense are raised by 50%. In a double battle, that's even better because your other Pokemon gets the bonus too. The weird part, though, is that Cherim learns Petal Dance when it evolves, and that's not a physical move. In fact, the only move it can learn with the same type attack bonus that's physical is Bullet Seed, a repeating move that only has 10 power in this game. If I want to make use of the attack boost, it might make more sense to teach it Return and give it Soothe Bell, but if I'm going to be using Sunny Day, I may as well just use Solar Beam instead. I tried again, but ended up getting crushed almost exactly as badly. Not all hope is lost, though. Vespiquen is only a few levels away from learning Attack Order, and that's a pretty fantastic move. Let's give that a try, and if we fail, I'll wait for another batch of trees to be ready. First try with Attack Order, and we crit it to one-shot Duskull, then have Mismagius use Confuse Ray and crit us with 2 different Shadow Balls, while we hit ourselves in confusion 3 times in a row. Okay, that fight was a statistical anomaly. I'm gonna just try that again. Second try, and this time we still crit and one-shot Duskull without being burned. Mismagius still confused us, but 2 attack orders easily took it out, and last is Haunter, so I switched for Cherim, mostly to get rid of the confusion on Vespiquen. I Leech Seed Haunter and Sunny Day as she was starting to use weak Shadow Claws, but we do get put to sleep shortly after, then confused. We're actually hardly taking damage shot after shot though, and Leech Seed is still doing damage. Eventually, she used a super potion to get her health back, but we finally started to land hits with Petal Dance. In the end, we took her down with Cherub. After that is another rival fight. Staravia's first, so our attack is down from Intimidate, and we instantly got crit with a super effective wing attack. But we still took him down in 1 power gem. Monferno is second, but his flame wheel really didn't hurt us much. 2 power gems took him down, but our health is low. I switched to Cherub for Buizel just to one-shot it with Petal Dance, and last is Roselia, so I just have Vespiquen take it down in 1 attack order. With that win, I decided that it's finally time to wait until the honey trees are ready. This time we found another male Combi, it's never worth catching them, an Ambipom that I'm very happy I caught, another Cherubi that I don't bother with, and lastly a female Burmy that I catch. 2 new Pokemon is a pretty great haul. As you'd expect, the fighting gym is basically a sweep. We had to switch when Lucario came out to get rid of the speed down we got from Machoke, but I don't think we were ever close to losing that fight. After that, I'm done for the day, so I'm actually writing this right before I go to sleep. First thing on the schedule for tomorrow is to check the honey trees. Alright, what did we get this time? Male Combi, another male Combi, another male Combi, another Cherubi that I didn't need, finally a female Combi. I catch that one, never know if I'll need a second Vespiquen. Not sure if I'll bother with that. Next is a male Burmy. Male and female Burmies turn into different Pokemon, so I catch that for the sake of more move variety later down the line. Last was another male Combi, and yet another male Combi. Alright, we've caught almost everything you can get from one of these honey trees. We're missing Wurmple, but I doubt I'd use it. And I don't have Munchlax or Heracross, but they're both so rare that I probably won't get them. I'll keep checking honey trees, I'll just only announce it in the video if we find something good from this point on. So, while I get to the next area of the game, let's quickly go over Burmy's gimmick. So Burmy will turn into a plant, sand, or trash form, depending on where you fought last. If it's a female Burmy, then when it evolves, it will permanently be the type of whatever form it was in last. So Bug and Grass for plant, Bug and Ground for sand, or Bug and Steel for trash. I'm gonna go for Steel since it's only weak against fire. As for the male Burmy, that'll become Mothim. He's not great on stats, and he's another bug and flying type, but his moveset is pretty nice, so we might use him. As for Ambipom, he'll evolve once he levels up with the move Double Hit, so at level 32. He's actually going to have some pretty solid stats once he evolves, so I expect to use him at least a little bit. Anyway, with a little bit of travel and a few big fights, our female Burmy became Steel and Bug-typed Wormadam. With that globetrotting done, it's time for another rival fight. I'm not going to waste your time, though. The battle was almost identical to the last rival fight. Easy win. After that was the Water Gym. Water Onyx is first, so naturally our attack is down from Intimidate, but Power Gem is special. 1 hit, and he switches out for Quagsire, so we switch for Cherub for that amazing 4 times damage potential. 1 Magic Leaf does the job, and he went down. Back to Vespiquen for Floatzel, and it missed its Ice Fang, and we hit Power Gem. That was incredibly lucky. The second Ice Fang hits us hard, but 1 attack order finishes it off. Gyarados is back out, so our attack is back down, but we hang on from Waterfall, and 1 Power Gem finishes it off. Finally, it's time for our first fight with Cyrus, the Team Galactic leader. Sneasel's first, so we lose 2 stages of defense to Screech, hit a big Power Gem, he heals with a potion, we hit Power Gem again, he nearly takes us out with Ice Punch, and we finish him off. Second is Golbat, so I set to Cherub, mostly to throw bodies at him to soften him up with Leech Seed and whatnot. We get our Leech Seed in, but of course grass moves do almost nothing, so he quickly takes us down, but not before Leech Seed takes down his health at least a little bit. Back to Vespiquen, and we hang on from an Air Cutter with 1 health, use Heal Order, and heal more from Leech Seed. We get confused next, but we're fully healed by another Heal Order, take a bit of damage from Air Cutter, then hit ourselves. Not super clean. Another Air Cutter and hitting ourselves in confusion, and we're almost down, but I get yet another Heal Order in, and the Leech Seed finishes him off. Last is Murkrow, so I send out Wormadam just to almost go down in 1 Drill Peck, and we do almost nothing with Mirror Shot. Next round we go down, so set to Apom, but he gets 1 shot. Murkrow is a beast. Finally, I sent Vespiquen out, we take big damage from Drill Peck, and 1 Power Gem takes him out. I'm not looking forward to the next Cyrus fight. I think that it's clear that most of our team is really falling behind on levels, so I decide to hang out here and try to get my team to mostly level 30 before I continue. It's still lower level than our opponents, but it's better than this. Finally, another rival fight. Staravia is Staraptor now, but he still just tries for double team and instantly gets taken out. Infernape is second and his Flame Wheel does more damage than before, but Power Gem and Gust took him down. Third is Heracross and his Aerial Ace nearly takes us down, but he's double weak to flying, so Gust did the job, and we switched to Cherub for Floatzel. He was just using Swift, so 2 Grass Knots easily took him down. Next is Roserade, so I have Mothim come out. He just kept using Toxic Spikes, so I got some bug bites in, but then we got put to sleep before we got the last hit. He couldn't do any serious damage though, so we quickly woke up and took him down. With that done, let's grab our 6th badge at the Steel Gym. Magneton is first, so I use Wormadame's hidden power since I think it's ground type. We quickly get crit and taken down though, so I have Vespiquen hit it with attack order. We get hit by a massive Thunderbolt, and he uses Hyper Potion though, so we don't take him down on the next 2 hits and end up going down to Thunderbolt. Not a strong start. I sent out Ambipom and Brute Force it with double hit, but it still hangs on, nearly takes us down, then we finish it. Second is Steelix, so it's out to Charm, and this is what I learned Grass Knot for. It's based on the weight of the opponent, so one Grass Knot did crazy damage to Steelix, he kicked up a Sandstorm, and I finished it. Last is Bastiodon, and our Grass Knot isn't doing much, and physical moves are off the table due to Iron Defense. So I Leech Seeded him and then went back to Grass Knot. We traded shots for ages, and he had berries and healing items for days, but in the end, he was hardly ever hurting us, and we were healing off Leech Seed the whole time, so we got a pretty clean victory. After checking a bunch of trees and not finding anything new, I get back to traveling. There's a whole bunch of Team Galactic fighting at this point in the game, but most of the commanders are pretty easy in this run, so rest assured that if there's a part of the game I'm not bringing up, it's because it was so easy that it just wasn't worth talking about. Ages later and we're at the Ice Gym, but let's cut to the chase. We're not ready for this. This is a common issue in multi-Pokemon runs. We are massively underleveled on most of our team because we have to use inherently unbalanced teams for the sake of the challenge, but none of them are a crazy enough level to make up for it. That means that we usually have to power level, but it takes 5 times longer to level because I have all these extra Pokemon that often need their own training. Naturally, I start grinding up some of our lower leveled Pokemon. Ice is bad against Rock, Fighting, Fire, and Steel. Of those types, we only have a Steel type, so Wormadam is the only Pokemon we have with a super effective same type attack bonus move, and Mirror Shot just isn't that amazing. Although we can learn tons of new moves by TM on this team, we can't actually learn anything that would help us with this fight and would actually be worth keeping, so I don't really have much of a choice here but to gain more levels. Plus, not long after this is the Distortion World Cyrus fight, and not only is that brutally hard, but it legit takes me about 15 minutes to get back to Cyrus after a loss, so I have to make sure that my team is ready to beat him by the time I enter the Distortion World. I do end up having a couple of small improvements that we can make, though. I gave Ambipom a Soothe Bell in return so that he'd have a really solid normal move, and I also picked up the TM for Gyro Ball. It's a steel move that does more damage the faster the opponent is in comparison to the user. Wormadam's speed is absolutely terrible, so Gyro Ball should be a solid upgrade. It took absolutely ages to gamble for enough coin to afford to buy this, by the way. Second most expensive TM by coins in the game at a cost of 15,000. That was more brutal than some of the grinding sessions. Finally, Ice Gym time. Sneasel starts with an Aerial Ace on us, and we take him down in one big shot. I sent out Wormadam for Frostlass, and she starts with a double team right away. We got pretty lucky though, and we only missed one Gyro Ball, so we took her down in 2 shots while hardly being hurt. Snowbomba is third, and Focus Blast hit us pretty hard. The second Focus Blast missed, and Bug Bite does decent damage. His third one hit though, so we go down. I have Ambipom come out and nearly finish it with Return, but he hangs on with a Sliver, nearly one-shots Ambipom with Focus Blast, and then she used a full restore. We do some more damage with Return, but Hail finishes us. Next is Vespiquen, and thankfully we're faster and took it down with Attack Order. Last is Piloswine, so we do big damage with Attack Order, but he has Stone Edge and we're double weak to that, so we go down. Charm comes out, and we easily finish it with a Grass Knot to finally get the badge. With that, I make a beeline straight for the second Cyrus fight. Let's not drag out the video with all of the little details of this fight, considering we have a fight right after, and it's gonna be a lot harder. We won the fight, but not without significant damage being taken. I know without a doubt that we're gonna need to be much stronger considering the next fight has always been far, far harder. So I go ahead and start grinding in our classic spot on Mount Cornet. It's just a really good idea for getting experience before the final Cyrus fight. So here's a picture of a team from the last battle and his next battle side by side. Almost the same levels, but Sneasel evolved and he caught a Houndoom and a Water Onix. Not only that, but check out those moves. Cross Poison, Air Slash, Drill Peck, Flamethrower, Earthquake, Giga Impact. He's got some serious moves in there. It seems like his team is pretty weak to Electric and Rock type, so I put Thunderbolt on Ambipom, although he has absolutely terrible special attack, but it's double super effective against Water Onix, so it's useful for that. As for the rest, we might just have to hope for the best with Power Gem and Brute Force whatever's left with Return. Finally, when the team is about level 50, I try Cyrus. First is Houndoom, so we use Return. It takes him to an absolute sliver, and we lose half of our health to Flamethrower. He uses a full restore to heal, but we got a Return and a Thunderbolt to take him down. Honchkrow came out second, so I used Return since it would do more than Thunderbolt, mostly due to the high attack. We almost went down to the counterattack, but 2 hits took him down. I keep Ambipom out for Water Onyx and hit a 4 times damage Thunderbolt for less than I was expecting, then go down to Earthquake. I decided to send out Cherim due to the high speed, mostly, and I set up a Sunny Day to protect myself, but I ended up getting hit by Ice Fang for tons of damage. We finish it with Solar Beam though, now that we can use that in 1 turn. I switch to Mothim for Crobat, and we get Confuse Ray right away, but hit a surprisingly strong Psychic. Air Slash nearly one-shot us in return, we snapped out a Confusion right away, and we took him down. Weavile's last, and Mothim got one-shot by Fake Out, so I sent out Vespiquen, take huge damage off Ice Punch, and one-shot him with Attack Order for the win. After all that hassle, we finally make it to the final gym, where I thought I'd have a horrible time because of all the electric and fire moves, but our beastly Ambipom has maxed out Friendship by this point, and he just bowled over his whole team by himself. Finally, it's time for one last rival fight before the Elite Four. Staraptor actually hit us for once with Aerial Ace, and it did quite a bit of damage, and it managed to hang on from Power Gem. Second round, and it nearly took us down before it went down. Infernape is next, and I send out Ambipom to brute force it, and we nearly got a one-shot. He then missed with a Focus Blast that probably would have one-shot us, and we finished him in return. Out to Mothim for Heracross, but he hit us with a rock move right off the bat for an easy one-shot. Next is Ambipom, and one return actually took Heracross down. I sent out Cherim for Floatzel, and Ice Fang brings us down to half health as we start Sunny Day. Second round, and Ice Fang misses, and we score a one-shot with a Solar Beam. Next is Roserade, so I have Ambipom hit return for a one-shot, and last is Snorlax. I thought this might be rough, but Return did absolutely massive damage, and his Body Slam didn't paralyze us, so we took him down in 2 hits. So while I check out my team, let's show you roughly how I plan for these big fights. To win the run, I need to beat the Elite Four and then the Pokemon champion Cynthia, so here's her team. Looks like we're a bit underleveled for it, and her moves are generally better than ours too. Plus, she has some really strong overall Pokemon. Still, this is possible. Roserade could easily go down to Vespiquen, and Melodic is all special defense, so I'm sure Ambipom can just brute force it with Return if it comes to that. Togekiss might get one shot by Return, but I could also see it really messing up Ambipom with Aura Sphere. Spiritomb has no weakness until Gen 6, but her speed is terrible. If Vespiquen outspeeds it, then maybe I could just get a one-shot with Attack Order. Lucario and Garchomp have me worried though. Garchomp I could possibly beat with Solar Beam, but it could also just take us out with one Flamethrower. I might have to just throw half my team at her. Last, Lucario is weak to stuff that we don't have, so we might have to just brute force that one too. Let's give the Elite Four a try with our current levels and moves and just see how it goes. Make your final guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Yanmega is first, and right away he's using Double Team, but he's double weak to rock moves, so I ended up just one-shotting him with Power Gem. I love how much use we're getting out of that move. Next is Vespiquen, so I switch for Mothim and hit Air Slash for decent damage, cause a flinch, and Air Slash again to bring it to a sliver. It flinched again, but then he used a full restore, then I crit for a one-shot. That was amazing. Drapion is next, so I send out Wormadam. Aerial Ace hurts us a bit, and I start cycling through moves to see what works. Attract did a good job at slowing him down, and Hidden Power was super effective, but it still wasn't doing very much. We traded shots for ages before we took him down, mostly thanks to Attract. Heracross is next, so I send out Ambipom, and we nearly one-shot it with Return, but ended up getting one-shot by close combat. Cherim next just for the speed, and we go for Grass Knot, but he uses the full restore. Because of that, we couldn't finish him, so I used Leech Seed on him, just to go down to 1 Mega Horn. In fact, the entire rest of our team went down to this beastly Heracross because of him having Rock and Bug moves. Okay, with that being my 4th attempt, and it being by far the best one, I think it's clear that our terrible speed is just too much of an issue right now. We have tons of double weaknesses on our team. We can't afford to have this low of speed. As soon as they pull out a solid Bug, Flying, or Rock move, we just lose. I decide to just bite the bullet and grind the team to at least level 58. That way they're roughly on par with Cynthia's team in terms of levels before I try again. This time goes more or less the same way until Heracross. We do lose Mothim early due to Drapion, but the start is mostly uneventful. On Heracross, we still have the same brutal exchange with Ambipom, but we have Vespiquen on hand and take him down in one gust afterwards. Last is Scizor, and despite how well we did up until this point, I can't take him down. I threw the entire rest of my team at this one Pokemon, and it's not enough to take him down. What a soul-crushing loss. I try again right after, this time having replaced Vespiquen's Gust with Aerial Ace. The entire first half of the fight is the same until Heracross, who instantly one-shots Vespiquen with Stone Edge. Well, that's bad. Ambipom totally lucked out and crit it for a one-shot though, so we're still in this. Last is Scizor, and I switch for Wormadam. Right away I use Attract and then start spamming Iron Head, slowly doing damage bit by bit. We actually went down eventually, but not before doing so much damage that he had to use a full restore. We nearly took him down that way alone. By the time we went down, he was in red health, so I just had Ambipom finish it with Return, finally getting us the win. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. This one basically is just a sweep thanks to Solar Beam and Grass Knot. I probably could have done better in this fight, but my brain is a bit fried from all of these Aaron fights. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Once again, I need to cut to the chase for the sake of the length of this script. This is the best attempt of 15 entire attempts, and honestly, we weren't even that close. We were just really lucky. Our team has a massive weakness to fire types, and there really isn't anything I can do about it. We are sorely lacking water moves, we can't learn any good ones, and most of our team will just get one shot by a solid fire move. I see an easy solution though. Just level up Ambipom a few times. He nearly one-shot a bunch of their team. It's genuinely the fastest and most sensible solution to this problem. I try again a few levels higher, and Return pretty much just sweeps his team. I did sacrifice Mothra to do some recoil damage because I just didn't think I could take it down in one shot. But other than that, there wasn't much of a strategy, just spear through them with Ambipom. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Right away, Mr. Mime goes down in one attack order from Vespiquen, and second is Gallade, so I switch for Ambipom. Return took it all the way to red health, he ate a berry, nearly took us down with Drain Punch, and went down to his second Return. Back to Vespiquen to deal with Alakazam, and although Psychic did tons of damage to us, attack order was obviously a one-shot. Fourth is Espeon, who also uses Psychic, but we hang on with just 8 health and get another one-shot with attack order. Last is Bronzong, and attack order does solid damage, but we go down to Gyro Ball. I try having Wormadam come out and Chip fight it down. It goes well, forcing him to use another full restore, but we do eventually go down. By then, though, we can just have Ambipom brute force it with a couple of returns. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. It starts out well enough with Wormadam using Iron Head over and over on our Spiritomb to try and take it out without sacrificing anyone too important. What doesn't work out well is when the pseudo-legendary Garchomp came out. I had to send out Ambipom to brute force it because literally no Pokemon on our team can learn ice moves, and although I do great damage, because of her berry, she survives and takes him out. Vespiquen was hardly able to finish it off, but Togekiss is next, and we're incredibly weak to flying types. Maybe Ambipom could take it out, but we just got our party destroyed by Air Slash. This was my best of 5 attempts. Considering that my team can learn no ice moves to deal with this situation, and our biggest issue is still that most of our team is slow as molasses, we need to level up even more, especially Ambipom, since he's our fastest and hardest hitting attacker. If this doesn't work out though, I'll just have to hunt around the whole map for even better held items and hope that gives me the power that I need, but I'm doubtful. Finally, I try again. I still use Wormadam on Spiritomb, and it starts out great with us flinching at once and hardly taking any damage before it went down. For Garchomp, I switched to Ambipom and ended up taking it down with a critical return that absolutely saved this run. I switched to Wormadam for Lucario and eat an Aura Sphere for big damage before hitting Attract. A second Aura Sphere brought us down to only 5 health, Iron Head did a bit of damage, and we got an extra turn to do more damage. After that was Extreme Speed though, so we went down. Next is Ambipom, and we could go down in one big hit, but once again we crit with Return to take him down. This is incredible. Togekiss is next, so I hit Return for massive damage, got seriously messed up off Aura Sphere, and used Return to finish it off. Fifth is Milotic, so I sent out Cherim and used Grass Knot right away for solid damage, but got taken out in one shot by Mirror Coat. I actually forgot that that would happen, or I'd have gone for Solar Beam instead. Ambipom was able to finish it off with Return easily, though. Roserade is last, so I sent out Vespiquen, and although Sludge Bomb hits us pretty hard and poisons us, Attack Order brought her all the way down to a sliver. That forced her to use a full restore, so we hit another attack order to bring it down to a sliver again. Then we went down to extra sensory. Finally, I sent our Ambipom back out and speared it down with our crazy high speed to finally get in the Hall of Fame. I'm not even gonna lie, that victory was completely luck-based with those critical returns that I got. That was an interesting run, but man did it get brutal near the end. I really hope you guys liked that run though. For next Saturday, I have something really special that I'll be working on. I've been doing a Pokemon Challenge video every single week for over a year now, so I am really excited to announce that for the first time ever, I'm going to be doing a challenge in a non-Pokemon game, Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I have no idea how it's going to go, how it'll be received, if you guys are even going to watch it. I have no idea about any of these things, but I do think that I'm going to have a lot of fun with it, and I hope that you guys enjoy it too. I'll have a new Pokemon Challenge done in 2 weeks from when this video goes up though, so the Pokemon Challenges aren't going to go anywhere. Don't worry about that. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the Pokemon Challenge section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like these, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all of the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I just finished a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also find myself, Whatageek, and Goosit playing Pokemon Stadium here on my channel. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Platinum with only one Abra was brutal at the start and easy in the middle, so let's do another Platinum one that's a little harder in the middle. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only in-game traded Pokemon. Platinum only has 3 in-game traded Pokemon until after the Pokemon Champion, so for the first time in one of my trade runs, I won't have a full team. Not only that, but because traded Pokemon have obedience issues if overleveled past the cap of whatever your badges give you, we're almost for sure going to have sections of the run where we need to hope our Pokemon do what we tell them to, just to win basic fights. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if you think I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win this run, but the early game is going to be rough, and obedience is definitely going to be an issue through the middle, no doubt. Let's explain the rules. I'm only allowed to use Pokemon that I've gotten from in-game trades. I'm allowed to use HM Pokemon at required parts since it would be impossible to otherwise, but I can't use them in battle. We have to do every trade that's in the game. For Pokemon that we need to evolve before trading, we're allowed to grind them on wild Pokemon till they evolve, but we're not allowed to use them to progress in the game. No glitches or exploits are allowed, and I can't use the items menu in battle. Only items outside of combat or held items are allowed. Let's do this. The first trade is until Orberg City, and the Pokemon we need for it is right next to it, so no Universal Pokemon Randomizer this time. I simply use the starter to easily fight my way there, catch a Machop, and trade it for an Abra named Kaza. Now, I know what you're thinking, I literally just did an Abra run in this game last week. Well, that's why I'm so confident that I can beat the game with traded Pokemon. The real challenge is seeing how low of a level I can do this at, and if I'll still be sane due to obedience by the end of it. Anyway, Kaza is quiet nature, so less speed and more special attack. I'm perfectly fine with that. A lot of people are actually asking in the last run why I didn't fight Zubats to get speed EVs. Because I was faster than everything in the game anyway, why would I need speed EVs? Anyway, he only has teleport, so I teach him return with a TM just like I did last run. So, while I grind, we've run into a problem already. To beat the Rock Gym, we're going to want to evolve Abra into Kadabra so he learns Confusion. That doesn't happen until level 16, and outsider Pokemon stop obeying us past level 10 if we don't have 2 badges. In fact, that would only bring our obedience up to level 30. So this Abra stops obeying us the moment he passes level 10, and with him being our only Pokemon until just before the second gym, it's completely possible that Kaza here isn't going to obey us for like half of this challenge, Outsider Pokemon level quickly, so he's likely going to spend large chunks of the runs above our obedience level. Leveling an Abra who doesn't obey you is the absolute worst. Half the time, he runs away from fights that he's about to win. Eventually, we hit level 16 and evolve. Kaz's post-evolution stats aren't half bad, although I'm skeptical that he'd actually beat Rorik, since he rarely listens to me, so I have to get a few more levels first. When trying to fight his Geodude, Kaza disobeyed me 6 times in a row. One of the times he disobeyed, he disabled and shut down Geodude's ability to attack, and I would have lost for sure if not for that. After that, though, he mostly listened, and we one-shot swept the whole team. On my way to the Valley Windworks to make some progress, I bumped into a Buizel. We actually need to trade one of these in the upcoming city, so I catch it. Commander Mars in the Windworks itself is awful, though. Her second Pokemon is a Purugly with Fake Out and Feint Attack, so it takes a few tries to survive thanks to Kaza refusing to attack. After a few tries, though, he finally uses Psybeam and gets an easy win. In the Eterna condominiums, we trade our Buizel for a Chatot named Cherub. It's got a lonely nature, so less defense and more attack, and it has Tangled Feet as an ability, so when confused, moves have half of their accuracy against her. Kaza is so close to level 30 that we're realistically not going to have any obedience time after this gym with him, although at least we'll get to use Cherub stress-free for a little while. Not till after we get the badge, though. Here's me trying to level up Cherub before the gym a little bit. This is a level 14 Magikarp. It can't fight back, and yet it takes an entire minute with fast text speed and no animations on just to beat it. This should have taken 15 seconds. I can't even beat the Goldeen without Kaza coming in to save it. It might be our best hope to sweep the grass gym with Kaza and level Cherub a little bit after she starts obeying. My first try at the grass gym was going great as I one-shotted our first 2 Pokemon, and then Kaza decided to disobey me so many times that he fainted when I could have had a one-shot sweep on the whole team. It took a few tries, but eventually Kaza cooperated long enough for me to get the win. Now that we have 2 badges, Pokemon will listen to us until they hit level 31, so at least Cherub will listen for a little while. I tried to fight Commander Jupiter, but thanks to her Skuntank, Kaza flat out can't take her out. Cherub would stand a chance if not for her low stats, so I decided to come back a few levels later. At level 26 it goes much smoother, with Chatter getting reasonably strong, and Skuntank not fighting at her best. We're getting dangerously close to Cherub not obeying us though. Next is the Ghost Gym, and I was dreading this one. Kaza is the perfect Pokemon to sweep them, but I just knew he wouldn't listen. Her Duskull isn't anything too dangerous, but Kaza disobeyed so many times that we ended up getting burned before we took her out. Next was Miss Magius, a particularly rough one. Kaza did some damage, but Shadow Ball took us out like we were nothing. Cherub is out, and a handful of Chatters did the job, but we lost over half of our health to Psybeams. We learned Mimic by hitting level 29, but it won't really help us much here. Last is her Haunter, so I used Sing to put it to sleep, and used Chatter for far more damage than I was expecting. But then she wakes up and puts us to sleep in return. She then does the stupidest thing she could have. She confused Cherub, boosting our dodge chance thanks to our Tangled Feet ability. As a result, we managed to hang on long enough to wake up and finish the fight with a second Chatter. I can't believe how well that went. To continue the weird stroke of luck, Kaza totally swept through the following rival fight. He's still disobedient, but he listened enough times that I had a real easy time with that fight. At the fighting gym, Cherub finally becomes disobedient, and it's a real shame. We have a Psychic and a Flying type. This gym should be easy, but both of our traded Pokemon hardly listen to us. If we can just get the badge, they'll at least obey us up until level 51. First try on the fighting gym leader doesn't go too well, and I wish I could say it was because of disobedience, but honestly, even if they obeyed, it wouldn't have been that clean. Maybe I could win, but I think it'd be smart to come back just a few levels higher. A few levels later and we try again. Cherub one-shots Metatite, we take big damage from Machoke's Rock Tomb, but one Chatter takes him out too. Lucario Drain Punches us for massive damage as our Chatter only takes out about 1/3 of his health. Cherub goes down and Kaza finishes it with 1 Psybeam. With that we have 4 gym badges and Pokemon will obey us till level 50. Although that's nice, I should still refrain from power leveling. It's very possible to accidentally go over level 50 before getting the 6th gym badge from the Steel Gym, and that's a hard one without Grass Knot, so we'll have to make sure Kaza is obeying us. Before the water gym, we have another rival fight, but this one goes great. Cherub has surprisingly great special attacks, so spamming Chatter is all it takes to make short work of him. I haven't been showing it, but there's been a ton of fights in between each city, so it actually feels kinda weird to have a bunch of battles where the Pokemon actually obey me. I go ahead and teach Kaza Grass Knot since it's an amazing move for both this gym and the next one. Then we challenge Crasher Wake. It goes way worse than I expected though. Gyarados is scary and took a lot to take down, but his Floatzel is so much more dangerous than I expected. He's faster than Kaza and one-shots him with Crunch, and his Ice Fang does a lot of damage to Cherub. I'll for sure need a few more levels. I really don't like the idea of hitting level 50 though. I need to be careful. At level 44, I managed to get a lot farther. The classic strategy of putting the opponent to sleep, healing with Roost when needed, and using Chatter whenever I can, took out Gyarados and Floatzel, and Quagsire went down to a Grass Knot like he was nothing, getting us the 5th badge. One more badge and we can get our Pokemon up to level 70. We have a couple big fights before that though. The Cyrus fight goes well considering we're not over-leveled, and he's pretty good against Psychic types, but man, I do not like how higher levels are getting. Chirp ends this at level 48 and Kaza at level 45. Not only do we have another rival fight, but we have the trainers in the Steel Gym before we can fight the gym leader. We might be disobedient by then. The rival battle itself was also another easy sweep, but Cherub and Kaza both level up once. Only a few mandatory trainers before Byron. By the time I get to him, Kaza is level 48 and Cherub is at level 49. It's close, but this should be enough. First up is Magneton, so I have Kaza use Psychic. I get hit by Metal Sound and lose Special Defense, but it's not too bad, so another Psychic finishes it. Bastiodon is next, and I hit Grass Knot, but I do less damage than I had hoped for. He boosts up with Iron Defense, but that doesn't matter, so I just Grass Knot him again. Metal Burst hits us incredibly hard due to it being a countering move, but another Grass Knot ends it. Last is Steelix, but Grass Knot doesn't quite one-shot it, leaving him with a sliver as he finishes us up with Earthquake. I send out Cherub and go for Chatter, but he uses a full restore. We end up getting stuck in a cycle of putting him to sleep and healing for a long time until eventually we whittle him down and finish him with Chatter. Now that we have 6 badges, our team will obey us up until level 70. That should be enough to make it to the final gym as long as we're careful not to level up too much. Plus, we get another Pokemon soon. Commander Saturn was a cakewalk, but I'd just like to take a moment to say how incredibly liberating it feels to do a fight without worrying about micromanaging how much experience one guy gets. I can't be too reckless, I can't just go fighting every trainer I see, but not having to worry about every last fight is great. On my way through Mount Coronet, I head up north, and I run into a high-level Meditite, so I decide to catch it since we'll need to evolve it and trade it up in Snowpoint. I train him on my way with an experience share. Finally, we're in Snowpoint City, so I take out Medicham and trade it for a haunter named Gaspar. He's holding an Everstone so he doesn't turn into a Gengar, officially making the original trainer Mindy the most hateable person in all of Sinnoh. Anyway, Gaspar has Levitate so he doesn't get hit by ground moves, and a Hasty Nature for more speed and less defense, which is kinda lame. Anyway, with that we have our last Pokemon. Yeah, there's one trade left, but that's actually in the post-game, so although we have to do that trade eventually, we're never actually going to use that Pokemon that we get from it. Let's go take on Candace. This fight was fantastic. First she sends out Sneasel, a dark type, so I used Cherub. Ice Shard does a massive amount of damage, but so does our Chatter. 2 rounds of that leaves us with only 22 health, but takes out Sneasel. Second is the legendary Snowbomba. You know I had to. And his ability makes it hail. Psychic nearly takes him down as his Wood Hammer brings us to only 9 health. The recoil ends him, but the hail brings us all the way down to 2 health. Third is Frostlass. I decide to have Kaza sacrifice himself by one-shotting with Psychic, but fainting to the hail as a result. Last is Piloswine, so I get Cherub to try for Sing, but we both miss, so I try again as our health is dire. She falls asleep and our health is only at 4, so I use Roost twice to heal up, but we get hit with a Stone Edge for big damage. Chatter does a lot more damage than I expected, but Avalanche does double damage after being hit, so it takes out Cherub. Last is Gaspar, and my Shadow Ball brings her down to a sliver of health as Stone Edge drops us to only 7, and Hail drops us to 2. I go for the finishing blow as she uses a full restore to survive, and we go down to Hail. I can't even be mad. That fight was a ton of fun. I come back with a few more levels, mostly on Gaspar. Sneasel versus Cherub goes much better this time, as we have a speed tie, so we end up going first on the second round, taking out Sneasel, leaving us with much more health. Snowbomba goes the same way as before, as does sacrificing Kaza to take out Frostlass, so Piloswine is last. I have Cherub hit Chatter for massive damage, but get taken down in a Stone Edge in the process. Last out is Gaspar, and in between his speed and high special attack, a Shadow Ball is able to win us the 7th badge. Only one more before we don't need to worry about level caps, although I have 2 Cyrus fights before that 8th gym. I go ahead and teach Kaza Shockwave. It's not a very strong electric move, but it's reliable, and it should be enough to take down Cyrus's brutal Haunch Crow. Out first is Sneasel, so I have Cherub chatter it down in a couple of hits, while all he does is use Screech on us. Next is Crobat, so I one-shot him with Psychic from Kaza. I keep him out for Haunch Crow to hit Shockwave, and I'm lucky he ate a berry. It would have been much worse if he landed in red and used a full restore. Kaza is down, so Cherub is back out to end it with a Chatter. The battle went well, but there's no way I'm ready for the final Cyrus battle, so I'm gonna need to level up a little bit in Mount Coronet. Commander Saturn was an amazing pushover though. I hadn't even healed up since the Cyrus fight, and I hardly had to look at the screen. Last before our Cyrus fight is a double battle against Jupiter and Mars. Part of the challenge is that our rival is an idiot, and his Munchlax sucks. Honestly, the battle doesn't go half bad, I've had worse, but I swear this battle is a prank by Game Freak. 2 super defensive bronzers, they always open with Reflect and Light Screen, and your partner spends almost the whole battle using Stockpile and Swallow. It's like they wanted to create the longest and most boring battle in the franchise. Fun fact, you can actually watch me go through the Distortion world in a Pokemon Challenge update vlog I did. In short, it was a vlog where I was talking about how I'll be streaming Pokemon Shield a ton on my Twitch TV page, linked in the description as soon as it comes out, and uploading the videos of it on YouTube. Considering the game is out by the time this goes up, I'll be streaming Pokemon Shield as soon as the premiere you're watching right now is over, so follow me on Twitch. Also, that I want to have a ton of big challenges done by December, so look forward to that. Cyrus time. First is Houndoom, so I start with Cherub. Chatter takes out half his health as he burns us with a Will-O-Wisp, and a second Chatter takes him out. Next is his terrifying Weevil. Sing puts him to sleep, and Chatter does decent damage, but the second one doesn't take him out, although it confuses him. He wakes up and Ice Punches us for an easy knockout. I send out Kaza next, and he's level 70, so we're on the brink of becoming disobedient again. Shockwave ends Weavile, and I don't like how close we are to 71. Haunch Crow is next, and I have to use Kaza to take it out in one easy Shockwave. Still not 71, but so close. Crobat is next, and obviously we need Kaza again, so I one-shot with Psychic and level up. We're disobedient now. Last is Gyarados, and we obviously need Shockwave, so I keep Kaza out, and through sheer good luck, Kaza obeys us and uses Shockwave first try, getting us the win. If Kaza didn't obey, we probably would have gotten taken out in one shot, as would Gasper. That was nerve-wracking. We still have one last big battle before the Elite Four, and that's the final gym leader, but Kaza is disobedient, and Cherub is flying type, so this might be a mess. At least after I beat this guy, I'll get Charge Beam for Kaza. I don't know why I didn't think of giving that to Abra last run. Volkner time, first with Jolteon. I use Kaza just to get him out of the way first, but my first Psychic actually goes off without a hitch for a one-shot. Raichu is next, but Kaza does nothing and gets hit by a weak Signal Beam. He disobeys and uses Shockwave, and it doesn't do that much, and gets hit again. Third try though, he listens and finishes it with Psychic. Third is Luxray, but again, Kaza listens and one-shots it with Psychic. Last is Electric Dr. Robotnik, and yet again, Psychic one-shots him. Wow, that fight went way better than it had any right to. That means that our Pokemon obey us now, that's awesome! One last pre-Elite Four fight, and it's our rival. It starts off incredibly with me sweeping almost his whole team until Snorlax. Grassnot hits hard due to his weight, but he critically hits us with Crunch to take out Kaza. I then have a brutal song and dance routine of using Chatter a handful of times with Cherub, just for him to use Rest. Eventually, a Chatter confuses him though, so he hits himself when waking up rather than using Rest again. Last is Infernape, who goes down easily in one Chatter. It's almost Elite Four time, but I decide to get a few more levels on Cherub and Gaspar, just to get them up to level 70 for safety. I also replace Shockwave with Charge Beam. It's slightly weaker and less accurate, but it builds up Kaza's special attack every time he uses it, so it quickly becomes powerful for sweeping. Here's our team. I'm confident that we can win, but we might end up needing a few more levels. Make your final guesses on if we can do it or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Yanmega goes down to 1 shatter. Second is Drapion, a part dark, so he's dangerous. I have Kaza use a charge beam as we get hit by cross poison. We hang on with about half our health and finish it with another charge beam. Third is Scizor, so I use my powered up Psychic to take it out. I switch back to Chair for Vespiquen, and Chatter does massive damage as it raises his defense and uses a full restore, but 2 more Chatters end it. Last is Heracross, who has a double weakness to flying, so 1 Chatter is all it takes. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. She's a total sweep with Kaza though. Grass Knot and Psychic is all it takes. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Houndoom is out first, so Cherub uses Chatter. Houndoom only used Sunny Day though, so another Chatter finishes it. Infernape goes down to 1 Chatter due to being fighting type. Megmortar is next, so I switch for Kaza and hit hard with Psychic, but faint due to Flamethrower. I have Gasper finish it off with a Shadow Ball. Flareon is out, but takes big damage from Shadow Ball, but hits as hard with an Overheat. A second Shadow Ball ends it. Last is Rapidash, so I switch for Cherub and Chatter. Fire Blitz hits us hard, but even with his full restore, it only took a couple of Chatters to finish it off. I heal up the team with some items in between battles and move on. Last for the Elite Four is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Shockingly, it's a total beatdown. Gasper and Kaza made incredibly short work of him. Nothing interesting to recap here. Fun fact, did you notice that the experience and power points are slightly off? That's because I was an idiot and forgot to buy healing items, so after Flint, I had to restart the game to right before the Elite Four to go buy some, causing me to redo those fights slightly differently. Anyway, I heal up in between battle, of course, use some elixirs, and prepare for the last fight. Finally, it's Pokemon Champion Cynthia. First is Spiritomb, so I use Chatter on Cherub. We do decent damage, and Dark Pulse hits us hard. We both land in red health on the second round as she full restores and I sing it to sleep. I roost to heal up and Shatter until Spiritomb is done. Togekiss is next, and I switch for Gasper, forgetting that it's part normal. I use a Shadow Ball like an idiot and it doesn't work, but Air/Slash misses, so I Dark Pulse for very little damage by causing a flinch. I commit and just decide to keep using it, but Gaspar doesn't last long. At least Togekiss has low health. I send out Kaza and finish it with Charge Beam. Next is Lucario, so I take it out in 1 Psychic, and then is Garchomp, and I hit it hard with Psychic. Dragon Rush misses, but like an idiot, I forgot that he's ground, so my Charge Beam does nothing, and I nearly go down to an Earthquake. I finish it with Psychic. Melodic is out, so I go for another Charge Beam, but can't finish it, and end up going down to Surf. Last for my team is Cherub, so I finish off Melodic with Fly, since his defense is worse than its special defense. We're both on our last Pokemon with a Roserade, so I fly and manage to take it out in 1 hit, winning us the game. We're the new champion, and the credits roll, but as anticlimactic and weird as it is, that's not the end of the run. We have 1 last in-game trade left, and we already have the Pokemon we need for the trade. It's a Finian, the thing that I've been using to surf the whole game. The problem is that this person doesn't let us pass until we have the National Dex by seeing every Pokemon in Sinnoh. This takes an absolute eternity, so what I did was I checked out this Cerebi.net article giving you a breakdown on what you've probably missed and where to find it, because my god, this takes forever. I'm missing 25 Pokemon, but I have come this far and I'm ahead of schedule for once, and I am not letting 1 extra day of hunting stop me. I'm just happy that the legendaries are easy to find in this gen. Even Mesprit is added to the Pokédex before you even have to hunt him down on the map. Eventually, a day later, follow me on Twitter, I reached 210, so everything in the Sinnoh Pokédex. Last one I got was Rotom because I had to wait for nighttime. I get the National Dex, and I go back to the fight area, yes, it's called that, and the trainers are gone so we can progress. I get to Meister's cabin and trade our Finian for Magikarp named Foppa. She's got a mild nature, so less defense and more special attack, and she's a swift swimmer, but that's literally the last thing we have to do in the game, so I don't have to use Foppa at all. Super anticlimactic ending, and a ton of extra work with no difficulty at the end. But hey, the bulk of the run was really fun. I'm not sure what challenge I want to do next for sure, but I'm thinking I might do a Chansey run since you guys request that so much. That, or I have started working on a no new moves run for Generation 1, because you guys have been asking for that. Maybe that'll come out first. Whatever it ends up being though, I'm going to try my absolute best to make sure it's ready for you by next Saturday, as always. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all of the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see me do more Pokemon stuff, my friend Whatageek and I just finished a black and white randomizer over on his channel, and we're moving on to a Gen 1 randomizer for some goofy fun. Also, come check out my Twitch streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool hearing how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black with only one Maractus was an insanely highly requested solo run with a pretty strong Pokemon. Let's follow that up with a solo run with a more difficult one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Kecleon. So I'm sure you've seen my Gen 3 Kecleon runs in the past, but this is going to be pretty different. Like always, we're a normal type that changes into whatever type move hit us last. We've got a good bit more attack than special attack, and great special defense, but outside of that, our stats aren't great and we're really slow. Now this is Gen 4, and the moves are split between physical and special on a per move basis, rather than just along the lines of type. I figure that Kecleon is going to perform very differently because of that. By level up, there's a lot of cool moves like Substitute, Shadow Claw, Ancient Power, and Psybeam. I figure we're probably going to focus hard on the physical moves this time, so Feint Attack is going to be a lot better than in previous runs. This is going to really help us in some of the early fights. By TM, we have an incredibly wide variety of TMs that we can learn. A lot of them are special, so we might not get the best use out of them, but we can still get some solid moves like Aerial Ace, Brick Break, Dig, and even Drain Punch. It really is a shame that our special attack is so low, or I'd for sure grab Thunderbolt. Maybe it'll be worth it anyway. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. In the previous runs, I found that Kecleon is usually really good in the gyms, because many types resist their own type, but that our color change would end up being used against us once we're fighting trainers with a wide variety of Pokemon near the end of the game. This could be really hard right at the end. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Kecleon. I'll need another Pokemon to use HM, so I won't be allowed to use any of those other Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Kecleon, so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Turtwig so that our rival would have Monferno, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Hardy, like the last couple times. Our nature is Adamant for more attack and less special attack. Hey, that's the nature that I wanted on the first try. That's pretty lucky, because rerolling natures at the start of Platinum is actually really slow. So right at the start, travel is easy thanks to us being a high stats Pokemon compared to a lot of the early route stuff. Plus, we get Feint Attack at level 7, so it really doesn't take long before we have some type variety. I figure some of the early fights are probably going to be pretty easy unless our low speed causes issues that I just don't see coming. Actually, with that said, I made sure to pick up Quick Claw early on in the run. A chance to go first, even when we're slower, might make our color changes a little bit less predictable, but in most cases, I think it'll still be worth it. Let's go get to our rival in the Rock Gym real quick. I figure they're both going to be reasonably easy. So the rival was crazy easy to take out just with scratches, but in fairness, we had quite the level lead. I figure the Rock Gym won't be too bad either. Maybe Cranidos at the end could be rough if he's faster and we flinch a lot, but I think that Feint Attack will probably do a pretty good job. Next is the Rock Gym, and this was harder than I expected. Right away, Geodude wasn't taking a ton of damage, and although his rock throws weren't exactly destroying us, the damage was building up quickly. Thanks to his potion, he held on longer, but we still did take him out with most of our health left. Second is Onix, who's actually faster than us. It was even slower to take down, but it was also doing very little damage with Rock Throw, so it wasn't too bad. This is your weekly reminder, by the way, that Onix has the same base attack as a Pidgey. It is crazy how weak Onix is. Last is Cranidos, and I think I was only faster on some attacks due to the Quick Claw. We did get hit by Headbutt, and that hurt us a lot. If we had flinched, we would have lost for sure, but thankfully, we didn't flinch, so we did take him out. That was a win, but if we got slightly less lucky or were just a couple levels lower, then we could have fainted for sure. That was close, but I think things are going to quickly get harder. We have Commander Mars, the Grass Gym, and Commander Jupiter. Now, Mars is sometimes an issue because her Zubat has Toxic. If we don't get hit by it, then I think we'll be fine, but if we do, then we'll just lose. I figure Psybeam might take out Zubat, but then again, we don't really have a good special attack nature, so Scratch might still be the right move. I don't think the Grass Gym should be too hard, since we'll probably become Grass type early on and thus resist a lot of their moves, but we could end up getting paralyzed and that would really make things difficult. Then we have Jupiter, and I just have no idea how that's gonna go. I guess it really depends on what level we are when we get there. At least after that we could get the TM for Brick Break to get a stronger move, but our type coverage still isn't gonna be great. I think I'm gonna keep fighting every trainer while I travel. I'm probably gonna need to. I might even hold off on Brick Break. Who knows? Maybe I won't even need fighting until after I already have Drain Punch. Okay, so we lucked out at Mars, and she used a Bite instead of Toxic, so Zubat was pretty easy. Purugly traded scratches with us after her Fake Out, and although we did take a decent chunk of damage, we were just slightly stronger and got the win. Next is the Grass Gym, and now that we have Slash, we're hitting really hard. We ended up getting hit by a Magical Leaf partway through the fight to turn to Grass type, and paralyzed her near the end, but we would have had to have gotten super unlucky with Paralysis to have actually lost. Our high special defense really kept us from getting hurt very much in this fight. It's always nice when the Grass Gym goes well, because this can be pretty hard sometimes. Last is Jupiter, and we actually ended up taking a lot of damage because of Skuntank. We turned Dark type early, got poisoned off Poison Gas, then got Smokescreen to lose accuracy. I mean, that could have gotten pretty bad, but her health was already low and we have Feint Attack. That move doesn't miss, so we just finished her off with it. I have to say, I'm pretty worried about how the run is gonna go. We've been hardly getting past some of these fights. Yeah, the Ghost Gym should be easy with Feint Attack, and the rival might not be too bad after that, but then we have the Fighting Gym. We're normal type, and we don't change until we get hit, so you know that they're gonna have one guaranteed super effective hit on us before we can switch to being Fighting type. I think I might actually want to just go past Veilstone and pick up the TM for Aerial Ace to help us with the fight, but I'll at least try the gym first and just see how it goes. Who knows, maybe it won't be as bad as I think. Once we win though, we can get the TM for Drain Punch, and I'll probably want to learn that reasonably early. It's just a really solid move. Not many power points, not very strong, but it's a physical move that heals you, so it's hard to pass up. I feel like I've undervalued this move in the past. It's really good. Alright, so the Ghost Gym was just an easy sweep like I expected. I kind of figured that Miss Magius might have been able to survive a hit, but it was just a one-shot no problem. I'm worried about our rival using Endeavor though. I'll need to be careful in this next fight. Alright, I instantly knew this was going to be a bad one. We were slower, so he opened with Double Team. Then our Slash did huge damage, so we got hit by Endeavor to bring our health to almost nothing, as we missed. We didn't feint to Wing Attack, but it brought us to 3 health, so obviously, we knocked him out, and then Buizel just hit Quick Attack. This is a rough one. If we're slower, then we can't get around Endeavor, and we're not very close to getting a one-shot. Let's try the fight a few times. We just need Quick Claw to kick in on round 2, then this won't be so bad. Okay, 4 tries later, and this time we ended up doing less damage, so Staravia just uses Wing Attack twice instead of Endeavor. So we ended up getting through with decent health. Problem is, Staravia has Intimidate, so our attack is down. Because of that, Buizel survives a hit, so we got hit by Water Gun and Quick Attack before we can take him out. Monferno is next, and he's really rough, hitting Mach Punch while we're normal type, then Flame Wheel right after. I left him with a Sliver and tried Shadow Sneak to get the speed advantage, but he has Mach Punch, so he just hits us first anyway, leaving us with only 6 health. Last is Roselia, and we did huge damage, but Mega Drain finished us off. We're so close to winning. I actually need to level up a bit. This is brutal. I would have used Psybeam, but our attack is so much higher than our special attack that I think Psybeam would be weaker anyway. I guess it's kind of hard to say. So I went and I leveled up a few times and everything was totally different. Staravia is a one-shot on the first try, Monferno was only 2 hits instead of 3, so he took a lot less damage, Buizel was a one-shot, and we had way more health against Roselia, so it wasn't an issue either. Now I need to go fight every trainer on my way to the fighting gym, because that might be a really hard one. So first try at the fighting gym actually goes a lot better than I expected, mostly just thanks to good luck. I used Substitute right away, but our first 2 Pokemon missed Rock Tomb, so nothing happened as we slashed away at Lucario. That's where I found that we actually don't change type when our Substitute gets hit, so we got to keep our same type attack bonus against Lucario. It would have been a 2-shot, but Drain Punch then healed Lucario and changed us to Fighting type, so although we did well, we still fainted. Hey, that's fine. If we did that well, then I bet Aerial Ace could get us a win. So next try, and it turns out that we really don't need those 2 Rock Tombs to miss, because they can't take out our substitute, so they would have done nothing in the first place. I suddenly feel a little bit less lucky. Well anyway, Aerial Ace is doing about the same damage as Slash, so we don't have to worry about the changing of type now. This time I used Substitute again after ours dropped, and we got hit by a second Drain Punch. Thanks to that, we didn't have to worry about getting hit enough to actually faint. Our Substitute is able to survive a Force Palm, and although we didn't need our Quick Claw to kick in, it did near the end to get the win. Man, sometimes I forget how much of a lifesaver Substitute can be. We can't always use it in solo runs since our moveset is often so limited. Usually we need all 4 of those slots for other things, but it is really nice once in a while when I do get to use it. And Substitute seems like such a perfect thing to have on a Kecleon. Alright, so we have to go to the Rival, Water Gym, and Cyrus fights now. A Rival could be a problem with Endeavor, but I might just give Substitute a try and see if that helps us at all. I don't really know how Substitute is going to interact with Endeavor. Then there's the Water Gym, and they've got Intimidate, just like our Rival, so I don't think that's going to be easy. I think we can win, but only if we're faster, since I know flinching could be an issue. Last is Cyrus, and I don't really think he'll be too bad yet, but by the next time, he might be. Then there's another Rival fight in the Steel Gym. I think both of those are going to be rough. I might even need to learn Drain Punch to win at that Steel Gym. I just really don't know what to get rid of. I don't want to ditch any of the moves I have yet. Maybe it'll be less of a problem by the time I get there, but we need Slash for high damage in general, we need Feint Attack to take out ghosts easily, and I really don't want to ditch Aerial Ace considering we're weak to fighting types. I'm gonna have to make some hard decisions by the time I get there, but I get the feeling that Feint Attack is the one that I'm gonna have to get rid of. So our Rival fight ended up being super easy. We just used Substitute at the start, then one-shot Staravia as it was using Double Team, and it seems like the enemy AI is just worse when we have a Substitute up. Like, Monferno can one-shot our Substitute with Flame Wheel, but instead of just doing that right away, he failed a Leer that he really didn't need to do. The rest of the team was a cakewalk, but I could see our next Rival fight being hard. Speaking of, I think that we might just lose the upcoming Water Gym things to Intimidate, but I guess we'll see. So at the Water Gym, we're slower than Water Onix, so I knew that things were going to be rough right away. Substitute helped us a little bit, but we weren't really hitting all that hard with slashes. He would have been a 4-shot, but thanks to healing back up, we couldn't take him out. I'm thinking I'll have to just start leveling bit by bit. Either we need to become faster, or we need him to be a 3-shot so that we can bypass him deciding to heal. Then we might stand a chance. So I grinded up an entire 5 levels, and although we're not faster than Water Onix, we do get that 3-shot we're looking for. We lost more than half of our health in the process, but it's still progress. The problem is we're slower than Floatzel also, and we really aren't hitting hard. We ended up fainting pretty easily. It's not even his last Pokemon, so this really might take a while. I figure that if I can at least get faster than Water Onix, then it won't matter as much if we're still slower than Floatzel. So I took it all the way to level 58, and that's when we became faster than Water Onix, but we could finally take him out pretty quickly as a result. I learned from a few failed tries that the best thing to do is to tank the first waterfall, use Substitute before the second one, then finish him off. That way Floatzel comes out, and we can take even more hits without taking as much damage. We lost the first try here thanks to Crunch dropping our defense, but this time we were able to take him out pretty easily. Last is Quagsire, and right away I lost most of the rest of my health to making a Substitute, as he was spamming weak Rock Tombs. I kept slashing, and it was gearing up to be a 3-shot when he used a Hyper Potion to fully heal. I thought we were going to lose thanks to that, but his Rock Tombs were actually so weak that our Substitute didn't break until he was already in red health. If we had been just slightly weaker, then he would have taken us out for sure. After that is Cyrus, but he was pretty easy. He kind of always is at this first fight. He's just got a really frail team. We hardly took any damage, and his only Pokemon that was faster than us was Murkrow, so we were never really in danger. I could see him being difficult later, though. The rival fight right after was crazy. So Staraptor is just spamming double team, so I used Substitute, then kept attacking with Feint Attack when he randomly switches to Monferno. I kinda wish that I was using Aerial Ace. It doesn't matter though. We hit Aerial Ace right after to take him out. Heracross is next, and he outspeeds us to take out our Substitute, but of course we can one-shot him. A Staraptor came out, we started a new Substitute, and then took him out, and he sent in Floatzel, who we couldn't one-shot, but his Aqua Jet really didn't do anything to us, so we finished him off. Last is Roserade, but we of course just took him out in one hit. I have to say, these substitutes really save us, especially when we're slower and we need to do whatever we can to keep from getting seriously hurt. I think it's time I ditch Feint Attack for Drain Punch. We just need a good fighting move, or there's no way that we can beat the Steel Gym. So the Steel Gym wasn't exactly hard, but the Bastiodon at the end took an incredibly long time to take out. Power points for Drain Punch are extremely limited, and between his defense buffs and his insane starting defense, we were doing almost no damage outside of with Drain Punch itself. I don't really think that we were ever in any real danger of fainting, but we had a super long chip fight before we finally had him in range to take him out. I tried to stay strategic with my use of Drain Punch so that I could heal off of it instead of just spamming it, and I think that that paid off in the end. So we have most of the final battles before the Elite Four coming up. The Ice Gym, Cyrus, the double battle in the mountain, Cyrus again, and then the Electric Gym. I figure the Ice Gym won't be hard thanks to all the super effective moves, unless Frostlass is brutal with Blizzard. And the first Cyrus fight shouldn't be too bad either, but the second one might be. I could even see the double battle being pretty annoying between our useless partner and us not being that hard of a hitter, but we don't usually lose that one, so I'm not too worried. Really, it's the final Cyrus fight that I'm worried about. Even the Electric Gym after that might not be too bad as long as Substitute can keep us from getting paralyzed. I'm actually considering getting a Silk Scarf for some of these fights if we need to do more damage, but I think the Quick Claw is overall more useful because we are pretty slow. It's hard to say right now, but it's something that I'm going to keep in mind if I get really stuck. Alright, so first is the Ice Gym. She opens with Sneasel and it wasn't doing much, so we just did Substitute right away, then healed up off of our Drain Punch. Second is Abomasnow, and Hail does direct damage to us, so we're gonna get hurt even with Substitute. But the Woodhammer one-shots our Substitute anyway. Aerial Ace is doing awesome damage though, and she used a Hyper Potion to heal, so we just got the two-shot after that. We're in good shape, but we don't have a Substitute anymore. Next is Frostlass, who opens with Double Team, and that's great because we can't miss with Aerial Ace anyway. Problem is, she hits Blizzard pretty early to do a good chunk of damage. Thankfully, we have a ton of special defense, so we held on, and our second Aerial Ace did exactly enough damage for a two-shot. Last is Piloswine, but it's just a one-shot with Drain Punch. That wasn't too bad. If Frostlass had used Blizzard twice, then I think we could have been in trouble. After that is the second from last Cyrus fight, and it was pretty easy on the first try, although Honchkrow did hit kinda hard with Drill Peck. This fight was easy, but I could see the Distortion World fight being a lot harder. Next is the double battle, and although it's a first try like usual, we actually had some really close calls in this fight. I decided to take out the Bronzor that uses Reflect first, with the intention of just taking out that whole side of the team, and leaving the Light Screen Bronzor for last since it doesn't do much damage to us anyway. But we ended up getting focused on pretty hard. We also weren't fighting many Pokemon that were good to use Drain Punch against, so we ended up losing way more health than I was expecting. Our rival was just a useless partner like usual, but at least his Munchlax fainted eventually, so he could send in more useful Pokemon. Not that he used them very well, but still, it's better than nothing. We won, of course, but we really easily could have lost this. Alright, time for the real Cyrus fight. Right away, I used Substitute against Houndoom, tanked a Flamethrower, he failed his Will-O-Wisp, and we Drain Punched for a very easy one-shot. Things are starting pretty well. Water Onix is next, and thanks to our Substitute being out, we didn't lose Attack to Intimidate, although he did take out our Substitute quickly. Our Slash did awesome damage, he full restored, we slashed again, then he hit a Giga Impact and we used Substitute. His Giga Impact really didn't do much damage though, so we just slashed him down. Next is Honchkrow though, and it crits us right away to take out our Substitute, but we Drain Punched it down pretty fast, so at least we're healthy. Weavile is second from last, and it flinched us with Fake Out, and it hit an Ice Punch after, but we Drain Punched for a one-shot. Last is Crobat, who crits us right away with Cross Poison before we use Substitute. We tank air slash, hit our own regular slash, ended up critting to bring him to an absolute sliver, and of course he used a full restore. It's fine. We just crit another slash, and this time it's a one-shot on him. I mean, I'm sure I didn't need the crit. I could have just slashed, tanked a move with substitute, then slashed again, but hey, I'm not going to complain about getting a crit. Finally, we're at the Electric Gym, and right away we get outsped and hit by an Iron Tail against Jolteon, but it hardly hurt us. We tank a Charge Beam with Substitute, we Drain Punch, his second Charge Beam knocks out our Substitute, then we nearly fully heal off another Drain Punch. Raichu is next, and we lucked out with Focus Blast missing, so we got a Substitute in. Then we got even more lucky as it missed again, so we got a big Drain Punch. He used a Hyper Potion, we hit Slash twice with the second time going first thanks to a Quick Claw, and we managed to beat it without getting paralyzed. Luxray is next, so we hit a huge critical slash just for him to use Fire Fang that was super effective thanks to us still being Steel type. Weirdly enough, our substitute didn't break, so we got to slash twice to nearly knock him out. He finished off our substitute finally, but we finished him off right after. Last is Electivire, so I played it safe and used substitute right away just for his Fire Punch to one-shot it, so I guess that isn't gonna work. I switched to Drain Punch, but he went first and hit for big damage, changing us to Fire type. Our Drain Punch took him to what looks like half health, but the second one left him with a sliver, so he got to eat a berry and hit Giga Impact. That doomed him though, since it made him lose a turn, so we easily just slashed him to finish him off. Great fight! Alright, we're on the road to the end of the game, and I'm not really sure how things are gonna go. I could see the last rival fight being pretty hard since he has a lot of fighting moves. We might even want to wait until we get hit by a fighting move before we use Substitute, just so that we at least change from being normal type to help prevent them from then using fighting moves and one-shotting our substitutes. It's so awkward calling our substitutes when the move is also called Substitute, by the way. What's a better name for them? Copies? Dolls? There's probably a name for them in the community that I just don't know because I'm not at all tapped into the Pokemon community. I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments what you think. Anyway, after that is the Elite Four, and although I'm not super worried about them, I do think that Cynthia herself will be pretty hard. We tend to do a lot worse against well-balanced teams, and she does indeed have a well-balanced team. Let's see how the rival goes before I get ahead of myself, though. Maybe it won't be as bad as I think. Wow. First try went awful. So I used Substitute right away just for it to get taken down in one hit by close combat. Now that drops Staraptor's defense, but we're still slower, so we took a second close combat to drop to low health and turn into a fighting type. Even with 2 defense drops, our slash was not a one-shot, so on the third round he outspeeds us and finishes us off with Aerial Ace. Okay. Maybe next time I'll try just not using Substitute early on, and I'll use Drain Punch instead to try and stay healthy. Maybe I can make this work. So I try again, this time using Drain Punch from the start. It went much better, with us taking him down with half of our health left and as a flying type instead. Problem is, he sent out Floatzel next, so even though I used Substitute, we're weak to his Ice Fang, so he took it out pretty quickly. Eventually, we ended up tanking one of his Ice Fangs to turn into an Ice type, but we've been using Drain Punch to try and stay healthy. Once we're an Ice type, he used Brick Break to make us Fighting type and nearly take us out before we made him faint. This is not going well. He sent out a Snorlax next though, and not only are we Fighting type, we crit our Drain Punch to get a one-shot that healed us an absolute ton. Infernape is after that, so I hit Aerial Ace for big damage. He missed a Focus Blast, and I just realized I'm pretty sure that I called it a Monferno earlier when it was already an Infernape. That's not in my script, I just remembered that while I was talking. We took him out. Second from last is Heracross, who hits a huge close combat before I one-shot him, and last is Roselia, who we thankfully are also able to one-shot. We had some real close calls on that one. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. I love how high our attack and special defense are, and even our regular defense isn't too bad. Our high special attack is slightly more than half as much as our regular attack, so I very much do not regret my decision to focus only on physical moves, and our speed is pretty low, but it's a little bit better than I was expecting. I figure at least the first few parts of the Elite Four won't be so bad, but I went and picked up a Silk Scarf just in case. I figure that if we need to, we could always slap Return on and a Silk Scarf to get some wins in place of having to level up to get those wins. I also have a fist plate, so I can make Drain Punch stronger if I need to. I'm really hoping I can win the rest of the run without having to grind or use rare candies, but we'll see how it goes. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. So first is Yanmega, who U-turns instantly into Vespiquen as we're setting up Substitute. We use Aerial Ace to take out Vespiquen fast, as she was just using Defense Order and full restores. Yanmega then came out just to get taken out quickly, as it was using Double Team and our moves don't miss. Third is Drapion though, and it really messed us up. We hit a decent Drain Punch as it was finishing off our Substitute. Then it got us with a super effective Aerial Ace to change us to Flying type. We nearly took him out before his berry, and then he Ice Fanged us for a super effective move, then turned us to a Poison type with Cross Fang, and it almost took us out. We finished him off, but then Scizor survived a critical hit just hardly, crit us with Iron Head to take us to 1 health. We Drain Punched again as he full restored, but then he switched to Heracross, who was faster than us and took us out. That went so much worse than I expected, and I don't think it's something that Return would save us on. We need to be faster and for Aerial Ace to be stronger. I'll level a bit, this might not take too long. We're close to winning in 1 less hit on a few of those exchanges. I really don't like how much they can juggle our type to keep getting super effective moves in though. They've got some wide type variety in their attacks. So I try again at level 78, and this instantly goes completely differently because Quick Claw gets us to use Substitute first, as he's just using Double Team, so we don't become a Bug type right away. Because of that, he uses U-turn to switch to Heracross after a full restore. We don't change to Bug type since our Substitute is up, and Heracross just gets one-shot by our Aerial Ace. That helps a ton. Us being normal type is why he sent him in early. After that is Vespiquen, but she never lands a hit, and once she's down, he sends in Scizor. We keep Drain Punching as he takes out our Substitute, and we finished him off early. Drapion is next, and we fought him for ages as he kept switching between Ice Fang and Cross Poison. I'm just happy we didn't get frozen or poisoned, or this would be over. We beat him after hitting him 1,000,000 times because of his full restores, but we were never in much danger. Last is his already hurt Yanmega, and we finished him off. That went pretty well, I guess. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. Right away is Whiscash, so we just use Substitute as Aquatail misses, then we keep Drain Punching and Slashing. It goes great, but she starts a Sandstorm and that hurts us directly, so we're taking damage. Second is Gliscor, and she quickly takes down our Substitute and then Earthquakes us, although turning us into Ground type at least prevents the Sandstorm damage. It did keep Slash from finishing her off though, so she could full restore and hit us before we took her out. Rhyperior is after that though, and although we were hitting hard with Drain Punch, it wasn't a 2-shot, so we ended up getting taken out by Earthquake and Avalanche. Okay, I'm gonna use a Fist Plate for more Drain Punch damage, then maybe I could win. Or would the Silk Scarf be better to help take out Gliscor? Not sure. I'm gonna try the Fist Plate more, I think that's gonna help more. So I tried the fight a few more times due to unlucky crits, and although Whiscash usually goes fine, Gliscor ends up critting us so often. Finally on this try it didn't, but we still took it out with really low health left. We could take out Rhyperior this time just thanks to the Fist Plate, but we still have terrible health. Next is Hippowdon, and we were doing okay damage, but really not as much as I wanted. We got incredibly lucky, and she spammed Yawn with us waking up really early to take her out without taking much damage, but last is Golem, and we ran out of Drain Punches fast as she used a full restore to make us lose right at the end. It was tragic. Well, I have another PowerPoint up that I really should have just used earlier. I'm gonna use it and level up to level 80 and then try some more. Okay, so this actually took us quite a few tries, but thanks to Slash critting on Gliscor, we got hit way less. We actually had a longer Rhyperior fight this time due to dropping her into berry eating range, but Golem came out earlier due to us being Ice type from Avalanche and her having Fire Punch. Because of that, we had to use our Drain Punch earlier, but last was Hippowdon and it couldn't hurt us that much. The fight was a mess, but we finally won. This Elite Four has been a lot harder than I expected so far. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. This fight was completely different, with us being able to stay healthy the entire fight pretty easily with Drain Punch. For the first time in the Elite Four, they're not able to juggle our type between a bunch of things they're super effective against, so it went fine. We even ended the fight with full health thanks to our Drain Punches doing such a good job. Let's switch that out for a Silk Scarf, though. Somehow I doubt the Fist Blade's gonna help us much against the Psychic Elite Four member. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. It took a few tries to figure out how I want to do this one. First is Mr. Mime, and he seems to always open with Reflect, so we just hit Slash, he full restores, we slash again, he hits a really weak Psychic to turn us into a Psychic type, then we use Substitute, tank Thunderbolt, and finish him off with a really weak Drain Punch. This way we waste a lot of time, so Reflect isn't much of an issue. Espeon takes out our Substitute with a Shadow Ball as we hit a big slash, then Reflect wears off. We take huge damage from the second Shadow Ball, but we can finish her off with another slash now. Bronzong is next, so I go straight for Drain Punches as he's using Calm Mind and then Psychic. It really doesn't do much damage to us though, so we ended up healing a bit more than we got hurt by the time that he faints. For Gallade, we take a bit of damage off Leaf Blade, and we actually got a one-shot with Aerial Ace. Last is Alakazam, and Psychic brings us to only 20 health as we get the one-shot with Slash. It's a win, but man, it was close. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. Right away, we use Substitute against Spiritomb, then take it out with a couple of Aerial Aces, although it was just due to sheer luck on the second one critting for an early knockout. We're in good shape at least. Second is Lucario, who hits Aura Sphere for great damage, but it turns us into a fighting type, so we can just one-shot him with Drain Punch to get most of our health back. Third is Togekiss, though, who can juggle our types to do massive damage. We weren't doing a ton of damage in return, and although we were able to take him out eventually, we ended the fight with very low health, and we only got the win thanks to Slash critting. Roserade was after that, though, and she actually was faster and took us out. Okay, if she's faster than us, then we are really too weak for this. We only got this far with some lucky crits, and that Silk Scarf really did not help us. I'm gonna top up to level 85 and switch to a Fist Plate. So I tried a few more times, and things went basically the same, except now she's sending out Garchomp after Lucario. Yeah, she crit us this time with Dragon Rush to take us out, but considering it turns us into a Dragon type, and Dragon is strong against Dragon, we obviously would have lost even if it wasn't a crit. This is another point where a Silk Scarf and Return wouldn't help us at all, so I think I have to keep leveling up. I guess I'll keep trying at level 90. Okay, so I tried the fight a few more times, but we have a new problem. Now, every single time we get to Togekiss, it turns us into Flying type and then Electric type. That's a problem because that means she sends out Garchomp to outspeed us and take us out in one Earthquake very easily. It's crazy how sometimes leveling up so we take less hits can actually make the fight harder because of whatever type we end up being when we make stuff faint. In fairness, have we ever had a Kecleon run where the Pokemon Champion wasn't a complete disaster for this exact reason? To be honest, this is part of why I love Kecleon runs. The endgame fights are really fascinating and complicated and takes forever for me to recap. Sorry if this video is a bit long. Level 95 and now Spiritomb is a two-shot. We can also easily take out Togekiss an entire hit early. Because of that, we never turn into an Electric type and she sends in Melodic instead. It's actually really easy to take out just by using Substitute and 2 slashes. We lost some health to making the Substitute in the first place, but we got our knockout and never turned into an Ice type. Maybe I should have just healed off Drain Punch instead, though. After that is Garchomp, and it was just spamming Dragon Rush. We came super close to actually getting it to faint, but because Dragon is good against Dragon, it quickly starts doing a ton of damage. We were so incredibly close to a two-shot that I really think we can win this at level 100. So I try a couple more times at level 100, and this time things go mostly the same, other than our Substitute staying against Garchomp because a critical slash one-shot Melodic before she could take it out. I thought that would give us the extra round against Garchomp that we needed to win, but it turns out we didn't need that Substitute because we had this insane luck where Dragon Rush missed 3 times in a row. To be honest, I don't think we even needed it to miss once. We already know we can survive 2 Dragon Rushes, the Substitute alone would have saved us. Last is Roserade, but we're faster and can one-shot her, so we just won the whole fight with nearly full health. Why is it we're only given amazing luck when we don't need it anymore? All 3 Dragon Rushes could have hit us, and as long as we didn't flinch, we would have won anyway. Well, that's about what I expected. The gyms were pretty good overall, and the champion was a total mess. It was fun though. Kecleon is just a really fun Pokemon. I look forward to trying this in Gen 5. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon White 2, with only one Pikachu. That kind of rhymed. Almost. I haven't used Pikachu in ages. I wonder how that's gonna go. It's probably gonna be a nightmare. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time? Okay. At the time that I'm recording this, it is 2:30 in the morning on the 24th of April, which means that for those of you watching this super early over on Patreon, my April streamathon is still going on. Like me right now doing this voiceover, I still need to do like 7 more streams before it's over, but I haven't missed a single day, which I'm very surprised by. It's been a lot of fun. It's been an enormous amount of extra work, but it's been a lot of fun. For those of you who are watching this video the moment it goes out on YouTube, though, then I think this one goes up right after April is over. And so if you didn't catch the streamathon, well, guess what? All of those videos are up on the channel right now. Most of them are not public yet, but you can just watch them early. They always go up early in the playlist section. So even when they're unlisted, you can watch them early. You can binge them if you want to. I just don't want to spam your feed by making them all go public the moment they're up. You know? So I've done a whole bunch of games. They're all in their own playlists, but there's also the 2025 April Streamathon playlist for if you just, I don't know, want to put something on while you're sleeping or put something on while you're doing chores and you just need a bunch of background noise because, man, last time I counted was like, I don't know, 5 or 6 days ago, and there was already over 50 hours of video in that playlist. Surely it's going to be a lot more before it's over. You're probably looking at like 70 to 80 hours of video in that playlist if you want to watch it. And of course, they're all in their own playlists as well. The games that I've done this month are Pokerogue. Everybody loves watching me do Pokerogue. I love Pokerogue. I feel like playing Pokerogue makes me a better Pokemon player, you know? It makes me learn how the moves work nowadays and everything. Super fun. I've been playing Stardew Valley multiplayer with my friend Leela. That's been a great time. Always is. And of course, that series is going to keep going and everything. All of these are. Wrestling Empire, more newbie Nate or skater Nate. I've had so many people tell me that they don't watch wrestling, they don't know anything about wrestling, but not only do they like the game so much that they love the playthrough, a lot of them buy the game because it's just crazy, goofy fun. I started a playthrough of probably the most celebrated wrestling game of all time, an old N64 game called WWF No Mercy, and I have the No Mercy Plus mod, which fills out the roster, putting in all the rest of the people that were on the roster at the time in the year 2000 in the WWF. That didn't make it into the game. It also adds in tons of custom animations and adds in the whole Game Boy Color career mode that was planned for the game. It's in the code for the game, but it was never accessible in the game. It's a crazy fun time. At the time that I'm talking right now, I still need to stream it like 2 more times before I beat it, but by the time this goes up on YouTube, yeah, I'll have beaten the whole game. So there you go. It's a full career mode, entire playthrough done across, I don't know, I think it'll be like 7 streams total or something. I've been doing more Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life on the GameCube. I adore that game, and I hadn't played it in quite a while because I was playing it a lot in like September, November, around then I think, October. But then I got really, really busy because I always get really, really busy. I picked up the RimWorld playthrough again. I've been having a ton of fun with RimWorld. I always have a ton of fun with RimWorld. And in fact, there's also a mod for RimWorld now that adds in every single Pokemon from Gen 1 to 4. That might be fun for like a little side series kind of thing. I've been doing Supermarket Together, our store called Big Prices Small Men, which is the funniest name ever. It's just whatever friends are free will jump in. It's like a free game on Steam. It's really fun, and we just goof off, hang out with the chat, and run a supermarket together. And lastly, me and my friend Liana, Utopia Pills on Twitch, we've been playing a lot of Schedule 1. That game is super fun. Every time we sit down to play that game, we end up streaming for like 8.5 hours. Some of that is pre-stream, which doesn't go up in the video because it's not us playing the game, it's us just like messing around and hanging out with the chat, but like, seriously, I'm looking at this first VOD of it is 6 hours. Where's the second one? Let me scroll. There's the second one. The second one is almost 7 hours. Wow. Yeah, time just kind of melts by when we're playing that game. It's a fun time. Anyway, thank you everybody so much who supported me during the whole streamathon, or who still is, if you're watching this on Patreon, because the streamathon's not over when I'm doing the voiceover. I've been having a really fun time doing it, and although I obviously can't continue to stream every single day, it's kind of absorbed my whole life. Honestly, it would be getting in the way of me getting my daily steps and fitness in, if not for how I rolled my ankle really, really bad on April 1st. That's not an April Fool's joke. I rolled my ankle really bad at like 3 or 4 in the morning. I just stepped wrong, and it's been like horribly swollen and stuff, and it's gotten better bit by bit. I don't have like a bruised up zombie foot anymore, but you know, it's pretty sore. Even right now I'm standing up and doing this voiceover, and I had to put on compression socks halfway through just to get the swelling to die down. It's been rough. So yeah, I can't keep streaming every day. It is way too much work on top of everything I'm already doing. It makes it impossible to keep up with stuff. But it has been really fun, and I do want to stream more often like I used to. So I do think that I'm going to be streaming significantly more often than I have been the last several years. I don't know, couple times a week? 3 times a week? I don't know. We'll see what's possible. And I'll play it by ear. As always, I let you guys know when I go live on Twitter, on Discord. Over on the Discord, link in the description, there is a role you can opt into where you'll get pinged when I stream, so it's completely optional if you get that ping. My Steam group, you can join my Steam group, and I send out an event with a clickable link to the stream whenever I go live. And I usually put up a little video that just says, hey, I'm streaming, with a clickable link in the description. On YouTube whenever I go live. So I try and make it really easy to know when I go live on Twitch. And I do stream on YouTube once in a blue moon, but I prefer doing most of my streams on Twitch. I like to not keep all my eggs in one basket, you know? But it's been a really fun time, and I really appreciate all the support you've given me, and it's been very heartwarming how many of you have come in and say, hey, long-time watcher, never seen you stream, or hey, I've watched the Pokemon challenges for years, and then they come hang out and we all have a good time and we talk and stuff, because I'm very vocal with the chat on my streams. I'm the kind of streamer who's not absolutely massive. I don't have like chat rooms that are absolutely exploding with emotes and everything and whatever where I can't keep up with the chat. No, I can keep up with my chat. My chat room is between like 30 and 100 people depending on what I'm streaming. I can read the whole chat. It's not hard. We have back and forth conversations. I remember people's usernames. It's a fun time, you know? A lot of people call their audience their community. No, we actually have like a little bit of community thing going where like we remember each other's names and things about each other and we talk and stuff. It's fun. It's a fun time. But I want to try and get this edited. It is 2:30 in the morning, and I want to see if I can power through most of this edit tonight. The sooner I get it edited, the sooner I can get it up on Patreon so that you guys can watch it early. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black with only cast form was a fun solo run. Let's follow that up with one of my favorite kinds of team run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team created by a random number generator. Yeah, I've been really liking these RNG runs. It's been a great time doing these. It gets me to use all kinds of Pokemon that I don't normally use, and it seems like you guys have been really liking it too, so I was wondering if maybe I should just do this as a regular thing. I don't know, like once a month? Once every 2 months? Something like that. You guys let me know in the comment section. Anyway, I'm gonna roll 6 numbers with a random number generator and just keep doing it till we have 6 Pokemon that you can get in Pokemon Platinum. First we get 375, 224, 61, 245, 180, and 319. That's Matang, Octillery, Poliwhirl, Suicune, Flaffy, and Sharpedo. This is gonna take a ton of rerolls, isn't it? Octillery is the only one of these Pokemon that you can get in Platinum before the post-game. I'm gonna have to roll 5 new numbers. There has to be a better way. Hey, it turns out there is! Check it out, I found this random Pokemon generator online. It's randompokemon.com, and it lets you pick some rules, then generate a team. That makes my life a lot easier. So I set it to no legendaries and Platinum Sinnoh as the region. I'll still have to check and make sure that they're not post-game, but this is easier. Alright, looks like we get Badoo, Espeon, Lickitung, Bastiodon, Golem, and Houndour. That's an incredibly lopsided and weird team. I kinda love it. We've got cool Pokemon, strong ones, weak ones, massive gaps in types, and ones I've never used before. This is exactly the kind of team I love getting in these RNG runs. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I mean, the team has a few pretty great Pokemon on it, but it's also incredibly lopsided when it comes to types. This might get pretty hard at a few points. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Pokemon picked through the generator. I'll need other Pokemon to use HM, so I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chimchar with Shieldon so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked Shieldon because every other Pokemon on our team is one we just catch normally. Shieldon you get from a fossil, and I hardly know anything about how the underground works in this game, but Bulbapedia tells me the only method of getting one relies on the last digit of my trainer ID, so sounds like that's random. Looks like our nature is impish, boosting our already insane defense at the cost of special attack. I mean, I'm fine with that. This thing is basically indestructible outside of ground and fighting moves anyway. Now, before we get to the first rival fight near the start of the game, we can already catch a member of our team, Badoo. Now, it's pretty terrible, but it's still better than something like Poochyena, or maybe even Shinx. The moves are awful until I teach it some new stuff, but it can learn Stun Spore and Mega Drain pretty fast by level up, and really that's all that matters. I just need it strong enough to beat the Rock Gym, then it'll probably fall into the back of my party as something I occasionally throw in to paralyze someone. So I grinded north of town to get to levels 8 and 10, and we pretty easily took out our rival. I figure Badoo might already be ready to take out the first two Pokemon in the Rock Gym, then we might be able to throw our team at the rest of it and win. Now before we get to the Rock Gym, we have to go into the mine, so we may as well catch our Geodude while we're here. If we were to get to level 15, then it might do well in the Rock Gym, but I really think that Badoo can do most of the heavy lifting once we're there, you know, once it's leveled up a little bit. I gotta say though, it feels good to have 3 Pokemon before the first gym. I don't need to pile all my hopes onto one Pokemon for the whole first half of the game, you know? Before we do the Rock Gym though, now's a great time to tell you about this video's sponsor, Factor Meals. Factor Meals is a service where you can get awesome meals delivered right to your door. These are fresh, never frozen, chef-prepared meals that were made fresh that week. You can pick from several meal plans to cater to your personal tastes and needs. Chef's Choice, Vegan, Keto, Protein Plus, and Calorie Smart. I always go with Protein Plus personally. It's really filling and it makes it easy to reach my protein goals. Plus, they recently doubled their menu size and added all kinds of new seafood and protein options. What you get in the box is 6 to 18 chef-prepared, packaged meals that have never been frozen. How many you get is up to you when you sign up. Preparing your meal is about as fast as it can be. Each package has both microwave and oven instructions on them, with it taking about 2 to 3 minutes in the microwave and about 10 to 15 in the oven. It literally could not be more convenient. No prep time, no cleanup, just great food. The other week I was trying buffalo grilled chicken with ranch potato wedges, cauliflower, and green beans. I'm big into cauliflower and green beans, and everybody on the planet likes chicken, so it was an obvious choice for me. I like that the buffalo sauce is on the side too, because it means I get to choose how much I use. My girlfriend had the smoky barbecue chicken breast with mashed potatoes, creamed corn, and green bean casserole, and I have it on good authority from her that it was delicious. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code MDBFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box, plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code MDBFB50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off, plus free breakfast for 1 year. MDBFB50 at Factor75.com. Thanks to Factor Meals for sponsoring this video. Go show them some love at the link at the top of the video description. Alright, so we hit level 13 as we walk into the Rock Gym, so we had a really easy time wiping them all out with Mega Drain. I get the feeling that Badoo is gonna fall off pretty hard soon, though. Mars was actually a really interesting fight. Zubat was easy since he can't use Toxic on a Steel type, but Perugly right after was pretty tough. I ended up dropping his speed by 2 stages with Rock Tomb, then we dropped its special defense by 6 with some metal sounds until we fainted. As Badoo came out, we crit Mega Drain for a one-shot. I figured the crit wasn't necessary after all those special defense drops though. So this grass gym was crazy. I lost a bunch of times very quickly trying to use Shieldon when I figured out that my best strategy is just using Badoo. I Stun Spore them, use 6 growths, then spam Mega Drain until they faint. This obviously takes forever, but it actually does a really good job all things considered. You know, weak move, grass types, grass and poison type. I don't even think Badoo would have fainted if not for how we ran out of Mega Drains. We got all the way to Roserade, traded attacks for ages, eventually fainted so I had to send in Shieldon who was able to Rock Tomb it before he fainted too. Last was our Geodude, less than half his level. I brought Roserade to a sliver just for it to finish us off. Man, I was literally one hit away from winning. I'm gonna get a couple levels on Badoo and then keep trying. Alright, so I level up 3 more times, and I try some more. We're actually doing noticeably more damage with Mega Drain against our whole team other than Roserade, so it allows us to do a lot better. By timing things out just right with extra growths, I was able to make sure that Safeguard had already worn off by the time that Roserade came out, but it paralyzed us early, so I'm not really sure if it was any better of an opening than last time. Still, getting her to use her Super Potion on Cherim instead of on Roserade helped a ton, and we finally got a win. Now, there's only one fight between us and a new Pokemon. Alright, this was much worse. We're at the next Commander fight, and once again, our team just doesn't really have a great answer for this. Zubat is easy, but this Skuntank is easily destroying our whole team. Night Slash can actually two-shot our Badoo, and Shieldon doesn't take many hits either. Most of our team is below her team in levels, so I think I have to go back and grind some more. At least I have the experience share now, so it speeds it up a little bit. Alright, so I had to grind for a little while, but getting Geodude up a few levels is what finally saved us. It still took a few tries, I really needed to paralyze Skuntank for safety, but a few good rolls of magnitude did the job and took Skuntank out. Now before we go to the Ghost Gym, we get our hands on our next Pokemon. This is the Eevee that's going to become our Espeon. I restarted a bunch to get one with decent IVs, since it's actually a high enough level to get a pretty accurate read on what the IVs are when we first get it. This one's nature is bashful for neutral stats, but the special attack IV is somewhere between 30 and 31, so it might be maxed out. The speed IV is terrible, but I think we're still going to be fast enough most of the time. What matters is that we're going to be an incredibly hard hitter in the long run. I doubt anything on our team is going to be doing more damage by the end of the run than Espeon. I'm going to put a Soothe Bell on it right away to help it evolve faster, then I'm going after the Ghost Gym. Alright, so I struggle my way through to the gym leader. Right away, Duskull is always annoying because it's got Will-O-Wisp, but because of a crit, we actually took it out very quickly with Badoo. We got burned, but we have Natural Cure, so it's okay. I switched to Graveler to deal with Haunter. It went well, and we took it out, but because of Hypnosis and Confusion, we didn't exactly get past it for free. It didn't matter though, since Mesmagius pretty easily took out our whole team. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to level up more, but I really might not need many levels. As long as I keep Graveler from getting burned and do decently with Rollout, then this might be an easy win. Man, so I got a bunch of levels on most of the team and keep trying. Even without a crit, we can take out Duskull pretty easily, it just takes a long time. Haunter is much easier now since he just does physical moves that don't really hurt Graveler much, and you'd think that this means that we could easily carry our Rollout into the Mismagius fight to one-shot her, but she always outspeeds us and uses Magical Leaf to easily take us out. Okay, I have an idea though. Maybe I could get Shieldon to level 30 so it evolves into Bastiodon, then we could spam Rock Tomb to slow her down, and then do some damage, and maybe if we're lucky we can finish it off with the rest of our team. So I evolve Shieldon and keep trying. We got unreal bad luck on the Haunter fight in this one, but I figured it wouldn't really matter because how much health Graveler has left doesn't matter. Magical Leaf will be a one-shot no matter what. So once I got to Mismagius, I just had Bastiodon spam Rock Tomb. I thought we'd just lower her speed, but it was actually doing decent damage. Now she healed up a lot, and we had some bad confusion luck, so we took a lot of damage, but we actually ended up making her faint without even having to switch Pokemon. That means there's only one rival fight between us and getting 2 new Pokemon. Well, a rival really wasn't much of an issue. Yeah, we lost Graveler because I decided to see if I could get away with using Rollout on Roselia, but really, the fight was pretty simple. Like usual, I doubt a rival's gonna be a real issue until we're closer to the Steel Gym. Alright, new Pokemon. First I grab Lickitung. You know, I like this Pokemon, and I always thought it was a bit stronger than this, but base stats-wise, it's pretty low. This one seems to have really high special attack IVs, though. Yeah, we have a bad attack nature in Brave, but I'm mostly planning on putting all the weird special attacks we need on Lickitung. Will it be very good with them? No, not really, but we still need something with ice and electric moves, so this is gonna have to do. Next, I catch a Houndour. Love this Pokemon. It's pretty frail, but it can hit hard. Even without us being able to evolve him, I expect to be doing quite a lot of damage once we level up a bit and get some good moves. Ours is modest nature for less attack and more special attack. I think the attack IV is pretty low too, so we're going to be a lot weaker than the average Houndour when it comes to stuff like bite, but our flamethrower is going to be fantastic, and that's what I care about more than anything. Now, neither of these two Pokemon are going to help us all that much in the upcoming fighting or water gyms, but I think that maybe we can get some levels on them, and then they can pull their weight against the Steel Gym. In fact, now that I think about it, our entire team is bad against fighting types other than Badoo. I'm going to slap a Soothe Bell on Eevee and keep grinding until it evolves, because I don't see how the rest of our team is going to win this one. It won't even learn a Psychic move for a while after evolving, but at least once it's evolved, I could try and see if it could tank its way through for a win. So after grinding up all the way from level 25 to 40, while healing with items for a little more friendship, Eevee still hasn't evolved, so I figured I'd just try the fight. And it starts great with Eevee being just strong enough to two-shot the Meditite at the start. Second is Machoke, and I didn't have a great answer for it, so I sent in Badoo to paralyze it and use some Mega Drains. We really didn't do much damage though, and ended up fainting after not too long, so I had to send in Graveler to Earthquake it down. Last is Lucario, and I knew I needed to hit this thing with Earthquake, so I sent in Eevee to spam Sand Attack, hoping that it would get Lucario to miss Graveler. The funny thing is, it made him miss Eevee a ton. I got super lucky, and he kept missing all of his moves for so long that we got a ton of Sand Attacks in, making it really easy to finish him off once Graveler came in. It went great. After that is our rival, and his whole team was pretty easy other than his Prin Pulp, who really wasn't taking a ton of damage from Mega Drain. It got me a little worried since Badoo is going to be important in the Water Gym in a moment. Wow, well this didn't go how I thought. Yeah, I knew that Water Onix would be tough, but it absolutely destroyed us. I threw my entire team at it and lost. Now I know how it feels to be on the other end of a Pokemon challenge, getting my whole team wiped by his first Pokemon. Maybe if I sold a bunch of stuff that I could get enough money to convert into coins for Thunderbolt? That would help a lot. Okay, so I get Thunderbolt, give it to Lickitung, and come back. We can reasonably safely take out Water Onix as long as we don't flinch, but now Floatzel just destroys us. I think we're officially at the point where Badoo can't carry us, and we keep running into fights where they have the type advantage against most of our team. I'm probably going to have to level up a bit. Some of them are a bit of a higher level than us anyway. Alright, so I got a few levels on Lickitung, and it helped out a ton. Not only do we take out Water Onix really fast, but it leaves us with enough health to even take out Floatzel with it. Once it went down, we easily took out Quagsire with Badoo. Went great. Now, Cyrus can actually do a ton of damage to a lot of our team with Sneasel, but what ended up getting the win was when I had Lickitung use Defense Curl and Rollout. It really seems like Rock and Electric moves are a great way to beat Cyrus. You know, I'm aware my team isn't very high level, but we just keep getting stuck. After a few tries of the rival fight, I found that Lickitung is the only member of our team that can take out Staraptor without either fainting or having him switch to something more dangerous. But no matter what, as soon as Heracross comes out, we lose almost the entire team. On this one lucky try, we got past it, but Empoleon took us out easily. Our team is so lopsided. We have huge issues dealing with fighting and water-type Pokemon. I wish Eevee would just evolve already, because it would be nice to have something hard-hitting that can get past fighting types. I'm just gonna keep leveling for now. Oh, well, never mind. Literally one level later and Eevee evolved. Now we can one-shot Heracross. Rapidash is a one-shot with Earthquake, and next is Empoleon. This time we hardly survive Aerial Ace with Badoo, so we can paralyze him. We fainted shortly after, but the paralysis let Graveler go first, so we could nearly take him out. He surrendered with a Sliver and one-shot us with Bubble Beam, but we were able to finish him off with Espeon. Last is Roserade, who is just a one-shot. Finally a win. So first at the Steel Gym is Magneton, and it's a good thing Graveler just evolved into Golem, because we survived a hit with only 8 health on the first round, so we could Earthquake him down. Next is Steelix, so I stay in to hit Earthquake, faint due to Ice Fang, then sent in Houndour to use Fire Fang. We burned him and did good damage, but we also got one shot. I had to send in Espeon to finish it with Psychic. He full restored, but thanks to a special defense drop from our first Psychic, the second one took him out. Last is Bastiodon, so I sent in Badoo to paralyze him. I was planning on just using Growth and then doing damage until we faint, but thanks to amazing paralysis luck, we ended up building 6 Growths and then slowly taking them down. Alright, so we have a lot of travel, and I think that things are going to get a lot harder. We have the Ice Gym and Electric Gym, as well as the Cyrus fights, but we also need HM Pokemon to climb the mountain, so we're not going to have our full team going into that last Cyrus fight. I figure that might not be a big deal, though. I just need to make sure that Lickitung and Golem are strong enough to take out most of his team. As for the Ice Gym and Electric Gym, I'm not too worried. Rollout with Lickitung and Earthquake with Golem will probably do a good job. I will say, though, that if any of this fight ends up being a way bigger issue than I think, might be the Ice Gym. Alright, first is the Ice Gym, and I had to practice for a while before I could figure this one out. We need Lickitung to open with Rollout against Sneasel, and as long as it goes okay, we take a ton of damage, but we also get the knockout. Next is Obama Snow, so it's hailing for the rest of the fight. We fainted instantly to Focus Blast, but Houndour was able to take it out thanks to the double type advantage. Piloswine is next, so we hit Fire Fang for decent damage as he missed Stone Edge. We hit him again, and he missed yet again. Next turn, we took him out. That was great. Last is Frostlass, so I hit Fire Fang right away as she was raising her evasion. Then switched to Feint Attack to bypass it for another hit. We feinted to Shadow Ball, but our Espeon was just hardly able to take it out right after. It wasn't easy, but it only took a few tries. Next is the second from last Cyrus fight, and this was a mess. Much like in the Ice Gym, we have to open with Lickitung, and if we're lucky, then we'll be able to just slightly hang on and take it out. Crobat is second, and it outspeeds basically our whole team, so we go down fast. Then Espeon tries to hit it with Psychic, just for us to get confused and hit ourselves, so we ended up fainting before we could land our hit. Golem ended up having to finish it off. Last is his Honchkrow, who kept using Nightshade as we hit our rock moves. We eventually held on with almost no health left, but I'm 100% convinced that we're going to lose a ton at the final Cyrus fight. Last before the fight is a double battle on the mountain, and like usual, it's not really all that hard, just very slow. All I did was take out one Bronzer early with Houndour, then I had Golem spam Earthquake for ages to force our rival to stop using his awful Munchlax and switch into something more useful. Then the fight wasn't so bad. Oh man, this last Cyrus fight, it took so many tries. First is Houndoom, who we have to fight with Golem, and who we need to use Dark Pulse and not flinch us, because Will-O-Wisp will doom us. When that goes well, we one-shot him, and next is Water Onix, who will always hit Waterfall and Lickitung twice. And once again, we need to not flinch or the entire fight falls apart. Every once in a while, we get to Honchkrow, and this is a mess too. I tried all kinds of ways of solving this, but the best was this one when Golem just hardly managed to one-shot him with Rock Blast, thanks to critting. That means Bastiodon was alive for Weavile, and that's the only Pokemon on our team that doesn't get absolutely destroyed by it. Every time I got here before this, it would take us out so fast, and Bastiodon was usually too hurt from Honchkrow, but thanks to Golem's luck, Bastiodon got in with full health, and wasn't really hurt much by Weavile. We still fainted, but we hit a ton of Rock Tombs to crush his speed, so that Houndour could outspeed him and finish him off with Flamethrower, rather than just getting taken out with X-Scissor like usual. Last is Crobat, but it's a one-shot with Psychic. I know that may not have looked crazy, but it took so much trial and error just to get that fight to work. Last for the gyms is the Electric Gym, but thanks to him missing Focus Blast, it was pretty much just a sweep with Earthquake, as I expected. It's nice to have an easy fight after that Cyrus one. Alright, last is our rival. Right away, Staraptor gets us with close combat for half of our health and damage, but because of the defense drop, we easily took him out right after. Second is Empoleon, so I just stayed in and tried to hit Earthquake, and thankfully, we were faster so it worked. It wasn't a one-shot though, so we went down to Brine and had to send in Badoo to Mega Drain. That didn't work either though, because we got one-shot by Aerial Ace. I ended up sending in Lickitung to hit Thunderbolt for the knockout, but we almost lost Lickitung in the process. This start isn't great. Heracross is next, so I have Espeon hit it with Psychic, and it was nearly a one-shot, but it hung on with a little bit of health to take out about 100 of ours. We finished it off, but we're really hurt. Roserade is next, and it's thankfully a one-shot with Psychic, and second from last is Snorlax. I just had Bastiodon come in and start softening it up with Metal Sound, just to end up getting nearly one-shot by Earthquake. We hit him with it twice, though, so Houndour was able to hit Flamethrower for pretty good damage. I think he may have had Thick Fat to weaken that. We got one shot and had to send in Espeon to finish it off. Last is Rapidash, and we have almost nothing left. Right away, Lickitung gets one shot, so all we have left is a low-health Espeon. We hit Psychic, it nearly faints. Rapidash uses Fire Blast, it misses, and we get the knockout. If that Fire Blast didn't miss right at the end, we would have lost the fight. Now that we're the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. I mean, we've got some really great Pokemon on here, but our moves aren't really the best. Our levels are a little low, and it is unreal how lopsided our team is. I think I'm going to need to go get some TMs for stuff like Ice Beam to give us a little more coverage. I'm also going to go get everyone up to a minimum level of 50, so that we're closer to the Elite Four in levels. As for the upcoming fights, I think we're going to be okay against Aaron since we have some decent rock moves, and Flint's probably not too bad either for the same reason. Bertha's good against half our team, and our best damage dealer against our team is a Badoo, so I don't really think that's going to be easy. And I get the feeling that Lucian's fight is mostly going to be us trying to overpower each other, and it probably won't go well for us. Then there's Cynthia, and she's never easy, especially when we don't have anyone who's really good with ice moves. I'll have to slap Ice Beam on Lickitung and just hope for the best. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Right away, Yanmega does incredible damage to Golem with Bug Buzz before we one-shot him with Stone Edge, and second is Scizor, so we take him out in one hit with Houndour's Flamethrower. Third is Heracross, so I sent in Espeon and one-shot him with Psychic. And next is Vespiquen, who goes down in one Stone Edge. Last is Drapion, though, and he's the only one we can't one-shot. I used Earthquake to do great damage, but Golem was already hurt, so he didn't last long. I had Houndour hit Flamethrower for some decent damage, and he knocked us from full health to 1. But then he healed back up and took us out. So I ended up having to send in Bastiodon. He just can't really hurt us, so we slowly and safely chipped him down for the win. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. First is Whiscash, and opening with Badoo just led us to getting outsped and one-shot, so I used Lickitung with his new Power Whip ability instead. We don't have great attack, and we took some damage, but we did manage to get the knockout. Gliscor second though, and I was really hoping I could hit it with Ice Beam, but Earthquake took us out, so I had to send in Bastiodon to see if I could slow it down with Rock Tombs. We did, but we also got one-shot by Earthquake and had to finish it off with Espeon hitting Psychic twice. We lost a good 100 health in the process. Out to Badoo as Hippowdon came out, and we hit Grass Knot right away for great damage. Problem is, she hits Stone Edge and it crits, so we get one shot and have to finish it with Espeon. Second from last is Rhyperior, so I sent in Golem to start using Earthquake when we had an amazing stroke of luck. The Earthquake flinched Rhyperior twice because of the Razor Fang we were holding. She full restored, then our next two made her faint. It was amazing. Last is her own Golem, but we're faster, so we could just trade Earthquakes for the win. I don't really think I played that fight the best, but the double flinch just took that fight that I wasn't sure if I was going to win to a fight that we did great in. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Right away, Houndoom hits Dark Pulse for great damage as our Golem hits Stone Edge for a one-shot. Second is Infernape, so I switched to Espeon. He nearly one-shots us with Flare Blitz, but he took a lot of recoil damage, so I was able to finish him off with Psychic. I don't think we would have taken him out on the first round without the recoil damage. Third is Rapidash, so I sent Golem back in, and he throws the fight by charging a Solar Beam, letting us hit Earthquake for a one-shot. And then he sends out Magmortar, and he does it again! He just wasted 2 Pokemon in a row! Last is his Flareon, but of course we one-shot it with Earthquake. I feel like Flint is often the easiest Elite Four member in this game, isn't he? All you need is one move that's good against fire types and you're probably gonna be fine. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. So the Mr. Mime at the start does basically nothing to us, and the Espeon right after is easy if we have Bastiodon lower its special defense and speed for our own Espeon to use Shadow Ball. But no matter what, as soon as he sends in Gallade, we're doomed. It's almost 10 levels higher than our entire team, and even on the lucky runs where we give it a status affliction, he full restores to get rid of it. It's brutal. I'm gonna have to get the team up to level 55 to get closer to their level, then keep trying. So after failing tons of tries and reworking the strategy, I got up to level 57 and kept trying. Now this still took forever and a lot of trial and error to figure out how he reacts to stuff, but we finally made some progress. We nearly had Gallade faint really early against Espeon, but thanks to him hanging on with a sliver, he took out Espeon and nearly one-shot Golem before we took him out. The problem is right after his Alakazam, and he's so fast and hits so hard that he really easily takes out our team. We don't have any good options to deal with them. I think I need to get a little stronger than try over and over and over until I can figure out how I'm getting past this Alakazam. Alright, here we are, level 60, and this is after 10 failed tries. Some of them we didn't get anywhere, and in some of them we actually did pretty well. The fight is borderline the same other than one thing. I can consistently get Golem to survive a hit from Gallade, and Golem is useless against Alakazam anyway, so now I just have him use Explode to take out Gallade, and that reduces the randomness of the fight by a lot. We still keep losing to Alakazam, but I knew that him using Focus Blast was gonna bite him eventually, and I guess it did in a pretty literal way this time. On the winning run, he missed Focus Blast, and we crit Bite for the win! Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. We're already quite a few tries in, and this has to be one of the wildest Pokemon battles I have ever had. Right away, she starts with Spiritomb, so I didn't really know who to use. I picked Bastiodon just because she could hardly hurt us, and I could sacrifice it by spamming Metal Sound until Espeon could come in and one-shot her. Next is Lucario, and I figured Golem's Earthquake is our only chance. He's faster and hits us with Aura Sphere, so we went from full health to only 15, but our Earthquake was a one-shot. After that is Roselia, so obviously I sent in Houndour and nearly one-shotted after it missed Toxic, but then she full restored, got hit again, then randomly switched to Melodic. I couldn't afford to give Melodic a free hit on anything, and I knew that I wouldn't need Houndour after this as long as we still have Espeon, so I just hit a Crunch, then fainted and switched out to Espeon. Psychic did great damage, we took some damage from Surf, then we finished it off. After that is Garchomp, so I sent in Lickitung. We got hit hard with Dragon Rush before going for Ice Beam, and we totally lucked out. She got frozen, and we finished her off on the next round. This could be a win! But next is Togekiss, and I had literally no idea what to do. We had no one good to send in, so I put Espeon in there because it's the only one that would be faster. We hit Sand Attack, got to low health, and then realized I absolutely have to switch because I still need Espeon to finish off Roserade later. So I switched to Bidoof to use Stun Spore, and somehow Togekiss missed Air Slash twice, and we hit Stun Spore. I had no idea what to pick after that because I didn't think we'd get this far. We hit Mega Drain to do almost no damage, then we fainted, obviously. But now that he's paralyzed and thus slower, I sent in Golem thinking I'd hit Stone Edge to take him out. Well, he actually survived and finished us off. I sent in Lickitung next thinking I could finish it with Thunderbolt, but then she full restored and I figured my fate might be sealed at that point. But our Thunderbolt did more damage than I expected. We fainted, then I sent in Espeon to finish it with Psychic. Last is the already hurt Roserade, but we're faster and take it out. I was completely winging it for half that fight. I can't believe I won. One Sand Attack into a double miss, then Stun Spore hits. That was amazing. Well, that's another one of these random team runs done, and once again, an incredibly fun time. If you guys want to see these become a more regular part of the show, then let me know and I can make that happen. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with the one you guys picked on Patreon. Pokemon Red, with only moves 40 power and lower. I'm sure that'll be a mess. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time, I have like no time today, so I have to move so fast. What you need to know is if you go up on my side like YouTube VOD channel thing right now, you can see me, Bob Wolf from Wolf Den, AJ from Redirect, and Dan Cyber. I don't know if you know his streams. He used to be like the head editor for Game Theory. We're all friends. We used to play Minecraft together way back in the day. We did another Minecraft stream together. I got the VOD up of it on the other channel. It was really, really fun time. I'm sure we're going to do more because we had a great time with it and everything. Very casual, very fun. Bob built another bridge. No, the bridge was not as bad as his previous bridge. He has not died on his bridge this time, which is significantly better than the bridge he built like 6 or 7 years ago. Thank you again so much to the $50 supporter tier over on Patreon, as well as the YouTube members. Jacob Busby, Javid Kusra, Grayson Fitz, Tara Louise, Dark Soul, Young Smoky VP, Gabriel Thornton, Hernandez Punchdick, The Hyphen One, and Manspider. Thank you so much, everybody, for your continued support. I'm going to get this thing edited so unbelievably fast to get everything out on time. You have no idea how chaotic things are right now behind the scenes. I will get this functioning. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Shroomish was a pretty unique solo run. Let's follow that up with another Pokemon with a unique moveset. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Mr. Mime? Alright, so Mr. Mime is a solo psychic type since Fairy didn't exist yet in Gen 4. We've got low health, attack, and defense, but our speed, special attack, and special defense are all pretty great. Where Mr. Mime is really interesting is the level up moves. So we only start with the last 4 moves that we can learn at our starting level. So in this case, that's Copycat, Confusion, Barrier, and Guard Swap. As you can see from our level up move list, there's quite a lot of interesting support moves, so Mr. Mime really is not meant to be used solo like this. But considering that we start with Barrier to fix up our bad defense quickly, I think that we can make this work. By TM, we have this incredibly long list of moves that we can learn, although I'm only really interested in the ones that use our special. Our attack is pretty terrible after all. Still, some of these moves could be great. Shadow Ball and Focus Energy both stand out as great ones. I like Thunderbolt a lot too. The biggest problem is just that I'm gonna have to hold on to some of my level up moves like Barrier and Substitute for a long time, so I'm not gonna get quite as much type coverage. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I figure the first few gyms should be pretty easy with a Psychic type, but Cyrus is gonna be an absolute nightmare. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Mr. Mime. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Mr. Mime so that we can do the whole run with it. I actually meant to replace Chimchar so I'd fight Empoleon, but I probably messed it up. It's alright, it'll hardly matter by the end of the run. I kinda think the rival's gonna be easy either way. Our nature is quiet, so more special attack and less speed. We're already a pretty fast Pokemon, so I think that's okay. Our ability is soundproof, so sound-based attacks won't work on us. That's actually a surprisingly large amount of common moves that we're gonna be immune to. I name him Mimian, after the greatest of all time. So early game travel is pretty easy. There aren't any dark types super early on to stall us out, and our stats are pretty good for this early in the game. Confusion is hitting pretty hard so far, and by level 25, we'll have Psybeam to be hitting even harder. I figure that these moves will be enough to get us some easy wins at the first few gyms, but I could see the early Team Galactic fights being really brutal. They use dark types, so I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and learn Return early, probably before our friendship is even maxed out. I know Return is normally a pretty strong move, but we're not at all a physical attacker, so I'm not expecting to do much with it. Oh, and I also did the lottery thing for the first time ever, and actually won 4th place. It's just an Ultra Ball, so it doesn't really matter, but it was kinda cool. Alright, first up is our rival, but naturally it was just super easy, no problems at all. The Rock Gym should be easy too, right? Yeah, super easy. Thanks to confusing Cranidos and it hitting itself, we never took a hit the entire fight. I mean, I knew that it would be easy, but I didn't think it would be that easy. I mean, if Cranidos hit, it would still hit pretty hard. That means that we're on the road again, but I think things are about to become a lot more difficult. We have the fight with Commander Mars coming up, and she has a decent Dark type on her team. We have Double Slap now, but we're awful with it, so I'm gonna have to learn Return. I figured that we might want to use Barrier before Purugly comes out to build up our defense, but that would mean using Barrier against Zubat. It's probably going to hit us with Toxic if I do that. Maybe I'll just try the fight a few times without Barrier first and see how it goes. Well, I kind of saw this coming. Zubat was of course a one-shot, but even with Return, we did nearly no damage to Purugly. Not only that, but she has Fake Out to make us flinch on the first turn, and she's faster than us. We didn't even come close to surviving. At least both Fake Out and Feint Attack are physical, so Barrier could help. I'll get a couple of levels, hold a Berry to cure Poison so that I can build up some defense on Zubat if I need to, and then try again. We're back 3 levels later. So the Barrier strategy was a good move since we're now taking about half as much damage as before, but between us doing almost nothing with her turn and her having a Berry to heal with, we still only get her to about half health by the time we go down. Well, in this game, Toxic is an 85 accuracy move, so maybe I can just try until it misses so I can get 2 barriers in. Well, in the very next try, Zubat used Bite on the first turn instead of Toxic, so we got 2 barriers in. It helped a ton, and we got Purugly down with low enough health that we could win in 1 or 2 more hits, but we still just fainted. Okay, I'm gonna need a few more levels for sure. Alright, level 23. After 4 tries where we lost to getting critically hit, we had this run where we finally got the win. The funny thing is, Zubat completely stopped using Toxic in all of my level 23 attempts. She just uses Bite every turn. That let us get 3 barriers in pretty easily, and it turns out that we needed it because we still came very close to losing the fight by the end. That was a wild fight. Well, that means we're on the road again, and I'm not really sure how the next part of the run is gonna go. We're about to learn Psybeam, so I figure that we can make short work of the grass gym, but after that is the Galactic Hideout and yet another Galactic admin fight where no doubt we're gonna have some troubles. Maybe Barrier will save us better in that fight? Who knows? But then after that is the Ghost Gym, and that could be its own nightmare. I'm not sure how hard they're gonna hit us. You know, ghost moves. Let's make short work of the grass gym. Alright, as expected, the grass gym was pretty easy. I used Barrier early on for safety, but it didn't end up mattering. The only thing we got hit by was Leech Seed, and we were taking her out so fast that it didn't end up being a problem. Alright, we're in the Galactic Hideout. Now I've got a Soothe Bell, so our friendship is raising quickly. I'm holding a hope that this is going to squeeze a little bit more damage out against Commander Jupiter, but who knows? I have a vague memory that tells me that Skuntank has Shadow Claw, and I'm pretty sure that's a high crit move, so there's a chance that we'll lose even with Barrier, but you never know. Maybe we'll absolutely rock the fight and it'll be no issue, or she'll use a move worth using Copycat on. I really doubt I'm gonna get any use out of Copycat, but hey, maybe. Alright, so I was wrong in that Skuntank doesn't have Shadow Claw, but it's because she has Night Slash, a more dangerous move considering it's got the same type attack bonus. I got my 3 barriers against Zubat, but we're still just 1 hit away from winning the fight by the end. We really don't do much damage with her turn. I'll go clear out some trainers outside and come back. Okay, 2 levels later, and this time we have Substitute, so I just went ahead and got my barrier and used it, just to lose our Substitute super early thanks to a crit. It's okay, we ended up winning just because she used Poison Gas twice. For no reason? Well, thanks, that helped a lot. Okay, well that means we have the Ghost Gym and a rival fight coming up. I'm not really sure how that rival fight is gonna go. I don't really know what to expect, but I know that the Ghost Gym probably won't be easy. Shadow Claw is gonna hurt us a lot, considering that's a physical move, so I'm probably gonna have to use Barrier. I'm just thankful that I have Substitute, because I know Duskull usually opens with Will-O-Wisp, and I really don't want to get burned. I don't care about having our attack cut from the burn, but I do very much care about the damage over time. Wish me luck. Okay, so this took several tries because on the first 2, Duskull crit us, and on the next 2, we got burned right away. But on this one, I was able to use Barrier, then Substitute. Now, the fight actually ended up being pretty easy when I don't get crit, go figure. Maybe we could have lost without Barrier, but I still think we probably would have survived. How's my rival fight gonna go? Well, it was pretty easy. I was able to get 3 barriers right at the very start, but it didn't really matter in the end since we just ended up sweeping them. We even got our health back thanks to the Shell Bell, so that was kinda cool. Alright, normally this is around where I'd get new TMs for better moves, but most of the stuff I want costs a fortune, and it's free if I get it a little bit later, so I'm just gonna wait. You know, stuff like Thunderbolt or Psychic. We get Psychic by level up pretty soon anyway. So we've got the Fighting Gym, another rival fight, and the Water Gym. The Fighting Gym is probably going to be pretty easy, and the rival probably will be too, but I could see the Water Gym being hard. His Pokemon are just a little tanky, and Waterfall is a physical move, so I know I'm going to want to use Barrier in that fight. Really, what I'm dreading is the Steel Gym, but that's a ways off. Let's go ahead and do a little boss rush and see how things turn out. Well, the Fighting Gym was even easier than expected thanks to learning Psychic by level up by the time we got to the gym leader. Lucario was faster than us, so we did take some damage, but it was nothing too serious. The rival before the Water Gym was easy too, yet another sweep. I'm really surprised. I know Psychic is a strong move, but we swept his team again. This has got to stop being a sweep pretty soon, right? Okay, so the first try at the Water Gym, and I used Psychic, and although we hit kind of hard, both Water Onix and Floatzel have dark moves, so we just go down in 2 hits. Well, that's not happening. Let's try again with Barrier. So I tried the fight a couple more times. We actually lost whenever I'd use 3 barriers because our health would be low enough that Brine would deal double damage, so Floatzel could just beat us with it. But weirdly enough, on runs where I used 1 barrier, we recovered enough health from Psychic that Floatzel would use Crunch instead, letting us one-shot him. Quagsire at the end could hardly hurt us, so we got the win. Okay, that means we're traveling, and I think things are about to get harder. We have a Cyrus fight that tends to be easy, a rival fight that tends to be pretty hard, and then the Steel Gym. Normally we don't have a whole lot of trouble with the Steel Gym, but Steel resists both Psychic and Normal, so we don't have anything that they don't resist. If we really wanted to, we could learn something like Brick Break or Drain Punch, but they're both physical, so I really doubt it's going to be worth it. Maybe Focus Blast would be worth learning though. It's pretty inaccurate, but at least it uses our special stat. I don't know what I'd replace though. I quite like our moves, and we don't have reusable TMs like in Gen 5. Let's just fight our way there and see how it goes. Wow, this is a bad sign. Normally the first Cyrus fight is basically a free fight, but we actually fainted. He's got 2 different archetypes, and we weren't hitting all that hard outside of one lucky crit. Murkrow especially did a lot of damage. Maybe with Barrier I could survive? Okay, so I tried a couple of times with 3 barriers. It helps a ton, but we still nearly faint thanks to Murkrow having Nightshade. If we were even a few levels lower, then I think Golbat would have been faster than us, and we'd have fainted by the end. I could see Cyrus at the top of Mount Cornet being one of the hardest fights in the game. After that is the usually hard rival fight on the bridge, but once again, we swept his team. I kept thinking I'll need Barrier just to realize he's a sweep. I figure there's no way that we survive the next fight without Barrier though. So I tried the Steel Gym a few times and quickly ran into an unexpected issue. Bastiodon has Metal Burst, a move I never normally have to worry about, but it bypasses our defense increases from Barrier and just does damage based on how much we dealt in our previous attack. Because of that, we just lose pretty easily every time. I want to point out that there were 2 different trainers in this gym that took me quite a few tries to actually get past thanks to how little damage we deal to Steel types. That and Scissor had X-Scissor, and that was monstrous. I think I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and replace Substitute with Focus Blast. It's not like I'm using Substitute all that much anyway. Okay, just learning that move made the whole fight a sweep. I mean, it's a 120 power special move, so I knew it was gonna hit hard, but that's even harder than I was expecting. Hey, maybe this is gonna be what saves us against Cyrus. Alright, so we're traveling and there's a lot to do. I have to do a bunch of easy commander fights. You'd think they'd be worth showing when they were hard when I fought them in the early game, but now that Return does decent damage and we have a strong fighting move, it's really not a problem anymore. What will be a problem is the next few fights. We have an Ice Gym that could be really easy or hard, depending on if Focus Blast decides to hit. Then we have some Cyrus fights that I am really unsure of. Maybe they'll go fine, but maybe his team will be faster than us and totally demolish us with dark moves. Focus Blast is strong, but it's not very accurate, so missing could be very costly. I'm pretty 50-50 on if it's gonna work out, but let's just try the Ice Gym first and see how that goes. So we actually lost at the Ice Gym the first 3 times thanks to either missing due to double team, getting totally messed up by Shadow Ball, or missing a Focus Blast. It was obvious from the start that I could win if I just hit my moves though, so it only took a few tries to win with Focus Blast. It's crazy how much damage we take from physical moves if we don't use Barrier. Alright, we've got the hard part coming up. We have a Cyrus fight at the Galactic Hideout, we have that wild double battle on the top of the mountain where our partner is useless, then we have a much harder Cyrus fight. Maybe the first Cyrus fight will be easy because we have Focus Blast now, but the second one I predict will be a nightmare where I have to level up a ton. If we can make it past that fight, then we have an Electric Gym that I don't think is going to be too brutal, but I'm really not looking forward to the Cyrus fight. I mean, there's 2 reasons why I'm not looking forward to it, but you'll know the other reason soon. Let's see how it goes. Alright, so at the first Cyrus fight, we had this really weird attempt where Sneasel used a move we're immune to, we missed Focus Blast, then he switched to Crobat. It was easy to take out, but then Honchkrow came out. We couldn't hurt it that much, and it totally destroyed us with Feint Attack and Drill Peck. Well, that's definitely not good. Maybe if I use Barrier first? So I made an entire 10 miserable attempts after this, where every single time, Sneasel never used Screech. I have no idea why, considering it did that one time, but it just won't now, so we always take more damage. By far the most frustrating part is that we could clearly 2-shot Honchkrow if we just hit twice with Focus Blast, but we didn't even a single time, and thanks to him having Nightshade, he can still take us out pretty fast. I would go get a lens to increase our accuracy, but I think we actually need the healing from the Shell Bell. I just have to keep trying. Okay, literally the next try, and we finally hit twice, taking it out. Crobat right after nearly makes us faint because our health is so low, but Barrier saved us. There's absolutely a 0% chance I win the next Cyrus fight without a ton of levels, though. Now, like always, the double battle took a while because my partner isn't great, but we never really were in any danger of this being anything but a slow fight. We lucked out and Munchlax fainted early. Yes, our partner's Pokemon fainting early is us being lucky, so our rival sent in Infernape, a Pokemon that he is slightly more competent with. We won without much problem. Now, normally I'd be going right into the Cyrus fight, but remember how I said there's 2 reasons why I'm dreading this? Oh, one is that the fight will be hard. The other one is that I actually forgot to use the option in the randomizer that lets you skip the distortion world. It's way too late to go back and change that now, so I just have to bite the bullet and do it. It only took me like 5 minutes or something with speed up, but trust me when I say, it feels a lot longer than that. The distortion world is kind of cool the first time you play the game. Every other time, it's just annoying. Okay, first try, and it starts great with us one-shotting Houndoom. Right after is Honchkrow, and we nearly one-shot it, then it nearly one-shots us in return with Night Slash. We get some health back by hitting Focus Blast in return to finish it off, but not much. Next is Weavile though, and it outspeeds us with Night Slash to easily finish us off. Okay, well, if I can use a few rare candies, then I think I can just one-shot Honchkrow, then we're back in the fight. 4 levels later, and we're getting a one-shot on Honchkrow, so I think we stand a chance. Next is Weavile, and right away we lose most of our health to Fake Out and Night Slash, but at least we one-shot with Focus Blast, so we got some of our health back. After that is Crobat, who took us down to only 12 health off Cross Poison, before we one-shot it with Psychic, healing us back up to 30 in the process. That's still red health, I don't like how this looks. Last is Water Onix, so we nearly take it out with Psychic to heal us up to 42 health. He hits an Ice Fang to take us down to only 9, then we finish it off. We were the perfect level for this fight. I really thought I'd have to be closer to level 70 to win. Now, when I got to the Electric Gym at level 67, I ended up losing super fast to Crunch from Luxray due to getting paralyzed early in the fight. But just getting 2 more levels made the entire gym a sweep. It's crazy how much just a couple levels can do. Alright, we're going towards the end of the game now, and I'm not really sure how things are gonna go. I mean, our rival is probably a sweep, he basically has been the entire game, but the Elite Four themselves could be hard. I don't think that Bertha and Flint will be anything too crazy, but Aaron is a bug trainer, so he could have some moves that we're not ready for. Plus, there's Lucian, who's going to resist Psychic, so maybe I'm going to have to learn Shadow Ball for that. It's hard though, I can't really afford to give up any of my moves. Maybe it's finally time to ditch Return. We do more damage with Shadow Ball anyway, I'm just worried about running into something that resists the rest of our moves. Is there anything that resists Psychic, Dark, and Fighting? I mean, not off the top of my head, but I'm bad at remembering every last type effectiveness, especially when it comes to dual types. Let's just fight the rival and see how strong we are. Well, it wasn't exactly a sweep like usual, but it was very close to it. It was funny how Staraptor just kept U-turning, so I kept using Barrier every time it came out. We took some hits, but by the end of the fight, we healed right back up to full through the Shell Bell, so we had no problems. I guess our rival just can't handle a decent Psychic type. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. You know what? Our special attack is about double that of our regular attack. I think I'm gonna just replace Return with Shadow Ball already. Man, our special defense is really good too. I guess our defense is a bit low, but we have Barrier to help with that. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. First try and Yanmega is a one-shot, but then Scizor nearly one-shots us right after. 2 hits of Psychic took it to an absolute sliver of health. Maybe we could beat him with the right damage range. How about I try again and use Barrier earlier in the fight? Okay, the next try was absurd. Yanmega lets us use Barrier just fine until it U-turned to Scizor. We beat it in 1 hit with a crit, took out Yanmega as it came back out with another crit, then Vespiquen crit us to one-shot us from full health. Between me and Aaron, that was just 3 crits in a row. Alright, that was a fluke, an anomaly. I'm gonna keep trying. A couple of tries later, and we got yet another completely insane fight. So we build up our 3 barriers on Yanmega, then take it out with Psychic, and Scizor was hardly able to hurt us, so we healed back up by taking him out. This time Vespiquen doesn't crit us, so it hardly hurts us before going down, and fourth is Drapion. I tried Psychic because I never remember that Drapion is part Dark type. It crits us with X-Scissor, and we survived with 1 health. We nailed a Focus Blast to heal back up to only 17, we got hit with a Cross Poison that took us down to 5, then we finished him off. That was incredibly close. Last is Heracross, and we just outspeed him and one-shot him. I can't believe we got crit and then landed with 1 health. Craziest Aaron fight I have ever had. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. This was a long but pretty safe fight. See, her team pretty much only has attack moves, not many special moves. So as long as I get Barrier up early, they can't really do much to me. There's a Sandstorm going on nearly the entire fight, so we never have a ton of health. Our Shell Bell's pretty much just helping us undo the Sandstorm damage. None of them could do any serious damage without a crit thanks to the barriers, so it was a first try. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. This whole fight was just a sweep other than Flareon and Magmortar, but only the Magmortar actually hit us. Flint isn't normally a super easy member of the Elite Four. I think Lucian could be difficult though. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. First up is his Mr. Mime, but we just one-shot it with Shadow Ball right away. Espeon is much tougher typically, but all it did this time was hang on with a Sliver, hit us with a Shadow Ball, heal back up with the full restore, then go down. We lost a bit of health, but we healed back up with our Shell Bell to a decent degree. Bronzong is super tanky, and it was using Calm Mind to boost its special defense even more, but we were getting really lucky with Shadow Ball dropping its special defense, so it didn't last too long. We lost a lot of health to an Earthquake though. Gallade thankfully missed a Stone Edge that no doubt would have done incredible damage, but we got the 2-shot, and last was Alakazam who outsped us and hit a weak Energy Ball as we one-shot it with Shadow Ball. Wow, that was a really easy first try on Lucian. That doesn't happen every day. If Stone Edge had hit us though, then I'm not totally sure if we would have survived. I bet we could win in a few tries with Barrier if I absolutely had to though. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. Right away, we're against Spiritomb, so the only thing that we can do is use Shadow Ball. I lucked out and dropped its special defense, so it's a 2-shot, but we lost a good chunk of our health to Dark Pulse. Second is Lucario, so I used Psychic right away for massive damage, as we just took quite a bit of damage ourselves from Stone Edge. We healed back up with a full restore, so we just hit 2 Psychics to finish him off. Next up is Garchomp though, and thanks to a berry, it won't be a 2-shot. It also took us out in 1 Dragon Rush. Do you think we could get away with building a barrier against Lucario, or will we take too much damage in the process? Well, on the next try where we got a special defense drop against Spiritomb, we used barrier against Lucario, but it backfired fast as it turns out the Lucario has Shadow Ball. We ended up taking it down, but with even less health than last time. For some reason, she sent in Melodic next, who goes down pretty easily, but not before nearly making us faint with Surf. Then, of course, Garchomp easily finished us off. I'll have to get some more levels for sure. So I try again at level 80. This was pretty interesting. We took big damage from Lucario, but it was incredibly close to being a one-shot, so the last few levels could change things. We lucked out big when Garchomp came out. Not only did it miss Dragon Rush, but we had great damage luck and actually took it out fast. Problem is, Melodic was next, and it used Mirror Coat this time, so we still went down. Alright, well, a few levels, and we can at least go into the Garchomp fight with full health. I tried more at level 83, but things went borderline identical. Lucario still gets to hit us, and we still lose to Mirror Coat, but this time we took out Garchomp despite it not missing a Dragon Rush. I'm starting to think that just being able to one-shot Lucario would make a massive difference. 2 levels later, and not only do we one-shot Lucario, but we also don't get hit by Garchomp. I thought that meant that things would go great, but even with full health, Melodic one-shots us with Mirror Coat. The way it works is it's reflecting double the damage back at us. I'm just kind of surprised I'm doing over 100 health and damage to Melodic. It's kind of a special defense tank. How am I gonna beat this thing? Use Barrier on the first turn and hope it stops using Mirror Coat right after? I'm paranoid that it's reading my moves before I do them. I know that Gen 4 is weird about that with crits and stuff. Wow, that actually worked! 3 tries later and we had another attempt where Dragon Rush missed, so we had most of our health. I just used Barrier, she failed Mirror Coat, I used Psychic, she switched to Surf. It hardly hurt us and we took her out just fine. Togekiss was next, but it was a 2-shot with Psychic, as it didn't hurt us very much with Air Slash, thanks to Barrier that we already had put up. Last is Roserade, but is part poison, so we one-shot it with Psychic. We did it! That was a really fun run. It's cool having Barrier the entire run. I'm surprised just how handy it ended up being. It made a massive difference in how much damage we took, and I had to pay a lot closer attention to what gym leaders had strong physical moves. I really hope you guys liked that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Gold with only Nidorans. So that's a team run of 1 of each Nidoran. I'm pretty excited. Nidoran is an awful Pokemon, but I've been loving all the tag team runs that I've been doing, because having 2 Pokemon just gives us a lot more moves to work with. Plus, the Nidorans run in Red and Fire Red were both pretty fun, so how'd they gonna do in Gold? I don't know, let's find out next week. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments section, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Now, I know what everyone is incredibly interested in is, does MDB still have a sore throat? A little bit. It's less sore than before, though. It's just a little bit. I think I'm like fighting some kind of illness or something. I don't know. I'm surviving on gargling salt water and having lozenges and stuff, but it's getting less scratchy by the day and less sore by the day. I'm talking a lot, so I'm sure that's not doing me any favors, but hey, it's my job. I kind of have to talk a little bit. But overall, yeah, I'm getting better. I'm sure that'll be fine. The tooth sockets thing, you remember I got some wisdom teeth taken out late last month. That's healing up pretty well, especially the left side, which I'm surprised by. I thought the left side would take longer to heal, because that was the kind of weird-shaped wisdom tooth. That one was kind of crooked and everything. I thought that would cause more problems, but no, the right side is taking longer to heal than the left side, but they're both healing well. I think I'm well past the point of the possibility of getting dry socket or anything like that. So it looks like I'm healing up pretty well. I hope. I think. Oh, and I did the voiceover pretty late in the week last week, and I'm doing the voiceover very early in the week this week. So it's not like a whole week has passed by and I'm only a little bit less scratchy. It's been like 3 days or something, and I've been talking each one of those days quite a bit, so you know, it's gonna happen. Ooh, I also watched WWE Money in the Bank and NXT Heatwave. Those were quite fun, and of course I was shouting a little bit during those, so I'm sure that wasn't good for my voice, but I'm happy my boy Ethan Page won the NXT title. That was really cool to watch. I've been a huge fan of his for a good, I don't know, 5-6 years now, and he's a Hamilton boy. I used to live in Hamilton, so that's very cool to me. He's a cool dude. Talked to him a little bit once. He's very nice. I need to get back to some more work, though, because I've got to start on that Nidoran run later today. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Ruby with only in-game trades had a rough start, but this one will probably start even worse. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only 1 Munchlax? Munchlax is an incredibly lopsided Pokemon. Think of it like a weaker version of Hirayama, who's at least a little bit worse in every single stat. Very high health, passable attack, but terrible defense, special attack, and the lowest base speed in the entire game. That means that chances are we will always attack second in any battle that matters. That alone is going to make this brutal. At least our special defense is fine. For moves, we don't have much variety by level up, and we'll probably be stuck using Return the whole run since it'll have the same type attack bonus. By TM, we can learn a ton of moves of all different kinds, but for many of these types, we can only learn special moves, not physical ones. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think that I stand a chance, but I'll need to be level 100 and have a solid held item. Our horrendous speed is going to be a massive disadvantage. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Munchlax. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Munchlax so that I can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Turtwig so that our rival would have a fighting-type starter, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Orange. He might be lazy, but he's got a hidden power in him. Our nature is quirky, so neutral stat gains. That's probably fine, although less speed and more attack would have been nice. Our ability is Thick Fat, making us take less damage from fire and ice moves. I'm really happy I have that ability, because that's actually a pretty solid one. Pretty much right away, we're given the TM for return, and I go ahead and replace Metronome. Munchlax probably doesn't have enough friendship yet to make this stronger than Tackle, but it really shouldn't take that long before he does, and this will be a lifesaver. After fighting a few trainers, we get to the first real rival fight, but I'm starting to think that they don't let you lose this fight. At least, not very easily. With how much they were using Leer and Growl, I think that they just didn't want to make us faint. I tried for the Rock Gym, but even after fighting every trainer and getting to level 14, we didn't even come close. This is 6 attempts in, by the way, and this is the only one where we took down Geodude. We don't have any good moves coming up, but I'm gonna have to grind mostly just to build up some friendship so that return can get stronger, and then we can brute force the fight. I tried again a couple times every 2 levels, but we're still lucky if we make it past Geodude. The only way to stand a chance is with 6 defense curls, and that's giving them a lot of chances to critically hit us. This grind is pretty slow. I'd love to grind in the mine itself so that we can get some defense effort values, but is just too slow to fight them. There's really no fantastic area here for EVs that I care about, so I just try to avoid getting too many speed ones. Even with loads of speed EVs, our speed will still be horrendous, so I may as well focus on health and attack whenever I can. While I grind, if I can give you a viewing recommendation, my friend Brandon and I did a Flash Trash episode on Pokemon Go Mystery. It's as terrible as it looks and sounds. You might know Brandon as Goosit nowadays, since his own channel has really started to take off, but we've been doing videos together on this channel for 10 years now. If you guys want to see us play some hilariously bad Flash games, then check out the Flash Trash series in the description. Just click a random episode and have fun. At level 20, we learn Screech, so I try a few more times, and we do much, much better. Not only can we easily take out Geodude, but we also take out Onix on almost every attempt. The problem is that last is Craniados, and it hits so hard with Headbutt that we can't hang on at that point, and we don't have a good chance to build up defense curls earlier, so we need to get stronger. Finally, at level 22, we had just enough friendship and attack to completely muscle our way through the gym. It still took us about 5 tries because Craniados often makes us flinch or Onix reduces our defense too much, but at least we're finally able to pass the first real hurdle of the run. After that, we have a pretty easy battle with Commander Mars, but we still did take half of our health and damage in the process. I'm starting to worry that we're going to have a rougher grass gym fight than I was expecting. Thankfully, once I actually get to the grass gym, we end up totally crushing them. I suspect my friendship might be maxed out now, especially since I got the Soothe Bell on the way. Commander Jupiter was way more of a pushover than usual in this run. Normally she can be a real brick wall, but having a solid tanky attacker really helps. When I got to the grass gym, I thought that we'd have at least a few rough attempts, but it actually goes really well. In fact, Haunter must have no direct attacking moves to actually hit me with, because he just confused me and then put me to sleep, and missed a bunch of sucker punches over and over because that move only works when you're attacking, and I can't attack, I was asleep. I'm guessing that his last move was like Lick or Nightshade, some kind of ghost move that wouldn't work on a normal type. Thanks to me keeping Odor Sleuth though, we can just one-shot each ghost with return. Right after that is a rival fight, and although I actually lost this fight a couple times to Endeavor, it only took 3 tries before I was able to sweep my way through pretty easily. I just have to use Screech to make sure that Staravia never landed in low health. Next is the fighting gym though, and I'm sure you predicted us getting crushed here. We're slow as molasses, have low defense, and they can heal off of us with Drain Punch. Even with my fancy new Shell Bell healing us on the attacks, they hit too hard and too fast. Thankfully, this isn't the only place that we can go right now, so I head south to fight more trainers. We're at the point in the game where Return is strong enough to one-shot most trainers' Pokemon that we run into, but because of our terrible base speed, we're still slower than some of the faster Pokemon in spite of the level gap. If that happens too much, you can really get worn down, and we'll have to spend some time going back to the Pokemon Center often. After that, I try the fighting gym again, and get this hilarious run where I crit on both Pokemon that I didn't need to crit, then fail to crit twice on the Pokemon that I did need to crit. I can't even be mad, that was just funny. Okay, if I need something to take care of Lucario, then getting the TM for Earthquake should do the job. First try back in the gym, and it goes great. We one-shot our way to Lucario, and Earthquake was enough to take him down in one hit. We were probably going to get Earthquake eventually, so this is a fine enough solution. Before we can get to the water gym, we have another rival fight, but in spite of the low level gap, we crushed his whole team with Return. We've hit this weird tipping point where if a trainer can't deal some serious damage to us quickly across multiple Pokemon, they're doomed. In the water gym, we instantly crit Gyarados for a one-shot, and we probably needed that. Floatzel took quite a few hits before he went down, so we're in red health. As Quagsire came out, I thought I was doomed, but his Mudshot did almost nothing. Then he used Yawn twice in a row, pretty much handing me the victory. Man, it's not often that the AI in Gen 4 does something that stupid. After that is our first Cyrus fight, but his team is pretty frail this early, so we just brute force it with Return like usual. I really didn't think that Munchlax would be such a beast in mid-game. I thought that the larger trainer teams would be too much of an issue by this point in the game. Now, I know that it feels like it's been 2 seconds since we had a rival fight, but we have another rival fight. It starts great with us taking down Staraptor, but Heracross does over half our health in damage in one hit, and we're slower than him, so we go down. Maybe Stockpile can fix this. I try again, but this time using Stockpile at the start. We got 2 in before taking down Staraptor, and it actually saved us against Heracross, getting us a close victory. Problem is, right after that is Infernape, and he's another fighting type, so we go down. Okay, new solution. I gathered money together by fighting the rich people near the Pokemon Mansion place to buy coins so I can get the TM for rest. This makes us sleep for 2 turns, but it also fully heals us. This, along with Stockpile for defense and special defense, should be really strong. Finally, with this strategy, we managed to get a very slow victory. We can only stockpile 3 times, but that's enough for us to get our defense and special defense up to 3 stages. Critical fighting moves will probably still one-shot us, but regular old special moves will be borderline useless. For the Steel Gym, we Earthquake down Magneton right away and build up our stockpiles on Steelix. Because Byron's Pokemon are so slow, we're actually outspeeding Steelix. This fight drags on forever because we have to keep using rest to stay healthy, but he just keeps critically hitting us. It doesn't help that we can only get 3 stockpiles as well. You're not actually allowed to go beyond that. It took almost 3 straight minutes before we took him down. At least against Bastiodon, we hit a critical Earthquake to finish the fight. On our way through Freezeezy Peak, I made sure to fight every last trainer. We're getting to that point in Platinum where everything gets very slow and very difficult. I predict that this is the tipping point where our terrible speed is gonna brick wall us, so I need to keep my level lead as high as I possibly can right now. Ice Gym time. Sneasel's first, so I try to build up our stockpiles, and there's a low-flying airplane. Are you kidding me? Come on, not today. Ice Gym time. Sneasel's first, so I just build up stockpiles and take it down with 1 return with half our health left. Snow Bomb was next, so it'll be hailing for the rest of the fight. 2 returns took it down, but our health is starting to get a bit low. Piloswine is third, so I decide to use Rest while he uses Stone Edge and Earthquake a bunch. Thankfully, when we wake up, we crit with Return for a one-shot. Last is Frostlass, so we get hit by Blizzard, get frozen, thaw the same turn, hit Earthquake, and she eats a berry to hang on. Then our Earthquake misses thanks to her evasion. The following one brought her to red health, but she used a full restore, so I couldn't end it there. I had to rest again because our health was getting so bad that I didn't want to risk missing Earthquake so much that I'd faint. Just as our health hit red, rest kicked in, and we managed to pull through and finish it with 1 last Earthquake. With that done, we have the second Cyrus fight, but we pretty much mopped the floor with them. We were lucky that Sneasel missed with Screech, but we still won first try. This is where we have to grind, though. Like usual in these Platinum runs, we have to deal with the final Cyrus fight next, and not only is his team very strong, but he's also all the way at the end of the Distortion world, so if I get to him and I can't beat him, then I have to lose, go back to grinding, and then take a 15-minute walk to get back to him. It's literally the longest gap to getting to train, and then getting to try the boss again in any Pokemon game that I've played. 15 minutes might not sound long, but it's agonizing when you have to do it even once, let alone multiple times. Plus, I totally get lost because the place is a maze, and I suck at those. I'm not taking that risk. This video has to come out on time. I'm just gonna grind early. After hitting level 63, I decide it's finally time to at least attempt Cyrus. So wish me luck. Houndoom is first, so naturally I start with Stockpile. We get burned by Will-O-Wisp in the process, though, so I keep trying to use Rest, but almost faint thanks to all the flinches. Eventually, though, we manage to finally heal up. Once we wake up, we take it down in 1 Earthquake. Second is Water Onyx, so our attack is down from Intimidate, but we were able to take him down safely in a few hits. Honchkrow did a bit of damage, but only took 2 hits to go down, so fourth is Weavile. We ended up taking enough damage from it that I needed to rest for safety. I never want to be within range to go down from a critical hit. It took tons of hits to take down because Cyrus was using healing items, but we did pull through just fine, and last was Crobat. We instantly got badly poisoned, but it only took 2 shots to take him down and win us the fight. With that stunning victory, we have 1 badge left to grab at the Electric Gym. As you'd expect though, Earthquake makes pretty short work of his team. We got stuck on Jolteon for ages while we tried to build up our stockpile and take it down with reasonable health to spare, but eventually we pulled it off and the rest of his team went down fast. After that though is a complete and total brick wall that I didn't see coming. The final rival fight starts with Staraptor with close combat, so we lose half of our health in 1 shot and only hang on thanks to stockpile, and once we take that down, next is Heracross, who also has close combat. Considering we're way slower than Staraptor and Heracross, even critting both of them in a row wouldn't save us. They'd take us down before that's even possible. It's either hold a Quick Claw and hope that we attack first twice in a row and crit twice in a row, which is nearly impossible by the way, or I could just level up and tank the hits and then overpower them, but that might take a long time. Grinding at this point is a bit rough. Versus Secret Grinding can be pretty nice because you'll consistently know what you're fighting and you actually get paid for it, but at the same time it can be pretty slow and sometimes there's a lot of movement between fights. It's a bit harder to just zone out and watch YouTube videos on the side while grinding if you actually have to ride up and talk to people. Still though, this is one of the fastest places to level up at this point in the game. 5 levels later and I try again. Staraptor went pretty well with us taking less than half of our health and damage this time, and still getting a one-shot, but Heracross can still one-shot us right after. Man, usually the brick wall's the Elite Four, not the rival before it. At level 77, I try again, and this time Staraptor U-turns to switch to Heracross. We hang on from close combat because of having higher health going into the fight. We take him down, and then his third Pokemon with fighting moves, Infernape, comes out, and we go down to Focus Blast. This battle is ridiculous. Finally, at a whopping level 80, we try again and Staraptor goes down easily. Heracross comes out and he just uses Night Slash for almost no damage for no reason. We hit return, he almost goes down. Then he takes us from 191 health to 9 with 1 close combat. Okay, this is insane. Maybe if I can one-shot Heracross, I can win? At level 83, we're able to get in our 3 stockpiles because Staraptor just wasn't strong enough to beat us without a crit anymore. Honestly, I still would lose easily if he was just smart and U-turned to Heracross early. Oh, and his Floatzel has a Brick Break. Man, I had no idea so much of his team used fighting moves. Well, after all that, let's take a peek at our stats. Yeah, unless they come at me with some ridiculously strong fighting moves that I'm not prepared for, we should at least be able to get to the Pokemon Champion just fine. Make your final guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. We just speared through his whole team with return. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. This one was a lot harder thanks to Earthquake hitting us so hard, mixed with the nearly non-stop sandstorms. I had to use 3 stockpiles, rest quite a bit, and lots of uses of Return and Earthquake before I could take them down. I'm worried that I might not actually have enough ethers for between battles. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Not much to say about this one. He could hardly hurt us, and our Earthquakes absolutely wrecked his team. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Once again, not much to say. The only reason we took any serious damage is because of a lucky critical hit. We were never in any real danger. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. Spiritomb is first, and it's not very dangerous at all, so I take the chance to get my 3 stockpiles and take it down with 2 Earthquakes. Second is Lucario, and we instantly go from almost full health to only 35 health from a critical Aura Sphere as we one-shot him with Earthquake and get a bit of health back. It's a good thing that I did because next is Togekiss, and his Aura Sphere left us with only 18 health before we had to sleep to heal. That was way too close. By the time we wake up, we still lose a third of our health, but at least we take it down in 2 returns. Next is the pseudo-legendary Garchomp, and thanks to her berry, it ended up landing in red health from our second return, so she used a full restore. That means she had even more chances to hit us with Earthquake, so we are in rough shape by the time she went down. Fifth is Melodic, so I play it safe and use Rest right away, knowing that it can't hit us very hard. It took tons of returns to take her down because of the full restores, but we were never in danger. Last is Roserade, but we took it down in one hit, getting us into the Hall of Fame. Well, I never would have guessed that the rival would be harder than the Pokemon champion. I really hope you guys like that run. For next week's Saturday Pokemon Challenge, I'm going to finally do the much-requested EV-only run of Pokemon Emerald. I'm always looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the Pokemon Challenge section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more Pokemon challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see some more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I have done a randomizer playthrough of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, Whatageek and Gooset playing Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon X here on my channel. Also, come to the Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Red with only one coughing was surprisingly fast, so now it's time for a rough one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Abomasnow? Abomasnow is a pretty well-rounded Pokemon in terms of stats, but his real weakness is being Ice and Grass type. He's weak to 7 different types and has a double weakness to Fire. We'll be starting with Snover, so his level up move list is not bad and gets pretty strong, although even with TMs, the type coverage is going to be pretty limited. He also doesn't evolve until level 40, so it'll take a while before we get kinda strong. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think that I'm gonna get stuck on Flint, the Fire Elite 4 member. Maybe Water Pulse can take him out, but I'm pretty skeptical. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only get one Snover or Abomasnow. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Let's do this. And yes, you guys all requested this one because of the infamous moment in my Pikachu Platinum run. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Piplup with Snover so that we can do the whole run with it. I made him use a Turtwig rather than Chimchar because I'd probably just lose the run if he had Chimchar. I named mine Abomasnow because he can't truly be Snowbama until he evolves. Ours is Serious Nature, so neutral stats. Our ability is Snow Warning, so it's always hailing. Although it's nice, it does massively slow down every single battle we're going to do all game, including while grinding. Genuinely, this will add a lot of time to the run. Lastly, while we have to get a few levels in, we've got Powder Snow, Leer, and Razor Leaf. Powder Snow and Razor Leaf have the same power, but Powder Snow has a 10% chance to freeze, and Razor Leaf has an extra critical hit chance, so I'm pretty happy with these starting moves. The first battle with a rival goes incredibly well with us not getting hit, although it's mostly because he spent so much time using stat-changing moves. Still, we have decent type coverage for this early in the game. Progress is actually pretty quick going forward since we're hitting reasonably hard with our new Icy Wind, and in spite of our massive list of weaknesses, no one is really using those types of moves yet. Even the Rock Gym ended up being pretty one-sided in spite of not at all being over-leveled. I thought Rock Throw was really going to mess me up, but Razor Leaf is a pretty solid move this early on. The advantage doesn't last long though, as we get dealt with quickly in the Windworks. While I level up a bit, let's take another look at that move list. We don't really get a solid powerhouse move until level 36, so that's probably not happening right now. For TMs, we could learn Return or Bullet Seed, but Bullet Seed is really weak, and we don't have enough Friendship for Return to really be that strong yet. We're gonna either have to hope that we freeze Purugly with Powder Snow, or just outmuscle her with Razor Leaf. A few levels later, and we get some pretty good Razor Leaf crit luck, and make short work of her. Razor Leaf is a high crit chance move though, so it only took a couple tries. Next is the Grass Gym, but as you could probably imagine, I'm not all that concerned. Gym leader time, and it's nearly a one-shot sweep as you'd probably expect. I thought they'd hang on a little bit better since Icy Wind is only a 55 power move, but it went smoothly. Right after that is Team Galactic Commander Jupiter. Zubat goes down in one Icy Wind, and Skuntank only takes 2 hits thanks to a critical hit. We probably would have won without it though. With that done, we can head to Hearthome. I've always had troubles with the Ghost Gym here, but I can't imagine it'll be too bad this time between Razor Leaf and Icy Wind. I'll probably need to be a higher level though, so I make sure to go out of my way to fight extra trainers. Not all the trainers though, because the lady that had a Ponyta 7 levels lower than me brought me to 5 health off 1 flame wheel. I am really not looking forward to fighting the fire trainer in the Elite Four. Ghost gym time, and it starts rough with Duskull instantly burning us with a Will-O-Wisp, so I have to use Icy Wind to bypass the attack loss. Haunter also confuses us right away, and the next turn our 95 accuracy Icy Wind misses, so my luck is just fantastic today. It takes a few hits to beat him, but our health is terrible. Last is Miss Magius, and we instantly go down to Shadow Ball. Bad run, but I have an idea. In Hearthome, there's a lady that just randomly gives us a Shell Bell when you talk to her. No idea why. It's a held item that lets you restore a little bit of health every time you deal damage, so this might help. I try the Ghost Gym again, and I get to Miss Magius with more health, although it's mostly because I didn't miss Icy Wind. Miss Magius herself, though, is still too tough for us between her held berry and my own burn whittling me down. Shell Bell hardly heals us, so I just decide that I need to level a bit more. At level 36, we learn Wood Hammer, a massive 120 power grass move that deals 1/3 of its damage back to us in recoil. It's dangerous, but I bet I could win the gym with this if I took another shot at it. It took a few tries, but we did end up one-shotting our way through on our 3rd try. It's probably not the most reliable move for long fights, but for now it works. Next is another rival fight. It's mostly easy either than Ponyta. This took a few tries thanks to him using Ember and our Grass Whistle having terrible accuracy. I'd have tried to brute force it with Wood Hammer, but my health was too low and I couldn't risk the recoil damage, so I had to use Icy Wind and tank my way through. The rest of his team was quick to take out, but I am not looking forward to when that Ponyta evolves. Before doing the fighting gym, I decide to top off my level at 40 so we evolve to our Obama Snow. Once I get Fly, I'll go rename him, but for now, I have a gym to attempt. Gotta say though, my stats really aren't making up for the terrible type combo. Fighting gym time, and it starts great with a one-shot on Meta-type. Machoke hardly hurts us with Rock Tomb, so it only took 2 Razor Leafs, but Lucario is another story. Force Palm drops me below half health, as our Icy Wind hardly hurts. I tried switching for Wood Hammer, but we get critically hit with Drain Punch and instantly go down. I'm gonna need to get stronger. So it's off to grinding. Real quick while I do though, give me 30 seconds to tell you a little bit about a charity that contacted me. I recently got messaged by the No Barrier Foundation, a charity that builds classrooms in developing countries and resources hundreds of schools around the world. They've started up the Reforestation Project, where for every £1 you donate, 1 tree will be planted in the, probably not pronouncing this right, Kaijabe Forest in Kenya. I'm obviously not being paid for this plug, I just want to help out a charity that's doing some genuinely important work. If you want to help support the Reforestation Project, check out the link in the description to donate to them, and share your support online with the hashtag #TreeSquad. And thanks for listening to me ramble on about the charity. Let's get back to the challenge. Anyway, grinding is done, so it's time for a second shot at the fighting gym. Lucario hits hard with a Drain Punch, and a Wood Hammer hurts us in recoil. Second round, he paralyzes us with Force Palm, and with some good luck, we managed to hit our Wood Hammer for the knockout. With that done, I have one last rival fight before the water gym. Staravia went down in 1 hit, and second is Ponyta. Did I write... There's a Pokemon called Staravia? Is that what it's really called? I must have written that wrong. Whatever. Although it survives Wood Hammer, its Ember doesn't do too much damage, although we do get burned, so physical moves will get pretty weak. Groddle is a one-shot with Icy Wind, and Buizel hardly hangs on from a Razor Leaf, but he also hardly hurts us, so I have no problem ending it. Well, in the water gym, we level up to level 47 and learn Blizzard. Normally, this is a really unreliable move due to its bad accuracy, but during a hailstorm, Blizzard always hits. And since our ability causes hailstorms, this will make Blizzard incredibly powerful. Water gym time. Gyarados is tough since I have no electric moves, so I just try to brute force it with Wood Hammer. I get critically bit, then finish it with Blizzard. Not too bad. Quagsire is double weak to grass, so I just one-shot him with Razor Leaf, and last out is Floatzel. I remember this guy being brutal in other runs, but he hardly hurts us with Crunch, and it only takes 2 Razor Leaves to take him down. No problem at all. With that done, we have our first Cyrus fight. Thankfully, he isn't a problem. Much like how he was easy in our Pikachu run, he should be easy in this one too, since he likes using flying types, and we have Blizzard. Oh, completely unrelated, but it just came to mind. People have been wondering if I'm okay in the comments of the last few challenges because I sounded so tired. I just had a sore throat. I'm good now, don't worry about it. I've been doing a video a day for like 8 years now. My voice just gets a little sore sometimes. Don't worry about it, I'm still having fun. Now that we finally have Fly, I go back to Eterna City and find the Name Raider to change Obama Snow into his true form, Snowbama. We're also almost level 50, so let's check our stats again. It's not bad, although I was hoping for a little bit better. Blizzard has carried us through the last few routes, but I don't think that's going to last for too much longer. Rival time, and he now has 5 Pokemon. Staraptor is out first, so we already lose a stage of attack due to his Intimidate ability. I one-shot it with Blizzard and Heracross is out. He was left with a Sliver by Blizzard and hit us hard with Brick Break. Heracross is a beast. We finish him off and move on to Rapidash. I managed to put it to sleep instantly with a Grass Whistle and hit a Wood Hammer and a Blizzard for the knockout. If Rapidash had hit me, I'd be doomed. Torterra is now ground and grass, so I just Blizzard for a one-shot. Last is Floatzel, so I Wood Hammer for another one-shot. The Steel Gym is one I wasn't looking forward to at all. We don't really have any great moves to deal with this gym, so I'm just happy that a lot of Steel types are dual type with something weak to Ice or Grass. Random trainer fights are weird in this run, by the way, because most are easy, then you occasionally get ones that nearly one-shot us, like the Scizor using X-Scissor. Byron time, but we get beat down hard. Metal Sound to drop our special defense and Flash Cannon to make short work of our health. I'm gonna need either good sleep luck with our 55 accuracy Grass Whistle, or to level up more. I decide to grind in Iron Island, mostly because it's loaded with trainers that I haven't fought yet. The levels here are good, and there are plenty of ground types that we have an easy time with, so it's a pretty good place to grind. I try again at level 56. This run is incredible. Magneton gets one-shot by a critical Blizzard, Bastiodon tanks a Blizzard and hits us with a reasonably weak Stone Edge, but we have nothing better, so we just Blizzard a second time and end up freezing him solid. That gives us a free chance to finish him off with a third Blizzard. Last is Steelix, and we one-shot him with Blizzard. That was a really clean fight. There's a few Team Galactic commanders we have to fight before we get to the next gym, but they're really not a problem in this run, mostly thanks to Blizzard. I'm sure no one will complain if we just skip ahead a little bit. You know, I've always thought this part of the game was really cool. Anytime you have to go through Mount Coronet or go on a long trek to get to a new location is a really interesting change of pace. If they ever make a remake of Gen 4, I really hope that they put more emphasis on the foreboding presence that Mount Coronet is on the region, and make you go through it maybe a couple more times before getting to the top. I think there's some real potential to make it a really creepy and mysterious place. I don't know, maybe put like a legendary in the basement, in like a foggy, misty basement with a bunch of water or something, and occasionally if you turn up the sound real loud, you can hear it roaring in the distance through the game. I don't know. You could do something cool here. Anyway, I start on the Ice Gym, and I can't even take down Sneasel in one Razor Leaf without a crit. Slash hardly hurts me, so I just use another Razor Leaf, and she uses a Hyper Potion, but I crit. Pillow-Swine goes down in one Razor Leaf, and we end up with an Abomasnow mirror match. I miss Grass Whistle 4 times in a row as we get beat down with Focus Blast till I faint. Okay, that was just awful luck. That's like flipping a coin and getting tails 4 times in a row. I think I can do this again. Second try on Abomasnow goes way better. I still miss Grass Whistle, and I get hit with a critical Focus Blast, but at least my second Grass Whistle hits, and my Wood Hammer did somewhat decent damage. My health is dire, and I thought it was all over when she healed Abomasnow with a full restore, but then I tried Blizzard, and for whatever reason, it did amazing damage. I finished it right after with Razor Leaf, and last is Frostlass. Blizzard hits pretty hard, and she tries to build double teams, but even after all of her healing items, I hang on from her own Blizzard and finish it with a Wood Hammer with 3 health left after the recoil. That was an amazing fight. So while we watch this dork get bullied by Team Galactic, I should point out by this point in the game, there's a lot of filler that you aren't seeing. I typically just like to show you guys the progress, but around here is where the plot kidnaps you, and you can't go to the next town with a gym due to a power outage. Apparently you just can't go into a town if they have no power. I don't get it. Regardless, the Team Galactic HQ isn't that hard, just a bit slow. At the top, we get our second from last Cyrus fight, so let's do that. Sneasel is a one-shot with a critical Razor Leaf, Crobat hits Poison Fang and badly poisons us, but goes down in one Blizzard, and Honchkrow goes down also in one Blizzard. Man, it's weird how weak his team is here, and how strong his team gets in like half an hour later in the game. Not half an hour for us though, I mean half an hour for a normal player doing a normal playthrough, because I've got to grind. There's no way I'm beating the next Cyrus fight without more levels, so I spend more time grinding in Mount Cornet. I'm sure you remember this spot from my last 2 Gen 4 runs. It's a decent enough spot to grind, and we always gain at least a level per trip, so it's really not that bad. The double battle where we team up with our useless rival goes about as slow as you'd expect, but at least it's not hard like in the Abra challenge. Then it's time for the Distortion World. There's no way anyone on Earth wants to watch me do this, so let's just do the Cyrus fight. First he sends out Houndoom and I'm already terrified. Woodhammer leaves him with a sliver and he nails a brutal flamethrower, leaving us with 18 health. I'm just lucky that the hail finished him off. Second is Crobat and he's faster than me, so he finished me off with a cross poison. Well, that attempt sucked. Second try and I used Blizzard instead, and through ungodly luck he was frozen solid and I finished him off with Woodhammer. I was just hoping for a damage range, honestly. Crobat is a one-shot with Blizzard, but not before he confuses us. Honchkrow is also a one-shot, so fourth out is Weavile. He flinches us with Fake Out, hits Night Slash, we hit ourselves in confusion, then he hits a brutal X-Scissor, and finally we hit our Woodhammer for a one-shot. Man, we took a lot of unnecessary damage in that fight. Last is Gyarados, and our attack is down from Intimidate, so I try for Blizzard for massive damage as he Ice Fangs us. He then uses a full restore, so it's not over yet, and he survives our Blizzard, but at least we're healed a bit off Shell Bell. We're out of Blizzards, but his health is low, so Razor Leaf manages to finish him off and get us the win. With that done, we can finally fight the final gym leader. Jolteon is a one-shot with Blizzard, so second is Raichu. Woodhammer one-shots him as well, but we got paralyzed from static in the process. Third is Luxray, who hammered us with a Fire Fang that also flinches us. The second Fire Fang brings us to a quarter health as Blizzard takes him out. Last is Electivire, who brings us to 1 health with Fire Punch, as we're too paralyzed to move, and we're finished off with a quick attack. Why does the electric gym leader know so many fire moves? I guess it's because he's friends with Flint. On the second try, I one-shot his entire team with Blizzard. Well, that was wildly different. I guess his whole team was within a damage range, so all it took was a little bit of luck. I always get lost in Victory Road in Gen 4, so while I find my way through and grind a little bit, let me show you what I was so worried about. This is Flint, a member of the Elite Four. Now, you've seen how much even one mediocre Pokemon with a solid fire move messes us up. Well, 5 powerhouse fire-type Pokemon, some of them being way faster than me, is probably going to result in me getting a one-shot on any given one of them. So I went through the secret entrance of the Wayward Cave all the way to the end to get the TM for Earthquake, the best move that we're going to be able to get that deals with fire types. Then I spend some time hunting down a handful of rare candies, just in case I end up needing to max out my level. After that, I grind up to level 80, a level that I'm comfortable in at least attempting the Elite Four at. Here's our stats. They're good, but they're not going to make up for that type combo. Take your chance to guess on if Oh right, I forgot about my rival. First is Staraptor, so naturally we one-shot it, but we're down a little bit of attack from Intimidate. Heracross takes big damage off a critical Earthquake, but hangs on and hits us hard with close combat. We finish it with a second Earthquake. Rapidash easily could have taken us out, but we get a critical Earthquake for a one-shot. That's 2 in 1 battle. Floatzel is a one-shot with Woodhammer, but next is Snorlax. I go for Blizzard and actually manage to nearly one-shot him, much to my surprise. He hits us hard with a critical Body Slam, but a second Blizzard finishes him off. I guess I was wrong to be worried. Last is Torterra, who obviously just gets one shot with Blizzard. Okay, with that done, make your guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Yanmega is a one-shot with Blizzard. Scizor hardly gets hurt with a Woodhammer though and nails us with a powerful X-Scissor. I switch for Earthquake and manage to finish him off. Vespiquen is part flying, so I go for Blizzard and one-shot it, so fourth is Heracross. Earthquake doesn't do much and we get hit incredibly hard with close combat. I switch for Blizzard and finish him off, but I only have 71 health after the Shell Bell heal. Last is Drapion though, so I one-shot him with Blizzard. Between fights I heal up, use an Aetheron Blizzard, and move on. Second is Grand Trainer Bertha. Nothing to recap here though, one-shot sweep with Woodhammer and Blizzard. Third is the dreaded Fire Trainer Flint. Despite being the thing I was worried about the whole game, it ended up being a total one-shot sweep with Earthquake. Funny thing is, it had to be. If I didn't one-shot everyone here, no doubt they could have one-shot me. The fact that we could learn Earthquake is the only reason I won this fight. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Mr. Mime was a one-shot with Earthquake, and Bronzong just used Calm Mind, so I two-shot him. Our amazing luck started with Gallade missing Stone Edge that would have done a sizable amount of damage to us, giving us a chance to win in 2 blizzards. Fourth is Espeon, and I ended up critically hitting with Earthquake, so he never had a chance to use Signal Beam on us. Last is Alakazam, and he missed his Focus Blast, so we one-shotted him with Woodhammer. That was 3 amazingly lucky exchanges in a row. Finally, it's Pokemon Champion Cynthia. Spiritomb gets one-shot with Blizzard, Lucario somehow got one-shot with Earthquake, Togekiss got one-shot by Blizzard, Roserade got one-shot by Blizzard, but Garchomp is faster than me and dropped me by half my health with Flamethrower. Then I one-shot him with Blizzard since he's double weak to Ice. Last was Melodic, who was a one-shot with Woodhammer. Well, I don't know how she got to be the Pokemon champion. That was a strange one. I really didn't think that so many battles would be one-shot or get one-shot with a Pokemon that has decent health and defense. I'm not 100% sure what I'll do for next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, but you guys always suggest doing a babies only run in Gen 2, so maybe I'll try for that. Subscribe, ring the bell, and stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlists in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I are doing a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel linked in the description. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only 1 Clamperl was a fun run with a Pokemon that I've never used before. Let's follow that up with another Pokemon that I've also never gotten to try. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only 1 Pachirisu. Alright, so I know almost nothing about Pachirisu, so we're looking at this together. Looks like our stats are higher than a lot of first form Pokemon, but only by a little bit. High speed, special defense, and even decent defense, but our attacking stats are both pretty low. I like that we can take a bit of a hit, but defense is not usually quite as useful as attack in these solo runs. By level up, we don't really get much that I like. Spark and Discharge are decent moves, Swift could be useful, and we can probably get some use out of Super Fang against some super tanky Pokemon late in the run. By TM though, we don't really have a lot of type variety. Thunderbolt is one that I'm for sure getting, Grass Knot can probably save us against Bertha, so I'm for sure getting that. Dig might also be worth it for the Electric Gym. We can get a decent enough moveset by the end. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. Well, I couldn't get a win with Shinx in this game, but we were really frail in that one. I think that we're just tanky enough that we could get a win somewhere between level 90 and 100. I really can't imagine that Cynthia's Garchomp was gonna go well, though. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Pachirisu. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Piplup with Pachirisu so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Piplup so that our rival would have Torterra, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Pikachu. There was really no other choice. Our nature is quirky for neutral stat gains. I would prefer more special attack, but after restarting quite a few times, this was the one with the overall highest stats, so I figure it's worth sticking with. Our ability is Runaway, and although that's useless in this run, the alternative was Pickup, and that wasn't going to help us in battle anyway. Alright, so we all know this is going to have to be one of those runs where we get to an absurd level early on, because we're an electric type, going up against a rock gym with ground Pokemon. We only learn normal and electric moves by level up, and the electric ones aren't going to work, so we're stuck slowly chipping away at them with Quick Attack. I just don't see us winning that exchange until we are a way higher level than them. I wish we could get a TM to help us, but there aren't any that we can learn this early on. All I can do is keep on leveling and retrying the fight until it looks like it's possible. I'm really hoping that I could squeak out some kind of early win with Bide, but we're not a particularly high health Pokemon in the first place, so it might not really help a ton. I guess at least it's a way to get around their defense buffs in case we ever get in a situation where we're only hitting for 1 damage off Quick Attack. On our way to the Rock Gym, I had to do this first rival fight. This is always easy, but we actually lost about half of our health this time because Turtwig was buffing his defense so much that we couldn't take him down quickly. It wasn't hard though, it was a first try. So I got to the rock gym at level 16 after a bit of grinding. I was right to think that Bide would do better than Quick Attack, but it's not enough that it's gonna be an easy win. We can take out Geodude pretty consistently by using one charm then spamming Bide, but we're left in red health, so we obviously are not ready to take out Onix right after. I could see us having to be in the mid-level 20s before we can win this. We need a lot more health to burn if we're gonna win this with Bide. Alright, so at level 20, I try a few more times. As you can see, sometimes it goes the exact same as before, but sometimes it actually goes pretty well, and we get close to making Onix faint. Onix is actually pretty weak to Bide because Onix is a high defense, low health Pokemon, and Bide bypasses the defense to target the low health directly. That's the same reason for why Bide is not very useful with Onix in Gen 1. It's a terrible Pokemon against Bide and using Bide. Anyway, I'm hoping that somewhere between level 22 and 24, we're gonna have enough health to survive and beat both Onix and Geodude. Then we might be able to one-shot Cranidos with Spark. Let's hope. Well, I forgot about this little run-saver of a move. I got to level 22 and learned Swift along the way. I don't know why I didn't think of this, but this is a special move from Gen 4 onward. Because it targets their special defense instead of their regular defense, we actually do a lot more damage with this than we do with Bide. It's still not amazing. They do resist it, but it helps a lot not going after their defense stat. Onix is still a threat, but eventually we took it down, then Spark did a pretty good job against Cranidos. We had to level a ton, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. So we're not where I thought we would be in this run, that's for sure. I figured we'd be in the mid to late 20s by the time we're going to Commander Mars, so I was assuming that it was a free fight. Right now though, I guess I'm not sure. Zubat will be easy, but I don't really know about Perugly. Then we have the Grass Gym where they resist electric moves. Don't really feel great about that either. Really, most of the gyms, I don't have a good feeling about this run. Sinnoh's not a very electric-friendly region, now that I think about it. I mean, other than that we are a good type for fighting Cyrus. That's not for a long time, though. Let's worry about Mars and the Grass Gym. Oh yeah, I hope you guys like my little doodle of a Pachirisu, by the way. I tried coloring in the ears and the head design at first, but it made it look so much worse. I also couldn't get the tooth to look quite right. It kind of looks like a rabbit right now. Maybe I gotta shorten the ears and reshape them a little bit. I'm not sure, I'll keep working on it. I think these little doodles that I do in the Pokemon Platinum runs, I think that's literally the only thing I've drawn in like the last 10 years of my life. Is these doodles in the Platinum runs. Alright, well thankfully Mars ended up being pretty easy. We may not hit all that hard, but being this high of a level with a Pokemon that has decent defense means that we can take quite a few hits. Let's savor this because we're only a 405 base stat Pokemon. Having kinda high defense is not the same as being a tank. So I get to the Grass Gym and right away I'm feeling pretty weak here. Swift isn't doing great damage, and although Turtwig isn't a problem, we take tons of damage on Cherim because of its high special defense and potions letting it last for ages. We make it to Roserade, but we always just lose. I mean, it sucks that we're losing, but I don't really think that it'll take many more levels before we could overpower them. Man, this is tougher than I thought. I leveled to 32, and even on my best run, I could only get a few attacks into the Roserade fight. I find that using Discharge is just as effective as Swift, but it has a chance to paralyze, so it's the better move, but it's still not getting me a win yet. I'm gonna just keep trying for a few more levels. I think maybe a Paralyze or two could get me the win. Alright, 3 levels later and this run was baffling. We just hit the point where we can sometimes two-shot the first 2 Pokemon, making them a lot easier, but we couldn't on Roserade. We learned Super Fang, so I thought that would help, but we instantly missed twice and got paralyzed. Despite our insanely bad luck, we ended up paralyzing her in return once we switched to using Discharge, and somehow we pulled ahead to win the fight. That was crazy. Well, I don't really know what to expect for the next part of the run. Jupiter probably won't be too bad, and I also think the Ghost Gym might not be too bad either, unless we get burned from the start of the fight, which is, you know, very possible. I'm wary though. I'm wondering when our low stats are going to become a problem. Yeah, we're not like sub 300 base stats like we are sometimes with stuff like Shinx, but it's just not a hard-hitting Pokemon. High speed and good defense are our advantages, but we can't one-shot any strong Pokemon without a type advantage. Let's just hope that things go smoothly until I get Thunderbolt, because I can't wait to get my hands on that move. Okay, so Jupiter ended up being super easy to overpower. Discharge is a pretty strong move, and we haven't fallen behind on stats quite yet. I'm not sure how the Ghost Gym is going to go, though. Alright, this was insane. The Ghost Gym isn't hard at all, and I bet you 9 times out of 10, we'd have an easy time considering how little damage they're doing. But we had the most insanely horrible luck in the world when it came to Sleeping Confusion. We gave them an unreal amount of free hits on us, and we even hit ourselves quite a few times. There's no way we lose like this again on the next try. Okay, case in point, the loss was so much of a fluke that on the next try, we got crit 3 times, and we still won the fight just because we didn't get put to Sleeping Confused. Easy fight. After that is our rival, but we just overpower him too. Really, I don't think that our rival is going to be a serious problem until after Cyrus. We've been breezing through these fights. Let's just go give the fighting gym a try right away. Well, this was much harder. Meditate survived with a sliver, so he got to lower our speed a stage with Rock Tomb before he went down, but the real threat is Lucario. He wasn't doing a ton of damage, but we weren't either, and we just couldn't seem to paralyze him. We took him out in a few hits, but we're in red health by the time he fainted. I'm just happy our Shell Bell was healing us a little bit. Last is Machoke, and it lowered our speed and nearly made us faint with Rock Tomb, but we paralyzed him to keep our speed advantage, and we hardly took him out. That was really close. I think the Paralyze saved us. Alright, I figure that this Water Gym is actually gonna slow us down. Yeah, we're super effective against most of his team, but he opens with Water Onyx. That means our attack is down from Intimidate, then we have to fight that Quagsire. You'd think it'd be fine because we have Swift, but what if he uses Amnesia? Learning Return might be the right move, but then Intimidate matters if that happens. I'm not really sure how it's gonna go. I know that the rival fight on the way there is at least gonna be easy, but I'm iffy on how the Water Gym itself is gonna go. I'm sure the Cyrus fight after is gonna be easy. Alright, so we go into the rival fight, and his whole team is easy other than his starter. It's weird, I think he actually threw this fight. He used Withdraw twice, then Razor Leaf twice, but I think if he just used Razor Leaf 4 times, then he would've won. Even if none of them crit, I think we would've fainted as long as none of them missed. Now, is the Water Gym actually gonna be hard, like I think it might be? Huh. Well, it turns out it was actually pretty easy. We lost about half our health, but the Quagsire took a lot more damage than I was expecting, so his team really didn't do all that much to us. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that the Water Gym went well in an electric run. Cyrus, after that, was really easy, as I figured. Most of his team is weak to electric moves, so it's a quick, easy win. Next is the rival fight that I thought would be really hard. The first one where we fight Torterra. We had a really lucky first run where I got 2 different crits that I think would be required to get the knockouts on those turn, but I still expected to faint to Torterra right away. That's when I realized this is a totally winnable fight. He's using Razor Leaf. That means he doesn't have any ground moves. Now, we lost this run, and that was with good crit luck and him never critting us with Razor Leaf, so I'd probably lose my average try in this fight pretty badly. But I do think that a win is possible without being an unreasonable level. In fact, I might just need a few. Alright, this was crazy. I tried a few times at level 58, and I was losing pretty badly to random crits or just bad luck with move choice. But then we had this run where we crit Torterra with Swift after using Super Fang and ended up knocking it out easily. Then we took out his last Pokemon and quickly won the fight. I mean, that was cool, but I figured that I'm doomed in a moment. Alright, this first try at the Steel Gym was a best case scenario, so it's a great example to show you of just how this fight goes. With Dig, we can easily take out Magneton, but Steelix is pretty much unbeatable at this stage of the game. Even with the great luck of him using Sandstorm while we were underground instead of him using Earthquake, and us critting that Dig, we couldn't take him out. He spams Earthquake after the first turn, and that 2-shots us. It would one-shot us if we were underground. That means we have to rely on Swift, and it's just so insanely weak, but it's still better than if we were to replace it with Return and go after the high defense of Steelix. This was the battle in my Shinx run that made me hit level 100 just to make progress. I don't think it's going to be quite that bad this time, but it wouldn't surprise me if I need to be close to level 70 or 75 to win. So I tried a few times at level 65, and I see a path to taking out Steelix. If I hit 2 Super Fangs, then a Swift, I can nearly get a knockout. Now, it never works, and he always fully heals back up, but it probably wouldn't take forever before we could knock him out this way. We'd probably still lose right after Debastiodon, but I want to make some progress. Man, this is insane. When you look at this strategy and how it plays out at level 70, It's a 1 pixel sliver that he survives with. I'm gonna get 2 levels and try again. No way he doesn't faint. Alright, 5 tries level 72 and we kept leaving him with a sliver, so I got up to level 75 and we finally took him out. Bastiodon at the end was kinda hard because he has so much defense, and he loves using iron defense on top of that and then healing back up. But we have a double type advantage with Dig, so we still took him out. You know what? I kinda feel good about the next part of the run. There's 2 Cyrus fights where we should have a pretty easy time, and an Electric Gym that we resist. Plus, we have Dig, so I don't think that the Electric Gym could be too bad. The Ice Gym, I'm not really sure. I think both Abomasnow and Frostlass could be problems, but probably not anything too crazy. We're already a high level and can probably overpower a decent amount of his team. Let's try and breeze through these next few fights so that we can get to our rival in the Elite Four. I think those are going to be a lot harder. Alright, well the Ice Gym was a lot harder than I thought. Even after learning Thunderbolt for a better move, we always get stalled out on either Piloswine or Abomasnow. The hail damage really builds up on us, and we take so many hits that we eventually always lose. I don't think we're many levels away from beating both of them in 1 less hit though, and that would make a huge difference. Maybe I'll just learn Return and see if that saves us. Okay, there we go. Return let us beat both of them in 1 less hit, so we really easily got to Frostlass and one-shot her. Let's go try those Cyrus fights. Well, the first one of those 2 Cyrus fights went amazingly. We took so little damage that we ended up fully healing from our Shell Bell before the fight was over. The double battle on the mountain went about how it usually does. Munchlax was a completely useless partner. The Bronzors like using Light Screen and Reflect, and a lot of this fight is just stalling until they went away and then slowly picking them off. It wasn't hard, just really slow. After that was the last Cyrus fight, but we can one-shot the Houndoom at the start with Dig, and the whole rest of his team is really easy with Thunderbolt. It's funny how one decent electric type can usually mop the floor with Cyrus. If I don't have an electric move though, Cyrus is one of the hardest fights of the game. After that is the Electric Gym, but as expected, Dig made really short work of his whole team. Feels good to have a smooth late game like this. Alright, we're on our way to the last rival fight in the Elite Four. I figure this rival fight is going to be pretty hard. Ground types are a pretty big deal any time that we run into them, and I figure Torterra is going to be a pretty tough one. I figure that I'm going to need to learn Grass Knot for this Bertha fight anyway. Maybe I should just learn it early and try it on Torterra. It does damage based on how heavy the opponent is, and I figured that Torterra has gotta be pretty heavy. I'll try the fight normally first and just see how things work out. I'm gonna just try the fight and see how things work out. Alright, rival time. Right away, Staraptor is a one-shot with Thunderbolt, but second is Torterra. His Earthquake did a ton of damage, but thankfully, Grass Knot was hitting pretty hard, so we got a 2-shot. Snorlax was harder though. He's got Earthquake as well, and he's really tanky. Thankfully, he couldn't handle a bunch of Thunderbolts while he was resting, so he went down. Heracross was a 2-shot, so he got close combat in before he went down, but after that is Floatzel, who's a 1-shot. Last is Rapidash, but he's also a 1-shot. We got the win. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. I mean, I hate how low our special attack is, but at least we're pretty fast and kinda tanky. I don't like that we're already level 84, and I'm paranoid that Garchomp at the end is gonna be a brick wall, but I still think it's possible. Thunderbolt will be good enough for Aaron, Grass Knot for Bertha, Dig for Flint, and we can probably just Thunderbolt our way through Lucian as well. I'm sure we'll need to be a higher level before we can win, but I think that we stand a good chance. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Well, this is the one that I figured might be a little hard since some of his team isn't weak to electricity, and although it was a first try win, we took quite a bit of damage. We've been tanky enough to survive a few extra hits in most of the run. I don't know if we're going to be tanky enough to be taking shots in the Elite Four. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. I tried this fight a bunch of times and it goes the exact same way every time. We one-shot sweep her entire team until Gliscor at the very end, who's really tanky. Return does the most damage, but between the non-stop sandstorm from earlier in the fight and him using Earthquake, we just hardly faint when we're about to finish him off. All I can do is level up a little bit and try again. Well, I got up to level 90, and thanks to a crit causing him to full restore, we nearly lost the same way again. Thankfully, the incredibly slightly more health saved us from sandstorm damage, and we just hardly got the knockout and won the fight. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. As expected though, this was pretty easy with Dig. It didn't do them any favors that we were doing strange stuff like Sunny Day into Solar Beam. I get it lets you do Solar Beam without charging, but there's no way it's gonna do as much damage as just using Sunny Day and then a fire move. 4th is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Honestly, this one was crazy easy. The only reason they even did a bunch of damage to us was them getting lucky with a crit. Otherwise, this is an easy first try. I figured that the Elite Four might not be too bad, but that was weirdly easy. I can't imagine that the Pokemon Champion is going to be easy, though. Finally, the Pokemon Champion Cynthia. This was unbelievable. We take out Spiritomb, then instantly have the luckiest fight with Garchomp of all time. It nearly made us faint with Earthquake, but we crit it. She used a flamethrower for no reason, when Earthquake would have made us faint. Then she misses 2 Dragon Rushes. And even with all of that insane luck, we still lost. Considering she has an entire team left, I think it's safe to say that we need to hit max level now. So I tried this fight over and over and over. Things in the Garchomp fight are a little random, but what's consistent is how much damage we do. Unless we crit, we're gonna make her use a full restore, and then we're gonna faint. I can do a Grass Knot to intentionally do less damage to get around full restore, but we still faint every time because of giving her an extra attack. Eventually, on one very lucky run, she fainted and we got to Melodic. It survived a hit just to hit us with Surf, and then full restore, and then we took it out in 2 hits. Next is Togekiss, but somehow we left it with a Sliver, so it hit us too, nearly knocking us out. We took it out, but Roserade right after finishes us off. I'll try it a dozen more times, but I really don't have a good feeling about our chances here. So I kept trying the fight, and after another 4 or 5 tries, I got this one where Garchomp went down early thanks to a crit. Lucario was second and survived a hit and full restored, so we took a bit of damage before we finished it off. Togekiss still isn't a one-shot, so we take a hit from Aura Sphere, and yet again we got crit by it, so our health is very low as he fainted. Melodic was a one-shot this time though, so no getting hit by Surf, and we healed a good amount of health with our Shell Bell. Roserade is last, and it still got to hit us with Sludge Bomb, but we survived with red health, so we were able to take her out and finally win the fight. That's another run done with a Pokemon that I've never used before, and it was a fun time. I didn't exactly come away from this as a huge fan of Pachirisu, but at least I'm gonna remember that it's a reasonably tanky little solo form Pokemon now. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge will be up next week on Saturday like usual with Pokemon Black. With something. I'm not sure yet, I'm still figuring that out. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the Challenge Quest section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time, I've got this one recorded so much earlier than the last couple. I remember the challenge that would have went up like two challenges ago, it didn't have early enough viewing for my tastes, and I was able to get the one after it up like a few days earlier than usual, and that was nice. This time, if I can get this whole edit done today, then I can get this challenge up, like almost 2 weeks early? I think it's a week and 5 days early if I can get this whole thing edited and uploaded tonight. So I am really gonna try and get that done so that those of you and the YouTube members and the Patreon pledgers, I guess it's just the patrons, you guys are gonna get this one super early. And in fact, there's an extra person who's gonna get it well, several extra people, because a few people signed up in the last week, but one signed up to the $50 supporter shoutout tier. So, real quick, the $50 supporter shoutout tier: Jacob Busby, Javid Kusro, Grayson Fitz, Tara Luis, Dark Soul, Young Smoky VP, Gabriel Thornton, Hernandez Punchdick, the -1, and the new one, Man Spider. Thank you everybody so much for your continued support. It's always very important. Helps keep the show running smoothly and all of that. And speaking of it running smoothly, I need to go edit this so fast. I slept in a bunch today. I didn't have a very good night's sleep, so I slept in a bunch. But the nice thing about working from home and being your own boss is it doesn't matter when the work hours occur. All that matters is that you get all the work hours in during the, I guess 1 week time limit, because I'm making one of these every single week, right? So it doesn't necessarily, I can't sleep in and then not get as much work done because of it. That's not a thing when you work from home. At least if you don't have specific hours, like I don't have specific hours. So it's just wake up at whatever time I wake up, put the hours in. Now that said, it is past 5. Normally, I wake up way earlier than this, and I feel like garbage today, so I look forward on getting to sleep much earlier tonight. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black with only one Regigigas was a blast as always. Let's follow that up with another solo run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Ponyta. This might be a hard one. Ponyta is a solo fire-type first form with solid attack and speed, and kind of low health and defense. This isn't as weak as a lot of things that I've used, but solo fire-type isn't really the most versatile type to work with. By level up, we get Flame Wheel and eventually Flare Blitz as our strongest fire physical moves. We also get Stomp, so we might be able to get some early wins with flinches. This moveset isn't amazing or anything, but there's a little bit to work with. By TM, it's mostly the basics, plus some fire moves, Iron Tail, and Solar Beam. Well, Solar Beam and Sunny Day wouldn't be a bad idea, and I could see Iron Tail being useful at some parts. I'm probably going to end up picking up Flamethrower. It's a special attack move, but it's also a lot stronger than Flame Wheel, so it'll probably pay off. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone guess if I can win or not. I think this is going to be a disaster. I'm expecting Shinx levels of me having to max out my level early. Maybe we'll reach the Elite Four this time, but I don't really think we're beating them. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Ponyta. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chimchar with Ponyta so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Chimchar so that our rival would have Empoleon, probably the hardest for us to fight, although Fire's neutral to both third form versions of the other two starters, weirdly enough. I name him Horsey, because that's hilarious. Our nature is Rash, so more special attack and less special defense. I think I'm fine with that. It might even end up making our special attack better than our regular attack. Maybe. It could pay off. Flamethrower is better than Flame Wheel after all, so I'd rather have the special attack. Our ability is Flash Fire, so we absorb fire moves to make us stronger. I really doubt that's ever going to come in handy though. So early game travel is all pretty normal. We're a little stronger than that of a first form starter, so stats wise we're fine, but the lack of type variety will be an issue. I'm guessing the reason why this run has been requested so much is that Gen 4 was kind of weird with fire types. You can't really get many until you're in the post-game. In fact, if I remember right, in Diamond and Pearl, it was just the fire starter, Ponyta, and I think there might have been one other that you can get before the post-game? Magmar, maybe? Point is, there weren't many fire types to pick from, so a lot of people probably haven't played this game using fire types. Let's see what it's like with one Ponyta. Rival time. The fight was kind of funny because I thought we'd just lose because they'd keep using Growl over and over, and I figured I'd be too weak by the end, just for us to level up, learn Ember, and beat Piplup with that instead. He only started attacking super late into the fight. I swear it's like he was trying to lose, even though I've legit lost to this rival fight plenty of times in the past. So I grinded to level 15 before getting to the Rock Gym, but it was just awful. 2 rock throws leave us at only 1 health, and that's if we're lucky. I could see us not being able to beat this gym for quite a while. Ember actually seemed to be doing more damage than Flame Wheel. I guess their defense is just way higher than their special defense. I tried a few more times at level 20, and we were for sure doing better, but the real killer here is Onix using Screech. It totally destroys our defense and makes it way too easy to get taken out right after. Plus, it's rare that we get to his last Pokemon with more than a few health points left. I have to keep getting stronger. Alright, so at level 23, we have this awesome try where a lucky crit on Onix led to us going into the Cranidos fight with way more health. I might have said that right for once. We still took some decent damage, but Ember was finally hitting pretty hard, and we had enough health to make it through. Okay, back to travel. So we're not really getting any awesome move for quite a while. I think our most reliable move, the whole run, will be Flamethrower, but we're not going to have that until I can surf outside of battle. I mean, unless I want to fight with the slot machines for a few hours to get it early, but I don't really think it's gonna come to that. That probably isn't gonna be necessary. I figure Commander Mars won't be too bad, and the Grass Gym should be easy, but as soon as we get to the Ghost Gym, I could see us getting stuck. Who knows, maybe Flame Wheel will do the trick. I do believe her team has less defense than special defense. Okay, Mars ended up being an easy first try. We still took a decent bit of damage, but it wasn't all that bad considering it's a fight I often have to grind for. Hey, at least the forest is a pretty great place to level up in this time. I mean, more so than usual. Well, with having fire moves and all. I kind of feel like I should be getting some extra experience here so that I'm more prepared for the Ghost Gym when we get there. I could see that one in the Water Gym a little bit later being absolutely brutal. Then there's the Steel Gym, and I'm pretty sure they've got some ground and rock moves, so I really don't know how well that's gonna go. To be honest, I'm not really confident about a lot of major fights in this run, so wish me luck. Yeah, the Grass Gym was super easy. I thought maybe there was a chance they'd throw a curveball, but we swept them. Okay, well that leaves us with just Commander Jupiter between us and the ever-terrifying Ghost Gym. You know, most of our moves are just generic fire moves. We don't need all of these. Maybe I'll grab Substitute since the TM is pretty early in the game. I feel like I've been making some decent use of that recently in other runs. Maybe I should use it more often. Although I guess a low special defense nature and low defense Pokemon might not be the best Pokemon for Substitute, but we'll see. It's just a bit hard to justify using it when we only have 4 moves total on our team. You know? Solo runs are when you really need Substitute, but it's also the time when it's very hard to justify getting Substitute. It's a weird conundrum. Now, Jupiter wasn't that hard, but she did take a few tries because of Smokescreen being the worst thing in the universe. On the first run, we just missed and fainted, but on the second try, we only lost maybe half of our health in total. Not too bad. You know what? The closer we get to the Ghost Gym, the better I feel about it. We're one-shotting a lot of the stuff that we fight between gyms, and as long as I use Substitute to stop Confuse Ray, I think this could end up going pretty smoothly. I figure their defense won't be as good as their special defense, so Flame Wheel's probably gonna pull through for us. I hope I'm not getting my hopes up too much. Wow, Ghost Gym went awesome! Yeah, using Substitute on Miss Magius was incredibly important, because on the first try, I just hit myself in confusion twice and fainted, but still. Now I'm gonna be honest, we probably should have lost the rival fight on the way out of town just because on the first try, the Prinpulp's Bubble Beam crit to one-shot us from full health, and we couldn't hurt it much, so I figured that we'd just lose on regular attempts. But that's not what happened. We flinched him on the first round, then crit him on the second, so he never stood a chance. Because of that, we breezed our way through the entire rival fight. Alright, well, I don't know what to expect at the upcoming fighting gym. I guess Lucario should be easy, but I don't know how the rest of the team will go. But then we have another rival fight, and the Water Gym, and I could see both of those being hard. We just got lucky on the last rival fight. I don't think it's gonna go that well next time, but only time will tell. I figure there's no way that the Water Gym won't be a nightmare, though. Hey, Fighting Gym was actually really easy. Rock Tomb did hurt us quite a bit, but the speed drop wasn't enough to ruin the fight for us. We took some big hits, but we still took her out. It's a good thing Lucario's part Steel type, or that could have been worse. Okay, as expected, Bubble Beam made really short work of us in the next rival fight, but with a single flinch, we got pretty close to taking him out. Maybe if I use Substitute against Staravia, then I could get away with an extra hit. Considering we have a Shell Bell, that might heal us enough to make it worth it. Stack that with either a flinch or a crit, and I bet we could win. Well, there we go. The very next try in Substitute really didn't matter because we crit to take him down early. We had a small scare with his own Ponyta critting us after a Tail Whip, but we survived just fine. We're about to hit a brick wall now, though. Right? Okay, yeah, that's what I expected. He opens with Water Onyx, so our attack is down from Intimidate. Substitute doesn't help us. We do almost nothing to him, and then we get demolished. I guess I could replace Stomp with Return for a stronger move, but even if I do, I'd have to be a lot stronger before I can actually brute force this. Alright, so I'm grinding for a while. I probably have all of my effort values already, but I want to be sure. I've been trying to think about how I want to beat this gym for a while, but there's really no great answer. I could go pick up Solar Beam, and it could help, but we'd still get taken out in so few hits that we wouldn't be able to pull it off without also having Sunny Day. I could do that, but at that point I'd be deleting some pretty good moves just for one battle in a game where TMs aren't reusable. The only real alternative, though, is to go with Return and Brute Force it, and I don't really know if that's going to go much better. I'm thinking what I might do is I'll grind for a while, I'll get the TMs for Sunny Day and Solar Beam, and I'll use them to replace Stomp and Fire Blast. I can always get Fire Blast back with a TM later if I need it. They're cheap at the store. And when I really need a normal move again, I can replace something with Return. That sounds like a good plan, actually. I'm gonna give that a try. Wow, that strategy worked great. It sucked that we had to completely overhaul our moveset, but first try and Sunny Day kept Waterfall from making us faint, then we swept his whole team after Water Onyx went down. That was perfect. Alright, I guess I could reverse some of the changes I've made to the moveset now, since I have a TM for Fire Blast. But there's only one major fight between me and the Surf TM. Once I have that, I can just go to the Ironworks and get a free Flamethrower TM. Flame Wheel is cool, but I think Flamethrower is just gonna help us a lot more in the long run. As expected, Cyrus was super easy. The first Cyrus fight always is. He's just got a really frail team. I'm sure the next Cyrus fight is going to be a lot harder, though. Right after that, we get Surf, so I wasted no time in going to the Ironworks to get the TM for Flamethrower. It's got 35 more power than Flame Wheel, and although it uses our lower special attack stat, it should be a pretty substantial upgrade. And what do you know, it paid off right away. When I tried this rival fight with Flame Wheel, I got destroyed. But the moment I switched to Flamethrower so the attack drop from Intimidate didn't matter, we took him out easily. Bubble Beam still hits us incredibly hard, but him being part Steel type at least meant that Flamethrower was neutral. Will the Steel Gym go that well, though? I could see it being easy or hard depending on what ground and rock moves they use. So most of the Steel Gym actually ended up being a sweep other than Bastiodon at the end. Now I absolutely would have lost this if not for his Stone Edge missing one of the times, but then again, I probably could have gotten a win on the second try just by using a substitute earlier in the fight. It was a little scary, but it still didn't take that long. Well, we're off to the lakes now. There's some commander fights here, but they're all super easy by this point in the game. I think by this point in the game in the Shinx run, we were already level 100, so I guess we're doing a lot better than in that one. I still haven't gotten around to changing the moveset from how we had it before, but we might have to sometime soon. It's hard to say. Sunny Day and Solar Beam are actually still both really useful in trainer battles. I think that I'm gonna have to hold on to them until I have a good reason to replace them. Next up is the Ice Gym and the second Cyrus fight. I don't think either one will be hard though. Maybe the Cyrus fight? Let's go take him out. The Ice Gym was super easy. They hurt us a little bit, but we were just hitting them so hard that we healed back up with a Shell Bell. Flamethrower was way too much for them to handle. It's nice to have an easy time with this gym for once. This is usually one of the harder ones. I almost always have to grind for this one. Now, believe it or not, but the usually easy second Cyrus fight was very close. With just a couple more levels, it probably would have been easy, but we just weren't hitting hard enough to keep them from hitting us back, and we aren't that tanky. He's got a lot of hard-hitting moves like Slash and Drill Peck that leave us with red health by the time we take down his last Pokemon. That makes me think I can't beat the upcoming Cyrus fight without some serious grinding. That means I'm fighting every trainer I can on my way up the mountain. This is a pain to do since there's no Poke Center up there, and I'd likely have to do the double battle at the end with very few power points, but I guess I can get around that by going up the mountain more than once. It takes a while, but this is genuinely one of the better ways to get experience at this point in the run, so I can't really complain. I figure the double battle will be pretty easy for once, but Cyrus might be brutal. Okay, so by the time I got to the double battle alongside our rival, we only had 3 power points on Flamethrower. Because of that, I had to use a lot of substitute Sunny Day and Solar Beam to save on power points. I've literally never had this happen before, but they just kept taking out our rival's Pokemon one by one. I've never seen him go through that much of his team before. They really could have finished us off at just about any time, but they kept going for a rival instead. He was down to Empoleon by the time we won the fight. It was kind of amazing to watch. I didn't even know he could send out his whole team in a fight like that. I just kind of thought it was like the double battle in Pokemon Emerald with Steven Stone, you know, where you send in 3 and he sends in 3? That was crazy. Okay, this is what I worried about. We're not even close to beating Cyrus yet. First is Houndoom, who we can overpower with some Flamethrowers and Sunny Day, but we still take decent damage in the process. It's obvious we're doomed though, because next is Water Onyx, who uses Earthquake. We don't even do half his health and damage with Solar Beam. Our effort values are long since full, so I think the answer here is just to use a few rare candies and try again. A few levels later, we're at level 67, and I thought we were actually going to get an early win after a critical flamethrower took Houndoom out early, letting us survive a hit of Earthquake against Water Onyx. Problem is, Solar Beam still does less than half of his health and damage, so we still just go down on the next turn. I just have to keep getting stronger. A whole 5 levels later at level 72, and I still lose every single time easily. We are getting closer to Solar Beam being a 2-shot on Water Onyx, but he's dealing way too much damage. I'm pretty confident at this point that by level 75, I could hang on with just a few points of health and take him out. If that happens, then there's a good chance we can sweep the rest of his team with Flamethrower and get a win. Okay, so at level 75, I still just kept losing thanks to Earthquake taking us out, but after a few tries, we finally survived with only 4 health. I thought it still might not be enough to get the win, but we outsped and one-shot the entire rest of his team, so it didn't matter. What a weird fight to have to level up a bunch for. Okay, the Electric Gym is right after and ended up being very easy. I used Substitute at the start and Jolteon just kept using Thunder Wave anyway, so I used it to set up Sunny Day and then swept his whole team with Flamethrower. You know, when I was first looking at my moveset, I wasn't planning on keeping Sunny Day, but it's been great. Alright, the last little bit of travel before the end of the game. I figure if we're gonna have to rework our moveset, it's gonna have to be real soon. Like, I can't figure out what would help more in the final battle. Solar Beam or Return? And if it would even be worth ditching something for Fire Blast maybe, just to squeeze out a bit more damage. I don't think we absolutely need to keep Solar Beam right now, but I could see the Bertha fight being awful without it. Actually, I'd need to reapply Sunny Day midway through that fight anyway, so I don't think there's anything I can do to stop that one from being awful. We'll have to see when we get there, and there's still a rival fight we have to get through first. Okay, well, the last rival fight shocked me. I lost pretty bad a few times trying to figure out the order of moves to use, but once I realized that if I just start with Sunny Day and spam Flamethrower the entire fight, we win pretty easily. Sunny Day gives us just enough power to deal with Snorlax without getting hit twice, and then against Rapidash, they use Sunny Day for me. It's really amazing. It's like he's trying to speed up his own loss to get it over with. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Okay, well, 186 attack is great, but it's a shame we can't really use it. We're still going to get a lot out of our 145 special attack, though, so I can't really complain too much. 195 speed doesn't even really surprise me that much, because in one of the failed rival fights, I was faster than Snorlax even after getting paralyzed. That's really rare. You know what? I think that we might stand a chance. If not now, maybe in 5 levels. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. I'm sure this won't surprise you, but the Bug Trainer did not defeat the Fire Pony. Now I wonder if Bertha is just going to be a brick wall. Second is Bertha. You know what? It wasn't bad. I wasted some health early on with an unnecessary substitute near the start and almost fainted to an Earthquake early on in the fight because of it, but as soon as we had Sunny Day up, we were sweeping with Solar Beam. Pretty easy. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. The fight starts amazingly as Houndoom normally wouldn't be a 2-shot, but him using Sunny Day let us get the win early. But quickly I saw that we couldn't win the whole fight. We have to just brute force him with Flamethrower, and it works alright until Flareon, who absorbs fire moves. Solar Beam did just about nothing either. Alright, well, I don't feel like I'm gonna get a ton out of Substitute anyway. It hurts to get rid of, but we have almost 200 attack. Return would really help us in this fight. Okay, first try just spamming Return the entire fight, and we win. Although it's still a bit close. It pulverized the low defense members of the team, but we were still just getting 2 shots on the tanky ones. It's good, but we really do have to get hit as little as possible. I'm feeling kind of good about our chances to win around this level, though. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Right away, Mr. Mime went down real fast to a Flamethrower and only set up a Reflect, so things started well. Gallade was a problem, though. We did over half his health and damage, but his berry healed him back up a bit. I thought we'd lose to Stone Edge when our second Flamethrower took him out anyway. After that is Bronzong, who went down in 1 critical Flamethrower, although I'm not sure it needed to be a crit. But next is Espeon, and it's a notoriously hard hitter. We could 2-shot it if we had a chance, but Psychic dropped us to red health, and then she used Quick Attack to finish us off. Okay, well, I could see us winning if we had just a little more health. Let's get a few more levels. Next try at level 85. The fight goes basically the exact same until Espeon, who dropped our special defense, but didn't use quick attack right after, so we took it out this time. Alakazam was last, and although we have almost no health, he's physically frail and we're fast, so we just one-shot him with Return. Well, that was close. Finally, the Pokemon champion Cynthia. Things start great as Spiritomb doesn't hurt us much, and a critical flamethrower with Sunny Day takes it out real fast. Not only that, but right after is Melodic, who I ended up taking down in one critical return. What an incredible start. The problem is third is Garchomp, who literally one-shots us from full health with Earthquake. Okay, well, that's obviously going to be a major problem. Let's get 5 levels and see if anything changes. So I try a few more times at level 90. You'd think Melodic not being a one-shot would be a problem, but honestly, it uses Mirror Cut most of the time, so as long as I use Return, it never hurts us. Problem is, Garchomp is still just one-shotting us every time. I mean, maybe if I level up a bit more we can survive, but for all I know, her Earthquakes are massive overkill. I'm really not sure. After roughly a million tries at level 95, where Melodic uses full restore and wastes too much time to use Solar Beam on Garchomp, we finally have a run where an early crit in the fight bypassed the problem. I was hoping that that would mean that we win, but of course she has a berry, so even though we can survive one Earthquake, if our health is full, we still just faint. Man, I wish I had Substitute right now, but I had to ditch something to get past Flint. I guess I have to hit level 100 and hope to get super lucky with a crit or great damage range. Just so you can see how brutal the damage range is, by the way, check this out. I have a lot of failed runs just like this. We get to Garchomp with full health thanks to our Shell Bell, and 2 hits of Return to bring her all the way down to an absolute sliver, then we lose. It's so close. I know this is possible. Okay, after many tries where 2 returns would leave Garchomp with a sliver, we finally had this run where her Earthquake brought us down to just above red health, and although 2 returns were not enough to take her down at first, she missed a Dragon Rush and used a full restore. That gave me enough chances to finally hit her 2 more times and finish her off with a third of her health remaining. We finally got the damage ranges. Togekiss was next, and Flamethrower did solid damage as his Water Pulse brought us back down into red health and confused us. We finished it off, but things look sketchy. If we hit ourselves, we'll just lose. Lucario's next, and we thankfully one-shot it with Flamethrower instead of hitting ourselves. And last is Roserade, but we snapped out of confusion to get the one-shot. Ooh, that's it, the battle's over. Well, that was a lot closer than I thought it would be right at the end, but I always knew Garchomp was going to be terrifying in this run. It's funny, early on when I was in the beginning, I thought that this was going to be the Shinx run, where I wasn't even going to get the Pokemon champion. And then by the time that I was beating Cyrus pretty easily in some of those fights, I was thinking, oh man, well, you know what, my level's not too crazy, I got a lot of headroom, maybe I'll win at level 85 or level 90. Nope. One of those fights are right at the end, it gets real hard due to one Pokemon on the Pokemon champion, but you know what, that kind of makes for a funner run in the end, doesn't it? I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Gold with only version exclusives. I really loved doing that run in Pokemon Red, so I'm pumped to do it in Gold. That's why I'm doing it so soon after the Red one. Plus, it's a great excuse to do more team runs, and I think that the team runs are always really fun. I love using some eclectic band of weirdos to try and make it through the game. There's something really satisfying about that. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. I'm sure it will not at all surprise you to hear that I have a load of work to do today. Whoa, you've never heard that before. So I have a lot to do today. In fact, I have to edit this entire video today because work has been crazy. Work has been crazy for the last, I don't know, months. Work has been crazy for like the last year, in fairness. Basically, ever since I got up from being bedridden back in, man, I don't even remember what month it was anymore that I got back to work. February of last year, I want to say? I feel like I've been in a non-stop work rush for like a year now with just little little breaks where I have a little bit more time, but obviously my personal life is incredibly busy right now, as you all know. So I have to get this done, and I have to get that done, and I have to get the work done, and I gotta make some money, and I gotta plan a whole bunch of things, and life is very, very busy. And that's all really just a long-winded way of saying it is 3:30 p.m. I only woke up like 2 or 3 hours ago because I was up until 3 in the morning working, and I have not eaten yet. So I am going to save this audio file, cook myself some breakfast at 3:30 p.m., wolf down the breakfast, probably in front of my computer monitor, and then edit this entire video. That's my work day. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only Nightshade and Seismic Toss was a really weird run, as I'm sure you could guess. Let's follow that up with another super weird but highly requested one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Regigigas? Okay, so I want to say right off the bat, this has gotta be a really easy challenge, right? But I've had this requested to me like 100 times over the last 3 years now. It's a lot. This is why this ability, called Slow Start, we start off with half of our speed and attack, but it goes back to normal after 5 turns have passed. Don't get me wrong, that's a really awful ability in a lot of ways, but I mean, look at the stats on Regigigas. I've had so many people tell me that this would be hard, but we have a base attack of 160 and a speed of 100. So at the start of the fight, that's the same as a base speed of 50 and a base attack of 80. Well, 50 speed and 80 attack are still way better than I have in most of my challenges. Plus we have great health, defense, special defense, and even pretty good special attack. I mean, we're a legendary Pokemon. Of course our stats are going to be solid. Plus, check out our level up moves. Now, I don't know exactly what we're going to even start with, since a lot of these are listed at level 1, so it might just give us the bottom 4 level 1 moves. But even if it does that, we could go to the move reminder to learn those elemental punches. I do hope I start with the elemental punches, because that kind of type coverage is awesome, but I think it's more likely that we're going to get the bottom 3. Not sure if that works the same way in each Pokemon game. Either way, some level up moves here are pretty good. Then look at the TM move list. It's super long, and honestly, the only reason I'm not really interested in a lot of it is because our level up moves are already so strong. Like, do I really need Thunderbolt when I could get the slightly weaker Thunder Punch and use our higher attack stat instead? I guess it'll take 5 turns for our attack to be higher than our special attack, but we might still be able to work with that. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so if this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I have no doubt whatsoever that we're gonna win. This is probably going to be up there with my Pokemon Red Ghastly or Pokemon Red Porygon runs as the fastest challenges I've ever done. I just want to have fun seeing how comedically easy some of these fights are. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Regigigas. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Regigigas so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Turtwig so that our rival would have Infernape, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Gygus, of course I had to. Our nature is naughty, so less special defense and more attack. I'm perfectly fine with that. I didn't even check our IVs, it shouldn't matter, we're a legendary. Looks like we don't start with the elemental punches, and Dizzy Punch doesn't have many power points. I guess that's okay, we have Foresight so I can hit ghosts with our normal moves, and we get Return right away in this game anyway. Once we get to High Friendship, Return with the same type attack bonus and attack nature should be absolutely vaporizing the competition. I'm talking like one-shotting rock types level brute force. I'm actually quite pumped to see what the Steel Gym fight looks like. So, early game travel. This is all pretty easy this early, because even with Slow Start, we still have great stats. We probably don't do that much more damage than they do, but just having a lot more max health in the early game is a pretty big deal. Dizzy Punch may not have that many power points, but it hits pretty hard for this early in the game. Let's go do the first rival fight. Yeah, that was super easy. They just kept doing stuff like lowering our defense. Maybe the AI thought it wouldn't do enough damage without it. Okay, so dumb problem. I replaced Dizzy Punch with Return way too early, and now we're doing almost no damage. It was a really dumb mistake. I'll have to grind at least a bit to get enough friendship to beat the gym. Even after 5 turns, we're doing more damage with Knockoff than Return with the same type attack bonus. I really should have saved before using that TM. No one wants to see me lose a bunch to the Rock Gym right at the start, right? That's like the start of 99% of these runs. Game Freak loves the Rock Gym being the first gym. Let's skip ahead and show you the attempts where we stood a chance. Rock Gym, all the way at level 17. Yeah, anything lower than this and we get wrecked. Geodude is first, and I've learned from my tons of failed tries that Confuse Ray is really important. We're trying to take the least amount of hits that we can, and I'm sure you can see why. He doesn't do much, but we don't do much either, so he gets a lot of hits in on us before he faints. Next is Onix, and it's much weaker than Geodude, but the same strategy applies. We still have low health, and he does hit us. Plus, he takes tons of hits to take down and uses potions. We had just dropped to red health as he fainted. Last was Cranidos, and I'm writing here that I always say this wrong so that future MDB will make sure to double check if he said it right. Well, I did say it wrong the first time. Straight up, we'd have easily lost if not for how we crit to nearly one-shot him. I hope that didn't look easy, because it wasn't. I was grinding and trying this gym for a solid hour and a half, and that was with fast forward. I really did need some awesome luck to get through that. With that done, we're on the road again. I feel like we've already gotten past the early game struggles of not being much stronger than wild Pokemon, and we're already at the point where we can sweep a lot of trainers even while Slow Start is still active. That has me feeling really good about how much damage I'll be doing after that 5-turn point. Next is Commander Mars. Let's hope that goes well. Weirdly enough, the Commander Mars fight took like 4 tries. It's not that it's a hard fight, it's that Zubat usually opens by using Toxic. It's so weird to have to deal with Toxic this early in the game. This is before it had 100 accuracy for poison types, so I just had to try until it missed. Once it missed, we had a really easy time. Next up is the Forest, where you get full heals after each fight, but we're at a point where we usually one-shot whatever we run into after Slow Start wears off. I actually avoid fights just for the sake of staying at a lower level for the Grass Gym at this point. Speaking of, first up in the Grass Gym is Turtwig, who likes to use Reflect, so we didn't do a ton of damage. Between that and Confuse Ray though, we had this really great run where he hardly hurt us and we were able to get rid of Slow Start before taking him down. That's really important. Cherim is next, and he does pretty good damage with Grass Knot before going down, and last is Roserade. We did great damage but then got paralyzed. It's a good thing we didn't get fully paralyzed, because Roserade's Grass Knot took us to red health before we finished the fight. That was really close. It took a few tries to win that fight. Next up is the Galactic Hideout, where we have to fight Jupiter, but I'm gonna be honest. I feel like this is one of those runs where the commanders are all super easy. I find that usually on these runs, either most of the commander fights are hard or they're all super easy. Yeah, we had some troubles with the first one, but that was just because of Toxic. I'm sure the other commander fight will be fine. Well, we're on our way through though. This is a great time to talk about this week's sponsor, Chimera. The big Chimera summer sale is almost over. Right now there's this big 30% off sale site-wide. That'll be ending about a week from when this airs, so now's a great time to go pick something up. Maybe you live somewhere where it's a warm summer and you're dying to have some nice t-shirts. Chimera's got both great quality graphic tees and plain tees for that. In fact, my brown Chimera plain tee is the most comfortable shirt that I own. Maybe where you are, it's getting a little bit colder a little bit earlier and you're more in the market for a sweatshirt or a jacket, and Chimera's got you covered there too. I'm personally a big fan of the puffer jacket. It's not bulky at all, but it keeps you really well insulated, which I've never had in a jacket before this. Or maybe you're from southern Ontario like me, where it was summer last week, then it was monsoon season for 3 days before going back to standard weather. Gross. I don't know what clothing can prepare you for Ontario. Maybe a scarf? Have I ever brought up that Chimera sells scarves? Yeah, check it out, they look super nice too. I don't think I could model a scarf like that, though. I don't know if I'm a scarf guy. Maybe you're a scarf guy. So if you want to support the channel and look good while doing it, then hit up the link in the description to go to Chimera and pick up something breezy and nice to wear this summer. You can use the promo code Mah-Dry-Bread at checkout to let them know that I sent you. What's next again? Jupiter? Oh, we're gonna vaporize her. Yeah, Jupiter at the end was a total squash, just as I expected. She didn't stand a chance. Okay, so next up we have the Ghost Gym. Part of me is kind of worried because Foresight gives them more chances to attack us, and we could just get burned on the first turn and lose way too much attack. Then again, we do have Knockoff, and for as weak as it is, it's Dark type. We don't have to use Foresight and Return on all of them if Knockoff would have given us a 2-shot anyway. I think if Will-O-Wisp doesn't hit, we should win easily. I figure as soon as the 5 turns are over, Foresight and Return is the obvious way to go. So I tried this fight a few times, and yeah, the burn always takes us down. I actually think this would be an easy fight if we didn't get burned every time, but our best chance is to use Confuse Ray and just hope he never hits us with Will-O-Wisp. I'm gonna try about 10 more times, but failing that, I'll just grind. Okay, you need to check out this attempt. So right away, she was wasting time with stuff like Future Sight that failed, and hitting herself in confusion. It took crazy luck, but even with her heals, she never landed a move on us. Second is Haunter, so right away I started with Foresight just to end up getting confused, hitting ourselves, then we got put to sleep. Really bad follow-up from that good start. We got hit with Sucker Punch a few times when we were asleep, but once we woke up, we one-shotted. Last was Miss Magius, and although she crit us right away with Psybeam, her moves weren't doing much to us, so we were able to overpower her with Foresight and Return. It took crazy luck on that Dust Skull, but finally we got a win. I didn't have to grind for that. Right after was our rival, and he starts with Staravia, so our attack is down the whole fight from Intimidate. This is a weird fight because I lost the first few times from using Return too early. I have to intentionally not drop him to low health or he'll use Endeavor to make us drop to the same super low health, and that dooms us on the rest of the fight. On this try though, the one time we dropped him to kind of low health and he could use Endeavor, he wasted his turn with Double Team. We hit him, he went down. Second is Monferno, who brought us to pretty low health with some Mach Punches, but for some reason, he just didn't use it on the last round when he should have. But Weasel was a one-shot now that slow start is over, and last is Roselia, who was nearly a one-shot, but she paralyzed us. She started using Mega Drain, but it didn't do much, so we were able to finish it pretty easily. It wasn't too bad a fight, but it took a lot of trial and error at the start to figure out how to even do the Staravia fight. Okay, while we travel, let's talk moveset. I think mine needs updating pretty badly, and it's about time that we get access to a lot of TMs. Well, first of all, I think I want a good special move to use while we're dealing with slow start. I'm thinking Thunderbolt, but we'll have to wait until after the Water Gym. I guess we could work the slot machine forever to buy the TM now, but if we wait until after the Water Gym, then we can just go surf and get it for free. I also want something to deal with the fighting types, since they've become a real problem. We get Zen Headbutt at level 50, but at least until then, I think we want Aerial Ace. I can ride ahead to the beach and grab that before the upcoming gym. I'm not really sure what I want to replace that last move with. I mean, I wanted Rest because that would be great, but there's no actual Rest TM in this game, believe it or not. Maybe Earthquake to deal with the Rock and Steel types? You know what, that's not a bad idea, and I can get Earthquake whenever I want it. I'll go pick that up sometime before we do the Steel Gym. Okay, let's go lose to the Fighting Gym. We're at the Fighting Gym. Right away, Meditite usually lowers our speed a bit with Rock Tomb, but she missed each time this attempt. I've learned from failed attempts that I have to take out Meditite slowly so that we can get rid of Slow Start earlier in the fight. After taking exactly 5 turns to make it faint, I was able to really mess up Machoke and take it out with almost all of our health to spare and only 1 speed drop. I needed that because Lucario is next, and I lost so many tries to this thing. Right away, he's faster and loves using Drain Punch, so we can't just 2-shot this guy. We literally only won because the Shell Bell healed us exactly enough to survive the last hit with only 8 health left. It took forever to figure out how to win this fight. But once again, we didn't need to grind for it. Okay, at least the rival fight after was pretty easy. For sure easier than the previous one at least. They hardly even hurt us. I know that the next rival fight is gonna be worse though. Hey, how do you think the water gym is gonna go? I think it's gonna be pretty easy for once, I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah, super easy. Check it out, he hardly hurt us at all, to the point that we were almost out healing him just by holding a shell bell. After that brutal fighting gym, I really appreciate a quick and easy one. Okay, with that done, we can surf outside of battle, so I can go get the TM for Thunderbolt if I want, although, I'll be honest, I'm not really that tempted to get it at the moment. Even with slow start, my physical moves are doing super well. Yeah, we have Cyrus fight coming up, and he's got a lot of flying types, but I'm not really that worried. Cyrus is usually easy until the final Cyrus fight. Let's go take him out. Yeah, Cyrus was really easy. All of these Pokemon are pretty frail, so even if they did a decent little bit of damage, they were mostly one-shots. I know that Golbat is going to be a nightmare when he evolves, though. Hey, we usually have a really hard rival fight coming up next. Think it's gonna be a brick wall? Right away, it's Staraptor, so I'm trying to waste time with Confuse Ray, knowing that I'll need all of the speed and attack before I get to fight Heracross and Monferno. We took a few decent hits and lost almost half of our health before we took Staraptor down. Heracross came out as we got rid of Slow Start, so we just one-shot it with Aerial Ace, but then is Infernape, so it's not over yet. Aerial Ace does awesome damage, he takes us to low health with Brick Break before we could take him out next turn. All that's left was Floatzel, who was a one-shot, and Roserade, who was also a one-shot. I'm kind of loving that we're almost never having to grind, but that most major fights are still hard enough to take multiple tries. It's like we're hitting that perfect sweet spot of difficulty. Now, believe it or not, but the Steel Gym after was pretty easy. It was a first try with us mostly just spamming Earthquake. They didn't really hurt us that much. We didn't hit them crazy hard either, but it wasn't too hard to just outlast them and muscle our way through. Hey, it's time to travel all over the world. We have to go to the lakes to fight some commanders and head up north to the Ice Gym. Now, the commanders were all super easy. It's not worth showing those fights to you, but the Ice Gym is often a pretty hard one. I'm not really sure if I'll win when I get there or not. I figure it'll take a few tries to figure out how I even want to handle that fight, but you know what, that's happening with basically every major fight this run. Yeah, Ice Gym, and this took a lot of planning. So of course we want to try and just spam Confuse Ray, even when she's already confused, because we need to make sure that we don't still have Slow Start when Sneasel faints. As soon as Slow Start was over, we took it out, but we lost a good 70 health during the fight. A Bomb of Snow right after was a one-shot, but it'll be hailing for the rest of the fight because of his ability, so we're losing health fast. Frostlass is a nightmare on a lot of attempts, but on this one, its double team didn't let it dodge, so it was a two-shot. Last is Piloswine, but it was just a one-shot. That wasn't that bad. I had to trial and error a little bit, and I needed luck to not lose to double team, but in the end, what was that, 4 tries? It's the Galactic Headquarters, and that means we're getting really close to the end of the run. We have to clear this place out, beat Cyrus in an always easy fight, climb a mountain, do a double battle alongside our rival against some commanders, and then do the Distortion World and fight Cyrus. None of this should be hard other than that last Cyrus fight. That one is almost always brutal, and I could see that being the first point that we have to grind in a long time. Wish me luck. Okay, well this is harder than I thought. Check it out. So right away we take a decent chunk of damage off Sneasel and force him to use some healing items, but we lost a quarter of our health right off the bat. Crobat right after got us with Poison Fang to badly poison us, so we were in a massive rush to finish the fight. Another Poison Fang brought us to low health as we finished him off. Last was Honchkrow, and we literally only won because we were faster and landed a one-shot. If it wasn't a one-shot, then the poison damage would have finished us off. I feel way worse about that last Cyrus fight now. Oh, and there's a double battle alongside the rival on top of the mountain. Like usual, it wasn't hard, but I had to be careful to leave some of the bronzers alive for long enough to not have to fight multiple actually dangerous Pokemon at a time, because, you know, our partner is useless. It wasn't hard, I just had to be a little bit careful. Hey, guess who finally remembered to use the fast Distortion World option in the randomizer for the first time? I'm so happy this exists. Okay, so first is Houndoom, and I legit lost over 10 times just to this beast. We lost instantly on most tries due to getting burned or just hit super hard, but this time, Will-O-Wisp missed, he hit himself in confusion, and we finished him with Earthquake. Honchkrow is next, and he can really mess us up because he's faster than us, and Drill Peck takes out about a quarter of our health. He hit himself with Confusion early though and wasted some time with full restores, so the extra turns let us shake off Slow Start and finish him off. Water Onyx is next, so our attack is cut, but we still hit really hard. I doubt it would have been a one-shot, but we crit to take it out. Next is Weavile, who flinches us with Fake Out, then almost goes down to return, but hits an Ice Punch before we can finish it. Last is the terrifying Crobat, and we're at half health. Air Slash crits us right away to take us to 45 health, as we hit a big return but didn't get the knockout. He could have finished us off with another critical Air Slash, but he used a full restore instead. Return didn't take him out, he hit Cross Poison, we survived with only 17 health but got poisoned, then landed Return to finish him off. I love that half the major fights in this game end with us one hit away from fainting. Right after that is the last gym, the Electric Gym. Right away, Jolteon took tons of damage per hit, but paralyzed us early, so I was feeling kind of doomed but decided to stick with it. We took him out without taking much damage due to lucking out on Charge Beam missing. Raichu had Focused Blast and actually took us all the way down to half health before we one-shot him. Electivire was third, and Slow Start was finally over. We got dropped to 62 health, but got a one-shot in return with Earthquake. Last was Luxray, and Thunderfang left us with only 31 health, as Earthquake got us the win. Wow, we got paralyzed on the first Pokemon and never lost a single turn the whole try. That was a first try gym fight. That's like, what, the second first try gym fight we've got in the entire run? I think the only other one was the water gym. We're in the home stretch now. All that's left is the rival fight, the Elite Four, and the Pokemon Champion. Gotta be honest though, I think that we're gonna have to grind for the first time in a very long time. Our rival in this game has 4 Pokemon in a row with fighting moves, and 2 of them get the same type attack bonus. This upcoming rival fight has ended Pokemon Platinum challenges before, and has always been a brutal stalling point for normal type runs. Will we be able to beat him? Probably, but I don't think that we'll be able to do it until we level up a little bit more. Okay, so now is the first time in the run where it's very obvious that we're at a brick wall. If we were faster than them, then we'd be fine, but we're normal type, and our rival's first 3 Pokemon all spam Close Combat or Brick Break. This is the same thing that Brick walled us in a few runs, but I don't think there's too much to worry about. We just have to grind up until we're faster than at least one of them, then I think we could win this. 5 levels later, and although I guess we're doing a bit better, we still can't make Heracross faint. Look at how close we got though. That's gotta be like only 1 health left, right? This is returned with a Silk Scarf, by the way. I'm surprised he could hang on at all. I wish so badly that I could just stall for 5 turns, but they all have like Close Combat and Brick Break. I can't afford to keep getting hit like that. And Close Combat is really strong. Okay, 4 tries into level 70, and we get this one where a lucky critical hit one-shots Heracross before he can mess us up, leaving us with way more health for Infernape. He still nearly makes us faint with Focus Blast and lowers our special defense, but on the next turn when he went to finish us off, he missed, so we took him out. Pure luck, but let's roll with it. Floatzel outspeeds us and hits Brick Break to take us to red health as we confuse him, got rid of Slow Start, then outsped and finished him. Next is Snorlax, and I was petrified he'd just finish us off since we are at such low health, but we one-shot him from full health. Last was Roserade, who was of course a one-shot. That's all thanks to a lucky crit on Heracross and Inferno's Focus Blast missing. But we did it. Okay, now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, we have nearly 300 attacks, so that's insane. Even at the start of the fight, we'll have 150 attack and 100 speed. That's still better than my Pokemon tend to have at level 70. Plus all the other stats are good, of course. You know, I was thinking for ages about learning Thunderbolt, but now that I look at it, even with our attack cut in half, it's still more than our special attack, and Confuse Ray has been helping me stall people out a little bit. I really wish I could learn Rest because that would help me stall them way better. But again, it's not a TM in this game. Hey, do you think Substitute would be a good idea? Maybe. I don't like it as much as Return, but it's still an alright move. I don't think I've ever used it in a challenge run before. You know what? I'll go grab it. maybe it'll help. I think that's going to help us more than confuse Ray. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. There isn't much to say about this fight other than Substitute probably helped us quite a bit in early game against the scarier enemies like Heracross. Overall though, we were hitting so much harder than they were ready for. This is the only easy member of the Elite Four though, so it's about to get harder. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. Whiscash is first, so I used Substitute right away to help waste time. I'll tell you now, I'm probably opening every fight like this. I used Return and he survived with a sliver to use Sandstorm. Next round it's a full restore, but we've got a one-shot this time. That's good, we wasted a few turns there. Gliscor was able to take out our Substitute, but I knew I could take him out in 2 hits, so I just kept using Return instead of putting the Substitute back up. When he went down we got buffed by more sand, so our health is getting low as Slow Start ended and Hippowdon came out. Thankfully he was a one-shot, but the sand is still going, so we're still getting hurt. Golem came out, but we nailed a one-shot with Earthquake, and last is Rhyperior, who was also a one-shot with Earthquake. Our health got real low, but it wasn't too bad a fight. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. Houndoom is first, and he sets up a Sunny Day while we use Substitute. Obviously, his Flamethrower right after took out our Substitute right away, so I just hit Return to take him down. Still worth it, we wasted some turns. Next is Infernape, who hit Flare Blitz before we made a Substitute, so our health is really low. He took it out pretty quickly, but our 2 returns took him out as well. We outsped and one-shot Flareon, and next up was Rapidash. We just shook off Slow Start though, so we easily one-shot it, then moved on to Megmortar, who also goes down in 1 return. Another battle where we lost a ton of health but won in the end. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Right away, Mr. Mime is using Light Screen and Reflect to kill time, and he's got no idea that it's exactly what I want. I hit Return once to get him to use a full restore, but other than that, I'm using Substitute and Zen Headbutt to kill time. We ended up critting a Zen Headbutt though, so we ended up taking him out a little bit earlier than I wanted and lost our Substitute in the process. As Gallade came out, we shook off Slow Start and outsped him, but left him with a sliver, so he got to use a Drain Punch. We took him out after, but man, we lost a lot of health to that Drain Punch. Alakazam is next, but was just a one-shot, and second from last is Espeon. Now this thing is normally dangerous, but we have enough attack to get it with a one-shot. Last is Bronzong, who we obviously can't one-shot, but he just used Calm Mind, so we finished him off. Honestly, real easy fight. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. First is Spiritomb, so naturally I used Substitute and just kill time. I'll tell you now, this battle took many tries because I had to really figure out what I have to do here to win. If I don't shake off Slow Start before taking out Spiritomb, then I will easily lose, so I have to constantly use Substitute and just let her take it out until I finally finish it off at the end of round 5. That means as Lucario comes in, we only have 73 health, but we have a Substitute. Lucario takes out our Substitute, but we got to take him to low health, make him use a full restore, and then take him out the next round. That's only 2 Pokemon down, and we're almost out of health. Togekiss is next, but it was a one-shot, so fourth is Garchomp, her pseudo-legendary. We were faster though, and actually got a one-shot. That was amazing. Melodic is fifth, and it was a one-shot with a crit. Not sure if we needed the crit, but I won't complain. And last is Roserade, who of course was a one-shot with Return. Wow, I had a lot of trial and error for the Lucario part of the fight, but the rest of the fight was really easy. You know what? That was a really fun run. I thought that it would be way too easy, and sure, I didn't have to grind much, but there were so many battles that were really close. Often when I'd get to a gym, I'd lose the first couple of tries, but I could see how I'd get the win, and after a few tries I was able to. Isn't that basically what the perfect challenge run is? One where it's fast, but with interesting battles? I'm for sure gonna do Regigigas in more games. That was awesome. I really hope you guys liked that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Black with only 1 Munchlax. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time! Alright, I don't want to go too long, because it's kind of early in the morning, and I'm trying to get this edit done today and everything. But this editing of this run is the last bit of work that I have to do. until I take my week off to spend with my wife before she flies to France, because she's going there for 4.5 months for school. She's going to school for French translation, so naturally some of those courses take place in a university in France. I talk more, or I'm going to be talking more about updates on that in the next challenge run, that Munchlax run. But I've also talked about this a ton on Twitter and everything, so if you really want the deets, you can go to Twitter, I guess. Maybe I'll do like a proper vlog about this at some point, but I don't know right now. I'm just kind of trying to figure out all the plans and trying to get this video done and everything, because I really don't want any of the working on these videos to drag into my last few days hanging out with my wife before she's gonna be, out of the country for almost half a year. So, yeah, really trying to motor on this work. But also trying to keep you guys up to date with all this stuff, because it's obviously going to affect the show and my free time and everything, and I'll probably be way more active. Just because I spend a lot of my free time with my wife, and I'll be spending most of that. I'll probably be spending a lot of that time on like Discord or streaming more often or stuff like that, so you might see more out of me. I don't know. Follow me on Twitter, you'll stay up to date on all of my stuff. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with Lieutenant Surge's team was a brutal team run. Let's follow that up with a classic solo run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Shinx? I'm gonna be honest, I think this is gonna be one of the really hard ones. We're an electric-type first form Pokemon with far lower base stats than that of a first form starter. This is on par with stuff like Pidgey. Our only passable stat is attack, so we might end up as a glass cannon. But, without much of the cannon part. If I level up, I can see a few cool moves here like Swagger and Thunderfang. Nothing that hits too hard, though. Over on the TM move list, I see Thunderbolt. That's a lot stronger than any electric moves we get by level up, and it's more accurate than Thunder. It's special, though, and we're a physical attacker, so I'm not quite sure how that's gonna work out. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. Well, considering the final boss of the game's best Pokemon is a super fast and hard-hitting ground-type Pokemon, and we are a super frail electric type, I think there's a really good chance that we can't even win at level 100. Only one way to find out, though. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Shinx. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Piplup with Shinx so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Piplup so that our rival would have Torterra, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Lindsay for Lindsay Dorado, because he's awesome. Thanks to Blue Brew for the suggestion. I've been watching that dude since like 2010, I can't believe I didn't think of that one. Looks like our nature is Quiet, that's more special attack and less speed. I think we can make that work. Our ability is a really weird one though, Rivalry. It says that it raises your attack if the foe is the same gender, but that's not really what it does. It raises your power by 25%, not your attack. Also, what it doesn't tell you is that it also lowers your power against the opposite gender by 25%. That could bite us in quite a few fights, quite possibly the majority of fights in the game. Also, weirdly enough, it affects confusion damage, so we actually deal more damage to ourselves when we hit ourselves in confusion. Lindsay is female, so we need to keep in mind that we do extra damage to other female Pokemon and less damage to male ones. I wonder how much of an effect that's going to have on the run, because 25% more or less power is a really big difference. Early travel is pretty normal, obviously. Don't get me wrong, Shinx is crazy weak and frail, but this early in the game, most enemies just aren't that dangerous yet. What I'm worried about, though, is the upcoming Rock Gym. Two of the gym leaders' Pokemon are part ground type, so we can't use electric moves, and they're all rock type, so no normal moves will do much. We might just have to level to 17 so that we can get Bite. I'm not going to be super strong, but it's a lot better than Tackle. So our rival was super easy, but Turtwig took quite a while to take down. He spent the whole fight just buffing his defense, and all of our moves are physical, so it took a while. He was just deliberately wasting my time. Rock Gym right after goes horrible, as I'm sure you expected. Would you look at how little damage my opening crit did? I need to grind this thing to level 17 for Bite, for sure. I'll be back in like 20 minutes. Okay, next try, and we're actually at level 18 due to leveling from fighting trainers in the gym. Geodude went okay, mostly because we got 2 flinches with Bite. Problem was, we couldn't make Onix flinch at all. We were actually slower than him. I'm guessing that's from our bad speed nature. That means that I'm gonna have to level a little bit more. I wonder if we would have won this already if not for how his Pokemon are male, so we're doing less damage. Man, this is brutal. At level 21, I tried a bunch more times, and if I get lucky enough with rock throws missing and getting flinches, then I can beat Onix. But then Cranidos comes out and is faster than us and takes us down. I was hoping he'd be one of the easy ones since we could use Spark. Alright, a few more levels. Okay, at level 23, we are finally starting to do pretty well with Bite doing decent damage. This time we get to Cranidos with half of our health left, and Spark did a great job. That's the early grind out of the way. So next is Commander Mars, then we have to make our way up to the Grass Gym. I'm a little bit worried since Grass resists us. I don't think we're gonna get hit super hard, but if I remember right, they have Leech Seed, and that could shut us down for a while if we're not hitting hard enough. I'm gonna try and get as much experience between here and there as I can. Time for Commander Mars. Zubat was easy, but Purugly was a little bit stronger. Still, we crit real early to take her out, so it was a quick win. Next is the Forest, where we get free heals from Chansey after every fight. Great place to get some last-minute experience, although we're still not great at fighting the grass types in here. The more I think about the Grass Gym, the more I'm paranoid that Turtwig is going to use stuff like Reflect and Leech Seed. She's got Reflect, right? Not just Light Screen? I can't remember now that I think about it. Well, we're about to find out. Okay, first try was weird. We had this really long war with the Turtwig right at the start, where we paralyzed him and we kept making him flinch over and over, and they just kept using potions on him to heal over and over. It was wild, and eventually we took him down without having any serious problem. The Cherrim right after was a little bit more dangerous because of having that ability where it transforms from Sunny Day, and the Turtwig used Sunny Day earlier in the fight. So again, that took forever too, and we ended up taking a ton of damage during that matchup, to the point that although we took out Cherrim, Roserade came out right after and finished us off, so I'm gonna have to level up a little bit. I think I learn a new move soon, right? Crunch? I think Crunch is coming up. I'll go learn Crunch. 4 levels later, and now we have Crunch, but this still took 13 tries. Turtwig now always opens with Reflect, but on this very lucky attempt, we got 2 defense drops on her with Crunch, and that was enough to overpower her and take her down. Cherrim also went well thanks to her using Safeguard when she should have just hurt us more. Because of that, Roserade couldn't quite finish us off, so we finally got a win. With that down, we have the Galactic Hideout. Jupiter is the boss at the end of this place, and sometimes she can be a little bit of a tanky nightmare. Usually she's not as hard as the Grass Gym, but I've got stuck here quite a few times before. I might be able to just brute force this though. Yep, looks like we can. Okay, good, because if we had issues there, then the Ghost Gym would be a nightmare. So we're going ahead to the usually rough Ghost Gym, but for once I actually feel pretty good about it. We've got a physical move that hits ghosts, and if my hazy memory of their stats is correct, most of her team has low defense. That physical move is Crunch, by the way. Super effective, physical move, dark for some reason, so it should work great. Plus, her whole team is female, if I remember right, so we'll actually finally get that damage bonus from our ability. I'll grab the Shell Bell and then get in there and give it a try. So on the very first try, we have this really unlucky run where we get confused, hit ourselves, and even get crit near the very end by Haunter, and yet we just hardly survived and bit them down with Crunch anyway. Will the rival on our way out of town be that easy though? Now believe it or not, but the fight just outside of town against the rival totally shuts us down. I don't feel like I've lost this fight in a long time. It was all easy until we ran into Garottle. We hardly do any damage to him, and he just spams Withdraw and Razor Leaf to pretty easily take us down. Maybe it's time I learn Return for a slightly stronger move? It doesn't have the defense downs of Crunch, but at least it's stronger. Yeah, this isn't happening. I tried a bunch more times with Return, and it actually does about the same amount of damage. I tried using Swagger, but that hardly helps us either. I think I actually have to grind for this. 5 levels and 5 tries later. So sometimes we can beat Garotl if he either spams Withdraw a lot, or if he just doesn't crit us with Razor Leaf. This time we lucked out, and he actually missed a Razor Leaf, so we took him down. Last was Ponyta, who sometimes can finish us off, but this time we showed up with a lot of health left, so we could just easily hit twice for the win. Next is the Path to Veilstone, where we have a fighting gym to beat. Now, I could spend a few hours in the game corner to get the TM for Thunderbolt, but I might just wait and get it later. Once we have Surf, we can get that TM for free. Plus, if I really needed it that bad, I could probably grind for money against some high-money trainers with the Versus Seeker and then convert that into coins. At least then I faint 2 Pidgeys with 1 Rock Throw because I get grinding done at the same time as collecting the money. Anyway, let's try the Fighting Gym. I won't bother with Thunderbolt until later unless we really end up needing it. Fighting Gym time. Meditate at the start was easy, but Lucario makes us faint or brings us really close to it on every attempt. Machoke right after can always easily finish us off if we make it to him. I'm honestly not that worried though. I think with just a few levels, we'd be able to make most of them faint in 1 less hit, and that would make a world of difference. Okay, so this time Meditate goes about the same, but Lucario goes better. We're still slower so we get hit first, but on this try Lucario used Drain Punch 3 times. It was brutal, but we were able to hold on with just enough to knock him out. Last was Machoke, and I figured I was doomed since I only had 33 health left, so I went for Swagger. Machoke used Focus Energy, snapped out a Confusion right away, and then hit us with a powered-up Rock Tomb, and yet, we survived. Not only that, but despite the speed drop, we were still fast enough to act first and take him out. I can't believe how close that was. So we have the Water Gym coming up, and I'm actually kind of worried. You'd think that it would be easy since we're Electric type, but he's got a Quagmire, and that's part Ground type, so it might shut us down. I think his only actual ground move is Mud Shot, so 55 power and physical. That might be a real problem, considering Quagsire has a decent amount of health and defense. He's for sure going to get a few chances to use it. I should try and level up on my way. But while I'm on my way, this is a great time to tell you about this episode's sponsor, Chimera. Much like that one youngster trainer in Pokemon Red who likes shorts, I too enjoy shorts. And finally, it's the kind of weather where you can wear shorts again, so if you're looking for a pair, then head on over to Chimera to check out their selection. They've got some wonderful fleece shorts in 7 different colors to stay stylish and cool in. Plus, you already know about their joggers. There's like a 50-50 chance that anytime I'm streaming, I'm wearing these. Super comfortable for around the house. So if you want to support the channel and look good while doing it, hit up the link in the description to go to Chimera and pick up something comfortable and breezy to wear this spring. If you're gonna go pick something up, then make sure to use the promo code Mah-Dry-Bread at checkout to get 10% off your order and let them know that I sent you. Okay, so right before the Water Gym, we have another rival fight. This fight's kind of brutal for us, since we have all physical moves and our rival starts with Staravia, so our attack is down the whole fight. Really, Garotl's the only dangerous Pokemon. If he uses Withdraw enough, then we can win. But the only time that I took him down was this attempt where he fainted when I had 1 health. We healed back up to 3 with Shell Bell, but then Buizel could just take us down with Quick Attack. Level 52, and we can't beat the rival before the Water Gym. I'm getting real worried about this run being impossible. 3 levels later, and it's honestly pretty easy. For whatever reason, he just didn't use Withdraw this time, and Razor Leaf never crit us, so we got by with a lot more health, easily one-shotting Buizel at the end. Will this be enough for the Water Gym? Probably not. Okay, so the first try was insane. Right away, we get outsped by Water Onix and take tons of damage from Waterfall. Then we're not able to one-shot him with Thunder Fang, despite the massive level lead and, you know, him being both flying and water. Then he switched to Quagsire, who we easily took out with 2 hits of return, getting lucky and critically hitting on the second one. We needed that. But then Water Onix came back out. That activated Intimidate again, so we lost a second stage of attack. Because of that, we weren't able to make his final Floatzel faint before he took us out. I felt like I was doomed, then like I lucked my way into victory with that crit, and then like I was doomed again. Okay, well, another level or 2, and I should be able to one-shot Water Onix, and that'll make a big difference. So I came back 2 levels later, and every try actually went worse now. Yeah, we don't get hit by Intimidate twice, but without the crit on Quagsire, we actually can't beat him. His Mudshot lowers our speed, so we always end up slower than him at some point and lose as a result. So a couple levels later, and I still wasn't winning, so I decided that I would just brute force it with Swagger and hope he hits himself, when we suddenly crit again and took no damage on Quagsire. That was lucky. Floatzel at the end was surprisingly rough, though. At one point, he used a Hyper Potion, so I thought I'd lose, but I managed to hang on and hardly win. Thunderfang isn't 100 accuracy, by the way, only 95. I say only because I've already had it miss so much. I cannot wait to get Thunderbolt. We've got that special nature too. Thunderbolt might pay off. Next up, we have the first fight with Cyrus, then our rival, and the Steel Gym. Cyrus should be easy. I remember his team being pretty bad against electric types. Our rival, though, that's going to be horrible. He's going to have a fully evolved starter at that point, so I'm expecting to get shut down for a long time. I can get the Thunderbolt TM as soon as I beat Cyrus, but it's not going to help us against our rival thanks to the ground types. Then right after that, we have the Steel Gym, where Byron has a Steel and Ground type Steelix that has Earthquake. Not only can we learn no moves that are strong against Steelix, we only learn moves that are resisted by it. Yet we're gonna have to get strong enough to brute force it. I could genuinely see us needing to be level 75 or higher before we can do that. This is gonna be awful. Okay, Cyrus was super easy as expected. Two of his Pokemon are flying types right now, so, you know, went down quick. Ready to go get squashed by our rival? Okay, so I thought I was gonna get squashed by Torterra, but we never even made it to him. We couldn't one-shot Staravia, who lowers our attack with Intimidate. Rapidash did quite a bit of damage to us, and we didn't even come close to beating Heracross. Our level is in the 60s, and we are unbelievably frail. Our stats are abysmal. We're even slower than some of them. We got a special attack nature, so I guess let's go learn Thunderbolt and hope that works. Next try, and it starts much better with Staravia going down in one Thunderbolt. We even got super lucky against Rapidash, who hit Tail Whip, then missed Takedown, so we still have full health. And despite that, we still easily lose to Heracross. The fact that he's faster than us really isn't good. Alright, grinding. I feel like I haven't shown you guys the grind in a few runs, but I still do usually grind. I think that we're gonna have to move from grinding to rare candy soon, though, because the more I think about it, the more I realize just how rough the Steel Gym is gonna be. So we gotta use Return to Brute Force a Steelix. Not only does Steelix resist it, but it's got some of the highest defense of any Pokemon in the game. I think it's in the top 2 or 3. Plus, we do 25% less damage because Byron's Pokemon are male, and you know, it has Earthquake and we're made of tissue paper. We're not even 6 gyms into the game, and we're already level 62. That's pretty rare for a Pokemon challenge. We can't even get to our rival's ground type yet. Then what chance do we stand in the Steel Gym? I'm gonna grind to level 65, and if we still obviously don't stand a chance, then it's time to speed up the grind with rare candies. I want the video to come out this year. Okay, so this try starts amazing with Staravia going down in one hit and Rapidash missing Tail Whip and going down before it could land a single move. For the first time, we even beat Heracross. Him dealing less damage without the Tail Whips really helped. As soon as Torterra comes out though, we obviously lose. We took out maybe a fifth of his health with Return, but then he Leech Seeded us. I tried Swagger, but he just used Razor Leaf and we fainted from Leech Seed. Alright, fire up the Youngster Joey music. It's time to use some rare candies. Level 70. This time we did about a quarter of his health and damage, and we still just got Leech Seeded right away. We hung on longer and even got him pretty close to fainting, but honestly, Leech Seed is just too much of a problem. Level 75. After 8 tries where we lost to Razor Leaf from critting, we got this one where for some reason, our rival just didn't use Leech Seed on the first turn, so he hardly healed and we won. Wish he would have done that 5 levels earlier, but a win's a win. Oh, I'm not turning off the Youngster Joey music yet, though. We're going into the Steel Gym, and I have 0 confidence. Hey, this random trainer in the Steel Gym had a Steelix, and it was pretty easy. Maybe we stand a chance. I mean, yeah, he fought like an idiot, but let me get my hopes up a little. Okay, Good news and bad news. Good news is that his Earthquake doesn't one-shot us. Bad news is that it two-shots us, and I think we need to hit him like 6 times for a win. This is gonna take a while. Level 80, I was still obviously losing, so I used Swagger to hope a fluke win would happen, and it powered up his Earthquake. Level 85, even with him hitting himself in confusion and us landing a critical return, we couldn't make him faint. This isn't even his last Pokemon. Level 90, we just hardly managed to get him to red health, then he finishes us off. This is only the 6th gym. Have we ever needed to be level 90 in the 6th gym in any Pokemon run before? Maybe that Magikarp one I did like 3 years ago. Level 95, we instantly crit to take out half his health, we whittle him down fast, and right when I thought we were about to hit the final move, he used a full restore and easily finished us off before we could deal any serious damage. I'm gonna have to top up to level 100 to stand a chance, but we still might either need a crit or some serious confusion luck. Here's our stats at level 100, by the way. Yeah, only 113 speed. I know we have a bad speed nature, but that is super low. And it's only 154 special attack at level 100. That's horrible. I genuinely think I might not be able to win this run. Some of you math people in the comment section are gonna have to try and figure out what the inherent values of my Pokemon are, because I got all my effort values. I maxed out on them. This Shinx sucks. Okay, Steel Gym at level 100. Yeah, even with our level maxed out, we just keep losing. The damage falls in just such a range that he uses a full restore every time. If I could just crit, I'd win. Honestly, that's probably gonna happen before having perfect confusion luck. I'm gonna just keep trying over and over. Next try, and even without crits, the damage ended up putting him at a sliver again, so he finished us off. Is it possible that there's enough of a damage range that with the right luck, regular returns could finish him off? Roughly a billion tries later, and no, I don't think I can get that to work. Even if I get him to drop into low yellow health, he still uses a full restore. Okay, what if I bought a Silk Scarf to increase our normal damage? Man, even with a Silk Scarf for 20% more normal power, and with a defense drop from Crunch, we still couldn't take down Steelix. He just kept falling into a damage range where he would use a full restore. I think I just have to try this over and over until we land a crit when he's already around half health or below. Many tries later, we finally landed a crit as our 3rd move to take Steelix out. Last was Bastiodon, who went down in 2 hits of Thunderbolt after not even trying to hit us. It's finally over. I was worried for a while that I wasn't going to be able to win this fight. The 6th gym in the game. I had to nearly double our level to win. Alright, so after that I have tons of travel to do. I know what you're probably thinking. If it was that hard to get past the 6th gym, then aren't I obviously gonna lose at the end of the game against Cynthia's Garchomp? Yeah, I probably will, but I at least want to see how far I can make it. Here's why I'm holding out hope though. You know how our ability really made that Steel Gym way harder than it needed to be by making our power 25% lower? Well, if I remember right, Cynthia's team is all female. If so, then we do bonus damage to our whole team. Yeah, Garchomp will be faster than us, but who knows? Maybe we could hang on and deal some serious damage with Return or something. Or maybe Swagger and then Return together could get us the win. For all I know, I won't even make it there because we still have another rival fight left, but at least I should be able to get there easily since we're already level 100. Right? I mean, I hope. No more travel footage for the rest of this run though, since there's no leveling to do and nothing to show you while traveling. The rest of this video is a boss rush, so buckle up. First is the Ice Gym. Now this is a one-shot sweep as you'd probably expect, but you know what's insane? Her level 44 Frostlass is faster than our level 100 Shinx. That blew my mind. I'm gonna be slower than half the Elite Four, aren't I? Am I even gonna get to the Elite Four? Cyrus in the headquarters was also a sweep, although Crobat was obviously faster than us, so we took a hit. It didn't hurt much though, thanks to our insane level lead. The double battle with Mars and Jupiter was actually really close, with us almost fainting a couple of times. In fact, we would have if they just targeted us more rather than our rival's useless Munchlax. Between our ability and our low defense, hitting ourselves in confusion is actually really dangerous. Next is the final Cyrus fight in the Distortion world. Believe it or not, we almost lost this fight. Not only is Weavile faster than us, but he's not a one-shot. I think it's because of the loss of damage due to our ability. Crobat right after messes us up so bad that we were one hit away from fainting. Yeah, we almost lost to the guy who's known for being bad against electric types, but we were just over double the level of his whole team. Our Shinx is that awful. Time for the final gym, the Electric Gym. This was an easy first try with Return. We did lose almost half of our health, but it was just because of them getting lucky with a critical Fire Punch. 9 out of 10 times, we'd have been just fine. And last before the Elite Four is our rival. First try, and Torterra easily two-shots us with Earthquake. Okay, I was kind of expecting that, to be honest. We'll use Swagger a few times. I think if I get him to miss 1 or 2 turns, then the fight will be fine. So I tried the fight a few more times, and yeah, looks like we need to get him to hit himself twice if we want to win, not once. This is gonna take a while. And oh boy, did it! An entire 40 minutes of tries later, and we finally got him to hit himself in confusion twice. Next was Snorlax, who also has Earthquake. So although we could just hardly take him down, Heracross right after takes us out. I literally can't sit and work anymore because of my neck, doctor's orders. I don't even know how I could possibly win this run at this point outside of unbelievably extreme critical hit luck or double team. Actually, to be more accurate, I would need unbelievable luck and double team, since double team requires a ton of luck and time. If I sat here and used double team until I won, I don't think I'd be able to work for days with the state my neck is in. Would I even get past Bertha after? Even with double team? Honestly, probably not. I think it's time to call this challenge a loss and move on. That was brutal. I knew coming into this one that it was gonna be a hard one, but I didn't think it would be so hard that I didn't even make it to the Elite Four. Is this the earliest I've ever failed a run? That might make it the hardest run I've done, right? I mean, if it's the earliest I've ever failed a run, then I guess it's probably the hardest. I'm not counting the Eevee in Pokemon Red one. I did technically fail that one because I'm dumb and didn't realize you could use Bite on ghost types in Gen 1. But you know, the next video in the playlist was me literally explaining that. Now I know that. So yeah, I failed that one earlier, but I could have succeeded in that one with the knowledge that I have now. With the knowledge I have now, could I succeed in this one? Maybe if you give me 3 straight weeks of non-stop playing the fight over and over, then yes, I could luck my way through the fight. But that is, maybe that's a job for a tool-assisted run or something, not something that I do. Anyway, I really hope you guys like that run. The next challenge is gonna be a Bethesda one, and I'm not totally sure on what one yet. I've got a few ideas in mind. There's one I really want to do that I've had written down for like a year in Elder Scrolls Oblivion that sounds like a really stupid, funny one. And I don't know if it'll really work out at all. For all I know, I'm going to get like 10 minutes into the challenge and it's already going to be impossible because it's such a stupid idea. But I've been really wanting to try it for a long time, and I think I'm going to just go for it. Normally, I would tell you in the outro what that next challenge is going to be. I'm gonna keep it as a surprise this time, because like if it fails immediately, then maybe I'll just make it as a fun side segment in a different run. I don't know. We'll see how things play out once I get to play that run. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. And then I do the part where I ad-lib a bit, but I guess I kind of did that early this time, didn't I? Yeah, I kind of did. Oh, that's really good coffee. You don't want to hear me talk about my coffee. Probably. It's a good coffee. I made it myself, thank you. I'd love to make you one too, but you're not here. So that's kind of hard. I'm gonna go edit this voiceover now. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black with only one Drifloon was pretty brutal by the end. Let's follow up with a weird one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Shuckle? Alright, you already know what we're in for. Shuckle is a bug and rock-type Pokemon with absolutely insanely lopsided stats. If you thought Chansey was crazy, then take a look at this. Almost no health, attack, special attack, or speed, but with completely absurd defense and special defense. So we hardly do any damage and hardly have any health, but we also hardly take any damage. This is really meant to be used as a support Pokemon, not your party lead. By level up, our moves are pretty rough. Constrict is our only attacking move until all the way at level 22, and it's a 10 power move on a Pokemon with 10 base attack. So we're going to be doing almost no damage for a little while. We do learn Wrap at level 22 so we can add in damage over time, but really we don't get any good attacks until Bug Bite at level 40, and even then we aren't going to be good with it. By TM we can learn a pretty wide variety of moves, but again, we don't expect to hit hard. I could see stuff like Rock Slide or Earthquake being good, but I get the feeling that Rest and Substitute might be borderline required, so I don't expect to have much type coverage. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think I'm probably going to lose pretty deep into the run, simply due to not being able to do enough damage. But then again, Shuckle could really surprise me. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Shuckle. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chimchar with Shuckle so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Chimchar so that our rival would have Empoleon, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Hoovy, like last time, you know, because he's got the juice. Our nature is Bashful, so neutral stat gains. I'm fine with that. Okay, so what you're watching now is what it looks like at the start of a Shuckle run. We do almost no damage. It's awful. Our high defense doesn't even really save us this early on because we give them so many chances to attack us. It's probably going to be like this for a long time, and although you're given the return TM at the start of the game, we need a lot more friendship before it's any good. That said, I'm still going to learn it early because it simply has to be better than Constrict. There are some other decent moves that we can learn early on, but not until after the Rock Gym, and that's going to be a nightmare. Oh yeah, and I don't know how noticeable it is right now since we're still in early game, but I found a cool option in the randomizer that I'm trying out. You know how in Gen 4 it takes a really long time for the health bars to drain down after a hit? Like, the actual animation of the bar just plays really slow. Well, the randomizer has an option to make it so that the health and experience bar animation plays at double the speed. This doesn't change the gameplay at all since it's just a sped up animation. The experience you gain and the health that Pokemon lose are still the same numbers. This just speeds up fights a little bit. Let me know what you think. It probably only saves you like 15 seconds in a 3+ minute fight, but it's something. Okay, first try at the rival was at level 10, and the problem here is that Starly just ruins our attack. That means we start doing 1 damage per attack pretty quickly, and always just lose a chip battle to Piplup. I actually have to grind a bit more just to beat the first rival fight. Okay, 2 levels later and we win pretty easily just thanks to having a bit more health and taking out Starly early with a crit. Alright, so I'm grinding before the Rock Gym. This is going to be an absolute disaster, I just know it. Not only are we going to be doing chip damage to them, but we're actually weak against Rock type. Rock, Steel, and Water are our weaknesses. I guess I could learn Rock Smash, but I won't be able to get rid of it until we're past the first Cyrus fight. And I really don't want to be stuck with a borderline dud move for that long just because it helps in this one gym. I get the feeling that I'm going to be stuck grinding here for a very long time. Like, to the point that I could end up maxing out my effort values before the first gym. It probably won't matter all that much in the long run, but I'm intentionally only fighting Machops and Ponyta because they're giving us effort values for attack and speed. Probably the stats that we're going to need the most. I know for sure I don't need any more defense, special defense, or even special attack. Just so we're all on the same page though, the moment my effort values are maxed out this run, I am absolutely hacking in rare candies as an alternative to grinding. In fact, I'm probably going to use a bunch of rare candies after I am like halfway done my EV training, if the grind is really, really bad. Because I have to make like 500 Pokemon faint to actually max out the effort values, and at this speed, it's going to take forever. Plus, it's a solo run. It's literally impossible for me to not max out my effort values by the end of the game, so it can't hurt us in the long run. If you think this grinding footage looks horrible, consider that after all these years I've simply never managed to get the auto-fire buttons working in this game. They work in other games with the exact same setup, but not in Gen 4 for some reason. So that means I'm actually mashing the A button for everything. This is exactly what destroyed the A button on my previous controller, and I'd really rather not have carpal tunnel at the age of 31, so I think rare candies are the way to go. Plus, do you want to see this video go up in 3 weeks, or now? Yeah, that's what I thought. So if you want an idea of just how bad it is fighting these rock types, this is us at level 20, nearly fainting, to the second trainer in the gym because we ran out of power points too early and are stuck using Constrict for ages. This is not even the gym leader, this is just a trainer in the gym. At level 22, I decided to give the rock gym a try since we had Wrap, but we went down to the first Geodude because he has Rock Throw. Okay, this might be a long day. I'm gonna grind until we get to rest, and if we need to grind more than that, then I'll use rare candies. Here we are, level 27 with rest, and this is a long one. We really don't do much damage, but we're doing enough that we can whittle down Geodude. And now that we have rest, we actually have the ability to heal back up. We lost a good 3/4 of our health taking out Geodude, but second is Onix, and it's got really low attack, so I knew we'd be able to wrap it and rest to heal back up. And I was right. Onix using Rock Throw was only doing about 2 damage when it would hit, so although we weren't doing much in return, we could easily outlast it. Onix actually took ages to take down, though, way longer than Geodude, and the fact that he was using healing items really wasn't helping us. What made it worse is that Onix would occasionally use Screech to lower our defense, so what used to be 2 damage from Rock Throw quickly became 6. Last was Cranidos, and although he was hitting a lot harder than the rest of his team, and we had to heal yet again, he was taking more damage than Geodude or Onix was. We still had enough health and defense that we could get away without healing him, so we won. Okay, well, I'm thrilled that we were able to get past that at a lower level than I expected. I didn't even have to use a single rare candy. Right away, we can grab the TM for Rock Tomb. If our friendship is maxed, and I think it might be, then Rock Tomb won't be as strong as Return, but I could just replace Wrap. The only reason we have Wrap is to deal more damage over time, but I think I'd rather have the option of using a Rock move for when it's super effective. Plus, it drops speed, and our speed is awful, so that might help us in some fights. You know what? I'll get rid of Encore instead. I can always relearn it later if it would be useful to have. Do you think Mars is going to be a problem? I figure we're too tanky to have any issues with it, but you never know. Well, Zubat got us early with Toxic in the Mars fight, but we have Rest, so it's nothing to worry about. We had a really easy time. That means we have to get ready for the Grass Gym. Part of me thinks it won't be too bad, but my big worry is about Leech Seed. I'm pretty sure getting hit by that would be a guaranteed loss, just because we don't deal much damage and we'd be healing them. Plus, we're giving them a lot of chances to use it. The worst part is that we could get the TM for Substitute to shut it down, if not for how we need to be able to use Cut outside of battle, and we can't do that until we beat the gym leader. Let's just try the fight at whatever level we get there at, and see how it goes. So the Grass Gym fight ended up really surprising me. Not only did they not go for Leech Seed, but they really didn't try and throw any effects on us at all. They mostly just focused on doing direct damage to us the whole time, and it really didn't pay off for them, since we can out-heal just about anything that isn't super effective against us this early in the game. Leech Seed would have just wrecked us, but she never went for it. Easy first try. Okay, now we can use Cut outside of battle, so I picked up the TM for Substitute before I went to the Rocket Hideout. I never know for sure if I'll need Substitute, but on a Pokemon like Shuckle, you can potentially be really annoying to deal with while using it, so there's no harm in having this. Now that said, I think the next couple fights are going to be difficult. Jupiter is often a mess if we don't deal much damage, so let's see how that goes. Now believe it or not, but Jupiter took quite a few tries. Zubat was easy, but Skuntank does feel incredibly random. Some attempts we just get hit by Screech a few times early and start taking way too much damage from Night Slash. Sometimes they just spam Smoke Screen. And sometimes it's just a whole lot of Night Slash from the start. Well, the third try was mostly Night Slash, so we ended up winning. Alright, I'm pretty worried about the next part of the run. The Ghost Gym is often pretty hard, and we don't have any great moves for it. I can get my hand on Earthquake now, and that's an awesome move, but there's no point in actually using the TM until after the gym, because her entire team has the ability Levitate. Maybe we could hit level 40 and learn Bug Bite, although it's only got 10 power points and won't help with Haunter. I still think that we're going to need it though, because Rock Tomb only has 10 power points as well, and there's no way that we're taking out 3 Pokemon in less than 10 hits with a Shuckle. I'm going to grind to level 40 before the gym and get the Shell Bell from town. Wish me luck. It took a little while, but it turned out that the grind was absolutely necessary. Both Duskull and Haunter kept going down shockingly fast to Rock Tomb, but Mismagius is a lot tankier and can confuse us to keep us from landing a hit every turn. It actually got scary partway through the fight when Shadow Ball dropped our special defense, because I knew that too many of those would keep us from winning. But we ended up getting a win on the first try. I'm kind of shocked that we were doing as much damage as we were with a Shuckle, but I guess going out of my way to get those few extra attack EVs is paying off. I mean, our attack is only 38, so lower than our level, but it's something. Okay, this rival fight is insane. First, Staravia is out, so our attack is down the whole fight, as if we had any attack in the first place. We two-shot it, but it used Endeavor to take out most of our health. That was a pretty smart move. As Prinpulp came out, we had to use Rest right away, as his super effective Bubble Beams nearly took us out. I ended up going shot for shot with it once we woke up, and although we took it out, we only had 8 health left at the end. That's when Roselia came out and we had the Nightmare scenario. We healed, but he used Leech Seed, so now we give him health the whole fight. It's not going to heal him very much because we don't have many health points to give, but it is still healing them, and it is still hurting us. It really doesn't help that Roselia was also using Mega Drain, so it's doing 2 moves that heal it every turn. Thankfully, the moment we woke up, we landed a critical return to one-shot it, so we didn't have to deal with it surely out-healing us. Ponyta was last and it was hardly hurting us, but it did burn us, so I had to rest to heal back up. We came incredibly close to fainting at points, and we give them tons of health while we rested, but thanks to the type advantage, we eventually just beat Ponyta and won this never-ending rival fight. Well, I was kind of feeling like the fighting gym would be easy, but that rival fight has me worrying. You were seeing how badly we were getting messed up by Bubble Beam in that rival fight. What's gonna happen when Lucario uses Metal Claw? I'm thinking I'll ditch Return and replace it with Earthquake now. They're not the same power anyway, and Earthquake gives us more type coverage. Most importantly, it's going to help us get the win at the fighting gym. I can't imagine the rest of our team will be an issue, so let's just go straight there. Alright, I was right to think that Lucario was the only real threat and that Metal Claw would do a lot of damage, but what I'm kind of surprised by is how easy it still was. Earthquake was a 2-shot. I was kind of expecting it to be more like 3 or 4. We hardly ended up taking any damage most of the fight just because she couldn't get us many times with Metal Claw. That went pretty well, but I don't have high hopes for the next chunk of the run. Our rival might go alright, but then we've got the Water Gym. Not only are we weak to water, but they've got a Water Onyx, so our attack is going to take a hit. I'd say using Substitute could get around it, but if each member of their team can do enough damage that we'd have to remake the Substitute often, then it's probably a net loss having us waste the turns on it. I'll just see how the fight goes first, then maybe drop Bug Bite in favor of Substitute if I think it'll save us. Alright, you know the Water Gym is going to be a nightmare because we didn't even make it past our rival spamming Bubble Beam. Are you kidding me? Alright, believe it or not, I haven't used any rare candies yet this run. The grinding actually hasn't been horrible, or as horrible as I thought it would be. But my effort values are for sure maxed out now. Let's level up and win this thing. You know what? It wasn't too bad. I cleared out the trainers on the western route and used a few rare candies and then tried the fight again. We had a real bad luck with getting hit by Endeavor early to lose a lot of health, but we could out-heal Bubble Beam this time, and we didn't get crit, so we took it out. The whole rest of his team wasn't bad at all, it really was only super effective moves that can keep us down at this point. So I got to the Water Gym at level 54 and gave it a few tries. It's very hard, but with some luck we can get past Water Onyx, but the issue is that Floatzel has Brine. It powers up a lot when we're below half health, to the point that we have to use Rest early to survive, but then we don't get any real chances to actually attack them. I'm gonna have to get at least a little bit tankier. Okay, 4 levels later and I'm still making tries. It's looking more hopeful. On this try we missed a rock tomb early, but the second one crit for a much needed one-shot. Floatzel was obviously still just spamming Brian, so we had to heal whenever our health was getting below half just to keep him from randomly taking us out. We can slowly outlast him, but this time after the first wake up we landed a crit to knock him out early. Last was Quagsire, and this part was rough. Every time we're awake, Quagsire uses Yawn to put us to sleep. It takes a while to work, but we nearly fainted because he was making us sleep outside of us just using rest. It wasn't dealing a ton of damage, but he was using Water Pulse so he could confuse us. It literally took 3 entire minutes with fast text and no animations, but eventually, Quagsire went down. It took more than twice as long as the entire rest of the fight. We're back on the road, and we're finally getting close to getting a move upgrade. We have 2 major fights between us and the TM for Rock Slide. It's Cyrus and our rival. Cyrus shouldn't be hard, the first Cyrus fight rarely is, but I'm worried about that rival fight. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cyrus really couldn't do much to us. I'm pretty sure that he's gonna be rough in the last Cyrus fight though. I'm really not looking forward to that one. You ready to go lose to our rival? Okay, well, the rival fight really shocked me. I knew that Empoleon would go down faster now that he's part Steel type, since we have Earthquake, but I thought he'd also be hitting us a lot harder. It turns out he really wasn't. We took him out easily, and the entire rest of his team was no problem at all. I did lose my first attempt because of Leech Seed from Roserade, but it doesn't actually use it very often, so on the second try, we just never got seeded. Easy win. Oh yeah, and you know how I said that I thought that I would just get the TM for Rock Slide now? Yeah, I didn't notice that it was actually gated behind not just Strength, but Rock Climb. That means we have to beat the Steel and Ice Gyms first. Ooh, wish me luck on that Ice Gym. Well, the Steel Gym ended up being super easy, like to the point that we were out healing them with the Shell Bell at points. That's gotta be a first, but I guess it makes sense. I've gotta say, this Shell Bell is really nice when you're using a Pokemon where you don't have many health points, but you've got a lot of defense. You guys probably don't want to see me walk all the way north, right? Let's just get to that Ice Gym. It's the last thing between us and a new TM. By the time we got to the Ice Gym, we were level 63, and you've gotta watch this one because it was long and kind of crazy. So here's the problem. No matter what, she likes to send in Obama Snow early so that it's a permanent hailstorm. That's really bad for us because it means that we're taking damage the entire fight. That makes us use Rest a lot more, but believe it or not, Rest isn't the issue. It's that it takes a very long time to take out most of our team, and by the time we get to Frostlass, we don't actually have enough power points to take her out. With her berry, we'd need to hit 3 Rock Tombs, but she spams Double Team and very quickly we start to run out of power points on the moves that would actually hit her. Eventually, she runs out of her other attacks and just spams Shadow Ball, and the special defense drops will eventually doom us. I'm gonna have to get some levels and keep trying. A few levels later, and the fight went mostly easy other than Frostlass at the end. She still spammed Double Team a lot, and started using Shadow Ball near the end, but we got pretty lucky with our Rock Tomb's accuracy, all things considered. We missed a lot, but we also didn't need to land many hits to win. Okay, with all of that done, I'm gonna go through the Galactic Hideout to get to Cyrus. I don't think this second Cyrus fight will be that hard, but the third one usually is. Now that we can use Rock Climb outside of battle though, I went ahead and got the TM for Rock Slide. So no more getting the speed advantage through Rock Tomb, but that's okay. It's a lot stronger and half as likely to miss. I doubt we could even beat the game without this. It's going to completely save us in some of the harder fights. Yeah, so the Cyrus fight was kind of an easy first try, but I don't think anything in the game has done as much damage to us in a single hit as Honchkrow was with Nightshade. That move does fixed damage, so it doesn't matter how high our defense is. That could potentially be incredibly dangerous in the last Cyrus fight. It's time to climb the mountain. That means we've got a double battle alongside our rival, the final Cyrus fight, and then the Electric Gym. The double battle might be really weird because it's a Shuckle and Munchlax fight, not exactly the most aggressive team in the world, but I'm sure it won't be too bad. We have decent moves and can rest if we have to. Cyrus is probably going to be a nightmare because he usually is, and then the Electric Gym just shouldn't be that bad. We have Earthquake, a lot of health, and rest. Unless Cyrus shuts us down for a long time, we might have smooth sailing until the final rival fight. As expected, the double battle was easy but pretty long. They like to stall us, our allies' first Pokemon mostly just wastes time, and we don't hit very hard. I don't think they had a single Pokemon that could have done anything dangerous to us other than by dropping our accuracy, so our win was inevitable, it just took a long time. Next is the last Cyrus fight. I gave this one a few tries, and we never make it very far at all. The problem is that Water Onix is second, so our attack drops, and we have to deal with getting hit by Waterfall. Not only does it do a lot of damage, but it causes flinches. Sometimes we make it past it, but we just go down to the Haunch Crow right after with Drill Peck. And I imagine that if my health was higher, he'd be taking us out with Nightshade instead. I'll have to keep getting levels. So I gain a few levels and keep trying just to hit a whole new snag. At level 73, we can just hardly beat Water Onix, and Honchcrow doesn't seem to have Nightshade anymore since he's just using Drill Peck, so he's easy. But then Weavile hardly takes any damage, has pressure so we run out of power points fast, and he uses Ice Punch every turn so it doesn't take long before we're frozen solid and just lose because of it. Well, I can't do anything to stop him from doing that, so I just have to get stronger. Okay, at level 77, we started doing noticeably more damage and could make short work of nearly everyone on his team, including Weavile, who now goes down much easier. Last was Crobat, who made us flinch 3 turns in a row, confused us, hit Toxic, but eventually went down to our last power point of our Rock Slide when we crit. I am so thankful for that crit because I was not looking forward to finishing it off with double resisted Bug Bite. Finally, the Electric Gym was all really easy. I lost the first try thanks to Irontail dropping my defense a bunch at the start, but that was just really good luck on his end. On the second try, they could hardly hurt us at all. That means we're on the road to the last rival fight. I really don't know how this one's gonna go. It's the rival fight that ends Platinum runs, but I don't really think that's stopping us this time. I could see us having to grind before we can win though, especially considering he could just hit Leech Seed right away at the end of the fight just to totally shut us down. I almost wonder if I'll need to be a higher level to beat the next rival fight than I do for the entire Elite Four themselves. So the last rival fight wasn't exactly a hard one, but it was an incredibly long one. Empoleon was the only one who could deal decent damage to us, but we still took him out pretty easily. The problem is that he started with Staraptor, so he got hit by Intimidate, and he U-turned to switch to Empoleon. That meant that later in the fight, he was able to switch back to Staraptor, dropping our attack by another stage. That made Snorlax into a nightmare because we were doing so little damage that he could just use Rest. I was worried that we would get totally stalled out when a lucky crit and his own bad move choice got us a knockout. He should have been using Rest earlier for safety. I'm pretty sure that Roserade at the end still has Leech Seed, but she didn't use it, so we ended up winning. Her using it was pretty much my nightmare scenario after how long that fight took. Now that we're the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Our defense is nearly 400. It doesn't even look right on my screen. Like it's gotta be some kind of glitch or something to have a stat that high. I kinda love Shuckle. Also, 80 attack? That's not horrible. Well, it kind of is, considering we're level 81, but it's not horrible for a Shuckle. What is horrible is our speed, and I think it's gonna really bite us in the Elite Four. Speaking of, I don't really know how that's gonna go. I think Bertha and Flint will be fine, but other than that, I haven't got a clue. We're not obviously weak to any of them, but I tend to get stuck at random parts. I really doubt that we're beating Cynthia below level 90 though, just because we'll probably be slower than her entire team. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Now, I could sit here and give you the blow-by-blow, but for the sake of not having every battle description go as long as the fight itself, the only Pokemon that really brought us close to fainting was Scizor, as you could imagine. It was the hardest hitter with super effective moves. His Heracross was probably also a threat, but I don't think it could have taken me out unless he crit me on one of those stone edges that he was using. It's actually a big part of my strategy in this fight, using Rest over and over until he ran out of Stone Edge because he can only use it 5 times. I have to do that though, because otherwise we get taken out before we can use Rest again. As long as I made sure that I rest every chance I get until he's out of power points on Stone Edge, we're good. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. I tried this one over and over because it didn't seem that hard, but Rhyperior was always just hardly taking us down. If we use Rest and he spams Earthquake, then we have one turn where we can attack before we have to rest again. The problem is, when we give them that many chances to attack us, we usually get crit eventually and that ruins things. But on this run where I took it down, it didn't matter because Hippowdon just crit us to take us out instead. Alright, that's a good sign that we need to be stronger. Now, it took all the way until level 87 before I could win this, and the fight was an entire 8 minutes. I know 8 minutes does not sound like a long time, but I promise you it is insanely rare that I have an 8-minute fight in a Pokemon run. Considering this is the fastest text speed, with a mod speeding up how fast the health bars move, and no animations on, 8 minutes is crazy long for a solo battle. I have full team runs where the battles do not go 8 minutes against the Pokemon champion. In fact, the average full team battle against the Pokemon champion goes well under 8 minutes. Most of the fight was Hippowdon putting us to sleep over and over and over. Half the things we fight have phases based on what moves they've run out of. Hippowdon spams his 5 Stone Edges early, so we have to rest a ton, but once he's out of that, we mostly just get put to sleep over and over. Gliscor at the end almost took us out, and I was petrified of a random crit, but in the end we won. I actually have to use a Max Elixir before I go on to the next fight. That's how long this fight went. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. This fight was really fast and easy by contrast. We have good rock and ground moves. There's nothing they could have done. We ended that fight with low health, but that's because I was playing pretty recklessly. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. This is another rough one, but believe it or not, it's Bronzong that's usually what we get stuck on. He's not just tanky, he spams Calm Mind. That gets out of control fast, because he can make his Psychics strong enough to actually outdamage our rests. That's really not good. If we're having that much trouble with Bronzong, how do we take down his Gallade that's gonna spam Stone Edge? Just spam Rest and hope for the best until he runs out? Let's level up a bit more. Okay, level 92. Like before, Bronzong was the real monster of her team, and the thing that I spent by far the most time fighting. What we need is for him to not use too much Calm Mind, and for Psychic to not drop our special defense too much. This really wasn't easy since we give him so many chances to hit us with Psychic as we rest, but thankfully on this attempt, he was more focused on attacking than using Calm Mind. So although it was a really long and brutal fight, we did eventually take him out. I was also right that Gallade would be hard, but thankfully, we could just fight him the same way that I fought Heracross in the rival fight. Spam Rest until he's out of Stone Edge, then we can fight him normally. The entire rest of his team was pretty easy. I can't believe we finally won that fight. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. First is Spiritomb, I wasn't doing much, but quickly she switched out to Lucario. We took alright damage from Stone Edge, but it was nothing too serious, and we were able to take him down in a couple hits of Earthquake while staying healthy. Problem is, she sends in Melodic, who is instantly doing big damage with Surf. She crits us, but we crit her too. Here's the real problem. We don't have enough health to survive resting against Melodic. On this one lucky run where we got a crit, we were able to take it down, but then we only had 9 health left and got one-shot by Togekiss right after. 9 out of 10 times, we don't even get past Melodic. Let's level up and keep trying. Alright, even all the way at level 97, if we have to rest early in the Melodic fight, then we simply never get past it. The only attempts where we beat Melodic are the ones where we get very lucky early on, but we always end up with low enough health that we get one shot right after. I'm gonna have to hit level 100 and keep trying. Okay, level 100, and this is many tries in. We have a great start against Spiritomb when we get it to flinch early and get it to use a full restore. I'd much rather she use full restores on weak Pokemon like Spiritomb than the strong ones like Melodic. She switched to Lucario after not long, but we crit an Earthquake to take it out right away. As Melodic came out, we just spammed Rock Slide. Between the Shell Bell healing us and her not using a full restore, we took it out while still in yellow health for the first time. This meant that as Togekiss came out and hit Water Pulse, we used Rest right away. Now, we're still in danger because he's got a water move and can confuse us. In fact, he landed a crit that confused us while we were asleep, so I ended up waking up, landing a Rock Slide, then I went back to sleep just so that we'd have more health for the rest of the fight. We had 123 health left when we took it out. Garchomp was next, and we were in uncharted waters now, so I was winging it and testing moves. Dragon Rush wasn't doing a ton to us, but it did make us flinch sometimes, so once I got Garchomp to low health, I used Rest to play it safe. Problem is, when we woke up and landed another hit, Garchomp survived with a Sliver and used a full restore, so we had to very slowly whittle it back down, rest, and finish it off again. The battle actually took so long that Garchomp ran out of Dragon Rushes and had to start using Giga Impact, a move that did almost nothing and would make her waste turns. I don't know why she wasn't just using Earthquake that whole time. She hasn't run out of power points on it. After it went down, Spiritomb came back out and went down in a couple of hits after hardly hurting us, and last was Roserade. Naturally, I was terrified of being Leech Seeded right away, but she didn't. She used Energy Ball instead, and our Bug Bite did awesome damage, so we won quickly. It took getting to level 100, but we won. Yet again, another really fun Shuckle run. It's often really slow and can be pretty brutally difficult at times, but it's genuinely a fun Pokemon to use. If you're playing this on your own and you want a fun challenge, solo Shuckle ones are kind of fun, as long as you don't mind the grind. I do highly recommend using rare candy cheats as opposed to grinding if you're gonna go do your own Shuckle run though, just for the sake of your own enjoyment. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Blue with only version exclusives. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Okay, so obviously these voiceovers are done a little bit past when I do the run. You know, I know some of you have watched like my really old tutorial series that I did, where I show you guys how I do these Pokemon challenges. So some of you already know that, like, you know, I record a run and I write down the whole script of that run, and then the next week is when I do the voiceover and the editing of that run, and then it's the week after that that it actually airs. So when you're listening to me in these outros, you're hearing me from a week before the video airs, but the actual challenge was 2 weeks before the video airs. So, you know, time always gets a little bit wacky, but at the time that you're hearing my voice, I will have already been streaming a little bit more over on Twitch. I always put all those the VODs up on YouTube, on the YouTube channel that you're on right now, in fact, in case you want to watch any of those. I got back into Mountain Blade Bannerlord, which I absolutely adore that game. That one's always fun. And I have a few other games in mind that I wouldn't mind playing on the show. I really want to start another RimWorld playthrough, and I did find a mod that puts Pokemon into RimWorld, which is kind of cool. So maybe I'll mess around with that at some point. Maybe I'll do a regular old RimWorld playthrough, because everybody absolutely loves when I do that game, and I love playing it. But yeah, just letting you know that I'm going to be streaming more. The occasional stream might be on YouTube. I have nothing against streaming on YouTube, but generally I don't like keeping all of my eggs in one basket. So most of my streams are over on Twitch, but nearly every single stream I do is going to be recorded and put up on YouTube at some point after. I try to get it up within the same week, try and get it up pretty quick. But yeah, you know, my Twitch is in the description if you ever want to go follow me on that. But I should get to work on editing this video. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only Mankey was a fun and quick solo run. Let's follow that up with another powerful Pokemon with a terrible ability. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only Slacking? Alright, you know the drill when it comes to Slacking, right? We have absolutely amazing stats. Better than most legendaries. Stats-wise, we are easily a top 10 Pokemon of all time, but the problem is that we have a horrible ability in Truant, where every other turn, we do nothing at all. That means that in every single trainer battle where they have multiple Pokemon, even if we could one-shot sweep them, we still constantly give them chances to do their moves. Status afflictions are double as bad too because of all the wasted time. It's rough. By level up, we learn a few solid moves like Slack Off to stay healthy and Feint Attack to never miss, but nothing too amazing. Slack Off isn't even quite as good as it sounds because we give them so many extra turns to hit us, so we have a hard time capitalizing after healing. By TM, our type coverage opens up a ton, although we're still for sure a better physical attacker than we are a special attacker, so some of these moves aren't as appealing as you might think. Giga Impact and Hyper Beam actually don't have any drawback because of our ability, but Giga Impact is especially annoying to get in Platinum, so I'm not sure if we'll ever get it. Even with the raw power of moves like Return and Earthquake, we're attacking half as often, so we're giving them a lot of chances to find counters to us. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm actually really skeptical about this one. Not only are there a lot of required trainer fights with strong fighting type moves in this game, but the AI is a lot better than in the previous games too. I could actually see them effectively stalling us out with Protect and Detect this time. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Slacking. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Turtwig with Slacking so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Turtwig so our rival would have Infernape, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him King Mabel, like last time. Our nature is Brave, so more attack and less speed. Now, the speed loss might be a little bit rough, but with how high our base speed is in the first place, I figure we'll still be faster than most of what we fight. Really, what I care about is that extra attack. That should be really nice. Okay, so we've got a lot of early game travel, and I'm kind of worried about the first gym. Yeah, we could get the Rock Smash TM and probably win easily, but do we want that? If we use Rock Smash, then we're stuck with it until we beat 5 gyms in a Cyrus fight. On the other hand, all we have to do is beat the second gym and the local Commander Jupiter fight to get a bike, then we can get the TM for Brick Break, and that's a much better fighting type move. So it's hard to say. Who knows, maybe our super high attack will help us pull through, and then we can just brute force the Rock Gym with Scratch and out-heal them with Slack Off. But we won't know till we get there. I really don't think it'll be enough, though. I might have to bite the bullet and learn Rock Smash. I just hate that it'll have us stuck with a pretty weak move for about half the run. Okay, so the first major fight is our rival, and this is kind of a funny one. Starly got one Growl on us, so although it went down fast, Chimchar was taking forever. It actually got all 6 Leers in on us, but still could barely hurt us at all with Scratch, so we took it down without any real problem. I'm gonna fight absolutely everything I can between here and the Rock Gym, though. We're gonna need the experience for sure. Next is the Rock Gym, and I grinded up to level 15 before going in. First was Geodude, and we obviously weren't doing much damage, but neither was he. It was just a slow back and forth chip battle, but thankfully, he wasn't using any buffs, so it wasn't like it's in Gen 1, where they only get harder and harder to deal damage. We took it out after not too long. The Onix after went much worse, because it kept using Screech to ruin our defenses. It still couldn't hit us all that hard with Rock Throw, even after our defense dropped 6 stages, and we could just heal up. But the fight took so incredibly long that he actually ran out of rock throws and started spamming Stealth Rock by the time we took him out. Because of that, we could easily fully heal up with Slack Off before finishing him off. Problem is, Cranidos is last, and it's a beast. We hit it pretty hard, but his insane attack coupled with our now horrible defense meant that we were just a 2-shot. Alright, well, we get Feint Attack at level 19. I bet if we just learned that, then we could overpower these guys. It'll take them out a lot faster than with Scratch, that's for sure. It's at least worth a try. So I try again at level 19, and although Geodude and Onix are way quicker to take out, we still get hit with Screech a lot because of our Truant ability. It gives them so many chances to hit us. Because of that, we lost 4 stages of defense, and Cranidos can still easily take us out. This is really not good. Maybe if I could try a few times, then I could get Onix to only hit us with 1 Screech, then I think we could stand a chance. Alright, very next try, and Onix only used 1 Screech before switching to Rock Throws, so we got past it with more defense. Because of that, Cranidos used Leer instead of Headbutt, giving us our opening to attack and take it out with a single Feint Attack. That's perfect. We didn't have to worry about getting Rock Smash. Alright, next up is Commander Mars in the Grass Gym. I could see the Grass Gym being hard because of Leech Seed being a nightmare, especially since our high health means that they heal a lot from Leech Seed. Mars probably won't be too bad though. Yeah, she has Zubat with Toxic, and we waste extra turns, so Toxic is super dangerous, but we might one-shot Zubat before it can use it. I doubt Perugly is going to be a problem, so I think it'll be easy. I'm just worried about the Grass Gym. The nice thing is, once we beat the Grass Gym and the Galactic Base after it, we can get some new moves, and I'm pretty pumped for that. I want to grab Brick Break and Earthquake. I don't think I'll be learning both of them right away, but later on they might really save us. Let's see how those fights go. Okay, so Mars was basically an instant win, but it was still interesting because I learned something that I don't think I knew. If you get hit by Fake Out on the same turn that Truant is making you do nothing, you don't flinch. I kind of thought that we'd flinch anyway and end up loafing around the next turn instead, but we didn't. It's not exactly the most useful info in the world, but it was kind of cool to learn. Alright, so first up is Turtwig, and we nearly one-shot it, but it survives, uses Reflect, then heals up, so we take a lot more hits to take it out. It hurt us a bunch with Grass Knot because of that, a move that does damage based on weight, so it's actually really strong against us. Cherrim is next, and we actually got lucky in this fight. It hit us a lot because we had to heal up over and over, but we lucked out because it missed its only Leech Seed attempt before we took it out. Last is Roserade, but it hit really hard with Grass Knot and even paralyzed us early, so we couldn't really fight back. It's a frustrating fight, but I think that if I level up a few times, we could one-shot the Turtwig and get into the rest of the battle with more health. Well, this is a nightmare fight. After 7 entire tries at level 30, where we kept getting hit by Leech Seed, we got this run where we did exactly enough damage to finally get a 2-shot on Cherrim, so it didn't end up seeding us. Problem is, the moment that we got to Roserade, we actually got paralyzed and lost our only attacking turn, so we ended up accomplishing nothing. I think I actually just have to level up more. At least if we can consistently beat Cherrim without getting seeded, then it won't take as many tries to get to Roserade. Once we can easily get to Roserade, then it won't be so bad to just keep trying until Stun Spore doesn't ruin us. Hey, check it out, as soon as we went to grind, we found a shiny Bidoof. I actually caught it right away too, so that's kinda cool. I mean, I'm just making it into an HM Pokemon, but still, it's cool that I caught it. It's a shame that it's almost the exact same as a non-shiny one. You really can't tell the difference. I think this is the first shiny I've run into in over a year now that I think about it. It's a Christmas miracle. I'm recording this 3 days before Christmas, for the record, so it is 2024. I know this will air in 2025, though. Alright, level 32, and Turtwig is still a one-shot, of course. Cherrim still isn't a one-shot on the first hit, but then it healed, and we took it out, so at least it's something. Last is Roserade, and we got paralyzed again, but at least we got a hit into one-shot at this time. That's finally a win. After that is Commander Jupiter. Her team wasn't that bad, but we got paralyzed pretty early on and took a ton of damage from it. Poison is basically twice as strong against slacking because we waste extra turns. Most status conditions are twice as bad for us, actually. For paralysis, if we miss a turn, it's extra punishing because it means we'll have done nothing for 3 turns in a row. Any damage over time will be doing double the damage over the course of the fight, and sleep is just always horrible. Alright, now I'm not actually too worried about the next bit of the run. Normally I would be due to the Ghost Gym being a problem, but I really doubt it will be this time. We're just gonna sweep them with Feint Attack. Shouldn't be a problem. The Rival After, I don't know, because I just don't know how hard their fighting moves are gonna hit. And Endeavor could cause us problems considering we're going to give them a free attack whenever we loaf around. Still, it might not be too bad. It's actually the Fighting Gym after that I'm really worried about. I can pick up the team for Aerial Ace if I go past the city a little ways, and I think I'm going to. It's not exactly an auto-win with that, though, because we still give them chances to hit us when they switch into new Pokemon, and Flying isn't super effective against Lucario. I guess I could learn Earthquake or Brick Break for Lucario, but then I'm deleting a lot of moves just for one fight, and I'm not sure if I should be doing that. I think I'll give it a try once I get there and just see what happens. First, though, let's go squash that Ghost Gym. Yeah, that's what I thought. We didn't even get hit in the Ghost Gym. It was a total sweep. They didn't stand a chance. Let's go take out our rival, get that Aerial Ace TM, then see if the Fighting Gym is a nightmare that I worry it might be. So remember when I was worried about Endeavor? Yeah, it dropped us to literally 1 health instantly. Look, I'm just gonna try a few times and see if I can get a one-shot. If we got dropped to 1 health, then that means he did too, and I'm sure we could one-shot him on some attempts. Okay, so after a few tries, I couldn't get a one-shot, so I just used Yawn instead, and that did the trick. He stayed asleep for a while, and we finished him off. The entire rest of his team was a total squash, and now that we have a Shell Bell, we even heal a little bit as we fight. It's not as good as Leftovers, but it's better than nothing. I figure a Silk Scarf might be better in the long run, though. Hey, you ready to lose to that Fighting Gym? So first was Meditite, and it instantly cheap shots us with Fake Out to flinch us, making us lose our first 2 turns. We still got a one-shot with Aerial Ace after, so it hardly ended up hurting us. Second is Machoke, who used Rock Tomb. Considering Meditite got us with that too, our speed is actually kinda low by the time we took Machoke out. Last is Lucario, and we're actually slower thanks to those speed drops, but thankfully, his Drain Punches and Force Palms weren't hitting too hard. He wasn't a one-shot, but we never got paralyzed, so we actually managed to take him out in 2 hits with a bit of health left. That was a first try. I guess we have to go fight our rival in the water gym then. Alright, so even after 8 tries, we lose to our rival right away every time. The problem is that all of our moves bring Staravia to low health, so he just hits Endeavor to bring us down to just as low of health. That means as soon as we finish him off, my Inferno can just Mach Punch us every time. I feel like it would take quite a few levels before we could one-shot Staravia, so I think our best move here is to finally replace Cuffit with Return. We could have done this a long time ago since our friendship is maxed out, but I wanted to hold off until I felt like we needed it. Well, if I'm choosing between leveling up more than 5 times and learning Return, then learning Return is probably the more interesting choice, so let's do that. Okay, getting Return totally fixed the problem and made most of the fight an afterthought. We have no problem at all dealing with it this time. I figure Return will do great in the water gym too, so let's give that a try. First is Water Onyx, so our attack is down from Intimidate. Because of that, he wasn't a one-shot. He did a little bit of damage with Waterfall, but obviously he had a chance to Hyper Potion since we had our Truant turn. We brought him back to red health, he hit 2 Waterfalls with one being a crit, so we had to heal back up with Slack Off, then we finished him off with Return soon after. Floatzel took us down to below half health, but we one-shot him, and last is Quagsire, who was thankfully doing almost no damage. We healed back up with Slack Off, took a few hits with stuff like Rock Tomb and Mud Shot to ruin our speed, but did great damage with Return. He kept healing with Hyper Potions, but between the Shell Bell healing us and him not doing much damage, we still took him out with plenty of health to spare. Okay, so we've got a few major fights coming up, and I could see this being kind of hard. The first Cyrus fight should be easy. We have a rival fight that might be difficult since our rival starter will be fully evolved now, and the Steel Gym where I might have to learn a new move, not totally sure. I might want Earthquake for that fight, but I want to try Brick Break first and see how that goes. Really, it's the rival fight that I think could be a loss. We give them a free hit on us every time that they send in a new Pokemon after the first one is taken out, so I figure the damage could really build up as soon as they're throwing some real fighting moves our way, but we'll see. I grabbed the TM for Shadow Ball on the way through, by the way. We're not great with it, but I figure there's a chance we could use it later in the run. I don't know. As expected, Cyrus was no problem at all. He's just too weak this early on to do anything serious to us without having a type advantage. I'm more worried about the upcoming rival fight. First is Staraptor, who is thankfully a one-shot, so we didn't have to deal with Endeavor this time, but next is Heracross, who hits a Brick Break while we were Truant. It really didn't do as much damage as I was expecting though, so we were able to take him out in return. Infernape was next, and it also hit a Brick Break, so our health was around half as we hit Aerial Ace. I didn't one-shot him though, so he kept laying it in with Brick Break. We were just above red health as we took him out. Next is Floatzel, who hit Pursuit. Thankfully, it's super weak, so we survived and were able to slack off right after. Seemed like it was doing almost nothing with any of his attacks, so I just kept healing until we were full, and then used Return to one-shot him. Last is Roserade, who scattered some Toxic Spikes, but got one-shot by Aerial Ace. Not bad! We had a close call with Infernape, but he didn't have any strong moves to finish us off afterwards. Last is the Steel Gym, and it starts great with Magneton being a one-shot with our new Brick Break. Second is Steelix, and although it didn't hurt us too much, it did start a Sandstorm, so we're taking some chip damage over time. We still took it down reasonably fast. Last is Bastiodon, and this thing is a crazy tanky Pokemon, who started off by spamming Iron Defense to be even harder to take down, but our Brick Break is still doing fantastic damage thanks to the double type advantage. It still took 3 hits to take down, probably the most hits of any Pokemon since we got our better moves, but it's not so bad. Still, it just goes to show how tanky it is that he didn't go down to the second Brick Break from a slacking. So we have to travel north now to the Ice Gym, and you never quite know how this one's gonna go. Between there being a non-stop hail for most of the fight, and our Frostlass being super dangerous, I could see this being a loss for quite a while. I might actually need to grind for the first time in a while. I figure Brick Break could sweep a lot of them, but we don't actually currently have any super effective moves against Frostlass. For once, we don't need to worry about her dodging because of our Aerial Ace, but if I really wanted to do damage, then switching to something like Shadow Ball or even using the move relearner to get Feint Attack back could be the right move. I think I'll try now and just see how it goes. If Aerial Ace can two-shot it, then I think we'll be fine. So first up at the Ice Gym is Sneasel, who we obviously one-shot, but second is Abomasnow, so there's Hail the entire fight. Not only that, but it's got Focus Blast, so we take a good chunk of damage early. We're already down 100 health. Our Brick Break is at least a one-shot, and the Shell Bell gets us a little bit of health back. Frostlass is next, and we don't need to worry about its double team spam because of Aerial Ace, so I decided to heal early with Slack Off. Problem is, sometimes she uses Blizzard, and she can't miss since it's hailing. 2 hits would take her out, but it didn't matter. We ended up going down to some Blizzards. Sometimes she uses Double Team more, though. I think maybe I just need better luck with her move choice. I'm gonna get a couple of levels just in case and keep trying. Next try, 2 levels higher, and we just one-shot Sneasel again, and Abomasnow goes the same way, hitting a Focus Blast before we one-shot it with Brick Break. We're back to Frostlass, and this time she's just using Double Team a lot more. Because of that, we take her out with 60 health to spare, although the Shell Bell healed us to 69, and the Hail knocked us back to 53. Pillow-Swine then avalanched us down, and the Hail brought us to only 16 health as we hit Brick Break to one-shot it and win the fight. That was insanely close. Alright, we're getting to that weird part of the run where we have 2 Cyrus fights nearly back-to-back. Usually the first one isn't too bad, but the second one we end up getting really stuck on about half the time. I figure it won't be too horrible this time unless we get burned. If we get burned, then who knows how it's gonna go. We can get some good TMs on our way there, like Rock Slide and Ice Beam, but it's really hard to justify replacing moves at the moment, knowing that we can't easily get them back if we need them later. There's also that double battle that won't be hard, but it's slow on a good day. With how we have Truant, it might be a record-long double battle. I'm just hoping that we don't get stuck on the second Cyrus fight. I figure the Electric Gym after probably won't be too horrible. I could always learn Earthquake if it's too much of a problem. I figure we could afford to learn Earthquake if we needed to. It'll still be good against a good chunk of the Elite Four's Pokemon after all. Wish me luck. Okay, the first Cyrus fight of this little boss rush went super well. He hardly hurt us at all, and we just one-shot our way through with Return. He doesn't really have anything to shut down a super powerful normal type attack. Hey, speaking of, do you think I'll even need to get Giga Impact by the end of the run? I'll at least buy it if I can afford it. I figure there's no reason not to have it in the back pocket. But with how much damage we deal, one-shotting with normal moves is not really the problem. I feel like if we're not one-shotting with Return, it's just because it's not the right type for that Pokemon. Wow, the double battle was actually a really close one. Thanks to our Brick Break, we didn't have to worry too much about Reflect, and our partner's Munchlax fainting early for sure helped us, but between me being a bit reckless and getting burned kind of early in the fight, we came incredibly close to fainting. We would have fainted on the last turn if not for our rival hitting Flame Wheel to finish off the last Golbat. I can't believe how close that came, considering it's a normally easy but slow fight. At the last Cyrus fight, we opened by one-shotting Houndoom with Brick Break before it could burn us, and second is Honchkrow, who hits a weak Drill Peck before we one-shot it with Return. Water Onix lowers our attack and hits a weak Waterfall, but it's not quite a one-shot, so he full restores as we were doing nothing. Because of that, we got to hit more Waterfalls, but that's okay. Eventually, he crit Giga Impact on us, so we had to heal back up, then finish him off with a good chunk of our health left. Crobat was next, and it was of course faster, but we totally lucked out with him missing Toxic. If they had hit that, we'd be doomed. We ended up critting Return for a much needed one-shot. Last is Weavile, who hit Fake Out to do almost nothing, Ice Punch to do a bit more, then we landed Brick Break for a one-shot. It didn't look too bad, but really it's just because of Toxic missing. That could have gone much worse. Okay, last for the gyms is the Electric Gym. Right away, Jolteon is just a one-shot with Return, and second is Raichu, who hits Focus Blast for almost 100 damage. We one-shot it with Return, so next up is Electivire. Thunder Punch does alright damage to us, and we actually one-shot it with Return. I thought it'd be too tanky for that. Last is Luxray, who hit a Thunder Fang for a bit of damage before just being a one-shot. That was pretty easy. So we're at the final bit of travel, and we have that one final rival fight before the Elite Four, and I'm actually convinced we're gonna lose. Anytime we have to fight him with a normal type, it goes badly. He's just got so many great fighting type moves. I figure we'll have to grind up some levels before the Elite Four anyway, so it might not be that big of a deal, but our rival is going to force us to grind up those levels early for sure. I don't see us beating him at this level without a ton of luck. So we get to the rival fight at level 67, and it starts well with Staraptor being a one-shot. Second is Heracross though, and right away he takes out over 100 of our health with close combat before we one-shot him. Infernape is next, of course, and he ended up missing a Focus Blast, but we left him with red health off Aerial Ace, so the second one hit for insane damage. We ended up fainting right after. I mean, that's rough, but we stand a chance. I'll top up to level 70 and keep trying. A couple tries later at level 70, Staraptor is still a one-shot, and Heracross still hits close combat before we one-shot him, although he does a bit less damage now. Infernape misses Focus Blast yet again, something I absolutely needed him to do, and we just one-shot him with Return. I'm using a Silk Scarf this time instead of a Shell Bell, so we're not healing, but it makes Return strong enough to easily get that one-shot that we need. Floatzel hits Brick Break, but it doesn't really hurt us that much, so we one-shot him. And next is Snorlax, who body slams us and paralyzes us. That's bad. Another body slam brings us to low health as we slack off to heal back up. He keeps body slamming and we start losing turns to paralysis, so we had to slack off yet again. We're just giving him too many free hits on us. Eventually, we hit a Brick Break to nearly one-shot him, but then he uses Rest. This is a nightmare. We lucked out though, and the next return was a one-shot, so I guess it was in a damage range. Last is Roserade, but it wasn't doing a ton of damage and we weren't fully paralyzed, so we one-shot it with Return. If we lost a round to paralysis at the end, I think we would have lost. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, our attack rocks and our speed isn't bad, but I really worry about having only 110 special defense. Stuff like Focus Blast could seriously mess us up, especially considering we waste so many turns. I could see us getting stuck on the Pokemon Champion for ages. I'd grab some better moves, but unfortunately Giga Impact requires 20,000 coins, so there's just no way I can afford it, or else I would absolutely be using it by now. We'll have to make do without it. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. Yanmega was a one-shot with Aerial Ace right away, and second is Heracross, so we lose half of our health to close combat before we one-shot it as well. Vespiquen crits with Attack Order, so he took a ton of damage before one-shotting it, and fourth was Scizor, who hits Iron Head, but it doesn't really do much damage, so I decided to heal with Slack Off. It paid off big as I healed again to max out our health, as he kept doing pretty weak attacks. We hit Brick Break to nearly one-shot him, but not quite, so he full restored, and we had to keep hitting him. It was already a long fight, but I wanted to play it safe, so I healed another 2 times before actually taking him out. It took forever, but it was worth it. Last is Drapion, who hits Cross Poison for a bit of damage before we one-shot it in return. It wasn't that bad of a fight, but man, it was a long one. Second is Ground Trainer Bertha. First up is Whiscash, who's just hardly a one-shot with Return, and second is Gliscor, who can hardly hurt us at all with Earthquake and is also just a one-shot. Things get harder as Hippowdon comes out, since she whips up a never-ending sandstorm and yawns right away, so we fall asleep after one-shotting her with Return. Fourth is Golem, and we're asleep now, so we're taking big damage from earthquakes and sandstorms. I tried healing once I finally woke up, but it's just really hard to keep up with the damage that she's dealing. We ended up sitting there and healing for ages, just turn after turn slightly getting more health than we were losing. Eventually, I just went for Brick Break and took it out, although we still don't have great health. Last is Rhyperior, but we instantly lost most of our health to Earthquake in the sandstorm. We healed, but we're still getting hit so hard that we can hardly keep up and have to keep on healing. We actually ended up running out of slack-offs eventually, and I just had to use Brick Break, but thanks to Rhyperior's ability where super effective moves don't hurt as much as they should, we don't take it out and ended up fainting. What a long and brutal fight. I might be able to win with different tactics though. So I try again, this time with Earthquake. I tried to heal for even longer against Golem this time so that he'd have to run out of Earthquakes and we could heal more, but that just ended up getting us burned at the last minute to ruin the entire thing. You know what? Maybe I'll try healing against Hippowdon instead of Golem. Let's see if that goes any better. Okay, so I tried a bunch more times, and healing against Hippowdon just doesn't work. But on this try, I thought we stood a chance because I woke up super early. I used the advantage to take out Golem early, but it didn't matter. Earthquake was close to a one-shot on Rhyperior at the end, but it wasn't one. I think all I can do is level up a few times and beat them that way. It's really a shame. I thought we stood a chance. Okay, by level 75, we still lose if we sleep way too long off Yawn, but it only took 2 tries before we hit Rhyperior with Earthquake and just won the fight. I figure Flint can't be that hard, right? Third is Fire Trainer Flint. First is Houndoom, who's obviously a one-shot, and second is Infernape, who crits us, but it's just with Flare Blitz, so it's really not that bad. We one-shot him right after with Earthquake. Next is Flareon, and this could have been horrible, but he missed Will-O-Wisp, so we didn't get burned and just one-shot him. Magmortar hits a Flamethrower for decent damage before we one-shot him with Earthquake. And last is Rapidash, who just charges a Solar Beam that she never gets to hit with because we one-shot her. Yeah, I figured that'd be easy. Fourth is Psychic Trainer Lucian. Right away, we one-shot Mr. Mime, so Gallade comes out and hits us with an incredibly weak Leaf Blade. We took him out right after. Man, I was worried he was actually going to use a fighting move or something. Alakazam is next and goes for Focus Blast, and I'm sure it would have wrecked us. But it missed, and we one-shot it, so it wasn't that bad. Espeon hits Psychic for a decent little bit of damage before we one-shot it, and last is Bronzong. Right away, it was building up its special attack with Calm Mind as we hit really hard with Brick Break. Problem is, after we built it up twice, it crit a Psychic to take us out. Okay, that was pure luck of a crit. I'm sure we could win if we just try again. Okay, next try. This time, I had to heal against Espeon since we were getting pretty badly beaten up, and although it's still a one-shot, we had a lot less health going into the Bronzong fight, so I figured we might just be doomed. This time, though, he didn't crit and used his Psychic earlier, not doing much damage, so we could actually take him out. Well, that was lucky. Finally, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. First is Spiritomb, who's just a one-shot with a critical Earthquake, although I doubt I needed the crit. Lucario is next and hits Aura Sphere for massive damage, so although we take it out with an Earthquake, we're already at half health. Togekiss hits an Aura Sphere right after, so we're all the way down to only 41 health as we one-shot it. But next is Garchomp, and it's faster than us. Obviously, it just finishes us off. Alright, maybe if I top off at level 80, we could get a win on this one. I figure that just having more health could really change this. Man, this is brutal. I tried a handful more times at level 80, and I just kept dropping Spiritomb to a sliver of health, so I guess I did need the crit. Maybe 1 in every 10 Earthquakes one-shots it, but on every attempt where I didn't get crit by something, I took damage right at the start and it doomed me later. I'm gonna get 2 more levels, then we could for sure one-shot Spiritomb, and maybe that could get us farther into the fight. If we just could survive Earthquake from Garchomp, then we could get Slack off in. Then I think we could fight back and win. Okay, a few tries later at level 82, and we can one-shot Spiritomb usually with Earthquake. Lucario seems to always still use Aura Sphere, but we're taking a little less damage, and we still one-shot him. Togekiss also does Aura Sphere every time, as far as I can tell, so we're down to 103 health as we one-shot it. This time as Garchomp comes out, it actually misses a Dragon Rush, so we got to use Slack Off to heal. The second Dragon Rush hit, but it really didn't hurt that much, so as she kept spamming it, we just healed again. She ended up missing another Dragon Rush, so we got to hit it while still having a lot of health left, and thanks to it being a crit, we actually one-shot her. Melodic is next and hits Surf for a bit of damage, but our return just one-shot it. And last is Roserade, who hit a huge Sludge Bomb and poisoned us, but we landed a one-shot so we survived. It wasn't easy, but it was a win. As brutal as they can be, I always enjoy doing these slacking runs. It's a fun challenge using a Pokemon that has amazing stats but a horrible ability. So I can't wait to do more slacking runs and more Pokemon games. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon White with only version exclusives. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Oh man, so much work. I did so much work in December, and November, really. Sorry I haven't been streaming very much, and sorry especially that I haven't been streaming much Pokerogue. I know you guys have a lot of fun with that, and I definitely have a lot of fun with that. I really like that game. I feel like that game is a really great Pokemon battle training experience? I don't know, I feel like that game gets me better at Pokemon more than the challenges do, because I get to fight and use a really wide variety of Pokemon. Plus, it's getting me more familiar with like modern Pokemon moves, you know, stuff that didn't exist in the generations that I've barely played. I hope you guys enjoyed that I did my first ever Pokemon X run recently. I had a really fun time with that. I'm looking forward to doing more Pokemon X runs in the future. But more than anything, I'm looking forward to streaming more, because I'm going to start having a little bit more free time to do that again now that December's over. I definitely want to start streaming more of those Bethesda runs as well, because it's really fun going back to that. But, you know, time commitments and everything. So I'm going to be streaming some of that. I'm also going to be streaming some Poke-Rogue. I want to get back to Harvest Moon. I have so many things to get back to. I got to start another Crusader Kings 3 Let's Play at some point. Oh man, there's so much to do. You have no idea how many things are on my to-do list at a time. Can never quite get all of it done, but what are you gonna do, you know? It's a one-man show. I'm the host of the show. It's very difficult to keep up with everything, but it is what it is. I still have a really fun time with it. But speaking of being very busy, I gotta get this video edited. And I gotta get it edited as soon as possible, because the sooner I get this edited, the sooner I can put it up on Patreon, so everybody who's pledging at least $1 a month can get the video as early as I can get it uploaded and edited and all of that junk. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Gold with a team of Unknown was brutal but simple, so let's do one with much more move variety. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Platinum with a team of only one Abra? Abra's stats are incredibly lopsided. He's the definition of a glass cannon. Almost no defense and health, but with fantastic special attack and speed. Unfortunately, he starts with no moves that use special attack, because by level up, he only has Teleport, a move that only helps him run away from battle. That means to attack, we either have to run into teleports and use Struggle with our terrible health, or just get a TM. As he can learn a surprising amount of TM moves, we can actually get a really wide type coverage with TMs, but we'll need to get them first. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if you think I can win or not. I think that I can at least get to the Elite Four and maybe beat a few members, but the Pokemon Champion will probably be too much to handle. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Abra. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only held items and items outside of battle are allowed. Let's do this. I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chimchar with Abra so that we can do the full challenge with it. Although I have to say, he doesn't look like an Abra here. I replaced Chimchar so that we'd have the hardest possible starter to fight against with our rival. We're modest nature, so extra special attack but less attack, so pretty good. Synchronize is a solid ability to poison, burn, or paralyze anyone who does the same to us. Of course, our only move, though, is Teleport, so we're gonna need a TM before we can fight properly. I named my Abra Arba, because it's Abra backwards, and that's hilarious. Before we leave town, we get the TM for Return, a normal-type physical move that gets stronger the more friendship we have with Arba. So it's really weak right now, and our attack stat is just horrible. But at least it's a real attacking move, so we can get progress a little bit. I mean, I thought I could. Until I fainted to the first trainer's only Pokemon in 2 moves. I'm gonna need to level up a bit. I hate that I have to level here a bit. Not because it's hard, but because I don't want to mess up my effort values too much. I'm gonna need a lot of special attack effort values later, so any time spent grinding here right now might have to be undone with some berries later in the game just to be able to finish. At level 7, I try fighting the first trainer again and get closer, but I'm still not able to actually win the fight. It's crazy just how frail we are. At level 8, we still don't beat the first trainer of the game. Eventually, at level 9, I beat the trainer, but only because of a lucky critical hit. Somehow I get the feeling we're gonna get a Magikarp-esque opening to this run. Even the second trainer is brutal. We actually crit each other in that fight, so I only won due to a second crit. Finally, we can do some EV training. So this cave up here has Psyducks, a Pokemon that gives special attack effort values. I'm gonna want to fight a few hundred of these, not an exaggeration. There's no TM for any special attacking moves before the first gym, so we're gonna have to beat the Rock Gym Leader Rourke with physical attacks, and just the thought of that turns my stomach. Because of that, we're going to need tons of levels anyway, and the special attack will be better for us in the long run than getting regular attack just for that first gym. So I'm going to have to brute force my way through that, and hope the rest of the game is smooth sailing. As you can probably tell, Psyduck isn't the most common encounter in here, and I can only beat a few before I have to teleport back to the Poke Center with Abra's teleport move, heal up, then walk back and hope a trainer doesn't see me. This is an incredibly slow process. I had to do this for the better part of a day. You're just looking at a time-lapse of 10 minutes of this grind because if I showed you any more, it would be at such a high speed that I'd have to put an epilepsy warning on the video. Eventually I hit level 26 and decide it's time to move on. Would you look at how incredible that special attack is, and how depressing that defense is. We have a rival fight, but we're a bit over-leveled. It's not too hard. I take a crack at Rock Gym Leader Rourke to see how well we match up. Even with a lucky critical hit and Geodude missing a rock throw, we still lose the fight, and this is his first Pokemon. I have to grind a lot more. I'm still just fighting Psyduck since I can probably squeeze some more special attack out of it, and I'm gonna need it to win this run. Every level takes ages at this point though, so the grind is pretty tedious. I'm chomping at the bit to finally just learn a move that uses our amazing special stat. If this were Diamond or Pearl, we'd already have Hidden Power TM, but in Platinum you get the Return TM early instead, so no dice on that. I try again at level 28, but it's still just not happening. This is a rough start. Now I'm grinding in the mines on Geodudes since the wild ones aren't too bad to beat, and it'll be a little bit more effort value points towards our terrible defense. I come back again at level 30, and this time I beat Geodude in 3 shots since we finally do enough damage. But then his Cranidos comes out and has Pursuit, a dark-type move that makes short work of me. Good lord, this is awful. And before anyone in the comments gets on me about how I said Cranidos, it sounds wrong to me too, but I swear to God I looked up Cranidos anime, and that's what Ash Ketchum said. And I think Ash Ketchum knows a little bit more than we do. He is the Pokemon champion after all. I try yet again at level 32, and this is a wild one. His Geodude gets hit by a couple returns like normal and does some decent damage with Rock Throw, then heals with a potion. Then Rourke switches for Cranidos. I've never seen him switch mid-fight like that. Then I critically hit Cranidos, and follow up with another return for an easy win on his hardest Pokemon. Geodude is back out, so I hit it, but he uses another potion. We go hit for hit a few times, and I end up beating Geodude with almost half my health left. Last is his Onix, and although he's tanky, he hardly hurts me, so I take him out. Him switching and me critting was a beautiful stroke of luck. With that win, we can finally make some progress. I was worried about Commander Mars at the Windworks because of her Perugly, but I ended up having an easy time. I'm sure the crit helped, but it seems like our friendship with Abra may have maxed out because we're doing a lot of damage in spite of our terrible attack stat. Next is the Grass Gym, and we still don't have a special move. Gardenia opens with Turtwig, and my strategy is, of course, use Return. Razor Leaf doesn't crit us, so 2 returns take it out. Charm is next, but it Leech Seeds us, an awful affliction in one Pokemon runs. It wastes his next turn using Safeguard, so I finish it off easily. Last is Roserade, and my health is low. Return hits hard, but Roserade heals with a berry. She hits us with Stun Spore, but our Synchronize ability paralyzes her in return. It pays off as we land a hit and Roserade is fully paralyzed, and in the next turn we land the finishing blow with almost no health left. Synchronize absolutely saved us there. With that win we get Grass Knot, our first TM for a special move, but since it decides its power based on the weight of the target, it's a bit situational, so I decide to save it for later. Next is Commander Jupiter, but this still just isn't happening. Not only do I hardly hurt her Skuntank, but it has Night Slash and it does insane damage. It's poison type, so it resists grass, so Grass Knot won't work that well. I'm gonna need to power level more. The grind is a little bit better than last time, thanks to it being a shorter travel time, coming back from the Poke Center, but it's still not great. I did have a Soothe Bell though, so that helps raise our friendship faster to make sure that Return is doing as much damage as possible. At level 42 I try again, and although I can one-shot Zubat, a regular Night Slash without even critically hitting brings us to 2 health, so we couldn't win. I decide it's finally time to learn Grass Knot and try again, but still because of the berry we can't take out Skuntank before it takes us out. Eventually, at level 45, I one-shot Zoop out with Return and use Return on Skuntank to keep it above yellow health as it smoke-screened Arba. Then we critically hit with Grass Knot for the KO. For context on how long I've been grinding so far in this run, it's already taken longer to get to this point than it took to do the entirety of the Gen 1 Ghastly run. Next is Fantina, the Ghost Gym Leader, and we have good and bad news. Good news is I have a Shell Bell, so doing damage heals us a bit. Bad news is our only move that can hit Ghost does damage based on weight, and Ghosts tend to weigh almost nothing. So even though our special attack is fantastic, the power of Grass Knot is awful. Plus, Ghost is super effective against us. Needless to say, we lose badly. I have an idea though. Although I still can't get TMs for a decent move that uses special attack, back in Wayward Cave, I can get the TM for Double Team, an incredible move that boosts our dodge chance. What you're looking at right now is 20 minutes of attempts at this gym. Although it took longer, if I sped up this footage any faster, you'd probably click off the video from the strobe effect. I have to use 6 double teams on Duskull to be able to win this fight, but everyone has something that can ruin me. Duskull can burn me, guaranteeing that I won't have the health to win. Mismagius can use Magic Leaf that never misses, so if my health is too low, she'll just finish me off. And lastly is Haunter, who's part poison type, so it resists my Grass Knot. Notice how the footage is a complete consistent speed, by the way. That's because I'm not using emulator speed up. This is just the battle over and over, soft resetting the game every time I either get burnt or faint. It's just like you see in my completely live-streamed Pokemon challenges of a new team every gym in Pokemon Gold. No save states, no speed up. I get why some people are cool with it since it doesn't change your strategy, and I'm not at all throwing shade. I'm just clarifying that that's not how I want to do runs, since people genuinely ask me to do that. Yes, people sometimes ask me to cheat with save states. That's a really weird one to me. Eventually, I get this run. Duskull hardly hurts us before we take him out. Mismagius hangs on for a long time due to potions and berries, and takes out a great deal of our health with Magic Leaf, but we manage to take her out, and last is Haunter. Any one of these Shadow Claws would easily take us out, though through good fortune, they all miss, and we win after a handful of Grass Knots. The worst part? We get the TM for Shadow Claw, yet another physical move. We still do not have a reliable special move. Following that, we've got another rival fight, but this one is totally one-sided. I hardly even get hurt the whole fight. With that done, we need to get to Veilstone City already, because once we're there, we can finally get a good TM with a special move. The Veilstone Casino sells the TM for Psychic, a fantastic Psychic-type move that uses our special attack. Problem is, it costs 10,000 coins. It's $10,000 to buy only 500 coins, so we're gonna have to gamble for it. Gambling in Platinum isn't really that hard because of the constant Clefairy minigame, but it still takes an absolute eternity. In fact, if you want to know how the gambling works and how long it takes, go check out this video by John Stone. He's awesome, and his channel's awesome, so check it out. In fact, tell him that I sent you, and make a fossil joke while you're at it, because I'm unoriginal and tell the same joke in almost every episode. Anyway, anything feels short compared to the grinding that I've been doing, so I can't complain too much about the gamble. Eventually, we get the money and replace Teleport with Psychic, and finally we're in business. Veilstone's gym is a fighting type one. Now that we have the move Psychic, we sweep her entire team in almost exactly 1 minute flat. We still don't have a great way to deal with dark types, but at least we have a powerhouse move for everyone else. Over in Pastoria, we have another rival fight, but we totally sweep them. In fact, for once, Crasher Wake was really easy. Grass Knot and Psychic absolutely destroy him. I can't even explain how good it feels to finally be sweeping through teams like this after so long of hardly surviving. That doesn't last long, though. Next is Cyrus, and unlike in the Pikachu run, where he was generally easy, in this he's brutal because of his dark types. We can't use Psychic on dark type. Even worse, his Murkrow has Feint Attack, so I can't rely on Double Team. Here's our stats while I think of a plan. I could power level, although that's a daunting task. I could learn a TM like Drain Punch or Shadow Ball, although Drain Punch would be weak, and Shadow Ball is Ghost, so it wouldn't work too well. I do have a TM for Shockwave, though. It's not super powerful, but is reliable. I try fighting Cyrus again with Shockwave, and it goes very well. Sneasel misses with Screech and goes down easily, Murkrow gets one-shot by Shockwave, and Golbat goes down to 1 Psychic. You have no idea how much of a relief this was for me. I was petrified of having to grind again so soon. We have a rival fight before we get to the Steel Gym. Shockwave instantly pays off by taking out Staraptor. Heracross goes down to Psychic, Rapidash goes down to Psychic, and Empoleon had me worried though. I tried Grass Knot and did pretty good damage, although his Metal Claw hurt us quite a bit. We finished him with a Shockwave, then took out Roserade with 1 Psychic. Easy fight, but I can see Empoleon being an issue later. Steel Gym is next, and this is where Grass Knot really shines. Steel types tend to be super heavy, so it deals crazy damage to them. Plus, they're all high defense Pokemon, but Grass Knot targets special defense, so although we take a lot of damage from Stone Edge, we only get hit once as we destroy Byron first try. And I can't do the Byron Saxton SmackDown commentator joke anymore because he is not a SmackDown commentator. Everybody go look up my old Let's Play of my first time ever beating Pokemon Platinum, by the way, because oh my god, that Let's Play is hilarious and terrible, and hilarious. Link in description. Card in top right. Before we can move on to the Ice Gym, though, I'm gonna need to grind a little bit more. Candace opens with a Sneasel with Feint Attack that could probably just one-shot us, so I need to make sure that I'm strong enough to one-shot it first. Turns out the grind paid off because Candace was a one-shot sweep. This is pretty much what I thought the run would be. Horrible start, smooth middle, but I get the feeling it's gonna have a horrible end. Next is another Cyrus fight, and even though Sneasel could almost for sure one-shot with Feint Attack, he uses Screech instead, causing me to easily sweep through his team. He should have just attacked when he got the chance. The last Cyrus fight is actually pretty soon after, but first we have this double battle where we team up with our rival, and it's just not happening. We die too fast, her team is too accurate, and I can hardly build up double teams before getting taken out. I think it's safe to say I need to level up more. This is a particularly annoying part of the game to have to grind in, since the best spot is a floor deep into Mount Cornet, but it's a pain to get to, and there isn't any place to heal nearby, so the travel really slows us down. Even after getting to level 82, I still couldn't win this fight after a dozen attempts, because we never get a great opportunity to build up double teams, and we can't one-shot Skuntank, and it takes us out in one Night Slash. You know, if there's at least one good thing I can say about this grind, it's that I get a full level every single trip to the cave. The Pokemon here genuinely do give a good amount of experience, it's just a shame that the trip is such a pain. To stay sane during this grind, I mostly watched a bunch of my friend Drew on his Twitch TV channel, Punch Punch Magic, linked in the description. Also, I didn't tell him that I'm plugging his show, so everybody go give him a follow and tell him in the chat that I sent you. You guys know that I love supporting small up-and-coming channels, and I think that his is a really good one. Anyway, while you go in another tab to check out his channel, I have some rare candies to hunt down. After about a dozen trips to Mount Cornet and a handful of rare candy, we're at level 100. I really didn't think that I'd need to be this level so early, but at least it's out of the way. Here's our stats. Our special attack is pretty hilariously high, and honestly, our speed isn't bad either, although defense is just horrendous. Finally, I take another crack at the battle, and though I was insanely careful with 6 double teams, it turns out I didn't need it, and I could one-shot all of them. Honestly, if I had the luck with them missing like this before I grinded the first time, I probably could have won then. I'll probably need those levels for the Cyrus fight, though. You know, in half an hour after I bumble my way through the Distortion world. I never remember my way through this place. Cyrus ends up being a total one-shot sweep, but that's kind of what I expected. We're at a part of the game where either I one-shot them, or they one-shot me. Even a low-powered physical dark move is all it takes to knock me out. So we need to embrace being a glass cannon and just amp up our firepower as much as we can. 8th and final gym was the Electric Gym, and it was also a one-shot sweep yet again. We get the TM for Charge Beam, but it's slightly less reliable than Shockwave, so I don't bother with it yet. Could find it useful later though. We have one final test before the Elite Four, and that's our last rival fight. And we totally sweep through his team like it's nothing. You know, I didn't anticipate that the biggest problem in this run would be the fights would be so boring, since most of the time I either sweep the whole team or I get taken out in one hit. There isn't much to recap, you know? Personally, I predict we're gonna be one-shotting every Pokemon in the Elite Four until the Pokemon Champion, then fail to one-shot Spiritomb and get taken out in one hit. Make your guesses on if we can do it or not. Let's do this. First is Bug Trainer Aaron. He was easy until Drapion, a dark and poison type. For some reason I thought it would be really heavy, so I used Grass Knot thinking that would be enough, but it wasn't, and I got hit hard with X-Scissor. I survived though, so I followed up with a Shockwave to finish him off. The rest of his team was a sweep. Next is Ground Trainer Bertha. Her team is almost all really heavy and weak to Grass Knot, so they absolutely didn't stand a chance. Third is Fire Trainer Flint. My heart sunk a bit when Houndoom survived Shockwave and hit me with a Dark Pulse, but it ended up doing far less damage than I expected, so I finished him off in a couple more hits. The rest of his team was another one-shot sweep. Last for the Elite Four is Psychic Trainer Lucian. He opens up with Mr. Mime, and I know that some of his team has Shadow Ball, so I start setting up my double teams. He wastes a lot of time with a Reflect and Light Screen, so it's not actually that dangerous to set up off of him. Once I have my 6 double teams, I take him out in a few shock waves, while getting him to use his full restore. Next is Espeon, and I get hit with a strong Shadow Ball. My shock waves do manage to take him out though, but Bronzong is next, and it's a scary one. I keep going for Shockwave and his Gyro Ball misses. That would have easily taken us out if it hit. A second Shockwave takes him out. Gallade is out, but Psychic one-shots it, and last is Alakazam, who takes big damage from Grass Knot, hardly hurts us with Energy Ball, and then goes down to 2 more Grass Knots. In between battle, I heal up and use a Max Elixir, then move on. It's time for the final battle, Pokemon Champion Cynthia. It starts the absolute best way it could, with me critically hitting Spiritomb for the knockout on her biggest threat. This is the first try, by the way. After that, I sweep through all the way to her final Pokemon, Roserade. I don't one-shot it because I misclick like an idiot and use an electric move on a grass type. Its Sludge Bomb doesn't do much though, so I just use Psychic and finish it, becoming the new Pokemon champion and winning the run. Well, that went better than I expected. It's crazy to me that the highest difficulty battle in this run was a random double battle on Mount Cornet, where I had to hope that my rival didn't totally blow it as a partner. Sure, there were some early game battles that were definitely harder, but I didn't even have a special attacking move yet for those. The next run that I want to do is I want to do an all in-game trade run of Pokemon Platinum. I know you guys have been asking for a lot more Gen 4 runs, and the Pokemon Platinum in-game challenge run is actually really hard, because you only get 3 Pokemon before the Elite Four, and there's such big gaps between them that you're gonna have wicked disobedience issues, so that should be a horrible mess. I'm pretty sure that I can get that out for you by next Saturday, just like usual. Subscribe, ring the bell, and stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also check out the playlist in the description to watch all of the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see some more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I are doing a black and white randomized playthrough over on his channel. Also come to my Twitch streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always really cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day.